Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blazers. I'm sorry, I'm just back from holiday, and I've recorded 2 of these in a row, and my voice is a little bit hoarse. This is insanely overpriced products. Part 3. Uno, dos, tres. Un, trois. Three. Look at my language knowledge. I'm a language master. If only this video was brought to you by another sponsor who works with me regularly, it would be perfect. If anyone, what happens here is Danny will write me a script, I shall ruin the script with my commentary, and Sam will make the video elevated to a different level of being with some fine memes sprinkled in. If anyone were to take a peek at the contents of my larder, which is weird because Danny lives in my larder in the basement, they might be forgiven for thinking that I was preparing for a nuclear attack, aside from just a few of the typical everyday fresh ingredients: pork pies, crumpets, kippers, laver bread, that kind of thing. Most of the stuff in my larder is food that will probably taste exactly the same in about 50 years when I'm chilling out in my bunker. I've got a whole shelf packed full of Frey Bento's pies. Heavenly, these are nasty, Danny. I used to eat occasionally, because you could buy them for like £2 at the supermarket, these Frey Bentos pies, which they're like a tin, you take the top off, you put it in the oven, and it makes you a pie. Now, I'm not the biggest pie fan in the world, and I believe it's probably because of my experience with Frey Bentos. Heavenly steak and kidney pies packed in a reassuringly sturdy tin that is guaranteed to last until Armageddon. I once nearly died trying to open a Frey Bentos pie when my hand went straight through the jagged edges. Oh, this is nasty. There's something about like getting cut by like razors and tins that is just, it makes, it's like nails on the blackboard. It's like, ooh. It's very unpleasant to think about. Danny's hand went straight through the jagged edges of the lid, and he passed out while spurting loads of blood all over the kitchen floor. Jesus Christ. Danny, if you're passing out from blood loss, you need to go to the hospital. Also, how did you survive? It's like you passed out, and then the clotting kicked in. You wake up a few days later when your body's made enough blood, and you're like, oh, that was close. Really hungry. I hope I got into that pie tin. I went back to the larder for another one the next day. Some things are worth the risk. Not Frey Bentos pie. And then there's the glorious pot noodle. Danny, what is wrong with you? I also, like, pot noodles, it's fine. I much prefer a pot noodle over a Frey Bentos pie. But it's not very, very good. It's quite bad. What's worse is when I was a student, I wouldn't even buy pot noodles because they were like 70p and it was just a bit too rich for me. So I used to get Tesco value fake pot noodles, they were like 15p, and they were truly disgusting. I'm sure most countries have their own version of instant noodly goodness, but here in the UK, Golden Wonder lead the way with the rapturous noodles in a plastic concept that is pot noodle. The staple food of university students, poor people, and the kind of person who's just largely given up and can barely be asked to get out of bed in the morning. All the best kinds of people, except the poor people. They're just the worst. Ugh. Just joking. Hashtag cancel Simon. I particularly like the refreshingly honest approach to pot noodle marketing. It's a kind... What is this video about? Insanely overpriced products? Well, we're definitely not there yet. Unless you consider 70p or maybe £1 something that a pot noodle now is. It kind of runs along the lines of, we all know this is cheap crap, but you dirty bastards love it anyway. Golden Wonder has often found itself in boiling hot water for building a laddish culture around the marketing, including a famous short-lived TV campaign in 2002, which depicted a man sneaking off from his wife's home-cooked food to enjoy an illicit pot noodle, alongside the slogan, "Pot noodle, the slag of all snacks."
That felt so wrong, and yet it felt so right.
Yeah, I mean, that is too far, even, I would say. That is a little bit distasteful. I'm sure it's going to get 4 complaints from people who have nothing better to do. But even something as notoriously cheap and cheerful as a pot noodle can be pimped up for the lucrative high-end market. In 2008, a special edition of the chicken and mushroom flavor was launched exclusively in Harrods for the equivalent of about $43 a pot. Now, that is absolutely outrageous, but it's not out of reach. Like, $43 is like an expensive meal. But also, the other stuff where it's like they pimp it out and it's like, yes, $20,000 for ice cream. It's like, well, I'm never going to taste that, am I? But this I could realistically taste. I never would, because I like money and I don't like throwing it away. Weirdly, they don't appear to have made even the slightest upgrade to the ingredients or flavor. That's probably good news for vegetarians who, despite the name of the flavor, are perfectly safe to eat chicken and mushroom pot noodles. Oh, that is not a good sign. Where it's like the crisps are like bacon flavor. safe for vegetarians. And you look on the back and it's like, oh, what does it contain? The list of ingredients is just 1,000 chemicals long. And you're like, that sounds healthy. Weirdly, all they did was change the actual pot into a new hand-flecked and gold leaf design, and they threw in a fork and a bit of table linen. I, the other day, was in a kitchen store or somewhere. I say the other day, this was like a good year ago because of COVID, and the story is only relevant now, but I like to make things more recent, so I don't know why I do that. It's just a nice way to start a story, alright? Relax. I was in a kitchen store, and they had a Smeg fridge, you know, these very iconic fridges, and it was done in like a, you know, the famous compositions. Are they called compositions by Mondrian? You know, where it's like the grid with the colours in it, and I love this. Like, I don't know why, but I love those paintings. And there was this Mondrian fridge, and I was like, I want that. And then it was several £1,000s. I was like, okay, never mind. I'll just enjoy looking at it. Maybe they make wraps, you know, like car wraps for fridges. And I can wrap I don't have a Smeg fridge, but I'll just wrap my existing fridge in a Mondrian pattern. To be fair, all proceeds from this VIP pot noodle were donated to charity, so it was probably more of a slightly silly publicity stunt for a good cause, more than anything else. But the same excuse certainly can't be given for a certain product launched by Marks & Spencer very recently. In 2018, that is recent! Although it's 3 years ago now, because it's 2021 when I'm recording this. Although Danny wrote it in 2020. This is too much detail. The British retailer, famous for selling a slightly better quality of product for twice the expected price to attract a middle-class crowd, is f***ing true. And I, as a middle-class man, am absolutely suckered in by it, and I buy a lot of food at Marks & Spencer's, because despite apparently my last statement of liking money, apparently I don't like it enough. It got a bit lost in its own pretentious wormhole, and it came up with the cauliflower steak. Priced at £2, the cauliflower steak was actually just 2 slices of cauliflower with a little secret sachet of lemon and herb drizzle. This sounds absolutely f***ing terrible. Like, cauliflower is not starting off at the best point, and then it's like, let's just drizzle some herbs and lemons on it and call it a steak, and charge £2 for it. It's like, are you joking? If my wife was like, Simon, we're having steak for dinner, I'd be like, okay, fantastic. And then she was like, it's cauliflower steak. I sound like I'm being sexist, like my wife cooks me all the time, but I just needed someone else to tell the story with. And the person I eat with most of all, unsurprisingly, is my wife. And she was like, Simon, here's this steak. What the f*** is this? I reacted like that because I'm really into domestic abuse. Some customers complained about the excessive plastic packaging used to smother a pretty lame and pathetic product. But the main argument revolved around the pricing. If you just walked a little further up the aisle, you could live like a king and buy a whole damn cauliflower for just £1. Danny wrote £1 pound. Interesting. Maybe it's a pound of cauliflower. Also, I feel like, isn't £1 quite expensive for a cauliflower? I have no idea how much shit costs, especially vegetables, because you don't know. You don't know. I mean, it says like, yeah, it's some price, and then you go to the till, and they weigh it, and then they charge you some mysterious amount for it. But I'm always like, it's not going to be very expensive. The other day I went into this like it's like 2 minutes walk from my house. It's one of the nearest stores. And I wanted to get some sweet potatoes. I wanted to roast some sweet potatoes. And I went in there, I can't remember how much it was, but I buy like 2 medium-sized sweet potatoes. I was like, it was the equivalent of like £6 or £7. I didn't really realise that I'd gone out of the store because I'd bought a couple of like fancy hipster beers. And I was like, wait, how much were these sweet potatoes? And I'm normally a man who is too embarrassed to be like, oh, I didn't quite realise how expensive that was, and I want to put it back, especially over like £5 or something. But if I had seen that, if I had noticed, I would have definitely been like, oh, whoa. I'm not paying that. And by the way, that's that's a bloody massive rip-off, the £1 cauliflower. Good, Danny, I agree. As you can walk into any sensible store and pick one out for about 50p, which is half of a pound, my American friends. You would just have to cope with the social stigma of it not being a Marks & Spencer's cauliflower, God forbid. Twitter users were quick to drizzle scorn all over the cauliflower steak, with one user noting that the eco-unfriendly product was more of a blatant fool detector than anything else. Hilarious, you have a career in comedy. And although Marks & Spencer's initially defended the product as a quick and convenient vegetarian meal option, they changed their minds the very next day when they admitted that they got it wrong and threw the cauliflower steaks in the bin. Good. Although cauliflower snakes would also be an interesting product, which by staggering coincidence is where most of the following examples of crazy overpriced crap happened to. But Jesus Christ, was this the introduction, Danny? Oh my God, we're like 50 minutes in.
Danny boy.
Greetings from Scamsville. We have a weird tradition in my house in which we save truly special birthday cards because we can't bring ourselves to throw them in the bin so soon after we received such a thoughtful gesture. You're a better man than me, Danny, because I'm like, oh, look, great, thanks, recycle. What we usually do, if anyone sends me birthday cards, you know, people who do, not people watching, I don't want your birthday cards, but people who do, like, if you happen to be a member of my family or one of my friends and you're watching this, obviously I don't do that with your cards. What we usually do is put them in a box in the cupboard under the stairs, and then about 5 years later when we're having a big clear out, we find them all again and we put them in the bin. Yes. It was my birthday just last week, and I did exactly the same thing as usual. I saved the fanciest birthday cards and filed them away under the stairs, all ready to be thrown out in 2025. It's madness. It is, Danny. It is. I've spoken about cards before and how I think they are f***ing bullshit. My dad actually watched that video and he was like, Simon, message received on the birthday cards. We won't send you any more birthday cards or expect them. And I was like, this worked out brilliantly. And then he was like, also, we're not inviting you to family events anymore. It worked out. No, I'm just kidding. I like my family. Some would even say love. Some. But then we're a bit mad when it comes to throwing away good money on greetings cards. They're probably one of the biggest scams in the history of mankind. I agree. Spilling my water everywhere in my rage. And despite everyone predicting the death of the traditional greeting card ever since the first e-card was sent in 1990, e-cards suck as well. No one wants that. Just stop sending cards. The industry doesn't seem to be doing badly. In the US alone, people are still spending about $7 billion a year on bits of printed card. Every time you consider buying a card, just send the money to me, okay? I don't know how you're going to do that. Maybe buy some merch, something like that, every time you think of it. And then when you see that person, they'll be like, oh, I didn't get a birthday card from you. And it's like, no, but I got this brilliant Certified Legend shirt. And they'll be like, that's a bit selfish. And you'll be like, yeah, it was. Yeah. That's it. No one cares. No one cares. All of these problems are just solved by not caring. Jesus Christ, just not care. Of course, they're usually printed on high-grade paper, and some work went into the design and the slogan and the manufacturing. Maybe not so much on the verse inside, though. I once took a project composing 800 poems for a well-known greeting card company. Danny, your life, what is going on? Is it just an endless mystery and incredible things? You're writing Please, Danny, I know you watch these, so please, I would love for you to somehow work in some of these poems into future videos. I mean, I imagine they're copyrighted somehow, so you can't do that. If it's possible, I would like some Danny Salter poetry. Mwah!
Oh, Danny boy! Oh, Danny boy!
And it does become a grind when you're writing the 50th poem in a row for bereavement cards, so apologies if you've ever received one of mine. It's so hard to figure out anything that rhymes with corpse. Danny, you shouldn't be using the word corpse with sympathy. Now that your loved one is a corpse... Wow, it really is hard to rhyme something with corpse. But considering that the bigger companies who are mass producing all this nonsense can get the production costs down to less than $1 per unit. It costs $1 to make a greeting card? I can't possibly believe it's so high. It should be like a penny. Jesus Christ, Clinton. Is Clinton a big international greetings card manufacturer? They dominate in the UK. Look, at least they did when I last bought a greetings card, which was when my parents still told me what I had to do, so very young. As a teenager, I started refusing to send cards, because I didn't want to spend $2.99 on a piece of shit. God, I'm really going on about this, I've got to stop. I can't believe it costs less than $1. Clinton, if you want to reach out, I know absolutely nothing about manufacturing, but we can get those costs down. Hallmark! That's another big one. I see it in bold down here. So it does seem odd that we're happy to pay anywhere between $5 and $10 for a bit of card with a slogan on the front. No, we're not, Danny. That's the whole point. Business Blaze, I feel if this channel ever has a mission, if we ever have a goal, this channel's mission in life should be dramatically reducing the number of greetings cards that are purchased. Because we should even say, buying my t-shirts, every time you think of buying a greetings card, get out a piece of paper, write a nice note on it, and at the bottom, the $5 that I was going to spend on a greetings card, I gave to Feed Poor People charity, or whatever charity you like, whatever charity you're gifting it to. Because it's so easy to give to charities these days, they all have little PayPal links or whatever. Just fucking do it. Stop wasting money. $7 billion. That could buy a lot of food. For poor people, not yourself. Don't be buying those fancy ass cauliflowers. I'm watching. Done with the string. A part of the problem is that historically there hasn't been much in the way of competition. So for the bigger companies, Hallmark can get away with charging whatever the they want. A relatively recent strategy adopted by the bigger companies in the face of new digital competition is the launch of 2 separate decoy products. At either ends of the pricing scale, you can now buy cheap and tatty budget cards for 99 cents, although you might as well just send the recipient a small bucket of sick with happy birthday scrawled on the side in crayon. That is very specific. And mailing sick is going to be expensive. There's going to be biohazard labels involved. Or you could buy a super duper deluxe card with all the fancy trimmings for $25. That is a decoy product if I ever heard one, because no one should do that. If you're spending $25 on a card, you need to have a net worth of at least $100 million, or you need to spend that $25 on some sort of therapy. And I don't mean retail therapy. That is not a thing. I mean real, professional therapy. So you'll get about 4 minutes. But you're not really meant to choose either of those options. They're just there to make the card priced at $7 appear quite good value, even though it's nothing of the sort. Perhaps I've got water on my glasses from that cup. Perhaps the biggest problem is that our rational thinking goes right out of the window when we're buying something designed to express sentiment. Don't have any sentiments then! Jesus Christ, it's not complicated.
This boy has no heart!
And when we've splashed out big money on a cool... Whenever I see big money together in a sentence, all I can think of is Internet Comment Etiquette, one of the greatest channels in the world. Big money! In fact, I don't know what you're doing. If you've never heard of that channel and you're watching this video, I'm not entirely sure what you're doing because there's better content out there. I promise. And when we splashed out big money on a cool present, the price of an accompanying card seems almost incidental in comparison, despite the fact that the markup is clearly ridiculous. What the industry really needed was a new powerhouse to take on the likes of Hallmark with more competitive prices. But now that seems unlikely, as although the industry has defied the prophets of doom for years, we surely can't be too far away from the now dying days of the greetings card. Danny, am I seeing a poem? Danny has included a poem. This is the greatest of days. It's like the last story... I'm going to read Danny's poem. It's like the last page of a story, with our final words now said. It's like the last frame of a movie, credits rolling in my head. But it's not the end, oh Hallmark. I can still feel you in my soul. And as our future tales unfold, you'll always have my starring role. That was fairly weak, but probably not bad for a sight reading. You're welcome, world. Bags and rocks. The French luxury fashion house. I'm going to show how much I know or care about fashion. Balenciaga. It sounds definitely Italian. I've never heard it. I don't care. I'll never buy it. Launched a fancy new designer bag in 2017 with the curious name of IKEA A. Now, IKEA I have heard of because that's a place I can shop. Also, what the is with designer handbags? Like, I heard there was some designer handbag called... Is it a Birka bag? Something that's the thing with the thing. It sounds like Birka, Birkin, Birkenstock. Something like this. People will have heard of this because... I don't know. And it was like $80,000. It's like, oh my god. I feel like that is the $25 gift card that makes it okay for your wife to ask you to buy her a handbag that's $4,000. What the is that about? And that is absolutely never happening. You could buy a car. Produced in Italy and handcrafted from leather. The price tag was a hefty $2,145, which sounds very reasonable compared to that $80,000 Birkenstock. I know it's not, I know those are sandals. Relax. See, now that's something that I'd wear. But the most curious thing about it was that it was clearly a tribute to the carrier bags that you can pick up in any IKEA store for just 99 cents. I don't often shop in IKEA anymore after I got lost in my local store for 3 weeks. And had to survive on Swedish meatballs and fake pot plants. Danny, there's real plants, just eat those. But apparently the company's Fraxa carrier bag has developed something of a cult following. Made from the synthetic material polypropylene, the simple blue carrier bag has a solid reputation for sturdiness and durability. So, the Balenciaga designer, Demna Chivasalia, I don't care, came up with a fun twist on the idea of creating an imitation bag out of leather and charging a fortune for it. So now that even rich, fashion-forward people could carry off the hot look of taking your dirty washing to the laundromats. What the is wrong with people? I really do question these people's minds. Again, let's just call it the 100 million there. This is more. This has to be more. We'll call it, I feel like there should be a number of wealth, where it's like, okay, you can buy this if your net worth is over that amount. Otherwise, just no. Just no. And I mean, that's okay. That's okay. I'm not there. You're probably not there. It's okay. I'm sure some people are watching this. One of the greatest things in the world is people sending me, like, the business place stickers stuck on the back of supercars. Like, people hit me up on Twitter, it's like, am I doing this right? And I'm like, you f***ing are. What are we talking about? Demna was hailed in some quarters for daring to challenge society's accepted ideas of luxury and for creating a piece which tackles late-stage capitalism and our culture of compulsive consumption. That's not what she did. It just sounds like she's taking the piss. Most people thought he was just taking... Oh, it's a... Demna is a man. For some reason, I just assumed that it would be a woman designing a handbag. I guess I'm a sexist. Most people thought it was just taking the piss, though. Yes, same page. But IKEA certainly showed off their sense of humor when they responded with an advertising campaign which advised customers on how to spot an original IKEA carrier bag. The copy includes such welcome tips as, shake it. If it rustles, it's the real deal. Throw it in the dirt. A tree fractor is simply rinsed off with a garden hose when dirty. Look inside. The original has an authentic IKEA tag. Check the price tag. It should be 99 cents. Can you imagine going to like a designer store and accidentally purchasing this? It's like, yeah, it's $2,000. It's like, I just needed something to do my shopping in. But at least Balenciaga's ridiculously overpriced bag had some practical value. I'm not sure you can say the same for Nordstrom's leather-wrapped rock, launched in 2016. What the f*** is this? There is no ambiguous wordplay involved here either. The product is quite literally a small rock, wrapped in a small pouch of leather. What the fuck is going on? I don't think even Nordstrom was entirely sure what they were meant to be selling. The product description reads, a paperweight, a conversation piece, a work of art. It's up to you. Proof that you're a fucking dum-dum. They were all precise about the price tag though. No surprises there. Which came in at $85. The original product description had to be updated when some customers queried the claim that the leather-wrapped rock was handmade, when in fact the rocks were just picked up from the ground in the San Bernardino Valley in California. Only Mother Earth can take credit for rocks. They later chortled. Chortled is the right word to use there, because you've got to think, when you're writing that, you've got to know that you're a massive bellend, right? You've just got to. Like, I know when I'm being a massive bellend, and I often identify it and self-identify as a massive bellend. You've got to know. The product attracted some comical reviews on the company's website, including one which read, I'd like to thank Nordstrom for providing much-needed existential validation. If some jerk can sell a rock in leather for $85, I think I'll be okay. Quite incredibly, Nordstrom reported the product completely sold out shortly after launch. If you think that $85 is perhaps just a bit too steep for your usual rock wrapped in a leather pouch budget, Nordstrom also provided a slightly smaller rock. I don't even know if I want to continue. This is just so sad. $65 for the small rock, and that's sold out. Fuck. Also, what am I doing with my life? I think, maybe for one of these Squarespace ads, I should make a website selling leather-wrapped rocks, because you could do a store on Squarespace, and I've never done it, because I have a t-shirt store, but Teespring do it. I'll sell leather-wrapped rocks. Jesus Christ. What's in a domain name? This one is perhaps cheating us just a little bit, as high-value domain names are obviously worth however much a corporation, OG Business Blaze joke right there, is willing to splash out. But I thought this would be a good chance to look quickly at some staggeringly high prices that a good domain name can now fetch. The details can sometimes get a bit muddy as the figures are not always disclosed, and some domain names were bought as part of a wider package. Wikipedia's not entirely accurate list of the most expensive domain names ever bought only concerns itself with domain names that were bought with money and didn't involve any other packages or equity deals, or leather-wrapped rocks. Surprisingly, few on the list, Surprisingly, a few on the list relate to pornography, with sex.com coming out on top of that industry selling for $7 million. That sounds very... I know sex isn't the scientific name for intercourse or whatever, but it does sound, if I was going to sex.com, I'm either A, 11, or B, probably looking for biology information or sexual health facts rather than pornography. That's just me, I guess. If I'm looking for porn, well, we all know where to go. There are entries on the list that you naturally expect to see as casino.com, hotels.com, loans.com, beer.com. But sitting at the top of Wikipedia's official list is the surprising entry of voice.com. Really? Which sold for $30 million. Jesus Christ. In 2019, the domain name directs the brand new social media platform Voice, which some say will threaten Facebook one day. Probably not. But it seems unlikely, seeing as it's run by a company who up until now only have experience in flogging cryptocurrency. One of the reasons why domain name sales are often undisclosed is because the buyers don't always want the competition to know how much they spent or how much they might be willing to spend in the future.
What's that?
But it can be confirmed that the domain LasVegas.com was recently sold for $90 million. No! What?
Okay!
That is insane. My mind is actually blown. That's basically 0.1 billion. Under a plane, I know we all know this, but it just, when you call it in billions, it's just even more insane. Like when the lottery gets up to like $300 million, you're like, yeah, 0.3 billion. It just sounds so much more insane. Payment plan won't be completed into the year 2040. Oh, so that makes it really affordable. Even that pales in comparison to the sale of the domain name business.com, which went for $345 million. Why is this so surprising to me? This is wild. 2007, although this deal included the pretty lame content at the time, which must have been worth at least $8 on its own. However, it sadly didn't appear to bring much good fortune to the shrewd buyers of such a coveted domain name. The buyers were the American marketing company R.H. Donnelley, who used to print US versions of the Yellow Pages. They fell for bankruptcy just a couple of years later. $345 million. What is going on? What is going on? But it is possible. We may have already peaked with the absurd figures getting thrown around for something as simple as a domain name. The Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers is currently lobbying for a whole new approach to top-level domains, which would allow companies to use pretty much any word as the domain extension, such as buya.car, or renta.bouncycastle, or free.Daddy! We talked about this!
Okay!
This could blow the market wide open and lead to less reliance or even relevance to
you could do so you do
less reliance on or even relevance to boring old .com extensions. Yeah, but years ago, didn't they introduce everything like .business, .sex, .dickhead? They introduced all of these extensions, but still, .coms apparently sell for a load of money, so that didn't work. Why would it work the next time around? In the meantime, as we prepare for the revolution, I'm still convinced that my purchase of Betamax.com back in 2002 is going to reap big dividends any day now. Danny, if you legitimately own Betamax.com, that's kind of amazing. And also probably a trademark violation. A parking spot in Manhattan. Finally. No, I've got things to say on parking spots. I was going to buy, the amount I pay to rent a parking space is outrageous. My apartment complex is very old. It's like 19th century, so it doesn't, surprisingly, have underground parking. So there are 3 garages, to which I own one, but because it's the 19th century, only a little car can fit through the thing, and I don't have a little car, so we just use the garage for storage. So I rent a parking bay, and it's like, it's over £100 a month. So it's like, I don't know, what is that, $120, something like that, which is outrageous. It's not like a garage, it's just in a parking complex. And I'm like, this is fucking insane. But I don't want to park on the street because I live in a city, and if you park on the street, your car is going to get f***ed up. I was going to buy, the building next to mine is much newer, and they had underground parking. And they were selling a parking space in that building. Can you guess how much it was? Not a garage, it was 4 floors underground. So you got to go 1, 2, 3, 4 underground, and there was a parking space on the bottom floor of that building. And I was like, this is perfect, it's right next to me. You know how much the price tag on that motherfucker was? $40,000. For a bay. Not a walled building, a fucking bay.
That's the coolest fucking story I've ever heard in my entire life. That's insane. Can I hear it again?
But I guess I'm going to feel a bit better in a second, because I'm sure Manhattan is a lot more expensive. Finally, drivers in the UK seem to be a notoriously grumpy and tight-fisted group when it comes to shelling out for a car parking ticket. Close to where I live, there's a car park which is situated slap bang next to the local beach, and another car park much further up the road, which would involve taking a 2-mile walk before you can start building sandcastles or playing your 12-foot Seoul Coastal Beach Behemoth beach ball. OG Business Place reference right there. The car park further up the road is a couple of pounds cheaper and is positively heaving every day. The more expensive car park right next to the beach is nearly always as silent as the grave, all for the sake of £2. But it would seem that the residents of Manhattan aren't quite so fussy about how much they spend on parking, particularly when it comes to snapping up your own permanent parking space. Oh my god. In like Manhattan, this is going to be fucking wild. A total of 10 luxury parking spots went on sale in the chic Soho district in 2014. Each unit measuring between 150 to 200 square feet, which is large. I think that car parking space I was looking at was like, it was in square meters. But it wasn't that big, giving you just enough room to park a single car. Maybe it was. I don't even know. It was a single, you park a car in it. Maybe this is for American cars, which are larger. The asking price, $1 million each. Fuck it hell. That's actually insane. This actually makes the price per square foot much more expensive than the super fancy luxury apartments just above the parking lots, and about 4 times more expensive than the average median American home. Jesus. It's actually incredible. And yet, weirdly, some might go as far as to describe this as a bargain. Between 1978 to 2010, poor old Manhattan lost about 25,000 off-street parking spaces, and developers can now legally provide parking spots for only 20% of the residences that they built. This has resulted in a Manhattan parking space becoming the ultimate status symbol, much more so than the actual car you might be driving. That's absolutely wild. Still, maybe there's hope for civilization yet. The price tag may have been $1 million, but it's not entirely clear if anyone actually bothered to buy one at that crazy price. It's possible that the human race hasn't quite lost the plot yet. No, wait, scrap that. A single 134.5 square foot parking space in Hong Kong sold for $969,000 in 2019. We're doomed. That is wild. And again, that's like the high price tag. So that $40,000 that I didn't spend on that garage parking space now seems like a bargain. It's probably more expensive now because that was like 2 years ago. Jesus Christ. I should have invested. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have, as always, been your boy with the Blaze. Thank you to Danny for writing the script. Thank you to me for doing this video. And thank you to Sam for adding all of the memes. I'm sure they were fine. Don't have any sentiments then. Jesus Christ, it's not complicated.
The only people I'm trying to offend here are terrorists, and we don't care about that.
Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze. Recently in the episode I discussed how I have to stop shouting as much. I've actually started working with a singing teacher. And because I didn't know how to find someone who could help me take care of my voice. I used to do a lot of theatre in the past, and I once had some singing lessons. I'm a terrible singer, don't get any ideas. And I was like, who would be able to help with this? So I hired a singing teacher who is giving me some vocal exercises. So hopefully we'll be back to the shouting in Business Blaze, but doing it properly so I don't absolutely destroy my voice and therefore my career. And this episode is Bravely. I'm not sure if this is the title you've seen on YouTube, but the working title for this one is The World's Best Terrorist Attacks. And obviously the joke here, because it's 2021 and we have to explain jokes which could be potentially insensitive, is that obviously the best terrorist attacks are the ones where it's like, oh yeah, he tried to bomb a plane with explosive underwear and he just ended up blowing his off. Speaking of underwear, sheath underwear won't blow your off. So obviously those are the best terrorist attacks. This actually a few years ago I was sitting down, I had lunch with a friend of mine. This was back, it was years ago. I was just doing top 10s and he was, Simon, I've got a video suggestion for you. Have you considered doing the world's best terrorist attacks? And I was like, Dan, I'm not sure if that's gonna fly, but now I have a platform where we can cover things like the world's best terrorist attacks. Dan, this one is for you. Make sure you get some sheath, alright man? Come on, support me, support the sponsors. What happens here is if you're new, I will ramble for approximately 14 minutes, then we'll actually get into some content that is written by Danny, added to in largely shite ways by me, and then it will be memeified by our resident memologist, Sam. One of the occasionally frustrated things about writing a new Business Blaze script, Danny, there is nothing frustrating about writing a Business Blaze script, alright? Alright? Do you like how instead of shouting there, I just use my outside voice? It's getting close! No! Quite aside from being forced against my will... Danny, we've talked about this. Imagine that in a shouting voice. On a broken typewriter with 3 missing keys and a random electric shock function is that crushing moment when I realise that the internet has once again led me up the garden path and down a haunted well of deception. Ooh, Danny, the words. For someone who doesn't like typing on the broken typewriter that I've generously provided you with, you sure do go wordy sometimes. Is that a double metaphor? Not a metaphor, what's it called? Like a,
Double whammy. Double whammy.
God, I'm dumb. Like, down the garden path. It's like a saying, but there's an actual word for it. Let's move on. I'll sometimes start planning a section around a juicy and bizarre highlight of a story which has been widely reported in the press, only to discover that when I dig a bit deeper, that the interesting bits were completely fabricated. Welcome to my life, Danny. It's like the Today I Found Out channel is basically this. It's like, yeah, everyone thinks this, and you're all wrong. Today I Found Out is another channel that I do. If you're here and you don't know about that one, I'm not sure how. It's got many times more subscribers. It's much more popular, but I'm here for you, Blazies. Thank you, Blazies. I love you. I don't know why I'm calling you Blazies now. Everyone knows that you're the legends. And now I've got to plug the gap with another 800 words on communism. Danny, every script, the joke is getting tired. Someone the other day was like, Simon, I just stopped watching Business Place. The talk about communism, the repetitive in-jokes, it just feels like the same thing every week. And I'm like, okay. Thanks for letting me know. No. Oh, this happens all the time. You've just overestimated how much I care. The short fake story of the Iraqi terrorist, K. Rana Jet, isn't a particularly good example of this. It only took a few seconds to spot the gaping hole in the plot, but it's relevant to today's fun-packed look at some of the greatest terrorist attacks of all time. Back in 1994, a UK tabloid ran a story which continued to gather steam until in years later when it was picked up by the Darwin Awards. Oh, I love the Darwin Awards. Mostly. I mean, one, because they're super entertaining. Also, secondly, because whenever I make a video about them, it gets hundreds of thousands or millions of views, and obviously that means I make more money. So yay. Thank you, Darwin Awards. Which are, I thought, oh, you're gonna be worried, is that like a trademark? Is that copyrighted? No, it's just like the word for something. It came from like Usenet groups back in the day. The more you know. Oh my god, we're gonna be here forever today. The story goes that K. Rana Jet posted a letter bomb to a busy location in the UK, but neglected to put enough postage stamps on the lethal package. When it arrived at his house with return to sender stamped on the front, K failed to recognize the package, opened it up, blowing himself to bits in the process. Mwah! I'm disappointed this is fake. Because it's always great. I mean, obviously there's the danger of the postal officers and all of this stuff, but I mean, it ended beautifully, the fake story, I mean. Now, although terrorists have a reputation for not being the brightest spark in the fuse box, I really hope there aren't bright sparks in my fuse box. It's difficult to believe that anyone would bother to put a return address on the letter bomb, that's true. If he wanted to be really smart, he'd just write the return address as another really busy location. So, I mean, worst case, it gets returned to sender and it goes up. Why am I giving the terrorists tips? For fuck's sake, Simon. FBI, open up! The UK tabloid that originally ran the headline, The People, isn't exactly considered to be the most credible news source in the world. I've never heard of The People. And I used to work in a newsagents. Have I discussed this before? Isn't newsagents the same word in the UK and the US and everywhere else? The Australians probably have a really weird word for it, like the newsies or something. I bet they do call it the newsies. Please, Australians, tell me you call it the newsies. You have such brilliant slang words. I'm jealous. It's where you buy a newspaper. What are we doing? The story appears to have been inspired by an old Roadrunner cartoon from 1966, in which Wile E. Coyote attempts to post a bomb to his arch rival, only to have it handed back to him with a postage due label by the Roadrunner cunningly disguised as a postman. In case you haven't seen it, I won't spoil the end. Danny, you spoiled the ending already. But we're not dealing with cartoon characters here. Most people probably don't appreciate just how much thought and consideration and hard work goes into becoming a terrorist. This is not a career path for the faint-hearted part-timer. You need to be completely on your game when you're in the tricky business of blowing yourself and your foes to kingdom come in the name of an invisible man in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah! I have the power of God!
Oh, people are like, Simon, I don't like you making fun of my religion. It's like, oh, don't worry, I make fun of all religions. It's all equal opportunity. Honestly, so are the atheists. Everyone can be a target. You're all ridiculous. Admittedly, there is always a bit of risk involved, and not everything is destined to run exactly according to plan. But we'll hopefully not be focusing too much on the negative side of terrorism as we rattle through some of the most memorable golden moments from the archives of blood and carnage, and one-way tickets to an eternal void. Let me just stop on religion for a second. So my grandparents, I'm not religious. In case you couldn't guess, I also wouldn't describe myself as an atheist. I just don't have. It's just never something that's been a part of my life. However, my grandparents are very religious, and they're like, what's it called? Where you tell people to become religious, like annoying. No, I know there's a proper word for it. Evangelical, big brain. They're quite evangelical. And I remember like being a kid, teenager, maybe I was like 14 years old. We're all sitting around the dining room table. And my granddad has he tells some stories. He'll definitely go on. And this one time, we're just having a conversation. He goes, oh, well, that reminds me of the time that John or whoever put Moses in a basket and sent him down the river and he got stuck in the reeds or something like that. And I'm like, and it came so out of the blue. It was like he just wanted to turn the conversation around to religion. And I'm like, Granddad, what does that have to do with anything we were just talking about? And my mum is just like... And afterwards she's like, sorry I gave you that, but you know how Granddad is? And I'm like, yeah, I do. Hopefully he's not watching this. I know my mum sometimes watches this, so apologies. Let's just get into it. School days. Before you're allowed to put on your big boy pants and go forth into the world of active terrorism, it's usually a good idea to get a bit of expert training under your suicide belt. But I would recommend choosing a terrorism school and with good reviews and testimonial. Trustpilot is your friend. Why am I giving tips to terrorists? Instead of just plumbing for the first one that appears at the top of the alphabetical list in yellow pages. AAA terrorism school. One outdoor classroom to strike off the list would be a training camp set up by the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant in 2014, an extremist Sunni group which had recently broken off from Al-Qaeda and were now focused on wrestling with the Shia-dominated army of the Iraqi government. Oh my god, I know nothing about politics. I know the Shias and the Sunnis don't like each other. I don't know why, even though I'm fairly sure I've made a video about it. I apologize. The only people I'm trying to offend here are terrorists, and we don't care about that. Situated in a farming area just outside of Samarra and only about 60 miles from Baghdad, the first lesson on the timetable during one Monday morning in June was bombs and explosive belts. It's possible that the proper instructor was off sick that day and a stand-in from the teaching pool had been drafted in at short notice, the substitute terrorist teacher. The 21 eager students gathered around for a practical demonstration of how to construct an explosive belt, but the absent-minded teacher appeared to have a lapse in memory and totally forgot that he was using live ammunition. Oh no. Oh yes! As he cheerfully demonstrated that all-important detonating technique, the explosive belt went off in his hands, killing himself and all 21 students in attendance that day. Oh no. A further 15 nearby wannabe militants were wounded even though they weren't part of the class. They were probably doing PE in the gymnasium next door. As an added bonus, the lesson was being filmed as part of a propaganda video, although it's not clear if any of the footage survived. Probably not, right? This could be a missed opportunity. In the UK, you can earn 250 quid from sending your stuff into the ITV show You've Been Framed. Is You've Been Framed even a thing? It's like caught on camera, where it's like someone does something crazy on camera. Didn't this go out of the... people just post it on TikTok or YouTube, right? This story didn't garner much sympathy from local Iraqi citizens who had been reeling from a recent spike in sectarian violence, which had seen over 1,000 deaths in the previous month alone. One guy who worked in a nearby liquor store burst out laughing when a TV crew broke the news to him and asked him his opinion. He said, "This is so funny. It shows how stupid they are. Those dogs and sons of dogs." I don't know if they water down his language, but there's other ways I'd describe terrorists.
You foul, loathsome, evil little cockroach!
Hermione, no!
Another local resident who had lost a good friend in a suicide bomb attack a few years earlier was equally unmoved. He revealed, "I hope their graves burn, and all the rest of them burn as well. I was not happy with the number killed, though. I wanted more of them to die." Holy shit. Yeah, the terrorists. Maybe he should have just been a bit more patient. Wednesday afternoons are usually double period landmine planting if the weather stays dry. Do terrorists use landmines? It's a bit old school. TikTok, T-I-C-K, T-O-C-K, not like the Chinese social media platform. Back in September 1999, a couple of curious things happened simultaneously in two different cities in northern Israel. In the port city of Haifa, a car randomly exploded in a parking lot, killing nobody else other than the unfortunate guy who happened to be sitting in the driver's seat at the time. Meanwhile, over in Tiberias, there's a city called Tiberias in Israel? That's rad! On the western shore of the Sea of Galilee, a moving car randomly exploded at exactly the same time, injuring a 73-year-old female passerby who thankfully survived and wiping out the two guys inside the vehicle. Oh, I think I know this one. I think this was the one that I gave to Danny as an example of great terrorist attacks. It was later revealed that the dead men in both vehicles were terrorists who had been carrying bombs in their cars, but it wasn't immediately clear why they'd bothered to blow themselves up and injure only a single nice old lady. As far as terrorist attacks go, it sounds a bit lame despite the fact that the bombs were meticulously prepared and had the capacity to kill several busloads of innocent civilians. But it sounds as if the most plausible theory boils down to a simple matter of very poor timekeeping. Yeah, I definitely know this one. The bombs and timers were believed to have been prepared by West Bank Palestinians before being passed over to drivers from an Israeli village who were meant to park the two cars in key locations during rush hour at 5:30 p.m. and then scarper before they went off. Cowardly terrorists. Not even dying with your bombs. Come on, that's terrorism 101. You're suicide bombers. Get it together.
Why won't you die?
The only good thing about terrorist attacks is where the terrorists themselves dies. It's like 9/11. It's like, do we count the terrorist deaths? Hell yeah, they were the best part of it! Now, Israel had just pushed the clocks back an hour for the winter as they moved from daylight saving time to standard time, but the Palestinians weren't standing for any of that nonsense and refused to live on what they deemed to be Zionist time, so they were happy to stick with being an hour in front on daylight saving time. That is going to come back to bite them. The problem is that the West Bank Palestinians had set their timers to go off at 5:30 p.m, not realizing that the Israeli drivers had put their watches back an hour to fit in with the rest of the state that they were about to try and attack. When the watches of the drivers struck 4:30 p.m, they thought they still had a whole hour left to perhaps grab some Taco Bell before considering making a sharp exit. In fact, their time had completely run out. 2 words. Synchronized watches. Yes. There's something else you can learn at terrorist school when they're not trying to blow the classroom to pieces. Indeed. Get your timing right. I mean, I'm always like, if I've got a flight to catch and it's like at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm setting like 3 alarms. I'm like double checking everything. Because one, it's like probably a little bit of OCD going on right there. And also I don't want to miss my flight. Come on guys, get it together. I know you're terrorists. Come on. The most lethal and devastating terrorist attack of all time was, of course, the destruction of the World Trade Centers on 9/11, claiming 2,996 innocent lives in total. So Danny's not counting the terrorist lives. The terrorist deaths, the best part of 9/11. Come on, Danny. It wasn't the first time that the World Trade Center had been the target of a horrifying attack. 8 years earlier, in 1993, the Pakistani terrorist Ramzi Ahmed Youssef orchestrated a car bomb attack from a parking garage of the World Trade Center. Youssef and his gang of murderous accomplices drove a rented van into the underground garage, ignited a 20-foot fuse that would detonate the 1,200-pound bomb, and then fled the scene with 12 seconds to spare. Holy shit, guys, cutting it tight. Couldn't you have just used like a 40-foot hose and gave yourself 24 seconds? What? I mean, come on. The intention was that the blast would cause the North Tower to fall onto the South Tower, collapsing them both and potentially killing thousands of civilians. That sounds a bit like wishful thinking, doesn't it? Yeah, it just happened to fall in exactly the right direction. In that sense, the attack was a miserable failure, as the North Tower didn't collapse as planned, but it still proved to be a senseless loss of life, as 6 people were killed, over 1,000 people were injured, and the building suffered $500 million worth of damage. Bloody hell. It was an act of barbaric atrocity, but it could have been considerably worse. However, it was the lack of thought put into post-attack strategy that was thankfully to prove the downfall of the group. A guy called Mohammed Salama had often served as the group's driver, although he was an odd choice as he had failed his driving test 4 times like an idiot. I like how Danny's just embracing it. We discussed in previous videos how Danny he's tried and failed to pass his driving test many times. And he had a nasty habit of getting involved in road accidents and collisions with other vehicles. Salama had been in charge of sorting out the rental of the yellow Ford Econoline van that had used in the attack from a branch of Ryder in Jersey City. He had paid a total of $400, half of which was a deposit that he could claim back on safe return of the vehicle. That's not happening. After helping to blow up the van and several trunks of the World Trade Center to bits, Salma felt still pretty entitled to claim back his deposit from Ryder. What are you doing? After all, we're talking about $200 here. He reported the van as stolen to the police and then made the first of several trips to Ryder to try and negotiate getting back his deposit. On his third and final... Dude, it was stolen. I mean, I don't think you get your deposit back if the car's stolen, right? It's a deposit. It doesn't matter if it was your fault. It'd be like renting a tuxedo, and you pay like $100 deposit on the tuxedo or whatever, and then someone pukes all over it, who's not you. It's like, they're not going to be like, oh, it wasn't your fault. They're keeping your deposit because you puked all over their tuxedo. Or someone else puked all over your tuxedo. On his third and final meeting with the loss prevention analyst working at Ryder, he was promised his money back. Okay. Except that the loss prevention analyst was actually an undercover FBI agent called Bill Atkinson. That makes sense. The rented van had already been identified as the one used in the bombing by its vehicle identification number on a piece of an axle that had been located in the rubble. How do you not plan for this, terrorists? Come on! Salama was sentenced to 240 years in prison for aiding and abetting the bombing, while his arrest led directly to the uncovering and capture of most, if not all, of the terrorist group. The ringleader, Youssef, was eventually hunted down in Pakistan in 1995 and is also serving 240 years in prison after the police discovered files in his computer which outlined a plan to bomb 15 American airliners in 48 hours and a plot to assassinate Pope John Paul II. As far as I can make out, Ryder kept the $200 deposit. This is amazing. I mean, also, dude, don't write down your crimes. We've discussed this. Tips for terrorists. Don't write down your crimes. Or at least, I mean, Use some encryption or some Come on. The Black Widow. Quickly flicking through the text messages on my mobile phone, it appears that the contact most likely to check in with me over the last year is some guy called HM Revenue and Customs to remind me that I haven't submitted my tax return, which is very thoughtful of him. It's not really necessary because I've submitted my tax returns at the exact time every year for the last 10 years. In fact, I submitted my latest tax return just a couple of days ago and felt a bit sad knowing that HM will go quiet for a bit now. For a little while at least. But give it just a few more months, and I'll start a marathon text messaging cycle all over again. Marketing and spammy text messages might generally be considered quite irritating, but occasionally they come in fairly useful. For example, one of the very last marketing messages to be sent in the year 2010 quite probably helped to save hundreds of lives. A female terrorist, identified only as the Black Widow, was planning on wearing and detonating a suicide vest during the packed-out New Year's Eve celebrations at Red Square in Moscow. Although the Russian authorities released very few details of the mysterious Black Widow, it's now believed that she belonged to a jihadist group which already killed 35 civilians in a terrorist attack at Moscow's Domodedovo airport just a few days earlier. Tightwad Islamist terrorists operating in Russia often use bargain bucket mobile phones as cheap and cheerful detonating devices. The suicide bomber, togged up with explosives, carries the mobile phone in his or her pocket, while the handler, who it has to be said seems to get the better end out of all of this, observes from afar and sends a text message at the moment when they feel maximum damage can be inflicted. Yeah, they don't trust the people with the bombs strapped to their chest. The bomber doesn't get a chance to read the message or even hear the notification beep. The arrival of the message is enough to instantly trigger the suicide vest. Bearing that in mind, it's usually a good idea to keep your phone switched off until you're ready to go boom. Several hours before the New Year's Eve celebrations kicked off in Red Square, the Black Widow was still in a safe house preparing for the fireworks ahead and trying on the suicide vest for size. Oh god, he's going to get attacked. Can't they just have it triggered from a specific number? It's like a message arrives, it's like, hey, Danny! However, she had carelessly left the phone switched on, and when an unexpected text message popped up on the device, it blew her to smithereens before she'd even had a chance to get in the party mood. Quite brilliantly, the message was just a text from a new mobile phone operator, wishing the Black Widow a happy new year. Oh, shit. Cabin fever. When 55-year-old Somalia national Abdullahi Abdi Salam Borla arrived in his wheelchair at the airport in Mogadishu, Somalia, and checked in for his flight to Djibouti in the Horn of Africa. There was little evidence that the family and Chatty Man was part of a sinister plot involving over 10 other guys who actually worked at the airport. Officially, he was travelling for medical reasons and was happy to tell anyone who asked that he was going to get his gammy leg sorted out. In fact, he was hiding a bomb within a laptop, which itself was hidden away in his wheelchair. Oh, there's many layers of bomb hiding. In the plan, orchestrated by Islamist militant group Al-Shabaab, was for Abdullah to get comfy and settled on the plane after he had discreetly removed the laptop from his foldable wheelchair. The bomb would go off on a set timer just as the plane hit cruising altitude, potentially triggering a secondary explosion in the fuel tank and killing 81 people on board. The flight was delayed by an hour, which the passengers probably found quite annoying at the time, but it was an hour's delay that saved their lives. Although Abdullahi boarded Flight 159 that day in 2016, along with all the other passengers, and the Airbus 321 reached a height of 11,000 feet, the short delay meant that his laptop bomb detonated before the plane hit cruising altitude. This meant that the cabin was not yet fully pressurized. There wasn't a huge amount of difference between the air pressure inside and outside the cabin. Oh my, this was extremely lucky. Also, can't you just use like an altimeter trigger or something? Why am I giving tips to terrorists? Although they know this because they've seen movies. There's that movie, it's like Speed, but with a plane, and they have to keep it above a certain altitude or something. Is it Speed 2? No, that's the one with a ship. God, that movie was terrible. When Abdullahi's bomb went off in his lap, it blew a hole in the fuselage above the wing, which was just big enough for unlucky Abdullahi to get sucked out through. But the impact on his fellow passengers was surprisingly minimal. Some of them probably just looked up from their Kindles with a disapproving mutter of silly old bugger, and then went back to reading 50 Shades of Grey. You had to just like see across the aisle, and there's a little explosion, and the guy gets sucked out the hole, you're like, that was close. Well, that's not quite true. 2 other passengers were slightly injured, and the plane was forced to make an emergency landing back at Mogadishu Airport. But Abdullahi certainly seemed to come off worse, as his burning body was propelled from the plane through the fresh doorway to doom, eventually coming to land in a little town called Balad. It wouldn't have done his gammy leg any good at all. The damp squib of an inside job was later revealed to involve 10 people working at the airport, including a police officer, a security screener, an immigration officer, most of whom received prison sentences ranging from 6 months to 4 years. What is going on? All of that is way too short. Also, how on earth did you get 10 people involved in this? Who are like People who work at the airports. This is extremely concerning. Remind me to never fly out of, was it Mogadishu? Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm not planning to. On my itinerary for 2021, I mean, it's not just because of COVID that I'm not flying from Mogadishu to Djibouti this year. If you showed me a map of Africa, I would not be... the only thing I know is that they're probably not in South Africa or Morocco, because I've been to both of those countries and I don't think they're located there. If only the group had paid slightly more attention at Terrorist School, they might have learned something useful from the screening of that educational Roadrunner cartoon where Wile E. Coyote chases after his nemesis while wearing a helicopter helmet stuffed with sticks of dynamite. From memory, I don't think that scene ended well either. It's Roadrunner. It never ends well for the bad guy. Wile E. Coyote's the bad guy? Oh my god, I'm terrible at this stuff. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thank you for watching. Oh no. Just shut the f*** up! Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This one's got absolutely nothing to do with business. It's called The World's Dumbest Criminals. What happens here is Danny writes a script. I will read the script. Sam will add some fine vintage memes. You might be wondering, Simon, how do you get to move around so much? It's because I removed the f***ing desk and now I can roam. The problem is, I don't have a desk to put my coffee in, so I had to move it all the way back here. Should we get on with today's video? Maybe a good idea. The Bronx, Yemen, El Salvador, Cape Town, Lebanon, Rotherham. Each of these notorious crime capitals of the world breeds their own distinctive model of criminal. And if I had a gun pointed at my head, I'd probably suggest that criminals don't come much dumber than the Rotherham variety.
What you say?
But I can recall a true story from years ago, in which a gang of Rotherham youths broke into a house and quickly picked up the most valuable items they could find, including 2 widescreen TVs, a couple of games consoles, a microwave, and a brand new lawnmower. Wow, I can't believe one person in Rotherham owned all these devices. They must be like the king of Rotherham. Before making their way back home at the other end of town. They didn't have access to a getaway car. They didn't fancy lugging all of this heavy stuff back home on foot in full view of the public. So they had to quickly think. If it's a ride-on lawnmower, get it all on the ride-on lawnmower, fire that bad boy off and up and drive away. They eventually decided the best strategy would be to catch a double-decker bus. Nope, that's not something I would think of. Because, one, there's definitely cameras all over that shit, because I'm sure people assault the drivers because people are dicks. And it's no, just don't do it. Just don't do it. So this group of shifty youths stood patiently waiting at the bus shelter for 10 minutes with their fresh haul of massive TV sets and electronic equipment and kitchen appliances and a brand new lawnmower, looking like they just triumphantly walked away from the worst episode of Bullseye ever. It sounds like a pretty great episode if that was all the they won, because as we've discussed on this channel before, the prizes on TV shows, in the past, really sucked. Oh my god, I can't do this with this coffee. I'm just going to put it down on the floor and hope that I don't knock it over. Oh, now the cables are everywhere. Fucking hell. I need a small table, but I don't have one. Also, I'd go to IKEA, but there's COVID everywhere. It's possible Though they might have got away with it, except that as soon as they stepped onto the bus, they realised that none of them had any money. Not wishing to concede defeat at this late stage, they tried bartering for their bus fares by offering the driver the microwave in exchange for a ride home. But the driver didn't seem to be too taken with this new trading model. He probably had his eye on the lawnmower. And whilst all this was going on, one of the passengers got on the blur to the police to report that there was something slightly suspicious about the latest passengers trying to board the bus number 38 to Houghton Roberts. Is that a place? Houghton Roberts? It sounds like a person. Or like a person who has a surname as a first name and a first name and a surname. Although they were eventually ejected from the bus, the police didn't find it too difficult to spot the gang shortly afterward and give them all a slap on the wrist for their antisocial behaviour. Wait, weren't they like burgling someone's house? It'd be like, you've been a bunch of naughty boys! On your way. I mean, I don't know if they deserve to go to prison, but they definitely deserve like a criminal record or something. A more recent news story to hit the Rotherham record in 2014 involved a 26-year-old Rotherhamite. No, it's Rotherhamite. I don't even know. I never really know how to pronounce Rotherham or Rotherham or no one cares. In 2014, involved a 26-year-old Rotherhamite called Ashley Keast, who broke into a house while the occupants were on holiday, very probably living the high life out on Skegness Pier. I feel like this is the most we have ever learned about Rotherham, or the most anyone has ever learned about Rotherham in their life, other than the like child sex scandal, which when you Google Rotherham, the first thing that comes up is some like crazy crimes. It's like, oh, Rotherham is most famous for disgusting crimes. Ashley stole a SIM card, electronic goods and a bit of jewellery, a Rolex watch, and an Audi A4 from the garage, which was later found crashed and abandoned in the town centre. In total, he nicked about £27,000 worth of stuff. What? He nicked a SIM card. Don't you get those for free? SIM card may not sound particularly significant, yes, in comparison to the Audi A4, but in fact it proved to be the downfall of Ashley Keast. Yeah, dude, what are you doing? You're gonna, put that SIM card in your phone and use it? Come on! I mean, I know this is entitled The Dumbest Criminals Ever or whatever, but it's like, f***ing hell, Ashley, get your shit together, son. During the burglary, he shoved the stolen SIM card into another phone and posed for a quick selfie. Oh my god, it's even stupider than we think. Which he posted on WhatsApp so his dodgy mates could see just how productive Ashley's day was turning out to be. Ashley, man, I mean... You think there are dumb people, I think of dumb people, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I know there are stupid people, you can just look at Florida, and it's like, look at all the stories of the crazy Florida men, it's like, bro, what's going on? It's like, Ashley, man, come on. Allegedly. It's okay, Ashley's not gonna sue me, he doesn't know how. He doesn't even know what sue means. He's probably like, yeah, my mum, sue. Ba-da-bum-bum. Ashley was sentenced to 2 years and 8 months in prison after the police paid him a visit and discovered that the stolen Rolex watch was stuffed down the back of the radiator. But that sentence didn't seem long enough for Ashley. It was like, not enough. I want a bit more. So while he was in prison, he arranged for a threatening letter to be sent out to the victim, earning himself an additional 4 years behind bars for witness intimidation. That was an error, old Ashes. Don't do that. It's like, what you do? You're already guilty. You're already in prison. You're serving some time. It's like, if I threaten him, he might come forward and say that it was all a lie and I'll get released from prison. Again, I feel we are just further establishing beyond all reasonable doubt that Ashley is a dumb motherfucker. Or we could say Sue But dumb criminals aren't just exclusively restricted to former mining towns in South Yorkshire. In fact, there are thousands of other cases across the globe which are bad enough to make Rotherham look like an elite guild of master thieves. We're gonna have to get really dumb to be dumber than Ashley. Chip on his shoulder. But I have a feeling we're gonna manage to get there. Oh, for f***'s sake, every time I bend over to pick up my coffee, this lav white wire which runs down the back of my jacket keeps coming over my shoulder. That's what she said. Donald Chip Pugh was a man wanted by police in northwestern Ohio in the city of Lima in early 2016. They posted a mugshot of Chip from previous arrest on the Lima Police Department's Facebook page, seeking out any information on the whereabouts of this fugitive who had failed to turn up to court on a driving under the influence charge. Facebook is such a piece of shit. Alleged. I was just thinking about this morning, because I was talking to my wife, and we were like, yeah, how's the COVID numbers looking? Because we just had our, restrictions. I don't know when this video is going out. Maybe we're all vaccinated against COVID by now, but maybe not. And she's like, yeah, I was checking the Facebook number, the COVID numbers on a Facebook group. And I'm like, why are we doing this? If you Google it, you're going to get numbers from the government. Why do we have to go to Facebook to get numbers? And maybe she's in some legitimate group, but I just so associate Facebook with piece of shit, fake news. It's just like, I can't even take, if I read something on Facebook, I assume it's false. These days I'm just like, it's probably fake. It's probably fake, because Facebook is for dickheads and Karens. So they were seeking information on the whereabouts of this fugitive who failed to turn up to court on a driving under the influence charge. The police were surprised to receive help from an unexpected source. Chip had been horrified when he saw his mugshot on Facebook, but not for the reasons you might expect. Chip just felt the police had used a deeply unflattering photograph. This is not right. Ashley, I apologise. You're not the dumbest ever. This chap is. And he's kind of right. It does look like he just shoved an entire jar of spicy pickled eggs into his mouth and is beginning to experience the first signs of tangible regret. So, to lend a helping hand, Chip texted the police department with a much more laid-back and breezy photograph, accompanied by the brief message which read, "Here is a better one. That one is terrible." Chip, what are you doing? He's going to be standing in front of something that specifically, that says GPS coordinates. This is how stupid he is. The Lima Police Department were happy to update their Facebook post with a new improved photograph explaining this photo was sent to us by Mr. Pugh himself. We thank him for being helpful, but would appreciate it if he could come and speak to us. The absurdity of the situation helped make the post go viral, and Chip quickly found himself in deep fat fryer when he was found and arrested by the police shortly thereafter. Oh, because his name is Chip and he's in a deep fat... Just before he was caught, Chip appeared on a segment of a local radio show in which he explained that he was just so annoyed by the original choice of photograph. The particular radio segment in question was called Idiot of the Day. That's the one you don't want to call into. It's like, look, if you're featured, it's like being featured on Business Place. It's probably not something you want in your life. Oh, and that's that section done. Did he get caught? Yes, he was Okay, moving on. Bandits on four wheels. Forget Bonnie and Clyde. They were bumbling amateurs when compared to Nomi Duchenne and Luis del Castillo. I don't know how to pronounce foreign names. Two knife-wielding women who struck fear into the hearts of the residents of El Paso, Texas. Well, I say that. The thing about Nomi and Luis is that they didn't travel very far. They found the very idea exhausting. So when they hatched a scheme to rob a jewelry store, they decided to keep it very local by choosing the Estate and New Jewelry Store as their target, which just happened to be very conveniently located directly opposite their own apartments. Honestly, though, if I was the police, I'd be like, look, it's not going to be the people in the apartment opposite because no one is that fucking stupid. And someone's like, let's just check just to be sure. The guy who owns the jewelry store is like, yeah, I know who it was. They live opposite. It was a foolproof plan. They didn't have much in the way of cunning disguises or a cool getaway car, so they improvised. Nomi burst into the store brandishing a 12-inch long hunting knife and approached the owner, Linda Bradley, fiercely demanding that she turn over everything. Nomi was wearing a billowing black rubbish sack with 2 holes cut out for her eyes. You could find... Really? You couldn't do anything better than this. You couldn't have gone to the store, I don't know. There's so many things. Literally buy a mask. I mean, they sell... Go to the hiking store and buy a balaclava. I do find, you can go to a store and it's like, yeah, I've worn balaclavas. When I go camping in the winter and you want something covering your face, yeah, you look like a terrorist criminal. But, there's a reason for balaclavas. They're not just for crimes. Also, you can just buy literally anything else to cover your face. Do you have to... they are lazy, but you go into the kitchen and you're like, well, I'm going to commit some pretty serious crimes that risk jail time. This is where I'm going to get my disguise. There's got to be something in here. I'm going to MacGyver the shit out of this. Meanwhile, Louise was patiently waiting outside with their getaway vehicle. It was a wheelchair. Yeah, because disabled people are known for being faster. It appears, although those guys with blade legs, they run faster than the guys with regular legs, right? In the Paralympics. The blade guys are faster. Yeah? Because you got way less weight, and you got some kick-ass blades. But look, they're not doing that. They're getting away in a wheelchair. It's not... Look, they didn't leave the kitchen to get a disguise. They're not going to be like, well, we need to get away fast from the police. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove our legs, we're going to replace them with kick-ass blades, and then we're just going to run away. Although, then it's like, no, it was definitely the guys who live opposite, the guys with blades for legs. I've seen them around. You want to, when someone's got a blade for a leg, you want to be polite. You don't want to stare at the blade for a leg. But you're also going to be like... I'm aware that man has a blade for a leg. Oh, Simon! I don't even see blade legs! I don't even see them! I didn't even notice. It's just like a normal leg to me. Discriminatory son of a... Naomi was going to run the store, hop into the wheelchair, as she'd probably be feeling a bit tired by this point. Louis can then push the wheelchair all the way back home to their apartment just across the road, where they could count up their loot over a nice cup of cocoa. I have no idea how this is going to go wrong. Sadly, Ed reckons on the grim determination of Linda, the store owner. Swiftly assessing the situation, Linda soon came to the conclusion that she wasn't handing over a single damn thing to this pair of clowns. She grabbed a bright pink stun gun and started chasing Naomi around the shop until a customer joined in and wrestled Naomi to the ground. Both Naomi and Lewis were arrested very shortly afterwards, putting an end to the legendary saga of the wheelchair bandits, which surely had the scope to be adapted into a budget challenge movie. Yeah, also, if I was Luis, and I'd be like, oh, shit's going wrong, I'd just be like, get the out of here. It could even spin out into a long-running franchise. I would pay good money to see the follow-up. Bandits on a unicycle and Bandits in a wheelbarrow. Follow me on Facebook for more clues. Everyone has become so immersed in social media in recent years that it's a surprise that I haven't come across a story in which a criminal excitedly checks into the bank he's about to rob. Oh, please, that's so good. Look, if I was robbing a bank, pro tip, leave your f***ing phone at home. Because, look, I don't know, I just assume that I'm being spied on. I just assume I am. But it's nice to see that Facebook is doing its bit to bring criminals to justice, even if the platform has to simply sit back and rely on the sheer stupidity of some of its users. And even then, I like privacy is pretty important. If Facebook were releasing information about people's locations to the FBI or police or whoever, it's Norfolk. What's the FBI in the UK? I guess we don't have one because we don't have federal. It's just the police. Scotland Yard. I don't even know if they're what they do. It's always just what you see on TV when the serious police get involved. I wouldn't like Facebook releasing that data about criminals to Scotland Yard or whatever. That just doesn't feel right. 32-year-old Andrew Hennels from Norfolk in the UK is perhaps the closest thing we'll ever get to a criminal check-in. Just before he planned to carry out an armed robbery at his local branch of Tesco, Andrew posted a sinister souvenir selfie on Facebook in which he accompanied with a catchy caption, "Doing Tesco over." What is up? Just 15 minutes later, Andrew was threatening a staff member of Tesco at knife point and demanding that she empty the till. He left the store with £410 in cash and then made a getaway in a vehicle which he hijacked from an elderly couple in the car park before reaching his final destination of his favourite local pub. Mate, for £410, which I mean is not a small amount of money, but it's not worth going to prison over. It's really not. Also, I brought this story up a bunch of times. I mean, that I worked in a supermarket when I was a kid. And I remember the training. They were like training me on the till. I'm like 16 years old. And they're like, the most important thing you do is if someone comes in and they ask you to empty the till and they threaten you, and I'm like, oh, what do I have to do? Like chase this down? They're just like, just give them everything. Don't press the alarm. Don't do anything. Just give them the money. Don't chase them. Just let them go. And I'm like, I like that policy because honestly, that's what I would have done anyway without question. And I like the fact that I'm not going to get in trouble for that because you know whose money that isn't? Mine. You know how much I care? Not much. Let's hope Andrew ordered half a bitter and a shandy rather than a full pint. It barely sat down before the police burst in to arrest him, and the Facebook post was used as evidence to secure a guilty plea and conviction. Andrew was sentenced by... He's going away for years, right? That is armed robbery and car hijacking. You're going away for a bunch of years, son. Even though it's only £410, I don't think that really matters. Andrew was sentenced by Norwich Crown Court to 4 years in prison. That seems a bit light for armed robbery and carrying a knife as an offensive weapon, and faces an additional 4 years on extended license after his release. I have no idea what extended license is, but I'm assuming it's not like it's not a good license that he's getting extended. Over in Caerphilly in South Wales, Danny, are all the stupid criminals in Britain? 19-year-old Logan James thought it would be fun to taunt over Gwent police. Gwent sounds like a fashion brand, sort of like Gant, but Welsh. When they posted a Facebook appeal in 2015 to help trace the young vagabond. Logan had previously served a prison sentence for wounding, a fray, and being in possession of a knife. Yeah, that's it. In the UK, I believe you can only have a 3-inch knife. That's the longest knife that you can legally carry. Anything longer than that, it's like you can get in trouble. So it's a bit weird when you like come back from IKEA and you get like a full set of knives. It's like, I think you might be committing a crime. I don't know how they deal with that. Also, those people who work for like, what's that alleged pyramid scheme or whatever, like knives. Is that a pyramid scheme? I feel like there's something dodgy about that, allegedly. Those guys in the UK, you couldn't have that because they'd just be like criminals. Just definite deadly weapon carrying criminals. Also because they really ban the out of pyramid schemes in the UK, it's really nice. Like that giant pyramid scheme that is in America that everyone knows, and there's going to be 2 that are regularly brought up in the comments, is banned in the UK in like 99% of its forms because the UK's like, you pyramid scheme. And I'm like, at this point I'd clap my hands together. I put it down on my desk, but I can't. But just imagine me doing it. Sam, maybe introduce the sarcastic clap sound effect right now. But the police now wanted a word in his ear after he breached his release terms by not bothering to show up for his probation meetings. Logan thought it'd be a bit of a laugh to respond to the Facebook post himself. What's going on? What is this? Oh, okay. So he's on the run. COVID. Not really. Relax. Okay, so he replies to the Facebook post asking, like, where he is. Oh, if people can help find him. Haha, catch me if you can. You won't see me slipping. I get the feeling, Logan, that what you're going to be doing is slipping. On the very same day, he got in touch with a news agency to express his poor assessment of Gwent Police's efforts to track him down. He bragged, "They're not going to be able to catch me. I won't let them. I've only been out for a week, so I want to be about a bit longer before going back in. I've been walking around near home, so they're not trying that hard to catch me." Logan was arrested later that day, close to his home. Although clearly they weren't trying, and then some guy was like, well, fuck this prick. Let's just go get him. It looks as if they caught him slipping, very probably on a comedy banana skin. Didn't spill my coffee. And he was back in prison again just last year, again getting involved in a bizarre street brawl involving knives, a plank of wood, and a vacuum cleaner. Holy shit. How do you know? I guess there's some court record of this. Like, what's a vacuum cleaner got to do with it? Meanwhile, in sharp contrast to the earlier story of Donald Chip Pugh, a wanted fugitive in Florida, actually seemed quite taken by a photograph of police for their Wanted of the Week poster campaign. The police were seeking a word with Mac Yearwood following an accusation of battery in 2016, but they're having a spot of bother in tracking him down. Mac helped push things along in the right direction by deciding to adopt the Wanted poster for his profile picture on Facebook. Okay, I mean, that's pretty dumb, but I get that. That's also quite funny. One of his friends I finished my coffee. One of his friends was quite impressed, noting, "Nice mugshot." Mac cheerfully replied, Thanks, buddy. He wasn't quite so cheerful when the police used the account to track him down to his brother's house when Mac was arrested. The Bounty Hunter. Speaking of wanted posters, I'm not sure that they're quite so common or meaningful here in the UK as they are in the United States and many other parts of the world. Yeah, I've never seen one. I mean, obviously I've seen them in like movies and but like you don't see them plastered to like telegraph poles. Also, what the fuck's up with telegraph poles? Why do you still call them telegraph poles? I love the old Wild West Dolls poster which promised a bounty of $500 in exchange for the capture of the notorious food criminal Billy Pancake, dead or alive. Is there a joke I'm missing anyway? Here in the UK, we're more likely to see a poster offering a £5 reward for any information on the whereabouts of a beloved missing cat or his friends, known to his friends and associates as Diddles. Apparently wanted posters are very rarely used to help track down insurgents in Afghanistan as they never yield any positive results. Oh, I know this one. I already know this one. Is this about the like terrorist who turns himself in hope of getting the reward? It's like, dude, no, it's not how it works. I feel like before doing that, you should consult like a terrorist lawyer. But the authorities still decided to give it a shot anyway in 2012 when they put up loads of Be on the Lookout posters for Mohammed Ashan in the southeastern province of Paktika. Mohammed Ashan was suspected to be a mid to low level Taliban commander who had organized improvised explosive device attacks on US and Afghan troops in the east of the country. The posters promised a small finder's fee and the hundreds of dollars for information. I didn't realize it was so low for information leading to his capture. I thought at least he's turning himself in for like, wasn't Osama bin Laden's one like $25 million or something insane? That can't be right. That sounds way too high. Although they really wanted him. Hardly seems worth it for the risks involved in dobbing in a Taliban commander. You'd be better off sticking onto the scent of Billy Pancake. But one foolhardy bounty hunter felt it was a risk worth taking. The enigmatic figure approached a police checkpoint in the district of Sarhauser to announce that he had concrete evidence regarding the location of Mohammed Ashan, and he had good reason to be confident. He was Mohammed Ashan. US Army Specialist Matthew Baker later revealed that Mohammed had pointed excitedly at the poster and then his own face to illustrate the uncanny likeness. When asked the question, "Is this you?" Mohammed nodded enthusiastically and responded with, "Yes, yes. Can I get my reward now?" It's like, dude, come on. What is up? I've heard this story before, but it's still very good, isn't it? Either this guy hadn't fully grasped the concept behind the wanted poster and felt that he'd won a competition, or he really was desperate for that few $100s. Sadly, it appears that you don't end up with the money if you try and claim the bounty in your own head. A US official later declared, "This guy is the Taliban equivalent of the Home Alone burglars. Clearly, this man is an imbecile." Yeah, no shit. I missed the title. Small change. Every master criminal dreams of pulling off that one big last job after which they can retire from the hectic world of immorality, kick off their boots, and enjoy a quiet life of wealthy contentment. 53-year-old Michael Anthony Fuller from North Carolina felt that he'd come up with his own grand counterfeiting master plan in 2011, and it was so beautifully simple. All it required was the forging of a single note, $1 million note. What are you going to do? Take it to the store and cash it in, you dumb f***? It's quite likely that Michael didn't forge the note himself. Considering the lunacy of his plan, I'd be surprised if he had the mental agility to tie his own shoelaces. It probably picked up the note ready-made from an online novelty store. Once he had the $1 million note in his possession, he happily I feel like this isn't a crime. It's not even a crime. It's just, this is so stupid that he'd go to court and the lawyer's defense would be like, obviously he's innocent, judge. It was a joke. Even if he's like, dude, it wasn't a joke. I was really hoping to... Shut the f*** up! Once he had the $1 million note in his possession, he happily skipped along to his local branch of Walmart in Lexington, where he went on a little shopping spree. He picked up a microwave, vacuum cleaner, lots of other little treats, which came to a grand total of $476. He then produced the $1 million note at checkout, expecting about $999,524 in change. At a Walmart. It's hard. The only thing I know about... I went to a Walmart once. They had a machete for $3. There's not going to be $1 million in that till, is there? That's a lot of machetes. It's hard to know what must have been going through the cashier's mind at this point. Maybe he was initially worried that he might not have enough change in his till to cover the transaction. He wasn't worried about that. Or maybe he quietly pondered over the fact that the highest value US dollar bill in circulation is only $100. But it's equally hard to figure out what was going through Michael's mind too. If he was going to try and get away with presenting a fake $1 million note, why didn't he go on a slightly higher end shopping trip? Why did he do this at all? Why would you limit yourself to local Walmart and only bother racking up such a relatively tiny bill? It's like one of those nuisances who walks into a shop to buy a packet of tea bags with a £50 note. He should at the very least have tried using the alternative tactic of walking briskly away from the till with the friendly departing words, "Keep the change," instead of holding it out his hand for the expected $999,524. Sadly, Michael didn't quite succeed in pulling off his big last job. The cashier called the police and Michael was charged with attempting to obtain goods under false pretense and forging money. I can't go, he's just too stupid to go to prison. He's one of those guys where it's like, yeah, we ran an IQ test on it, came back as 6. We can't charge him, he doesn't have the mental capacity to be a criminal. Allegedly. Although it's been difficult to trace exactly what happened to Michael afterwards, it would appear that all charges were eventually dropped. Good. I mean, come on. You'd suspect this was probably more out of pity than anything else, and maybe there's hope yet for those lost souls in rubber. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. If you'd like to get your hands on some merch, keep calm and blaze on. Mwah! Purchasethemerch.co. Thank you for watching. Is that a pyramid scheme? But then some guy just starts ranting about how much he loves the Nazis, and then he starts taking a shit in my lamp. Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy, B.O.I. with the Blaze, Simon. This is cashing in on conspiracy theories. I believe we've mentioned this before, at least I've mentioned it somewhere. There was someone who made like a 5G dongle protection that you plug into your computer and it protects you from 5G. I mean, obviously it doesn't. 1, because it does absolutely nothing, and 2, there is no need to protect yourself from 5G because it is not harmful whatsoever. If you disagree with that, smash the dislike button and off. This video is going to offend you, and I don't care. Also, speaking of cashing in, this is probably my favorite thing I've made yet for the merch store. And by made, I mean, I told my designer I wanted my face with the cool glasses on it and to say OGBB, and obviously he did the rest of the work because, please, I'm far too busy being the talent. OGBB, if you don't know, is Original Gangster Business Blaze. And people will be like, well, how do you know if they're Original Gangster for Business Blaze? And I'll be like, well, look, this channel only has 200-something thousand subscribers. So I would say you're all OG right now, because when this channel is big, you know, around the 100 mil, 150 mil mark subscribers, those people will be the original gangsters. And the other reason is they'll just be like, well, Simon, can't they just go to the merch store and buy that later? And be like, no, you can't. Because as of the date of publication of this video, this t-shirt will only be on sale for 2 weeks. And then it will never go on sale again. Allegedly. No, I'm not going to sell it again. And also I recommend you getting green for obvious reasons. I could vividly remember the ominous rumbling and the violent crackling in the skies as the horse and carriage came to a halt, and I was ordered by the driver to disembark. I love it when Danny starts us off with a story. If you're new here, Danny writes me a script. I will read it. I'll add some comments that are kind of unnecessary. And it'll be like, Simon, why don't you just read the script, fat boy? Just read the script. Stop telling the same jokes over and over again. And Sam adds some memes. I was on my way to a derelict castle in the remote wilderness of Prague to deliver my first Business Blaze script by hand to the man of a shadow. To the man of shadow. Oh, okay, I see. Who hid under the cloak of the name Simon Whistler. It's my dark passenger. The driver refused to go the whole distance, so he dropped me off a few miles north of the castle, explaining that he didn't want to frighten the horses. I don't want to have to trap those horses in the basement, do I, Danny? And he carelessly threw my luggage onto the ground before speeding off into the blanket of night. And I reflected on how Uber had really gone downhill lately. I'd love Uber for like Amish Uber. It's just like you've got Uber, Uber XL, Uber Black, Uber Amish. Uber Amish sounds like some sort of really intense Amish person. Like, yeah, I'm Uber Amish. When you think of Amish, I am like the Uber Mensch. I am the Uber Amish. I had spent the bumpy journey jotting down notes and ideas in my journal for forthcoming Business Blaze scripts, including some fried golden nuggets of wisdom on how to become a successful entrepreneur. I didn't really get very far with that bit, to be honest. Not that it mattered, as the channel was destined to take quite a different direction anyway. It was never going to be a business advice channel, Danny. It was going to cover business news. What does it matter? That's not what we do. It's not what this has become. Looking back now through the blood-spattered pages, also, who the would take business advice from me? Through the blood-spattered pages, I can just make out the following 2 entrepreneurial tips. Here we go. Number 1. Design an amazing product that finally solves a problem which has been hindering the progress of mankind for years. Try not to lose the plot when you become fabulously wealthy. I mean, that is all good advice. I mean, that is kind of inventing, right? Number 2, target conspiracy theorists with a product that does precisely and charge the earth for it. Try not to lose the plot too much when you become fabulously wealthy. Alex Jones is going to come up in this one, isn't he? He's like, you gotta take my magic pills! It's like, Alex, calm down.
Daddy, chill.
What happened next on my fateful journey to the castle is a secret lost to all but the branches of the Whispering Pines. But that last tip in the journal has turned out to be quite useful as a starting point for discussing how to cash in on conspiracy theories and squeeze money out of gullible fools. It's only relatively recently that making money from conspiracy theories has developed into such a lucrative enterprise. In the past, you might have had a bunch of people who believed that the moon landings were faked or that a flying saucer crash landed in Roswell in 1947, but there's not much you can do with that crowd other than try and flog them a t-shirt or a novelty keyring. And we'll cover merchandise spin-offs in just a moment. Speaking of merch, have you seen this t-shirt? One possible... Oh, I already see Alex Jones. I can see his name right here. I already saw it. It's like your eyes are drawn to it. Like you can't look away. One possible but very tricky long-term career goal is to become a figurehead for a movement rooted in conspiracy theories, such as David Icke or Alex Jones, and get stinking rich from books and public appearances and And we'll be covering those two scallywags too. There's going to be so much allegedly and in my opinion, and I will just preface this whole thing by saying that this is all allegedly, unless we have proven crimes, which I don't know if we do, and it's all very much my opinion. In fact, I could double this and say, like, this is the opinion of someone who might have that opinion. But the relatively recent advent of Wi-Fi and 5G, along with the associated brain-frazzling radiation, whoa, but it doesn't do anything, has now delivered a solid business opportunity to provide protection from a problem that doesn't exist. Danny, you had me worried for a second. I thought they'd got to you too. An alarmingly big chunk of the population is happy to hand over bags of money in exchange for a product which they believe will help save them from the 5G apocalypse. I do think I would be quite good at this. Like, if I believed in conspiracy theories and was into all of, but I could never believe in the products because I knew I would still know the products would be fake. Even if I believed that 5G causes like all sorts of problems, I could never believe that the fake USB thing that I bought from China is real. And then I'd be like, nah, I'm not a piece of shit. I might believe in conspiracy theories, but I'm not piece of shit enough to rip people off that bad. Although, I mean, considering the price of the stickers in my merch store, let's just move on.
You hypocrite.
But I think I could get really into it. Like, Alex Jones, he's just... I assume he's just playing a character, right? Because no one's that crazy. Buy some stuff! Making a profit from conspiracy theorists has never been so easy. It's like taking candy from a fish or shooting babies in a barrel. Oh my god, Danny, you mixed that metaphor. Here are some mind-melting examples. I don't know why I went into, like, Southern Preacher, but I feel like those Southern Preachers are along the same lines as these guys. Like, you know, the conspiracy theorists who are plugging all their shit. The Southern Preachers are like, you gotta give to God. If you give to God, it will come back to you fivefold. You give me $100, you give me 10% of every paycheck you make, I will send that back through the power of the Lord. I'll save him. But it doesn't work. Please stop it. In the interest of safety, please only watch the rest of this video if you're wearing your Wengash anti-radiation underwear made from 100% silver. Sprinkle some OG Business Blaze references in there. The anti-5G USB stick. Have I covered this somewhere else, or did we do it on Business Blaze previously? Is Danny recycling the scripts? Danny! I don't know about you, but when I'm shopping around for a memory stick, I usually seek the peace of mind from knowing that it comes packaged with a holographic nanolayer technology which will create a quantum biological shield around my home. It's not really too much to ask, is it? What the is a quantum biological shield? It's not real. You just stick 3 words together, like a fractal chemical shield. Sure, why not? Blockchain, science-based barrier. The 5G BioShield USB key seems to be just the ticket. Developed by 2 mysterious individuals known as Elijah Baby Lakasevitz and Jack Bauer. Like Jack Bauer? Jack Bauer, what have you been doing? In 2020, we'll warn you now that products are fairly pricey for a thumb drive with a capacity of a mere 128 megabytes. What do you do with that?
Stick it up your ass.
What can it do? Yeah, it can store 4 seconds of video. The product is currently available at the new sale price of £278. But or for a value bundle of 3 you can get for £785. But just consider what you get for your money. According to the original marketing copy, through a process of quantum oscillation, the 5G BioShield USB key balances and reharmonizes the disturbing frequencies arising from the electric fog induced by devices such as laptops, cordless phones, Wi-Fi, tablets, etc. The 5G BioShield USB key restores the coherence of the geometry of the atoms, which allows a perfect induction for life forces by recreating a cardiac coherence. Just stop. It's just a bunch of words, you idiots, allegedly. That sounds kind of cool for something which at first glance looks like any other USB stick, but just has a sticker on the front. In fact, when the website Pen Test Partners decided to investigate and break down the components of the product, what they actually discovered was something that looked like any other USB stick with a sticker on the front. What a shocker! It's quite staggering that anyone is still trying to flog a 128 megabyte thumb drive in the first place, but Pen Test Partners revealed that this £278 memory stick is nothing more than the kind of cheap unbranded stick you can pick up for £5. Dude, if you're buying a 128 megabyte memory stick for £5, you're getting ripped off. But with a standard sticker on the front with a value of about a penny. No other components were found, and the test revealed zero signs of any quantum holographic catalyzer technology at work. What a surprise. Because quantum holographic catalyzer technology is not a real thing. It'd be like, yeah, it's got spells in it. And we opened it up, we found no spells. Shocking. Although trading standards offices are currently seeking to halt sales of the product, you can still order it online at the time of writing this script. This is the problem with the internet. It's like, yeah, if this was trying to be sold in some trading standards, is like, I don't know what you Americans call it, but it's the organization, the governmental organization that makes sure that people are not selling fake and ripping people off. And if a company rips you off, you report them to trading standards. It's like a Karen thing, but also a pretty good organization. But the problem with the internet is like, yeah, they'll just sell it online. I'd go for the value bundle though. You could save yourself £49. Don't buy this for God's sake. And it's a shame that Pen Test Partners didn't publish their findings before the 5G Advisory Committee of Glastonbury in the UK published the conclusions of the town's official inquiry into the dangers of 5G in the spring of 2020. This bizarre report is happy to recommend the use of a £278 thumb drive with a sticker on the front. Someone got bribed! Someone got bribed. Allegedly. Or someone is just like absolute mini brain. But then it also mentions that 5G will cause birds to fall out of the sky and will lead to a significant rise in suicide rates and nosebleeds. So Glastonbury's 5G Advisory Committee are clearly just completely off their tits. It's like it's Glastonbury Festival all year round at the Glastonbury Advisory Committee. They're just like dropping acid like some motherfuckers all year. The Faraday cage for Wi-Fi routers. Wait, if you put your Wi-Fi router in a Faraday cage, that ain't gonna work. When the acclaimed English scientist Michael Faraday invented the Faraday cage in 1836, he couldn't possibly have the foggiest notion that nearly 2 centuries later, people would still be abusing the name of his invention in increasingly lunatic ways. The Faraday cage is, of course, who doesn't know this? Who would not know what a Faraday cage is? Those idiots! It's a container made of metal, made from conducting metals such as wire mesh or metal plates, which is designed to completely block electromagnetic fields from creeping inside. Keep that 5G out! Microwave ovens, airplane, passenger compartments, and even elevators are all essentially Faraday cages which protect humans from electrical charges, and this explains why it's always really difficult to get a good phone signal from inside a microwave. Yeah, I always struggle with that. And the Faraday suit is an extension of this idea, protecting power line engineers from the risk of electrocution when they work on high voltage lines. The Faraday Wi-Fi router shield is another clever extension of this idea, available in a range of different models from, melange. Is that a word? I learn new words. It's really, like people are like, you don't know the word melange. You're so dumb, you got tiny brain. From reputable companies, the product serves as a cage for your potentially lethal Wi-Fi router. The only way your Wi-Fi router can be lethal is if you open it up and have just a good chew on it around where the plugs are. Don't do that. Or if someone dropped it on your head from a really high height. And it claims to provide up to 95% protection from deadly electric and magnetic fields, or EMFs, emanating from your device. Prices for these metal boxes range from $89 to $250. If the customer tries switching their brain on for just a fleeting seconds, they should realize there are only 2 ways that this can go. Outcome 1 is that the product isn't really an effective Faraday cage at all. The customer's just paying $250 on a useless metal box. I'm going to guess option 2 is that it does work, and then you're like, well, I don't have a Wi-Fi signal. Outcome 2 is that the product really does block electromagnetic fields, in which case it will render your router useless, as you won't be able to pick up a Wi-Fi signal. Many of the product listings emphasize the point that the cages only provide 95% protection from non-existent death rays, but this just seems to suggest that your Wi-Fi signal is only getting weakened by a mere 95% instead of getting cut off completely. Most of the Amazon reviews angrily reported a significant drop in the strength of the customer's internet signal when they placed their router inside a metal box. I feel like some secret eugenics Illuminati committee invented this. They put it up on Amazon, and then everyone who left this sort of review, they're like, they're the first people we kill. That is the only explanation. My favorite query came from a guy who posted the question, do you guys sell anything else? I was thinking of getting some kind of screen that can cover and block my TV when I'm trying to watch it. Now, you got to be careful, mate, because the eugenics Illuminati might take you seriously and pop you off when they finally take over. And you'd be like, I was being sarcastic, please. No! And this is only the tip of the iceberg. A quick search of the internet will uncover a booming market for all kinds of other EMF protection products. You can now buy 5G shielding wall paints, bracelets, maternity belly bands for your unborn child. We're ripping off the pregnant mothers as well. Underwear, blankets, harmonizing plugs and phone cases, all designed to save your brains from being mashed up into butternut squash soup. Alas, if you buy any of this nonsense, I fear it may be too late. It is too late. If you bought this stuff, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but you're really dim. The QAnon shop. One of the biggest and easiest money spinners of recent years has been the idea that selling any old QAnon stamp to an audience of blindly devoted followers is a good idea. I'm sure we don't need to go into too much detail on the story of QAnon itself, although it's strangely mesmerizing when you start saying it out loud. QAnon. They did give it a great name. Like, QAnon is a solid name for a conspiracy theory. Beginning life as a series of posts on the 4chan message board from a mysterious figure with an alleged high level of US security clearance known only as Q, it quickly developed into a sinister far-right conspiracy cult which proposed that President Trump was waging a secret war against a group of elite Satan-worshipping cannibalistic pedophiles who are at the very heart of government. I'm thinking of a new merch item. It just says Q and not. The Ruthless Ring of Devil. I think anti-conspiracy merch would be a good one. Like I've mentioned in previous videos, you shouldn't be fighting conspiracy theories by being like, that's dumb. Because you should be fighting them with anti-conspiracy theories, like Q or not. I think that's a good one. The Ruthless Ring of Devil Worshippers was alleged to have included Hillary Clinton, Oprah Winfrey, and Tom Hanks. Please, Tom Hanks would never be involved in anything sinister. He's a total legend. As Los Angeles Magazine puts it, QAnon is founded on the theory that Donald Trump is God and Tom Hanks is the devil, and I find that very difficult to get on board with. Yeah, it's the wrong way round. Some of the cryptic messages posted by Q over the years are strangely contradictory, while many of the predictions have notably failed to materialize. Shocking. For example, no smoking gun video of Hillary Clinton ever emerged. Pope Francis was not arrested on felony charges. Mark Zuckerberg did not leave Facebook and flee the United States. Angela Merkel has not been officially identified as Adolf Hitler's granddaughter. Oh, I didn't even know half of these. I didn't even know any of these. And Donald Trump was not re-inaugurated in 2021 after proving that the election results were rigged. I did know that. But the followers got around these flaws by suggesting that deliberate misinformation is being sown into Q's messages to confuse the enemy. Clever. A leaked memo from the FBI in 2019 declared QAnon to be a domestic terror threat, but Trump himself wasn't quite so keen to join in the condemnation. Of course not. They vote for him. After retweeting several messages from QAnon supporters, he revealed, I've heard these are people who love our country. I don't know much about the movement other than I understand they like me very much, which I appreciate. That's not unfair though, is it? It's like, yeah, all these like crazies like me. I mean, I appreciate the like. I don't know much about why they're crazy. Fair enough, Trump. I mean, don't retweet them, but I get why you're like, yeah, they vote for me. You're self-interested. Most of us are. That's okay. One of the movement's most high-profile supporters is Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Jesus, really? He very briefly served as Trump's first national security advisor before resigning over allegations that he had misled the FBI, had misled the FBI over his communications with the Russian ambassador. That doesn't sound good. After initially pleading guilty to a felony, there followed a couple of years of pointless legal wrangling in the courts before Trump gave his good old buddy a presidential pardon. Presidential pardons are weird, right? It's just like, you could go free, and you could go free, and you could go free. So what is going on? Why are you allowed to do this? You're not a king. You're not an emperor. That shouldn't be it. It's not king. Like, I don't think the Queen ever pardons anyone. I mean, of course she pardons people. Like, she'll pardon, like, Alan Turing or some because he was convicted of being gay, and he was a national hero. And it's like, well, that's absurd. Of course he should get a pardon. But she's not like, you know, hey, you with the Russian links. Pardoned. Woo! Since then, the country's former national security advisor has pledged an oath to QAnon and happily promotes QAnon-branded t-shirts and caps and with the promise that every purchase helps in the fight against fake news. There's even a theory that that Flynn could actually be none other than the mysterious Q himself. Good lord. Allegedly. And all this helped QAnon develop into a lucrative industry in its own right. Up until just a few weeks before writing the script, the internet was flooded with tens of thousands of QAnon-themed products, including t-shirts, coffee mugs, bumper stickers, pet collars, books, earrings, commemorative gold coins. I am doing my merch all wrong. I need to start a conspiracy theory and start selling merch, because people like, you guys love Business Blaze, and I love that you do. But I mean, I don't have that kind of loyalty that a conspiracy theory gets. Because you're like meeting someone and you're having dinner. I don't know, you're a group of friends or whatever. I don't even remember what it's like because of COVID. But like, you know, when you meet someone, if they're into conspiracy theories, it'll be 5 minutes before they're telling you that 9/11 was an inside job, blah, 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 blah. And all I hear is, sheeple,
See? Nothing to be frightened about.
Ag!
It's worth pointing out that many of the vendors weren't necessarily nutters or conspiracy theorists or even Trump supporters. They were just riding the wave of a trend, albeit a very peculiar trend involving devil-worshipping paedophile cannibals and making a quick buck from the buzz. They may find it harder to work now, though. Following the storming of the Capitol in early 2021, it was revealed that many of the terrorists were wearing QAnon-branded clothing, and 2 of the people who lost their lives were QAnon fanatics. In the wake of this, major retailers including Amazon, eBay, and Etsy have announced a blanket ban on any QAnon-branded merchandise. Can I do Q and not? Teespring? Can I do Q and not? Tom Hanks is probably quite relieved that this ridiculous money pit finally appears to be getting filled in, and not just with the rotting carcasses of his victims. Wait, what is Tom Hanks? Is Tom Hanks actually like one of these people that the QAnon think are bad? You gotta choose someone at least believable. Like, I get it, like Hillary Clinton, sure, like, I don't know, she's a politician. They're all, you know, that's okay. But Tom Hanks? Why? The cash king of conspiracy theories. The ultimate path to reaping riches from conspiracy theories is to spend years cultivating an image as a figurehead of truth, and then fleece bags of money from your blindly devoted followers. The likes of David Icke and Alex Jones may sell themselves as revolutionary heroes who are exposing the secrets of the ruling elite, but they make a pretty decent living out of it too. I'm not sure if David Icke is particularly well known in the United States. He's kind of like the UK version of Alex Jones. I'd never heard of him until recently, and then I heard of him and I was like, wow, I'm really glad that I only heard of you recently, and now I'm trying not to hear of you ever the again. A former goalkeeper with Hereford United football team, really? I can just about remember the days when he started presenting the sports news roundup on the BBC during the 1980s. Back then he seemed like quite a gentle, humble and likeable guy. He still seems quite nice and likeable when he jacked in his journalistic career, briefly signed up with the Green political party and announced in a press conference that he had suddenly discovered he was the son of a godhead. What? And you just felt a bit sorry for him when he made a memorable appearance on a chat show with the legendary broadcaster Terry Wogan in 1991. The studio audience openly laughed in ridicule as David Icke revealed that he'd now heard voices from the spirit world which warned him that the world would end in 1997. No, turns out it's 2021 and we're still waiting. After a series of devastating hurricanes and natural disasters, he also explains that within just a few months' time, Los Angeles would become an island. Is he just not familiar with geography? Whilst New Zealand and the UK county of Kent, hey, that's where I'm from, would disappear underwater. That didn't happen. I don't remember that at all. And things just got balmier from there. Over the next few years, Icke shared his theory that the British royal family are actually a bunch of 12-foot-long extraterrestrial shape-shifting lizards. Well, how can they be 12 foot long if they're shape-shifting? Who are part of a wider conspiracy to keep mankind in a state of total fear so that they can feed off negative energy. I'm not living in total fear at all, though. Apparently the Queen Mother was the chief toad. These days, David Icke doesn't appear quite so gentle and likeable, as he continues to claim that 9/11 was a conspiracy and that 5G is intricately linked with COVID-19. I saw him do an interview about this, it was on a channel where someone was absolutely ripping it to shreds, that's the only reason, and I'm like, this is not right. He does so with a permanently angry and quite disarming stare, as if he's daring you to disagree with him. I disagree with you. I think anyone who's got half a brain would disagree with you. And also, why are we listening to a goalkeeper? It's like, what's your academic background? What's your qualifications? Oh, I played goalie for Hertfordshire United or whoever the f***. You didn't even play for a good team. I've never even heard of Hertfordshire. I mean, I've heard of the place. Or what was it? Hereford. No one cares. Even if he played goalie for Arsenal or something like that. Or, I don't know, is Arsenal a good team anymore? The top team. Chelsea United. It's still no, that doesn't mean you're smart. It doesn't mean you're smart. It just means you don't even kick the ball well. You jump in front of it. Fucking hell, David. Allegedly. But he surely must have plenty to be happy about. He's published over 20 books, which have sold over 20 million copies in total. Oh, God. And he's undertaken endless sellout arena lecture tours in 25 different countries. When it was put to him by a journalist that he must have millions in the bank, David gave a scornful reply that the figures quoted by the press are outrageous and don't explain why he lived in a one-bedroom flat for 20 years, but he's failed to provide a more accurate picture of his accrued wealth. Well, he doesn't have to, but also it is 20 million books is a lot of books, bro. He can't be doing too badly. His books alone have raked in millions of pounds worth of sales. His regular sellout lectures can fetch £83,000 per show. What the f***? Again, this is another reason why I shouldn't have spent my time on YouTube. I just should have started a conspiracy theory. Cue or not. And he makes a stack of money from selling advertising space on his website, selling tickets to his exclusive multimedia platform, Iconic, for £99 a throw, and from flogging shitty health products such as body biotics for children. Maybe he just really likes that one-bedroom flat. Then, of course, you have Alex Jones. Oh, God. Allegedly. Who I like to think of the US version of Alex Jones. I can't mentally envisage Alex Jones without conjuring up an image of a furious man ranting and raving like a baby throwing a tantrum. His appearances on UK television usually devolve into chaos and a quick cut to an advert break. Cut to break! Cut to break! He's losing it! He lost it years ago. Why would a UK TV show put Alex Jones on it? And he'll be like, Simon, you can't take away my rights to free speech. It's like, yeah, okay, you can do whatever the on your platform. But it's like, that doesn't mean like the media have to entertain you. It'd be like if Alex Jones wrote to me like, Simon, I want to come on Business Blaze and defend myself. I'd be like, fuck off. And it'd be like, you're impinging on my free speech. It's like, no. It's like, I'm hosting a party and you're just not invited. F off.
And you can't sit with us.
And this whole thing with like people being kicked off Twitter and all of this, it was like, yo, if I had a big party, let's call that party Twitter House Party. And I invited a bunch of people. And they all came round and they were all talking and insulting each other because it's Twitter. But then some guy just starts ranting about how much he loves the Nazis. And then he starts taking a shit in my lamp. I'm going to be like, you gotta leave. And they'd be like, nope, I don't have to leave. Free speech. I'd be like, bro, this is my house. Get the out. I know there's more intricacies to that. But still. The popular radio show host, publisher and director of the InfoWars website and America's leading and most prolific conspiracy theorist has certainly come up with some bizarre claims over the years. He reckons that the US government was behind the Oklahoma City bombing. The Bush administration was behind the 9/11 attacks. And that the governments of the world are manipulating the weather to murder people on demand, and the chemicals in the water are turning America's frogs gay. For some reason, he also insists that Michelle Obama is transgender. What? And was originally born Michael, pointing out the pleats in her dresses and trousers, which apparently hide a penis. She has kids! Along with the claim that Obama once accidentally called her Michael, which he didn't. And even if he did, who cares? But it can't have gone unnoticed that the most paranoid man in America spends about a quarter of his radio show promoting his own products, which just happen to be the alleged solutions to the conspiracy theories, which take up the other 3/4 of his time. How is this? I don't understand how this is legal, right? Where's trading standards? Come on, or like American trading standards. Get it together, come on, allegedly. Jones has sold bucket loads of dietary supplement pills which are meant to be an effective treatment for COVID-19. Oh, what are you doing, Alex? Despite the fact that they barely contain anything of value at all, he also sells colloidal silver toothpaste, brain pills, and bulletproof vests, along with the obligatory mugs and t-shirts and shit. Although he likes to play down his wealth, a court testimony in 2014 revealed that Jones pulls in revenue of over $20 million a year from the InfoWars websites alone. That is absolutely insane. And that was 2014. I had no idea who the Alex Jones was in 2014. Now everyone knows who Alex Jones is. I'm going to bet that he's making a lot more money than that now. Now, I often wonder if either David Icke or Alex Jones have ever have lingering moments of self-doubt. I hope so, but I doubt it. Could it be that they're still... It's like fucking Dr. Cockface with the anti-vaccines. Could it be that they still genuinely believe every single theory that they proposed? Or have they ever had a change of heart? Have they pushed themselves to the brink of genuine madness? Or do they know exactly what game they're playing and they're just acting out a role designed to make as much money as possible? Allegedly. I won't say where my beliefs lie, but I bet you can guess. Whatever the truth of the matter, it's going to be harder in the future for them to push their dire warnings and their tatty merchandise, allegedly, to their armies of largely white angry males, as the pair of them have recently been banned from just about every social media platform going. And I have to admit that I'm not sure if denying these people a platform is the right course of action, or whether it just drives the same arguments and theories underground where they become more powerful because they can't be publicly challenged. But here's a final sobering thought. Some people reckon that poking fun at conspiracy theories and sharing the most absurd examples with a wide audience is the worst thing you can possibly do. Oh no! Because even if it's done with comical intentions, you're still helping to spread the fundamental idea, and this will most likely attract new followers, the very cause that you were meant to be mocking. In which case, our sincere apologies. And if anyone knows where they can get hold of enough 5G shielding paint to cover 4 fairly dank walls for less than £350, please give me a call. Not on my mobile phone though, I keep that in the microwave for now, just to be on the safe side. This video, this was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? Thank you for watching.
Buy some stuff!
Steady on, Danny.
Shadow Legends.
Yeah, I'm probably going to include that. That was me testing my mic, and the first thing that came to my mind while testing the mic is Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends. And I mean, I guess that's because this video is the world's most shameless promotions, and it's brought to you by Raid. It's not. It's not. They keep emailing me. So you've never seen my show. I know you haven't, because it's... Dear creator. Dear Mr. Blaze. Would you like to be sponsored by Raid? I was on Twitter this morning, and someone had tagged me on a thread with Linus from Linus Tech Tips. Also, speaking of, that guy's got like 300,000 followers, and he's not verified. So I immediately saw it, and he was saying like how you guys don't like Raid Shadow Legends, huh? And I was like, oh, this is like a parody account because it's not verified. And then I click on it, see it's really him, or at least an imposter with 300,000 followers. And then I realized in his last video done a Raid Shadow Legends ad, and all of the comments are just like, that was a real Raid Shadow Legends ad? It wasn't a joke? I mean, Raid has taken it to another level, hasn't it? Because no one watches a Raid ad and is like, yeah, I'm going to get Raid. It's just like, what is going on? Also, I'm still waiting for my checks because I talk enough about raids that I do feel like they should actually be paying me. Do you fancy making shitloads of money very quickly without breaking any laws or investing much effort? Boy, do I, Danny. If the answer is no, it's not, Danny. Then you were clearly born in the wrong time, in the wrong universe, and as the wrong species. What is with our species? It's like, yeah, I'd like to get rich, but I don't really want to do any work.
Yeah, I know what it comes with, but it's not what I want.
Or maybe this is just a secret test to ascertain your levels of devotion to communism, and you've passed with flying colours, comrade! In which case, advance to go, how did you pass? I said no. I said, yes, I would like to make shitloads of money with making no effort. Come on! And everyone's like, Simon, you make videos on the internet. You have this! And share it with everyone else in your neighbourhood. Oh, God. There should be a communist version of Monopoly, where it's just like, yeah, you pass go, collect $200, and then give it back to the state. If the answer is that yes, then here's a cunningly simple 3-step plan, which is guaranteed to bring in bags of gold coins. Ooh, business plays get rich quick scheme. Get ready. Number 1, launch a new YouTube channel. Don't do that. Most people don't make it work. It can be about anything you want. Recipes, unboxings, reaction videos. Reaction to reaction videos. That's a good one, actually. Anything that tickles your... Reacting to reaction video. I've actually seen some of these. If you're at a complete loss, just pretend it's meant to be about business or something. Oh, ba-da-bum-bum. Very clever, Danny.
Patrick, you're fired.
Try and get a few subscribers. Yeah, that's, I feel like that's the question mark thing, where it's like, have good idea, question, profit. You know, the Reddit meme or whatever. Number 3, sit back and wait for the inevitable email. Oh, by the way, I have a subreddit, reddit.com/r/Simon Whistler. There's like 1,000 people on there. It's embarrassing. Please, take my Reddit numbers to less embarrassing levels. Overall, I have something like, 6-point-something million YouTube subscribers, and my subreddit has 1,000 people. It's a little bit awkward. Number 3, sit back and wait for the inevitable email from the marketing team at Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, 2 paragraphs in and we finally got there. Offering you a ton of money to sell your soul to the Dark Lord Siroth. I think Danny, he mentioned on Twitter that he actually played Raid Shadow Legends as in research for this script. So I guess Dark Lord Siroth is actually a thing. If anyone actually plays Raid, let me know, and then go flog yourself and uninstall Raid. I was going to explain the plot and the gameplay of the freemium mobile game Raid Shadow Legends, and even had a few goes on it myself for research purposes. Big brain. But I was worried that I'd send Simon to sleep before he got even past the introduction of the video. I'm sure you've already got a rough idea of what it is. Anyway, it's a fantasy-themed, turn-based, role-playing game. I honestly didn't. Anytime I see a Raid Shadow ad, I'm like, skip, motherfucker! Forward 10 seconds 6 times, and then if they're still going on, do it more! Do it more! Oh, I have to shout less. I finished last week's Business Blaze recordings. I did 3 on one day because it was after the holidays and it destroyed me. And my voice was sore for the whole week. I still feel like my throat is a little bit swollen. It was really uncomfortable. Every time I was eating, I was like, why do I shout so much? You drive through story-driven campaigns while engaging in dreary turn-based combat with other characters, picking up coins and gems and and raising an army to ultimately defeat Dark Lord Siroth. There you go. You'd think that a game set in a fantasy world would be populated with mysterious creatures, and it should be quite enchanting and captivating for those who like that sort of thing. I hate this. Anytime it's like there's dragons and I'm f***ing out. So I really wouldn't like it anyway. And Danny also says, even if you like it, it's a bit shit. It's kind of like the smartphone equivalent of doing the dishes or taking out the garbage. Once you get past the fairly swishy graphics, you soon realize that the whole plot of the game is fantasy by numbers. There's not a single shred of real imagination or creativity to be found anywhere in the game. Oh, Danny, you're spilling the tea! Which is a phrase that I first heard, a year ago, when you know, tea meaning like gossip. And I hated it. And I was like, oh, it sounds like, you know, what my grandma would use to describe gossip. And now I really like it. And the gameplay is often just repetitive and monotonous to the point where playing it feels like a long-winded chore. It takes absolutely ages to achieve anything remotely useful or rewarding. If this video gets 10,000 likes, I will install Raid Shadow Legends, and I don't know how to live stream. But if I can figure it out, we'll live stream Raid, and I'll absolutely rip the shit out of it unless they pay me. That's not blackmail. I realise that sounded really like I'm blackmailing them. I'm not. Just if they sponsor me, obviously I'll say nice things about them. But you know, always with a bit of this. Unless, of course, you speed things up a bit by getting out your wallet. And this, of course, is the real story behind Raid Shadow Legends. And it's so blatant that it's beggars belief. Danny, we know this. It's not about crafting a multi-layered storyline or creating an immersive gaming world. It's about testing your patience to the point where you surrender to the temptation of handing over your credit card details so that you can buy upgrade packs and progress through the game without spending months slogging it out on your phone screen to achieve something as simple as earning a nice little amulet. It's pretty much impossible to compete with other players or get anywhere in the game without forking out a lot of real money. This pay-to-play thing, I feel like this is new. And then the other day I was thinking about there's a game I fucking love. They had one at university and I used to play it all the time. Spent way too much money on that motherfucker. Time Crisis 2 with the light gun. You got two screens side by side. You play with a friend. It's absolutely epic. I love the shit out of that game. Although I recently bought an Oculus Quest 2 and that's just a different level of games. Like, holy shit. It's like I am inside a soldier's body. What was I talking? Yeah, so Time Crisis 2. And it's like, yeah, you play the game. I mean, I could get pretty far in it off just one payment because I spent so much money that I got good at it. But yeah, if you're absolutely shit at the game and you just keep putting in 50p, if you've got like 400 quid, you'll definitely get the high score because every time you die, or you have 3 lives, was it 4 lives? God, it's been a long time. You just keep putting in more 50p's. And you'll eventually win and get the high score. And it's like, that's pay to play. Why are we talking about this? Unfortunately, the game regularly reminds you about the benefits of paying for upgrades as you make your fantastical journey through the 7 realms of Twatalon, or whatever it's called. I can love it. And why are there always realms in fantasy? Like, who has, you know, realms is, if someone said, you know, realms, I'd think of like medieval shit where they probably didn't use the word realm, or like Lord of the Rings or some boring like that. Smash that dislike button. In fact, half of the challenge is not so much battling against the dark forces of evil, but battling against the pop-up boxes which bombard you at every turn. During my first attempt at playing the game, I found myself having to close down a sequence of 8 boxes, pushing me to spend real money before I could figure out what I was meant to be doing, and many of them are accompanied by a frantic countdown timer in a bid to persuade you to get your wallet out before you've had a chance to get your brain in gear and realise what you're doing with your life. I've just realised that 1,000 likes is way too little on a Business Blaze video. It needs 5,000. 5,000 likes! And I will live play. I probably won't live stream it because everyone's like, Simon, why don't you live stream? Why don't you live stream? And I'm like, generally I find live streams a bit boring. Like when it's edited, it's like all of the thinking time and sipping coffee and, you know, being like, oh, I need to have a fart. I cut all that out and it's much more punchy. And I find that more exciting. But look, if you overwhelm me in the comments with I'll do a poll. Live stream or edit. Easy. But only if this gets 5,000 likes. Only if you subscribe to my new podcast, The Casual Criminalist. Many of these boxes are accompanied by a frantic countdown timer in a bid to persuade you to get your wallet out before you figure out how much you're willing to spend so it can squeeze more money out of the players who seem quite happy to dig into their pockets to pay for useless, meaningless crap. And all of this isn't that life, though, where we just spend our time buying useless, meaningless crap. It's kind of it, isn't it? Purchasethemerch.co. Get yourself. Why am I wearing a t-shirt? Why am I wearing my own merch? What the f***, Whistler? Well, you can purchase this mug. See? It says Blaze, but like another logo you might be familiar with. All of this makes the relentless marketing campaign for Raid Shadow Legends seem so utterly shameless. Ever since the title was first launched in 2018, the Israeli developers Plarium Games, more like Plagium, given how much I have to put up with your shit, have gone to town with blanket generic marketing draped over every corner of cyberspace. The animated video advertisements are about as creative as the game. They usually involve an overdramatic voice chanting out the same key phrases like a misleading mantra of deception. The short list of repetitive phrases includes: forget everything you know about mobile games, totally free to play, awesome graphics, amazing storyline. Koi reminds me of my podcast, The Casual Criminalist, which you should check out. There's a link below. Now, I'll concede that the graphics look quite good to me, but I'm possibly the wrong person to judge. I still think that the graphics in Space Invaders are chillingly realistic, and I suspect it's probably a good idea to try and forget everything you know about mobile games, as you're more likely to be impressed with what's on offer if your memory has been completely wiped of all the other more entertaining games which you could be playing on your phone. Yeah, it can't be misleading advertising, because that's technically true. Allegedly. Oh, all of this is alleged, by the way. Allegedly, Raid is all of these things, and definitely this is all my own opinion, and definitely not fact. Definitely not fact. But the slogans relating to free gameplay and amazing storyline are quite laughable. Allegedly. Jesus, Danny, allegedly. The title, in my opinion, the title may be free to install, but it's going to cost you a packet to get anywhere in this hollow realm of mundanity. Over the last couple of years, Plarium Games have faced a foe even mightier than the Dark Lord Siroth. His name is Adblocker, and companies crumble with his iron fist. And so does Simon. Anytime, when people, I literally posted on this morning, someone left a comment being like, 10 ads on a video, Simon, 10 ads? And I just replied, only because I couldn't fit in 11. And it's like, people will be like, I'm going to install an ad block. I'm like, fucking you do you, man. You do you. I don't care. There's enough people who are not dickheads. But they've got around this problem by getting YouTubers to promote their game within the content of their videos. You'll never capture me, Raid. You'll never capture me! I wasn't going to shout as much, my throat hurts. Over the last a recent tweet from this company appeared to deny that this was the case, stating that we do not sponsor. We cooperate only with those YouTubers who play our game and want to be our influencers. We do not pay money for it. Bro, I'm sorry, but allegedly that is a fucking lie.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
And I know it's a lie because I've negotiated with you. It took a whole 6 days of online roasting before the company later clarified its position in a purposefully confusing follow-up tweet which declared that they were just talking about the fan engagement rather than the paid marketing side of the operation, which is completely different. You sketchy motherfuckers, allegedly. And this was complete bollocks, as the original tweet had been a direct response to an inquiry about paid marketing. I'm sure we're all aware now that Plarium Games aren't particularly fussy about who they test to promote their game or a YouTube video. Yeah, they will literally ask anyone, even if you've been constantly slagging off their game in your videos for months. And I honestly think that Simon should give it a go and donate the fee to charity. Steady on, Danny. He could deliver the most sarcastic and piss-taking ad read to ever grace the YouTube, and nobody at Plarium Games would bat an eyelid, as long as Simon mentions the awesome graphics and amazing storyline. Despite all of this, Plarium Games must be doing something right, as they continue to throw big bucks to YouTubers to promote a game which has already been downloaded 250 million times, son. Shit! And although nobody outside of Plarium knows the exact figure, it's estimated that the game currently rakes in about 100 grand a day. I have to say that seems quite low. I know that's a lot of money, but considering how much they pay for advertising, that is not that much. It's more. It's more. But even the name of the game is just a cold-hearted calculation. Long-term players still have no idea why the game is called Raid Shadow Legends, bearing in mind that the storyline has not made any reference to either a raid, shadows, or legends. They're just three strong words which have been bolted onto the game in order to get more exposure in search results. Oh, this is so shady. The sequel will probably be Ultimate Super Zero Zombies Magic Quest War on Chronicles Unleashed. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like that someone has emailed me with this in there, like, hey, we're a hello influencer. We represent the company Plagium Games, and we've got a game called Super Zero Zombies. I would 100% believe that. That was the introduction. Hello everyone, welcome to this longest introductions in the game. Greasy triple whopper. Over the last couple of decades, Burger King has launched a list of questionable promotions which could be considered genius, sexist, pornographic, holy shit, intrusive, degrading, ethically wrong, illegal, and definitely shameless. Oh shit. I remember Burger King, they were the ones who, like, you could unfriend 5 of your friends on Facebook and get a Whopper. I mean, like, fucking game on, son. That is worth it, because I don't value friendships. But for now, I wanted to concentrate on 3 campaigns in particular, which took a digital swipe at Facebook, Google Home Hub, and Twitch. The first is the Whopper Sacrifice, that's what I was talking about, from 2009, in which customers were invited to shed their Facebook friendships in exchange for a free Whopper. The marketing material encouraged users to install Whopper Sacrifice on your Facebook profile and will reward you with a free, flame-broiled Whopper when you sacrifice 10 of your friends. I didn't know what broiling was for the longest time. I think we call it grilling in the UK. Like where you put something under the grill, like you got the oven, I know in the top part of the oven you have a broiler, we call that a grill, and it grills it. Fascinating. So the idea is, or maybe I just missed that. British people, let me know below. So the idea is that you install the new Burger King app. Danny, I know this, I feel like we've covered this before. It's very repetitive and boring. No wonder no one likes Business Blaze. So the idea is that you install the new Burger King. It's nothing to do with me being a dickhead. And unfriend 10 of your Facebook buddies. Oh, it's 10. Still f***ing worth it. And they receive a notification message that you terminated your friendship in exchange for 1/10 of a $3 Whopper. It obviously works for Burger King, as each of your 10 victims receive a promotional message which encourages them to do exactly the same thing. It's a bit like a weird Whopper-shaped pyramid scheme in which only Burger King gets rich, but everybody else at least get a free Whopper as a reward for admitting that they value a free Whopper more highly than 10 friendships. But Facebook is the big loser here, because that's going to go viral around Facebook and everyone's unfriending each other, and that's not good for Facebook. They like it when you got friends and connections and all of that, because, like, can you imagine you're just hanging out and someone unfriends you and it's like, oh yeah, that's not good, I'm going to close my Facebook account and kill myself. This got dark really quick, let's move on. It obviously works for Burger King, as do I need to do a trigger warning? One time I did this, like I was like and someone was like, that reminds me of suicide, you could have included a trigger warning. And I'm like, no? What's going on? How do you survive in the world? I saw a car today. Reminded me of car accidents. Cars need to have trigger warning. What the f*** is going on? I saw a stack of papers today. Reminded me of paper cuts. There were a few obvious loopholes. You could just add your Facebook friends back onto your list the next day after you receive your free coupon, assuming you hadn't pissed them off too much. In fact, you didn't have to unfriend them at all. It's possible for a third-party app to access Facebook's unfriend option. All the Burger King could do was to encourage you to send each of the 10 message notifications that would technically earn you the coupon, and then guide you through the unfriend option afterwards. But it was up to you whether you went ahead and pressed the button or not. Oh, okay. Although some critics felt the campaign was obnoxious and puerile, it was wildly successful for a few days at least, and 20,000 coupons were distributed following the termination of 200,000 Facebook friendships. Good! However, it took less than a week for Facebook. I don't have Facebook anymore, and I'm f***ing happier for it. I have like a work one that I have to have for work, because I have a profile and shit. I need to keep an eye on things, make sure I'm not getting terribly slandered online. Don't need any more lawsuits. And I don't miss it. I don't miss it. I don't need to know what Peter, who I went to school when I was 12 with, is getting up to. I don't care. However, it took less than a week for Facebook to ban the app on the grounds that it was a violation of user privacy. The main issue seemed to be that Facebook users aren't supposed to know when another user has unfriended them. They can easily find out when they look through their friend list and they're like, where's Peter? Where's Peter? But it was certainly a campaign designed to needlessly ruffle a few feathers just for the sake of a free burger. A few years later, Burger King decided to take over the technology in a living room without your permission. I've noticed that whenever Simon asks Siri a video and the question in the video, we usually see a few comments from viewers pointing out that their own Siri kicked on upon Simon's activation. And Burger King, what can I do right now? Hey Siri, maximum volume. And Burger King took the idea to a new extreme in 2017 when they targeted Google Home Hub users in a series of TV commercials. At the very end of the commercial, a guy in a Burger King uniform leans forward into the screen and yells, "Okay Google, what is the Whopper Burger?" At this point, everyone watching the ad in the room with a nearby Google Home Hub would suddenly hear their speakers crackle into life as Google ran through Wikipedia's entry for a Whopper Burger. And For an extra dollop of craftiness, Burger King had recently updated the Wikipedia entry themselves to make the details seem even more appealing and juicy than usual. That sounds like a violation of Wikipedia's terms of service. I don't suppose they were breaking any laws by switching on your Google Home Hub without permission, and in fact the brief campaign, that's good to know, and in fact the brief campaign went on to win a few major marketing awards before Google blocked the strategy by disabling the search option for Whopper burgers on the Home Hub. Full marks, though, for the internet trolls who took the opportunity to tweak the Wikipedia entry again while the ad campaign was still in full swing, so that viewers at home ended up receiving a lecture from their Google Home Hub on how Whopper burgers gave you cancer. Mwah! But perhaps Burger King's most shocking violation came in 2020 when they hijacked the live streaming service Twitch. I'll be honest, I don't have any experience with Twitch. Me neither, Danny, as I don't generally have much interest in watching video game live streaming. Me neither, Danny. But, although I do watch video game YouTube channels sometimes, so maybe I do. But apparently it's quite common for viewers to show their appreciation and support for the stream they're enjoying by making a live donation. Using a feature developed by Streamlabs, viewers can give a minimum donation of $1 along with a little fan message. And in return, the message will appear live on screen during the stream and will be read out in a robotic voice by a text-to-speech plugin. Is that real? That's kind of like... I can see where the opportunity for abuse is here. If you're very lucky, the streamer might even respond to the message and give you a shout-out. There was certainly plenty to shout out about when Burger King gatecrashed the party and seized the tool for their own promotional purposes. Suddenly, small $5 donations came flooding in to the most popular Twitch streams, prompting the automatic broadcast of messages such as, I've donated $5 so I can say that on the Burger King ad, you can get a Whopper, small French fries, and a small drink for $5. Is that a particularly good deal? Isn't there a dollar menu where you get like one item, so that would be like $3? And it's all small. Why not just say French fries and a drink? You don't have to say this, but you have to say they're small. Is that the law? Now, this is pretty poor form, as many of the Twitch channels rely on big sponsorship deals from big companies in order to survive, and the sponsorship is always clearly flagged as a paid promotion. This is all correct. However, I mean, it's also fair game. I feel like this is fair game. And, I mean, some of you have almost certainly seen Raid Shadow Legends adverts on this video. Like, you know, where there's a mid-roll or at the beginning or at the end, you see, like, Raid Shadow Legends. But it's also totally fair. I get 45% of the money they paid to put that ad there. Woo! 55%. Yeah, I get 55%. YouTube keeps 45%. Which is very generous of them. Thank you, Business Daddy. Mwah! Love you. Burger King appeared to be getting through the back door here by paying peanuts for guerrilla marketing on a popular channel without having to make any agreements with the streamer or provide a fair and sensible financial reward. Except the streamer allowed for this by installing this Streamlabs app, and I mean, if you're not happy with that, then don't do it. It would be like, this is... Burger King are just playing the game, guys. And just to rub more ketchup and pickles into the wound, the advertising agency behind the stunt, David Madrid, that's the name of the advertising agency, later boasted about the stunt on Twitter, posting some of the infuriating reactions from the streamers after seeing the unauthorized adverts pop up while they were busy trying to play 3D dwarf tossing or whatever they do in front of a devoted audience. The campaign only lasted for a few hours, and it's debatable whether any action will be taken or if any laws were broken. Streamlabs claim that the stunt broke their terms of service, which prohibits using their software for commercial purposes. Well, there you go. I mean, it's not a law, but it is a violation of the TOS, so they could ban you, I guess, but you're already done. It's guerrilla marketing. Some people argue that the FTC needs to investigate the matter but it's a very murky area, as most of the rules and codes relate to how streamers should go about endorsing products and services in a stream, and they had no control over what was happening in this case. Yeah, it's definitely not the streamer's fault. I mean, this happens, I understand, but I mean, they're not responsible for the content in that case. I personally don't believe. I don't know what the law says there. And I also don't think Burger King are violating any FTC law, are they? I mean, maybe they should have disclosed, but do they have to? In that situation? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Let's not go there. This isn't the channel where we solve complex legal issues. If Burger King have broken any laws here, it may turn out to be a rare case of broadcast signal intrusion. The hijacking of broadcast signals of radio, television stations, cable television broadcast feeds, or satellite signals, but it remains to be seen whether any action will be taken over this case of casual criminality. And speaking of casual criminality, I've got a new podcast called The Casual Criminalist. You see how I'm shamelessly plugging this throughout this episode in a very meta episode, I guess? I hope you're loving it as much as you love Raid Shadow Legends, not the stuff that's used to kill spiders. Product placement hell. Perhaps the most shameless form of marketing of all is the product placement strategy. Patchthematch.co! I was reflecting on this morning as I slapped a few drops of Beard Blaze oil onto my face. And if you'd like to get Beard Blaze beard oil, a product from me, it's not a sponsorship, it's actually mine. You can go to beardblaze.com and hook yourself up. I usually go for the Blazing Outdoors range as it reminds me a bit of what the outside world smells like. I haven't even got a beard. Ah, yes. Well, I mean, maybe you could use it like as an essential oil. You put it under, one of those weird ceramic things with a little candle in and you drop some oils in the top. I wonder if you could do that. I'm going to try and do that. Maybe I'll do that. It would open up Beard Blaze oil to a whole new market. Hippies. And they already have beards! The idea of shoving products in your face while you're innocently enjoying a film is more than a little devious, but it's a lucrative business. The product placement industry as a whole is worth over $10 billion. And the product placement in movies accounts for nearly 20% of that figure. Yeah, I mean, I get it, because it totally works. Like after seeing Scarface, I got super into cocaine. The product placement was amazing. I've never seen Scarface. I've seen the meme though, where there's the pile of cocaine. Is that Scarface? It usually doesn't detract too much from the film, but the subliminal advertising messages can leave a sour taste in the popcorn bucket, when film studios get a bit carried away with the idea. Back to the Future Part 2 managed to slyly promote Nike and Pepsi without getting in the way of the plot too much. Yeah, I mean, those Nike automatic lace-up shoes, that's pretty cool. And when he goes in, he's like, I want a Pepsi! I want a Pepsi! It was great. I fucking love that. The 1998 romantic comedy You've Got Mail goes much further by basing the whole movie around the AOL's trademarked notification sound, while Tom Hanks was at it again just a couple of years later in Castaway, which was positively smothered in FedEx packaging, although FedEx claimed that they didn't pay a single cent for the product placement. It made FedEx look really good though, although I love FedEx. Like, pretty much whenever a company wants to send me shit, I'm like, you got two choices. FedEx or UPS. FedEx preferred. I love FedEx. It's insane. Like, one time, there's an advertising agency we work with in Chicago, and they had to send me something, like, super urgent. And they're like, yeah, we just FedExed it. And it arrived the next day to me in Prague, in Europe. And I'm like, this is insane. And then I found out how much it cost, and I was like, Gabe, are you coming along with the package? Because that's like the price of a flight. But FedEx get their shit. The 1993 Sylvester Stallone sci-fi movie Demolition Man is set in a post-apocalyptic future, long after the franchise wars, which left only one restaurant chain still standing, Taco Bell. Curious, I love that movie, and I love the 3 seashells. Curious, it did, by the way, at some point during this video, I cut it, and I went to use the 3 seashells, and then I came back. TMI! You don't even know where. It was during the Burger King bit. Could you see how after that I was just more relieved? Just like, oh, yeah. It was an odd choice for a sponsor, as Taco Bell weren't even widely known outside the US back then, and so loads of scenes had to be redubbed or even specially reshot for the overseas market, where the last remaining restaurant chain was transformed from Taco Bell into Pizza Hut, both of which were co-owned by Pepsi at the time. Hang on, I remember it being Taco Bell though. And I grew up in the UK, we didn't have Taco Bell, we had Pizza Hut. Shit, was it Pizza Hut? I definitely, before Danny mentioned it, I remember that it's got to do with Taco Bell, but that might just because of the memes. It seems like a lot of pissing about for a product placement deal, bearing in mind that Demolition Man also predicted that everyone would still be using Sony mini-discs in the year 2032. It's possible they picked the wrong horses for the franchise wars. It's also worth mentioning the moment that the James Bond movies jumped the shark. For the record, that was in the 2012 film Skyfall. I don't know, man. Like, James Bond, I'd love an Aston Martin. Just because, like, James Bond makes him look cool. It's like, yeah. It's also worth, the Bond movies have been no strangers to product placement in the past, with 007 happily promoting Aston Martins and Rolexes, also like those, over as many different incarnations. But one thing was set in stone. Bond's favourite tipple was always a Vespa Martini, shaken, not stirred. Oh yeah, and then he drinks Heineken. It's like, James, no! Heineken, why?
It is shit. Oh good, then it's not just me.
That is until a new sponsorship deal in 2012 saw Daniel Craig ditching the traditional Vespa Martini and downing bottles of dirty, bloody Heineken instead. I mean, it is a little bit different. I mean, Vespa Martini sounds ultra classy, whereas, yeah, the Heineken. You are a normal average person. You'd have never caught Sean Connery lowering his standards like that in a million years. Daniel Craig, not my Bond. However, the most shameless offenders of all both came in right at the end of the 1980s. The Wizard, a movie I've never heard of, was a 1989 film from Universal, which was essentially just a 100-minute commercial for Nintendo. The Japanese gaming company was already flying high there and arguably didn't need any promotion at all. But a bottleneck in the memory chip supply chain had resulted in delays for the North American market, who were still excitedly awaiting the release of the much-anticipated Super Mario Bros. 3 for the NES. The Wizard was marketed as a wholesome family film following the story of a trio of young troubled kids who run away from home to take part in a Nintendo video game championship called Video Armageddon in a bid to win a grand prize of $50,000. It starred Fred Savage, still at the height of fame from the TV show The Wonder Years, alongside early appearances by Christian Slater and a very young Tobey Maguire. Who's Fred Savage? I know Christian Slater and Tobey Maguire, of course. But in fact, I'm sure if I saw a picture of him, I'd be like, oh yeah, this guy. But in fact, the whole venture was little more than a product placement party for Nintendo, who had final script approval on the film. The climax of the story is pretty much an official preview of Super Mario Bros. 3 for North America, as the kids play the new game in their battle for the ultimate prize. Spoiler alert, the most troubled kid wins the tournament and everyone goes home to live happily ever after. What a surprise. In real life, the most talented person wins. The cheesiest and most memorable moment in The Wizard comes with the subtle as a sledgehammer promotion for Nintendo's new Power Glove. Whoa! A glove controller. That took off. Which was a bit like an early version of the Wiimote. God, I hate that name. Let's just refer to it as the Wii Remote, can we? Also, why did we name a games console Wii? I know I'm about 15 years to 20 years. How old is... I don't even know. I'm late on this joke. But what the fuck? Although nowhere near as effective, during a pivotal scene, one of the protagonists slips on the gloves and dramatically delivers a legendary line with pure hammy relish. I love the Power Glove. It's so bad. That's very 80s, isn't it? 80s? He was right. It was bloody awful. Only 2 games were ever released to make specific use of this fiddly and imprecise Power Glove, which was destined to go down in history as one of the worst controllers ever produced. Still, the film probably played a small role in helping Super Mario Bros. 3 to become the 3rd best-selling game of all time for the NES, shifting an impressive 17 million units worldwide. However, even this dramatic Nintendo game launch can walk away with slightly more pride than a certain other wholesome family film released just a year earlier in 1988. I can remember getting dragged to the cinema to watch Mac and Me for a schoolmate's birthday. I hadn't heard much about the film beforehand, but it was sold to me on the idea that it's the new E.T. This is the one that was super promoting McDonald's, right? Where they had there was some sort of dancing going on in a McDonald's for no reason whatsoever. It ended up being one of the most woeful experiences I've ever had in a cinema. Even worse than that time that the cinema caught fire halfway through Ghostbusters and we had to be evacuated. Fucking hell, Danny. It would be very generous to describe the film as the new E.T. Mac and Me was actually a blatant rip-off of E.T., but with any trace of magic or charm replaced by soulless promotions for McDonald's. The plot centers around a little wheelchair-using boy called Eric, who befriends a crap alien creature called Mac, who longs to be reunited with his alien family. How heartwarming. Along the way, Mac keeps saving Eric from perilous and yet strangely comical situations, such as when Eric loses control of his wheelchair and ends up sliding down a hill and straight into a lake. Isn't that the clip that some famous actor goes on some famous talk show, and every time he's given them the wrong clip? I mean, I know it's all set up and it's fake, but it's like every time it's just like, yeah, and let's watch a clip from your new movie, John, and then they roll the clip and it's the same scene and he's done it like over 20 years or something. It's very funny, but very staged, because it's not like the late night host is seeing this for the first time and doesn't expect it at all. It's like, oh my god, you got me. It's like, no, you rehearsed this. Oh, television's so fake. Everything's so fake. Even business plays is fake. This is actually fully scripted. All of these ramblings I think about for days. Apparently Mac's name is an acronym for mysterious alien creature. Genius. Although everyone at school had assumed after watching the movie it's the massive alien cock. If you want to see that on a t-shirt, I'd love to get a t-shirt that says massive alien cock. It may just be a coincidence that it sounds quite similar to a signature dish of McDonald's, and the name of Mac's homeworld was revealed on screen as Quartus Ponders. Who gives a fuck? It's hot. Oh, Quarter Pounders. Oh my god, genius. Oh, and Mac is from McDonald's. Oh, so fucking dim sometimes. Oh my god. I wonder how I survive. Danny, how long is this? It's so long.
Gay!
Oh, are we on the last page? Oh, there's 2 more pages. We're almost there, guys. My legs are tired. It's harder to forgive the 5-minute dance sequence which takes place in McDonald's restaurants and features a guest star appearance by Ronald McDonald himself, that creepy allegedly. The mad thing about this sequence, the only mascot creepier than Ronald McDonald is Jared from Subway. The mad thing about this sequence is that the film and the narrative literally just stop for 5 senseless minutes while everyone decides to have a dance with Ronald against the happy backdrop of McDonald's menus. Now, it should be stressed that McDonald's has always denied ever paying a cent. Guys, come on! I mean, like, Raids, no, we never paid anyone. McDonald's, no, we never paid anyone. FedEx, we never paid anyone. Guys, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, I don't know if you did, and I don't want to be, like, alleging anything. But in my opinion, it seems highly likely that allegedly you did, didn't you? You did. Instead, they claim that they reached a deal with a film studio which granted rare permission to use McDonald's branding and characters. Why would you not grant that? I mean, if the movie's not going to be, like, absolutely shitting on you, I'd be like, yeah, okay, you can use business plays. I mean, no one ever would, but feel free. Don't. I'm just going to backtrack on that and be like, you need to consult me first. But it's worth noting that the producer of the film, R.J. Lewis, had previously worked in advertising campaigns for McDonald's. Christ. More significantly, the film was given a big chunk of funding from a food service distributor called Golden State Foods, who provided meat, ketchup, lettuce, and sauces for their sole clients, who just happened to be McDonald's. I mean, it's the same company, right? In fairness, the product placement wasn't exclusively connected to McDonald's. The movie also managed to squeeze in promotion for Coca-Cola, Sears, Power Wheels, and Skittles within its 90-minute running time. Was there any of this movie that was actually plot, or was it just all advertisements? But none of this did much to preserve the film's legacy. Mac and Me currently holds a 0% critics rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Love it! And is widely considered to be one of the worst crimes ever committed on the silver screen. Filmmaker Morgan Spurlock once declared it to be the worst thing you'll ever see on your entire life, while the Washington Post suggested E.T. should upgrade his catchphrase from E.T. phone home to E.T. cool lawyer. Hilarious. Put a bum for the Washington Post. The film rather optimistically closes with the caption, "We'll be back." Over 30 years later, nobody is waiting for the sequel. Maybe next time the producers should collaborate with Burger King instead. Eric could team up with a new crap alien called a Whopper, who only agrees to become good buddies after Eric shoots 10 of his old schoolmates dead and bombs the local broadcasting station to bits. Holy shit, that got extreme. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. If you'd like to purchase some merchandise that I am not wearing, I don't know why, purchasethemerch.co. There's a whole range of fun t-shirts. And this mug. There are many of these. In fact, there's an infinite number because they're all print on demand. It's not like I've got a giant stock of mugs that I need to ship. They didn't seem anything. They were offensive. Clearly. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. What's going on? You can see the length of this video. Can you hear the drop of this script? That is heavy. That's because this is 27 pages long. Welcome to the first Epic Blaze in a long time. I originally complained about Epic Blazes because I was like, they're just as long. And they only make the same amount of money as a regular video. And as you know, as has been brought up on this channel, I got a sweet little capitalist heart. And I was like, why would I do this? It costs more to have written. I mean, obviously I don't write these myself. What are you talking about? I can't even write. It costs more to get written. It takes ages to record. I'm going to be here all morning. And also, it obviously costs more in the meme department because Sam charges me per meme.
Okay.
Also, I've got a bit of a surprise for you guys, and honestly, I've got a surprise for myself because this is not going to go down well, but it's not written by Danny. There is a good reason for this. I've captured someone. That's not true. There is a good reason for this. I tried jangling. Is it wrangling or jangling or jingling? Whatever. I got Danny's chains, and I was like, write more! And he was like, I can't. My hands aren't working. They're all cramped up. And I was like, all right, Danny. Easy, son. I'll get someone else to write it this time. This person, Matthew, we'll call him Matty, but we won't. We'll call him Matthew. He actually writes for another channel I do called Side Projects, which you might want to check out or you might not. It's less cocaine-fueled than Business Blaze, but maybe it is a good laugh. Maybe you will like it. Maybe you won't. Matthew originally wrote for Side Projects, and I was like, listen, Matthew, do you want to write 27 pages? And he was like, no. And I'm like, please. And then he said yes. That's not actually how it went. He was actually quite keen to write for this channel, and I appreciate it, Matthew. Thank you. Everyone's going to smash the dislike button, Matthew. Everyone's going to say that they miss Danny. Don't take it to heart. I still love you. Let's do it. Oh, what is this video about? We're 5 minutes in. Me, I am the worst YouTuber in the world. Everyone's like, Simon, get to the point, and I never do. And even now, in explaining how I never get to the point, I am not getting to the point. This one is epic social media fails. Who doesn't love that? Because everyone knows on Business Blaze, the most popular videos, the ones where I have the most fun, the ones where we have the most laughs, are the ones where we shit on other people. So let's do it. Imagine this. It's mid-April 1912. Did the Titanic sink in 1912 or is that 1911? Also, what the are we doing? It's 1912. This is social media was not a thing, Matthew. I'm going to say Danny in this video many times. I apologize, Matthew, and everyone watching who will become confused. Also, Matthew, if you're watching this, and I don't know, obviously you're under no obligation to watch the that I turn your script into, but if everyone starts commenting about getting you locked in the basement, don't worry, it's just a meme. Or is it? Allegedly. Somewhere in the North... Oh, we are talking about the Titanic. Somewhere in the North Atlantic, lookouts on the White Star Line's unsinkable 52,000-ton luxury liner RMS Titanic have just spotted a massive iceberg directly in the ship's path. They relay this information to the captain, but it's too late! The Titanic's steel hull shreds like aluminium foil as the ship and ice collide. We all know about this. We've all seen Titanic. Just a few hours later, the Leviathan slips beneath the icy waves, taking more than 1,500 passengers and crew with her. Hundreds more are adrift in lifeboats. Others are in the water, like Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet. Yes, she co-starred in that movie. Meanwhile, more than 1,000 miles away in New York, an enterprising young marketing intern sips an organic oat milk latte and checks the Acme Mattress Company's official Twitter account. There's something big trending in the ocean about 400 miles south of Newfoundland. What is going on? It's 1912, Matthew. He had no idea where Newfoundland is, but people are fighting for their lives in the freezing water. Eager to make a name for himself, he leaps into action and he tweets, oh, this is... I see. I provided Matthew some of Danny's scripts as an example, and he's telling us a story. Oh, I am the worst boss ever. Hashtag really cold water equals mind over matter, and treading water makes you sleepy. 10% off mattresses for Titanic survivors. Box spring not included. Even the fake ones are cringe. But I can see this happening. Okay, so in 1912, organic oat milk and social media were still nearly a century away. Oh my god, organic oat milk is nasty shit. And there's people will be like, Simon, have you ever tried it, you hipster? Why do you have organic oat milk? And well, my kid is allergic to dairy. And listen, I'm one of those people. I am one of those people who's like, you know, oh, I'm allergic to gluten. No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm allergic to this. No, you're not. You just don't like it. Stop being a f***. And it turns out my kid is actually allergic to milk. Like, oh, because I know other people are like, is she really? Is she really? And I'm like, yeah, it was pretty intense. So we have all this like fake milk shit, and we tried the different ones, like the coconut is f***ing great. All the other stuff, like the oat milk, the almond milk, all of that shit, stop buying it. It's f***ing disgusting. Or also the other people who are like lactose intolerant, and they think they're allergic to milk. And it's like, no, it just upsets your precious little tummy a little bit. You snowflake. Oh, smash that dislike button. But if social media had been around at the time... okay, wait, hang on. Okay, so in 1912, organic oat milk and social media were still nearly a century away. But if social media had been around at the time of the legendary maritime disaster, it's likely that at least one epic fail would have ensued. Because like Einstein said, two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. And I'm not sure about the universe. I bet Einstein didn't say that, Matthew. Einstein's one of those people who it's like every quote in the world. It'll be like... if you've got an itchy butt, when you go to sleep, you're going to wake up with smelly fingers. Albert Einstein. Or you could equally attribute it, Mark Twain would maybe be more appropriate for that one, but you could chalk that up to Mark Twain and people would be like, yeah. And you'd go on Brainy Quote and you'd find it there and you'd be like, must be true because brainyquote.com is the source of all quotes and knowledge and honestly power. But the German-born physicist may have gotten it wrong, because aren't we all capable of infinite insensitivity, oblivious, and callousness too? Yeah, but he doesn't have to cover everything in the single quote, Matthew, otherwise it'd be really long. But I suppose as we're just making it up. Maybe Einstein did say that. If he did, have a go at me in the comments, and then proceed to smash the dislike button. Let's take a look at some of the worst social media blunders in recent memory, and you can decide for yourself. Good. 10 minutes in, and we're finally getting started. Welcome to Business Place. Oh, by the way, you can get this certified, this is brand new, this arrived yesterday, the Certified Legend t-shirt. I got it in this classy grey. I love grey. I know it's boring, but it looks great. Number 1, American Apparel. Oh, I always pronounce this wrong. Is it apparel? Apparel? No one gives a fuck. offers clothing discounts to hurricane survivors. Oh no, it's like the Titanic one, but actually true. Though running a promotion after a natural disaster is slightly less distasteful than doing it after a terrorist attack, it still stinks. Yeah, so what did you do? Yeah, no, it wasn't as bad as 9/11. It's like Business Place, not as bad as 9/11. Smash that dislike button. But hey, would you expect anything less from a company founded by a guy called Dove Cheney, who, in response to claims that he engaged in violent, aggressive, and inappropriate sexual behavior with his employees, said, "Sleeping with people you work with is unavoidable." Oh, when Hurricane Sandy slammed into the Caribbean and Atlantic coast of North America in late October 2012, it took the lives of more than 200 people in 8 countries, from Haiti to Canada, and caused $70 billion in damage to the United States alone. In fact, it was the 4th most destructive storm in US history, behind Katrina, Harvey, and Maria. Why do we have to give them names? Why can't we call them like Hurricane Death? That's a bad example. But we should not call them after people. It doesn't seem right. Because then every Katrina, or Hurricane Katrina, every Katrina, every Harvey, and every Maria who's born that year is going to be, oh, fuck. Katrina, like the hurricane, said no one ever. Though the storm made landfall near Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, some of its most devastating effects were felt up the coast in the mid-Atlantic states like New York, where the surge level in some parts of the city reached nearly 14 feet. Bloody hell. In, future units, that's like 14 feet. 2.5 meters? 3 meters? And a buoy in the harbour measured a 32-foot wave. To be clear, that's in New York's harbour, not in the open ocean. Yeah, 32 foot. That's high. That's real high. But they say when opportunity knocks, not to miss out on this iconic brand, American Apparel, decided that offering a 20% discount on clothes to anyone living in the affected area just made good business sense. Their initial email on the 30th of October read, "In case you're bored during the storm, 20% off everything for the next 36 hours. Bored during a storm is, it's more like, oh, am I going to lose everything? Emotion I'm not having then? Boredom. It even included a map highlighting the states affected by Sandy, which had been upgraded to a tropical cyclone. It must have been just the relief that families cowering in flooded homes without power from North Carolina to Connecticut had been hoping for while in the throes of one of the 21st century's most epic storms. You know what other email they got? "Dear person living in a tropical storm zone, your insurance premium is going to be 400% more expensive next year because you." I mean, what timing? In fact, all over the mid-Atlantic, bored, as in terrified, cold and hungry, Matthew and I, same page. It's really hard not to say Danny. Gay! Residents must have jumped up, made sure their kids hadn't drowned in the living room or died of hypothermia before wading into the bedroom, logging onto American Apparel's website and buying a few of those two-tone all-cotton t-shirts that they've been ogling for months. Two-tone t-shirts. Tone deaf company, bada bum bum. Oh, I'm bad at puns.
Don't do that again.
After all, they are made in the US of A. And don't forget to enter the promo code SANDYSALE at checkout. You didn't. Katarina discounts, 9/11 off. Oh, we're definitely going to have one to do with 9/11. I already know it. I saw one like a mattress company doing a 9/11 advert. It's like, Online reaction was, as I would expect, overwhelmingly negative. Outraged Twitter warriors responded quickly and sharply, tweeting, "I will boycott their stores! Retweet if you're with me. I'm with you, brother." And really, American Apparel? Sandy Sale, email blast. Really? The lowest of the low. Retweet this if you're insulted. And, hey, American Apparel, people have died and others are in need. Shut up about your hashtag Sandy Sale. Others, not content with bashing them for their hurricane sale, mentioned their hypersexual ads and abundant sexual harassment lawsuits. But despite the blowback, Charney, what the an R and an M together look really like an M, but his name is Charney, said the company's Sandy marketing ploy was not a serious matter. Dude, it is though, isn't it? It's a hurricane that's killed a lot of people. And he didn't stop there, adding in an interview with Business Week, "I don't think our marketing guys made a mistake. Part of what we want to do in these events is keep the wheels of commerce going. We're here to sell clothing. I'm sleeping well at night, knowing this was not a serious matter." Well, you're sleeping well at night because you're a bit of a bellend, allegedly. At least the other gaffers on this list admitted the error of their ways and apologized, but not these guys. That's why they're number one. Oh, so this is a ranked list. Good news, guys. If that's number one, this video is going to get progressively worse as we get to number... I don't know how many there are. There's a lot. Let's have a look. F***ing hell, there's 20. 21! We're going to be here forever.
Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Please, let me handle this.
So 21's gonna be like, yeah, someone did something once. It was great. Number 2, Amy's Baking Company meltdown. Never heard of this. We'll just name, if I've never heard of it, I'll mention it. I've never heard of Amy's Baking Company. I've heard of American Apparel. Still don't know how to pronounce it. Imagine how contentious 1 or 2 must be to make a guy like Gordon Ramsay throw up his hands in surrender and walk off into the sunset. I don't know. I feel like this is something Gordon Ramsay would do. He'd be like, oh, f***ing hell with a f***. I hate it. I throw up on your food. And then he'd walk off into the sunset because he's Gordon Ramsay. Surprisingly, that's exactly what happens in sunny, upscale Scottsdale, oh my god, that's a mouthful, Arizona, where an up-and-coming restaurant called Amy's Baking Company once resided. Husbands and wife owners, Amy and Sammy, fucking hell, Boozer-Glowans and their eatery were featured on a season 6 episode of Ramsay's hit show Kitchen Nightmares in May of 2013. It's going to surprise absolutely no one that I've never seen a single episode of Kitchen Nightmares, and I never will. In May of 2013, in which he, like he always does, attempted to fix problems with staff, service, food, and negative reviews. Known for his brashness and take no prisoners approach, Ramsay delivers cringeworthy moments like few others, hence the great ratings. But things got off to a horrible start even before he arrived on site. While scoping out the restaurant, the film crew witnessed a heated argument between Sammy and 2 customers who claimed they'd been waiting an hour for pizza. Not good. Although who the f*** waits an hour for a meal? If I'm waiting in a restaurant, they've taken my order and I wait an hour, I've left. I have definitely left. I'd be like, where's my food? It's pizza. It takes like 5 minutes to make. Sammy insisted they pay for their drinks and leave, and had it not been for a concerned cameraman stepping in, a fight would have likely ensued. This is the worst restaurant ever. And indignant Amy apparently berated the remaining customers before storming into the kitchen. Later, Ramsay learns that the waitstaff are required to hand over their tips to Sammy, after which she indignantly informs diners that all the tips go to the restaurant's management. You have no idea how to run a restaurant, and you also seem like a right knob. Ramsay and Sammy engage in an intense, profanity-ridden arguments. No surprises there. Look, I've never seen Kitchen Nightmares, but I know Gordon Ramsay has a show literally called The F Word. I know he swears a lot. I've never seen that either. Long story short, other confrontations occur, and Gordo is so flabbergasted by the owner's defiance and ineptitude that he storms off, marking the only time in the show's history that he was unable to complete his mission. Wait, he succeeds every time? What a hero. I mean, because I thought he'd be dealing with this every time. Nevertheless, the episode aired. Yeah, because it's good TV. After which the Boozer-Go-whatevers were ruthlessly attacked on social media, and thankfully for us, their responses were nasty, odd, incoherent, and downright legendary. I'm not sure if Matthew knows about the legend meme on this channel, but I like that he uses the word legendary. You see where this is going, right? Then let's just get to the tweets and put this thing to rest. We'll include them without comments because they speak for themselves. Speak for yourself, Matthew. I'm probably going to add some dumb comments. To all you Yelpers and Reddit, bring it on, you are pussies. All caps, next. I am Wonder Woman. Are you smoking crack? Like, what's going on? And let's not forget this gem. You people are all shit. Yelp shit, Reddit shit, every shit. Come to here. I will f***ing show you all. The end. Look, no one's gonna come. I don't know if this is some, like, reverse psychology marketing bull here. Yeah, my restaurant's the best. You all suck. No one's gonna come. No one's going to come and prove you wrong. People just don't care. That's just it. That's indifference. Like, it's always why I say, smash the like button, smash the dislike button. The thing that is worst in any business that requires attention, whether it be me on YouTube or a restaurant, is just indifference. Where it's like, no one cares. Actually, I don't know. In this case, I think it's just worse. Number 3, Adidas's Boston Marathon email. Oh, I've heard of this one. They say, like, congratulations for surviving the Boston Marathon. It's like the year after the Boston bombing. It's like, dude, Adidas. Spoiler alert. Admittedly, there's no such thing as an insignificant terrorist attack. Yeah, there is. There's like a guy, I'll give you an example of an insignificant terrorist attack. A guy takes a butter knife from his kitchen. He goes out onto the street and tries to stab a dog and fails. It's insignificant. It is insignificant. It doesn't get covered by the media. Fortunately, no one cares. And though the Boston Marathon bombing resulted in relatively few deaths, it shocked the world and reopened still fresh wounds left over from the attacks of 9/11. The race had been an icon in running circles for more than a century, but in 2013, motivated by what they saw as America's wars of aggression against Muslim compatriots in Iraq and Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstani, I feel like I should know how to pronounce the name of that country. Maybe I do. American brothers, Dokar and Tamari and Sarniev. I don't care about pronouncing the terrorists' name correctly because they're terrorists. detonated two homemade bombs near the finish line, taking the lives of 3 spectators. However, despite the deadly episode, steadfast athletes, organizers, and running enthusiasts demanded that the much-loved annual event continue uninterrupted, which it has every year since 2013. I love it because the terrorists. You will never win. There's just not enough of you. But in 2017, the race's end was partially marred by German global sports apparel powerhouse Adidas when it put its foot or shoe in its corporate mouth, by sending an email to finishers stating, yeah, congrats, you survived the Boston Marathon. I got it surprisingly correct. Normally my memory is a bit shit. Ironically, had it not been for the disaster years before, it would have been a totally acceptable statement. After all, finishing a marathon is a feat worthy of praise. I've never done it. I've done a half marathon, which I was quite pleased with, and then I was like, well, that was horrible. I won't do that again. Or a full one. And also, doesn't it your body? Like, I was like, full marathon? The body's not designed to do that. Just go for a run. Don't overdo it. But some saw its unwitting or intentional reference to surviving as particularly inappropriate. Though it may not have been as blatantly ignorant as some of the fails on this list, the public didn't waste any time expressing their disapproval, tweeting, Adidas, you messed up royally. And I know this has good intentions, but it could really be taken the wrong way. Yeah, in this one, I don't think this is so bad, because someone made that tweet, someone didn't put 2 and 2 together, no one's being an intentional dickhead. But this guy, someone at Adidas just got it wrong. In a statement to Time magazine, they apologized, saying, we're incredibly sorry. Clearly, there was no thought given to the insensitive email subject line that we sent Tuesday, adding, the Boston Marathon is one of the most inspirational sporting events in the world. Every year, we're reminded of the hope and resiliency of the running community at this event. Though the reputation took a hit, it was temporary, as most saw their misstep just as a poor choice of words, yes, and not an outright attempt to capitalize on a tragedy. I completely agree. I think Adidas handled that incredibly well. One of the things when you make a mistake, I've made plenty of mistakes. I've said things I regret, and I've put them out in the world, and people are like, Simon, that's not right. And I'm like, yeah, no, that was a mistake. Like, admit it. Like, own it. And also, if you don't, like, there's all I've said, and people have been like, that's inappropriate, that's not accountable. I'm not apologizing for that, because I don't think it's wrong. But then when I do something that I feel is wrong, and people feel is wrong as well, then I'll be like, yeah, I did that, and I'm sorry, it was inappropriate, I'll try and do better. And I like to think that I try and do better. Number 4, Home Depot's, or Depot's, whatever, racist tweet. This one's hard to even write about without sounding well racist. Oh god, here we go. Speaking of things I have to apologize for in the future. In November 2013, Home Depot's advertising department seriously dropped the ball on a college game day tweet that showed, get this, a guy in an ape suit flanked by 2 African-American men, all of whom were playing drums on upside-down 5-gallon buckets. In and of itself, it's pretty odd and cringeworthy, but the tweet then said, which drummer is not like the others? I see what you mean, Matthew. This is very bad. As in, who can tell the difference between a black guy and a chimp? Thankfully, they did delete it minutes later, but it's so unimaginably stupid that it begs the questions. What exactly were they trying to say in the first place? Why is this Home Depot? They're like a DIY store, right? I don't think we have it in the UK or in Europe. I think we'd call this Home Base. Or Wix's, or any of these other stores that I've not been to for years. What are they possibly trying to say? And this has got something to do with sports, college game day, I don't even know what that is. Oh, this is another thing. Danny, normal writer Danny's British, so I'm like, okay, I get his references. Matthew's American, so I'm like, what? But I think it'll be fun, because I like getting confused, and then people explain it to me in the comments, and I learn more about American culture. So what are they trying to say in the first place? What does it have to do with college football or a home improvement store? There we go, I should read these ahead. To answer both is, of course, the answer, I don't know. It just really stinks of sheer stupidity. Wait, so they did like a photo shoot and put this out? This was really thought about. Of course, viewers saw it as racist. Shocking. Because comparing black men to a chimp, or at least a man in a chimp suit, is actually pretty racist. Or at least racially insensitive. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty racist, Jesus Christ. They were, of course, blasted on social media. We never know if it was intentionally posted by a disgruntled worker looking to go out with a bang, or if the sender had a deep-seated axe to grind with African Americans. But after the Twitter sphere exploded, the tweet was deleted and the company apologized, saying, deeply sorry for the dumb tweet, we deleted it. I can't believe that a big company like this, well, one, surely this wasn't someone being intentionally racist and trying to get fired or anything like this. Surely it's just got to be someone who is just so blind. Or so, it's got to be incompetence, right? Not racism. I don't know. Although, in the previous episode of these, we did more social media fails, or advertising fails. And there was the one where Heineken was talking about sometimes light is better, and then sliding a beer past all of these black dudes, and then a white dude at the end of the bar picks it up. It's like, guys, what? And some people were like, that wasn't intentionally racist. And I'm like, who the past it then. Stephen Harms, Director of Corporate Communications, added, "We have zero tolerance for anything so stupid and offensive. Deeply sorry. We terminated the agency and individually posted it." That's called shifting blame right there. It's from the PR playbook. He also stated they'd more closely review their social media posting procedures in the future, which is obviously a pretty great idea, Home Depot. But Home Depot never disclosed the guilty party's identity, which some apparently saw as a big blow-off. One tweeter probably summed up the words, the whole story at best, saying, "It was an attempt to be clever, I guess, but instead it just played out as an old, horrendously racist caricature." Yes. Co-host of the NBC morning show Today said, "It's hard to believe that actually made it into the public domain. Aren't there checks and balances in place to prevent things like this from happening?" I guess not. Yeah, you pretty much hit it on the nail on the head there. Also, the guy who made it and posted it, I can understand why they wouldn't want to reveal that individual's identity, because he's going to get absolutely roasted for what might have just been a mistake. Yes, a really dumb mistake. Or maybe he's a racist. If it turns out, if they did an investigation, it was like, no, I did it on purpose because I wanted to get fired and I'm actually a member of the KKK. Number 5, Dove uses miraculous racial transformation. Oh no. 2 racist ones in a row. I don't know why, but it's like companies just like, stop being racist, alright? I know it's not as simple as just like, hey, it'd be great if you could just stop being racist. Just stop it. Just leave it behind. Most black people resent the insinuation that being white is somehow better. Yeah, no f***ing surprise. Go figure. You'd think Dove would know that. You think everybody would. According to Dove's website, women are so bombarded with beauty standards that are downright unattainable that they undervalue themselves and think that they pale in comparison. Dove is well known as an international cosmetic and beauty product brand with a largely female client base, and as such, many of their marketing campaigns promote empowerment while encouraging women of all shapes, sizes, and degrees of attractiveness to feel comfortable in their own skins. Well, good for them. That's a positive message, I suppose. Look, I use Dove, not for any choice. I don't buy the soaps in my house. But I go in the shower, there's a big thing of Dove, and I'm like, well, I'm going to clean my body with that. Well, perhaps feeling comfortable in their own skins isn't the best way to put it, because in a bizarre Facebook advertisement from October of 2017, they seem to imply that it's better to be something you're not. The advert in question features an attractive black woman in a brown t-shirt transforming into a similarly attractive orange-haired ginger woman while in a white t-shirt, supposedly after applying copious amounts of Dove lotion. Dove, what the f***? Some of these are not even funny. Just like so cringe. They obviously did intend for that to be the message. It'd be a bit weird if they did. The KKK. Brought to you by Dove. But obviously they didn't intend that to be the message, but many viewers took it to mean that being white was somehow more desirable than being black, and that with Dove's help, the seemingly impossible transformation could become a reality. After countless messages from upset women of all races, Dove took down the post and issued this apology. An image we recently posted on Facebook missed the mark in representing women of colour thoughtfully. We deeply regret the offence it caused. The visual was intended to convey that Dove body wash is for every woman and be a celebration of diversity, but we got it all wrong, and as a result we offended many people. Now, I will say, and boy am I going to get in trouble for defending Dove here, but Dove do have, as far as I understand it, from Matthew's comments here, quite a good history with being like all-inclusive and all of that stuff, and women of all races and stages of beauty, that's not a thing, levels of beauty and weight and all of this. And so I'm going to go ahead and wildly guess that they just made a mistake. But still, an apology is necessary. All in all, 2017 was a very forgettable year for Dove, because as part of their ongoing Real Beauty campaign, they also unveiled a new body wash in the UK that came in a number of different bottles designed to celebrate body positivity by mimicking women's diverse body types. But alas, it left some users with bottle body envy, while others were just downright confused. That does seem very confusing. But compared to the black woman turning into a white woman after using Dove, I mean, that's like a f***ing win in comparison. Number 6. 9/11 pizza flag. According to statisticbrain.com, sounds like a fun website, Americans consume 3 billion pizzas annually. Fucking hell, how many people are in America? 300 million? So that's 10 pizzas a year per person. One pizza, yeah, I eat more pizza than that. Okay. But then I guess that counts every baby. My baby, 11 months old, doesn't eat, one pizza a month on average. Americans generally despise terrorists. Stating the obvious. Who's like, oh yeah, no, that country loves terrorists. Americans generally despise terrorists and the heinous acts that they commit, but that doesn't mean there's any connection between the two. Between what? Between the terrorists and the heinous acts? Or the pizzas and the I'm so confused. There's definitely a solid connection between the terrorists and the terrorism. It's why they call it terrorists and terrorism. Oh yeah, how about this for a joke? What's this? It's a terrorist. Oh! Fucking weak. In fact, that's not my joke, obviously. My jokes are equally unfunny, but that is particularly bad. In fact, using the latter to sell more of the former doesn't quite sit well with average folks. Okay, so we're comparing selling pizza terrorists. So, nearly 3,000 people died as a result of the September 11th, 2001 attacks. By 2019, Maryland-based pizza chain figured that the proverbial smoke had cleared sufficiently to engage in a good old-fashioned marketing. It hasn't. I know it's 18 years later, but you shouldn't be using 9/11 to sell pizzas. I mean, I don't want to say I'm some sort of marketing genius, but I did take a marketing course at undergrad at university. And I will say that if you want to hire me to look over it before you put it out, I'm available. I'm very expensive, but I am available. Send me an email. Even then, enough so that on the anniversary of the tragic event, Lido Pizza, a 100-peat restaurant chain known for its square pizzas, genius, tweeted a photo of a sloppily made pie made to resemble the good old stars and stripes with the hashtag never forget. Look, I'm not American. We have a very different relationship with our flag in the UK. We have, I'm from England, originally south of England, and we have the Union Jack, which is the flag for the whole of, look, I don't know, look, people are like, what's the difference between the UK, Great Britain, England, Ireland, Wales, Northern, I'm confused. I'm as confused as anyone. I've made a video about it, I'm still confused. Don't tell me in the comments what it is, I don't care. But we have two flags. We've got the Union Jack, which is kind of like the countries all mashed together into one cool looking flag. And then we've got, I think it's called the St. George's Cross, which is just the flag for England. My relationship generally when I see someone waving a flag is to me that one, you're really into football, or two, you're a bit of a nationalist. And either of those things, I don't like you. Like, I'm not into your sport. Find football incredibly boring. I mean, why is football so interesting? It's people running around a pitch. There's literally, like, a good game, there'll be 3 points. 3 goals. It's just running around for the rest of the time and kicking each other, and then someone falls down, has a massive old hissy fit and a cry when you're a grown-ass man, and then they look at the slow replay and it's like, you didn't touch him. What the f*** is wrong with football? Why does anyone like this? I don't understand. Let's f***ing ban it. What the f*** are we talking about? Football really gets me going, almost as much as terrorism. Oh yeah, so the flags. And I feel Americans, you have a different relationship with your flag. You go to America's f***ing flags everywhere. Like, as soon as you land in America, it's like the first thing you see is a flag. You get off the plane, there's probably a flag on the side of the plane. Then there's a big flag. There are flags flying from the ceilings of, like, I don't know, random American airport. And then you go through and it's like you're going through customs. Everyone's wearing a flag. All of the police officers got flags on their uniforms. I don't know if they do, but it feels like that, and it's a bit weird. From someone who's from the UK, where it's like, if you're waving a flag about it, it's like, steady on. Instead of stars, it featured black olives. For stripes, uneven rows of pepperoni that curled around the edges, forming saucers containing unappetizing pools of liquid grease. Indignant netizens called it the most tone-deaf 9/11 brand tweet ever to be posted, and said, how dare you trivialize our nation's most impactful tragedy in recent memory with a goddamn pizza flag, and called them tactless clods. I mean, I don't see it as like, no one's being like, terrorism's great. They're just being it's just a bit tone deaf, isn't it? Isn't it really? The caustic social media blowback worked, and the newly enlightened, patriotic geniuses at Lido promptly saw the error of their ways, admitting that their culinary-based ploy at solidarity, it's not that, you're just trying to sell more pizzas, you f***s. Don't be like, we're just trying to be patriotic. No, you're not. 1, you're a company, and 2, you're just not. You're just not. They responded on September the 12th by tweeting. Again, if you're familiar with Lido Pizza, you'll know that we would never intentionally do anything to dishonor our flag, and we hoped... I love how, like, I just spent the first 5 minutes of this entry all over the UK flag, because we don't care about it. We hope you can find in your heart to forgive us for this misstep. Hashtag we are sincerely sorry. I also think Lido Pizza doesn't quite understand hashtags. Like, hashtag sorry could maybe work. Hashtag sincerely sorry be a bit weird. Hashtag we are sincerely sorry? What are you doing? As mea culpas goes, it's not a bad one. Hey Dove, take note. The company took down their original post and replaced the pizza with an actual flag, but it was one giant genie that couldn't be put back in the bottle. Apparently though, their pizza isn't as tasteless as their marketing schemes, because they're still in business. Maybe it's because square pizzas taste better than round ones. They don't, but boom. We used to have square pizzas at school, because, you know, in like a school canteen, we called it a refectory. I don't know why. I like the name refectory though. Is it refectory or reflectory? Refectory. Building was the refectory. It's this big building where we'd all eat, and all of the pizzas would be made in these big, you know, squares, and they were like the thick-based ones. Ugh. Didn't like it. Pizza should be round. Number 7, underage fiasco at the Spearmint Rhino. Oh, we're moving straight from racism in paedophilia. Oh wait, we had terrorism in between the two. Woo! What do you get when you hire Roman Polanski to handle marketing for a well-known international strip club? Well, that's not exactly what happened with Spearmint Rhino's Melbourne, Australia branch. Not surprisingly, Matthew. But the outcome was about what you'd expect. In late 2013, the gurus at Spearmint Rhino devised a clever marketing scheme in which they posted childhood pictures of their performers on their Facebook page. No! No one wants to go, like, you know, the script guy's like, oh yeah, I remember, I saw that picture of you when you were 8. Said no one f***ing ever. Why? That is f***ing weird. That is weird. The idea was that giddy testosterone-filled viewers and club regulars would be able to guess which picture was of which performer. Sounds harmless enough. What could possibly go wrong? F***ing everything, Matthew. Perhaps not much, at least until it was discovered that one of the photos included a date from the late 1990s, which after a little math put the girl in question somewhere about 14 or 15 years. It got worse! Oh no! That's fucked up. Oh, not nearly enough to work at a strip club. Yeah, no shit. Oh, it got worse. I was like, this is already a f***ing terrible idea. Whoever your marketing agency is should be f***ing fired for part 1. And then, oh my god, are you serious? That is embarrassing. Tacky, tasteless, and insensitive may be subjective, but a child performing at an adult entertainment venue is just wrong. Not to mention f***ing illegal. Number 8, IHOP's anti-Hillary Clinton retweet. Oh no, this is great. I love it when someone like almost unintentionally retweets something that they just don't understand. Like where a company retweets something that's like, you know, an internet meme about like QAnon or like a conspiracy theory, and they just like it in, you know, out of context, but put into context, it turns out that they've done something horrible. Let's see. Neither race, debatable, religion, well maybe religion, or nationality, okay maybe nationality too, brings out the ugliness in people more than politics. Boy does it. Put 50 Hillary supporters in a room with 50 Trump lovers and see what happens. Along those lines, in January 2017, just a few months after the 2016 election that pitted Hillary against the Donald, Twitter feeds all over the country are usually responsible for delivering little more than endless images of calorie-laden IHOP grub, started an anti-Hillary tweet that made her forlorn supporters see red. The retweeted tweet said, also good morning to everyone except Americans who don't want to accept the simple fact that Hillary Clinton had a major garbage campaign. 1, that is a terribly worded tweet. Whoever originally wrote that, you're incompetent. 2, I thought this would be something, as I mentioned in the beginning, that they accidentally retweeted when it was, you know, out of context. They didn't understand it, but this just seems that they are anti-Hillary. Okay, bit of a weird thing for a large corporation to say. You were literally going to piss off half the people who come to your restaurant. Or slightly more than half, because didn't Hillary get more votes than Donald Trump? That's up, by the way. That's a whole other issue, but that's up, right? Like more people vote, millions of people more voted for Hillary, but Donald Trump's the president. What the People in the comments, Simon, it's just how the system works. They have this like, we have ours is also up in the UK, so don't worry about it. But also do worry about it. We should both worry about it. What am I talking about? Let's carry on. IHOP immediately did some much-needed housekeeping by deleting the post, but they provided no explanation as to why they'd retweeted it. It must have been accidental. It must have been accidental. Or someone was logged into their personal Twitter account. Because look, I got like millions of YouTube accounts, and I have my personal YouTube account. There's no content on it. It's just where I watch videos. But if I could post on there, like there was my own personal, and you know, and then I went on to like, well, not Business Place because it's crazy, but onto like Today I Found Out and like started tweeting my own super racist beliefs. Just kidding. I could see how that could accidentally happen. Someone who's a racist, or not racist, just a Hillary hater, thinks they're logged into their personal Twitter account, and they see, they're like, oh, I'm logged into my corporate account. Like, because they handle Twitter for IHOP, or IHOP. What the f*** it calls? Who knows? Let's carry on. What are we talking about? In fact, their response was terse and unapologetic. After investigation, we've confirmed that our account was hacked this morning. We appreciate our fans bringing this to our attention. Okay, that's fair. I mean, if your account get hacked. But for many, it was a far cry from the politician-style groveling and pandering that they were expecting. So much so that they called for a boycott like this one. IHOP, because of your disgusting retweet, I plan on going to Denny's Diner. Shame on you. Hashtag boycott.
Daddy, chill.
Last I was in the US, I went to a Denny's for breakfast. I think I was heading to the airport and I was pretty hungry. I ordered some pancakes and some syrup, it wasn't bad. And I was looking through the menu because it's weird. In American menus, at least this is weird to me, all of the calories are like listed. And I'm like, that's terrible. I don't need to know that information. You. It just feels like a piece of shit. And I'm just going through and I'm like, what's the most calorific drink? There was a fucking milkshake that had like 1,500 calories. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Don't know where that came from. In other words, I'll take my 44-inch waist, clogged arteries, and business elsewhere, thank you very much. But boom, boom. Others were a bit less judgmental, opting instead to cajole further explanation from the beloved pancake chain. Is it beloved? I've never been to it. I don't know what it's like. I mean, I do like pancakes, but I suggest you offer an explanation instead of just deleting. They did. They said it was hacked. And that's it. That's the entire statement. Apology, question mark. Deny these sentiments. Response lacking. But there were those who agreed with the tweet too. It was a good tweet, and you should feel good. Hashtag Bernie would have won. Oh! And that's the only good thing you ever did. They did explain it though. They said their account was hacked. They decided not to apologize. I'm not entirely against IHOP on this one. That last one should probably be discounted though, because it was obviously written by someone who's never eaten at IHOP. The takeaway here should be that vehement apologies are always in order, even when social media blunders are a result of hacked accounts. It just makes people feel morally superior, which is always a good thing. Yeah, okay, maybe I'll learn something myself. I should always apologize for mistakes that aren't mine. That. Number 9. Would you rather? The Snapchat way. In this installment of Who is Managing Your Social Media Account, we'll take a look at a particularly egregious offense committed by Snapchat. Growing up in America and maybe elsewhere, kids play a funny game in which they propose different situations to one another, like Would You Rather. Oh boy, yeah, I know this game. Assuming two boys are playing, it goes something like this. Hey Charlie, would you rather eat cat shit or kiss Jenny Thompson? You get the idea. In theory, it's not without merit for marketing and advertising purposes, but there's a catch. You got to do it correctly. For example, if McDonald's were to run an ad, they could say, would you rather eat a Whopper or flog yourself with a rusty bicycle chain? Which, that's not going to work well for McDonald's, because everyone will be like, well, obviously, even if you don't like Whoppers, even if you don't like Burger King, and you much prefer McDonald's, you're still going to be like, look, whipping myself with a rusty bicycle chain sounds like a f***ing tetanus nightmare, so I'm going to eat the f***ing Whopper. Because, look, if you like McDonald's, I don't know, I like them both. I'm like, I don't care. It's good. If I'm hungry, I'll eat both. It's a reasonable burger. They're both reasonable burgers. I'd probably go for a Big Mac. And then on the side, I would have Burger King fries, because everyone knows that King fries are better. And if you don't think that, you're just dumb. But Snapchat took things entirely too far in 2018 when they posed the question, would you rather slap Rihanna or punch Chris Brown? Guys, what? I am so out of touch with pop culture, but I am vaguely aware Chris Brown, isn't he a singer? He was a singer back in the day, but he's also some other dude. Look, there's Chris Brown. I know Rihanna is. Chris Brown was married to Rihanna, or was Rihanna's boyfriend or something, and did he beat the out of her in a lift? Allegedly. I'm just going to say allegedly in case that's not what happened. So obviously, it's like, yeah, I want to punch Chris Brown because he's a dickhead, whereas Rihanna got beaten up. Not her fault. At first, it only gives two options, both of which are violent and illegal. Strike one. Yeah, but, I mean, who would punch Chris Brown? Sounds alright. Second, years before in 2009, Chris Brown assaulted then-girlfriend Rhiannon in a Lamborghini the night before the Grammys, which made it personal and real. Wait, so who got beaten up in a lift? I thought I saw the video of that. Strike two. Wait, so did he beat her up twice? I'm so confused. Pictures released later showed Rihanna with a split and swollen lip, black eye, and abundant bruises, but Brown was only sentenced to 5 years probation, a year of domestic violence counseling, and a few months of community service, so he didn't go to prison. I feel like if you beat the out of your wife, you should probably go to prison, son. Bowing to relentless criticism from Rihanna and others, Snapchat pulled the ad. It was an ad? What is Snapchat? I thought that was where you sent pictures to each other that expire. How is this advertising Snapchat? Snapchat pulled the ad and issued a surprisingly uninspiring statement admitting that it had violated its own guidelines. Strike three. In response, Rihanna posted on Instagram, I'd love to call this ignorance. It's not ignorance. It seems very intentional. Like what? But I know you ain't that dumb. You spent money to animate something that would intentionally bring shame to DV victims and make a joke of it, domestic violence. Her actions, along with the company's mind-numbing, inappropriate content, succeeded in reducing the value of Snapchat's parent company, Snap Inc., by nearly $1 billion. Fucking mwah! Later, a company spokesman admitted that the ad was disgusting and never should have appeared on their service. Obviously. Are you fucking dumb? He also apologized, calling it a terrible mistake, and vowed to investigate the incident to ensure that it never happens again. About time, mate. Number 10. Cinnabon's culinary eulogy. At the risk of sexualizing an iconic and much-loved, though now deceased actress, it bears saying that for many young boys growing up in the era, Prince Leia was, well, use your imagination, like the boys did. I don't know this. I saw one Star Wars. No, I've seen two Star Wars. One when I was a kid, then I saw the recent one, and I'm just not into the whole thing. I'm not into Princess Leia. I don't even know who played her. Oh, Carrie Fisher. There we go. Who cares? I don't.
Calm down, Anakin.
You'll recall that in Star Wars, Princess Leia, played by Carrie Fisher, had two adorable cinnamon bun-shaped lobes in her hair, one over each ear. Yeah, it was a great look. Actually, their resemblance to real cinnamon buns was striking. Which may have been why Cinnabon, an American purveyor of cinnamon buns, and other treats with over 1,000 stores in 4 countries, decided to use them and her in a December 2016 tribute tweet a few days after the actress's death. Look, companies, I'll give you a bit of free advice right now. When someone dies, or a large group of people dies, just don't. You might think it's appropriate, you might think that it's tasteful, but it isn't. You're welcome. Immediately after she passed away from sudden cardiac arrest, loyal fans from around the globe took to social media to pay their respects, but unlike most of their kind words, Cinnabon's response wasn't exactly to everyone's taste. It read, R.I.P. Carrie Fisher, you'll always have the best buns in the galaxy. This is not nearly as bad as some of the others on this list, but it is just not appropriate. And the tweet also included a picture of the Star Wars character made from cinnamon and confectioner's sugar with a big cinnamon bun over her ear, where it would have been in the movie. Again, the backlash was prompt. Some say it was tacky and in poor taste. And those people are absolutely correct. While others took it a step further, branding it the world's most tasteless reaction to a celebrity death. Look, I mean, say that, they'll watch this video, okay? Because there's been worse shit. It'll be like, Simply Safe, or one of those home security companies advertising about keeping your kids safe right after Michael Jackson died. It's like, not really appropriate, like, any way you cut it.
I just identify so much with children, their innocence, the beauty.
But unlike the gaffes committed by other soulless corporations on this list, this one was open to debate. In fact, some fans thought it was cute, and even stated that Carrie Fisher wouldn't have taken offense. She may have even gotten a kick out of it. Nonetheless, despite the mixed bag of responses, Cinnabon's reaction was wise and politically astute when they said, our deleted tweet was genuinely meant as a tribute, but we shouldn't have posted it. We are truly sorry. You know how Carrie Fisher felt about this? Nothing, because she's dead. It's like if some company, like Now, did something, to promote themselves, I don't know, making fun of me or whatever, or tributing me, I'd be like, well, I can get upset about it or I can't. But if they do it after I'm dead, I couldn't possibly care, because I'm dead. And after you die, there's just a endless... I always like the comparison. It's like, remember the Tudors? Or do you remember the American Revolution? No, of course you don't. And after you die, it's just like that. Depressing. Welcome to Business Blaze. They said, our deleted tweet was genuinely meant as a tribute, but we shouldn't have posted it. We are truly sorry. Appropriate reaction. In their defense, they posted the image to Twitter a few years before to celebrate Star Wars Day, so it's not exactly like they were Johnny-come-latelys to the whole capitalizing on the hard work and success of others game. I don't know. That seems like fun. If she's alive, it's all fair game. I don't think she's gonna mind. Capitalizing on the hard work and success of others. I'll give them a pass on that one. Is that so bad? Matthew and I, not on the same page. Ooh. But one wonders if they did it to pay tribute or to move more product to hapless mourners and movie lovers. They're a corporation, of course they did it to sell more shit. Why are we even questioning that? Also, I feel like it's as if I pay Matthew per page because you just left me a giant gap in there. I don't know why. Number 11. Miel's International Women's Day post. In a classic stand-up bit, Rodney Dangerfield recalled once asking his wife what she wanted to do on their anniversary. Take me someplace I've never been, Rodney, she said. How about the kitchen? He replied. Oh, ba-da-bum-bum. I actually like that a lot. Whoever this Rodney Dangerfield guy is, he's probably pretty funny. Though gender stereotypes can be a laugh a minute, they're generally touchy subjects these days. But apparently German appliance manufacturer Miel didn't get the memo. Yeah, it's like, yeah, they can be touchy subjects, but in a stand-up comedy routine, I'm gonna let a lot fly because it's comedy. But if a company starts doing it, you're like, guys. Though it's not so well known stateside, Miel is one of the largest manufacturers and washers and dryers. And on International Women's Day in March 2019, they decided to put profits before common sense by insulting a significant portion of their clientele. In a careless and insensitive throwback to decades past, in which married women were typically relegated to housewives and stay-at-home mums, they succeeded in reinforcing a stereotype that most women have been trying to outrun for generations. Their post featured 4 attractive women, sitting and standing behind a washer and a dryer, both of which were front loaders, in case you were wondering. I wasn't. Like, top-loading washing machines, not a thing in Europe. I mean, are they? I've never had one. Every washing machine I've had, you put the in the front and then you close the door. It doesn't go in the top. I don't even know why they're two different options. It couldn't possibly go in the top of mine because right on top of the washing machine is the dryer. There's a big multi-layer cake between them too, and confetti. The copy said, "May all women remember to embrace what makes them unique. Happy International Women's Day." How can you possibly think this is a good move? Like, what is going on? It obviously wasn't their intention. The image and text both missed the mark by a wide margin. The ad implied that housework like laundry is the exclusive domain of women, which most women found insulting. Yeah, no shit, what could the possible other message be? Like all social media missteps, their posts sparked tons of indignation, which led the company to remove it just hours after going live. What they didn't do, however, was issue a formal apology or even an explanation. Really, I have to say, like, yeah, this probably someone should apologize, blah, 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 blah. But there is this very much this outrage culture that everyone must apologize for every little slight. And I'm like, doesn't that make it so, like, when someone does up and issue an actual apology, it makes it, like, less worthwhile? We don't need to apologize for everything. And with this, it's like, with this, a bit like, yeah, we screwed up, we're sorry. But I don't think it needs to be some affair. Really, the latter probably would have sufficed as an explanation, as one wonders how they expected anyone to see the connection between washers and dryers and women celebrating the things that make them unique. Which Matthew has spelled uniqueen. So, new one to me. In fact, there's really nothing unique about the women in the post at all. They are all attractive, white and slim. Neil really should have mixed things up a bit, and here's an idea: included women of different races, heights, nationalities, body types, etc. They could have even included text in multiple languages. German, English and Swahili would have done the trick. In 2019, it was really unforgivable. Yeah, I'm like, it's okay. Wait, is this okay? I mean, like, look, most advertising has attractive people in it. This makes sense. Like, I don't think that is something that is wrong. In 2019 it was unforgivable. There is a silver lining, and here it is. Regardless of how insensitive, oblivious, and politically incorrect you are, there's likely a position for you somewhere as a social media marketer. You bet there is. I would feel like if I was unemployed, I'd just put social media marketer in my bio or something, because it's like, yeah, tweet about stuff. I feel like it's just the most generic job title in the world. Number 12, a friend for a Whopper. Oh, I know this one, where the people, you would delete your friends on Facebook and they give you a free Whopper. I'd be all over that if I had Facebook. I used to have a Facebook. I deleted it because I was like, F this. Also, F Facebook. Although I recently bought one of those Oculus Quest things, and because I was like, that looks cool. And, someone had a go at me the other day for being a mindless consumer in my subreddit. Also, my subreddit has 950 subscribers. What the f***? I mean, I don't want to say I'm a big deal, but 950 people? Get the f*** over there, Reddit people. Reddit.com/r/Simon Whistler. It's not hard. Go over there and have a great time. Tell me I'm a mindless consumer. I don't care. I am. P.T. Barnum once said, "There's no such thing as bad publicity." Irish playwright and poet Oscar Wilde quipped. He's another one of these f***ers who probably didn't actually say this. There's only one thing in the world worse than being talked about, and that's not being talked about, although that feels massively Oscar Wilde, doesn't it? Taking those words, except when they talked about how he was homosexual, and then he had to go to prison. He was probably not happy they talked about that. Taking those words to heart, in 2009, Burger King and its top-notch advertising agency offered hungry Facebook fans an interesting choice with their Whopper sacrifice. The deal was that if you unfriended 10 friends, they'd give you a coupon for a free Whopper. In other words, friendships would be thrown under the bus for a 10% stake in a Whopper, or way less than $1. The promotion's official site said, "Now is the time to put your fair-weather web friendships to the test. Install Whopper Sacrifice on your Facebook profile, and we'll reward you with a free flame-broiled Whopper when you sacrifice 10 of your friends." Okay, maybe I'm going to throw myself under the bus for my future PR consulting business, because I'm like, that's genius. That is genius. According to statistics, nearly 250,000 friendships were wiped out by more than 80,000 participants in just under a week. Pretty impressive numbers, especially considering that the promotion violated Facebook's privacy policy, which resulted in them pulling the plug long before things were ever able to run their natural course. Facebook's privacy policy. Facebook's reputation for privacy is down here somewhere. Low down. These unfriendings, in the name of a free, overly processed sustenance, were dubbed sacrifices, and in a cruel twist of fate, they showed up on daily activity feeds of those who'd been unfriended. Yeah, of course they did. Otherwise, it's just like you can quietly delete people and get a free Whopper. You want it to be out there as the marketing company, otherwise what's the point? Apparently they said something like Joe Smith sacrificed Phil McCracken for a free Whopper. Some were determined to take advantage of the promotion to its fullest and eat nothing but Whoppers for weeks, only to discover dejectedly that it was restricted to one coupon per account. Bummer. I'd have sacrificed sacrifice hundreds of people for a free Whopper, because I like Whoppers. Had it not been for Facebook raining on the parade and this petty limitation, there's really no telling how far it would have gone. It could have destroyed Facebook. Burger King could have destroyed Facebook. I am not even joking. That would be disastrous for Facebook. I can see why they cancelled it. Admittedly, though, this isn't so much a social media fail as it is a sordid curiosity. After all, who among us with more than 100 friends wouldn't sacrifice at least one of them for a free burger? Matthew, I would sacrifice all 100 for 10 free burgers, to be honest. Detractors called the stunt mean and aggressive. Snowflakes. But it was groundbreaking too in that it was one of the first all social media marketing campaigns in the fast food industry, and it generated a ton of free press. It's literally 11 years later and we're still talking about it. It would make my f***ing day. I work with a lot of sponsors. Less on Business Blaze because look at this show. But I work with a lot of sponsors. I've never worked with anyone huge like Burger King or something. I worked with Google. They're pretty big. But that was also on like a sponsor bit of content. But working with Burger King, that'd be f***ing tight. Hit me up, BK. Kenneth Cole strikes again. Twice. Who the f*** Kenneth Cole? Back in early 2010, mass demonstrations began popping up in many North African and Middle Eastern countries. Things got underway in Tunisia with the Japanese Spring, but it quickly spread to other countries like Libya. Jasmine Spring, not Japanese Spring. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. There we go, because I read it wrong, like an idiot. It spread to other countries like Libya, Syria, Yemen, Egypt. Wasn't this called the Arab Spring? Where citizens fed up with everything from oppression and rising fuel costs to stagnant wages and poor education took to the streets against some of the most corrupt, oppressive, and well-entrenched regimes in the world. Since the Jasmine Spring gave rise to the more expansive Arab Spring, there we go. I mean, that'd be a bit of an error, wouldn't it? Like calling the Arab Spring the Jasmine Spring. Like people would go in the comments, Simon, you're so dumb. Apologise. Many governments blocked internet access and became apparent that the unprecedented uprisings were largely feeding off of one another. In other words, disgruntled citizens tired of keeping their mouths shut and living shitty lives in country X became emboldened by the demonstrators in country Y, which they could easily follow on social media. I don't feel we should call their countries shitty. It's not their countries, it's the f***ing regime that runs them. This is like across the board. Generally, I don't know, I've traveled a lot, I've met a lot of people from a lot of different countries. And it's like, people are always great. Countries are usually great. Governments fucking suck. Especially dictatorship governments. It's like, you meet anyone from any country, you're gonna find, who's got shit in common with you, you can find something to talk about, you won't think they're an idiot. I'm sure I could talk to North Koreans, who are ideologically very different from me. But then you sit down and you're like, oh, you're fairly normal. Outside of North Korea, they'll probably be like, yeah, government sucks, bro. North Korea, Kim Il, Jong Il. That dickhead. But it's not the country, it's not the people, it's the people in charge. Them. Some governments, shocked by the force and suddenness of the protests, proposed sweeping social changes. But in most cases, it was too little too late. The citizens stubbornly refused to be placated. So they did what uber-wealthy dictators intent on holding onto their slice of the good life always do. They resorted to violence to quell the insurrections. Shocker. In Egypt, hundreds were killed and maimed before Hosni, I didn't know that was his first name, Mubarak fled the country. The history lesson ends here, but it's from this cheery backdrop, dear viewer, that premium shoe, apparel and accessory designer and businessman icon Kenneth Cole decided to tweet, "Millions in uproar in #Cairo. Rumor is they heard our new spring collection is now available online." Are we running into an issue here? Because this is a very familiar story to me, and I think this is why I vaguely actually heard of Kenneth Cole. Did we cover this in the last one? This is the problem when I've got two writers and I don't do my job of telling Matthew to have a look at the first one. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I did it on another video. Who cares? You're going to enjoy it for a second time. Woo! Or you could just skip ahead. But don't do that. I need the sweet watch time. Also, this is inappropriate, just as well. Maybe he didn't realize that Egyptians were losing limbs and faces and dying in clashes with government forces. Or maybe he did and he didn't care. Maybe the New York big shots, students of P.T. Barnum and Oscar Wilde, or maybe their spring collection was just that good. It wasn't. No one cares. Either way, the tweet was deleted, but not as quickly as it should have been, and it upset a lot of people. Cole did release an apology, stating that he didn't mean to make light of a serious and historic situation. He should have stopped there, but he stupidly added, "I've dedicated my life to raising awareness about serious social issues." No, you haven't, Kenneth. You've dedicated your life to building a premium clothing company. It'd be like me saying, "I've dedicated my life to clearing up business." It's like, no, I've dedicated my life to making shitty YouTube videos. And in hindsight, my attempt at humor regarding a nation liberating themselves against oppression was poorly timed and absolutely inappropriate. It's a good apology. In his own words, he admitted to doing exactly what he said, making light of a serious and deadly situation. For a change, wouldn't it have been refreshing to hear something like, I've dedicated my life to designing shoes and making money. Yeah, Kenneth, come on. You don't like it? Off and buy Tom McCann's at Target. I have no idea what Tom McCann's is. I've been to a Target. I would have appreciated the candor. But sadly, there weren't any great lessons learned because a few years later, in 2013, in reference to the debate on whether to put US troops in Syria, Cole tweeted, oh, this is going to be good, isn't it? It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Boots on the ground or not, let's not forget about sandals, pumps and loafers. Hashtag footwear. Kenneth, all you had to do, we talked about this before, just learn a lesson. You don't need to apologize. You're the person I talk about, Kenneth, who apologizes and then fucking does it anyway, later, again.
Don't do that again.
Just don't apologize, just don't do it again, Kenneth. It's probably okay, you're probably old and dumb. American Right 14. This is fucking long, isn't it, guys? Do you like these epic blazes? Because, I had to get water because my throat was starting to hurt. I've made really long videos and I do podcasts, but I get all shouty in Business Blaze. American Rifleman's bad timing. What the fuck is American Rifleman? Is it literally an American Rifleman? Or is that a brand? It doesn't sound like a very good brand, like American Apparel, American Rifle. Okay, hunting goods, maybe. In July of 2012, another mass shooting rocked the nation when in Aurora, Colorado, during a midnight showing of the film The Dark Knight Rises, then 24-year-old James Egan Holmes set off a tear gas canister in the theater before killing... Oh, I remember this. This was brutal, and injuring dozens more in a barrage of gunfire as they fled. It was one of the deadliest events of its kind in history, yet it was dwarfed by the infamous Columbine High School massacre that took place in rural Colorado in 1999. What the is wrong with Colorado? In which there were 82 victims? Columbine had 82 victims? That's fucking crazy. I can't believe that.
Hey Siri, how many people were killed in the Columbine massacre?
Why do I even try?
Hey Siri, how many people were killed in the Columbine massacre? Fucking nothing.
Yeah, it was 15 and 24 injured. What are you talking about, Matty? I was like, I don't remember it being that bad.
Facts, apparently not something we do very well at Business Blaze.
Minutes after the shooting, Holmes was found in his car outside the cinema and arrested. At the trial, he confessed to shooting but pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. He was found guilty of all charges, including first-degree murder and possessing explosives in July of same year and received multiple sentences that amounted to life in prison without the possibility of parole, though prosecutors had sought the death penalty. How the did he not get the death penalty? I don't know how I feel on the death penalty, but in this case I'll be like, yeah, kill him. But while the nation's waking residents wrestled with the aftermath of another catastrophe, a pre-programmed Twitter account at American Rifleman chirped to life, posting, "Good morning, shooters. Happy Friday. Weekend plans?" It's okay. It's scheduled ahead of time. I gotta cut them some slack for that, but boy, is it not appropriate. For those who don't run in gun circles, National Rifleman is the official journal of the National Rifle Association, NRA, an organization that takes tons of heat representing gun owners and acting as an advocacy group for firearm manufacturers. The tweet was posted at just past 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the company's official account, where it languished for more than 3 hours before being pulled down. When the events of the previous night became common knowledge, a spokesman for the NRA said in a statement delivered on CNN, a single individual unaware of events in Colorado tweeted a comment that is completely taken out of context. He added, "Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and the community. NRA will not have any further comment until all the facts are known." Fair enough. As they will, opponents of the organization that vehemently opposes gun control took to social media to express their disbelief and indignation, a sentiment that wasn't helped by conflicting reports about whether the post had been previously scheduled to go live at that time or posted by a real person who hadn't yet seen the news. Concerns with the likelihood of copycat crimes at other venues, many theaters cancelled the movie altogether, while others beefed up security. Ironically, in many states, gun sales increased significantly directly after the shooting, and the great gun debate raged on. Of course it did. Though it's evident that there was no maliciousness on the part of American Rifleman or the NRA, it shows that when bad timing and pre-scheduled tweets collide, they can be seriously detrimental to a company's image, no doubt. Number 15. We're getting there. We've only got a lot more pages left. This is the most epic of epic blazes. Matthew's gone overboard. I don't even know what the word count on this was, but it was massive. And then I had all my shit, so it gets really big.
Ha! Gay!
15 Epicurious Hawk Scones. Scones. Scones? Scones. Scones in the UK, scones in America. That's my guess. After the Boston Marathon bomb... What is it with the Boston Marathon? People trying to sell shit around that. There was just something about the Boston Marathon bombing that made it a giant lemon that hapless marketers and social media managers couldn't stop themselves from sucking. In the first noteworthy fail after the bombing, food and cooking website Epicurious figured that nothing would alleviate the stress of losing a limb or a loved one in a heinous terrorist attack like a warm scone. What the f***? Curious. If only the marketing department at Adidas would have taken note, they might have saved themselves a significant headache down the road. But whereas they waited until 2017 to step in it, Epicurious did it almost immediately after the tragic events of April the 15th, 2013. The closer you get to the event, the worse it is. That's a fact. PR department, Simon, I can save your problems. I can save you. Boasting nearly 500,000 Twitter followers, Epicurious thought they could help them all cope and sell some grub by tweeting the following. In honor of Boston and New England, may we suggest whole grain cranberry scones. Oh, there's still a little water in there, whoops. And Boston, our hearts are with you. Here's a bowl of breakfast energy we could all use to start the day. I don't understand how that is even possible. The tweets are insensitive and absurd, and it's a real mystery how one of them was sent out, let alone both. It is, isn't it? Epicurious did delete them and post an apology. It said, "We truly regret that our previous food posts seemed offensive." Bro, Epicurious, they didn't seem anything. They were offensive, clearly. Our hearts and prayers are with the people of Boston. The problem here is that their tweets didn't seem offensive, they were offensive. Yes, Matthew, same page. They should have substituted seemed with were, and by doing so, they would have saved themselves from additional backlash from their unsatisfactory apology. Number 16. Fatal plane crashes aren't funny. No one needs this explained to them, except for Southwest Airlines. In the winter of 2005, at Chicago's Midway Airport, a Boeing 737 from Baltimore touched down on a snowy runway and slid into a residential street adjacent to airport property. Don't live near the airport, folks. It's not just loud, it's also dangerous. I mean, statistically it's not. Statistically it's loud, but statistically it's not dangerous. You're probably going to be fine. But I mean, it's got to be pretty terrifying just chilling out having some breakfast. A Boeing 737 comes through the wall. Photos show the massive Southwest Airlines aircraft covered in snow and resting precariously between parked cars under a traffic light. Or maybe they weren't the ones that f***ed up. Maybe, well, I mean, they crashed their plane. They f***ed up pretty bad. But maybe they didn't do the social media fail. Though the accident didn't take the lives of any of the plane's passengers or crew, as it skidded to a stop, 2 cars became trapped underneath and a 6-year-old boy who'd been riding in one of them was killed. After the incident, oh god, how are we going to commercialize this? After the incident, passengers said the landing seemed normal at first, but then when the plane failed to decelerate and eventually hit the rumble strips at the end of the runway, they knew they were in serious trouble. Yeah, they do.
Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Doctor, you want another phone?
Fast forward to March 2013, thousands of miles across the Atlantic to Luton Airport. One of 5 major airports in London, also arguably the shittiest airport, located... Luton Airport is a nightmare. I'll tell you why. Every time I fly into Luton Airport, it's like, great, okay, so I'll go pick up my car. And it's like, oh, you gotta go to the car rental village, which is their nice way of saying it's miles away from the airport. So you have to get in a bus. And not just that, you get on a bus with employees of the airport. And that makes me sound like a mega snob, but I'll explain it. Because you've got people who work at an airport, and they've just got off like a 15-hour shift or something, and they're like, all of them get off at once, they all cram onto the bus, and they're all talking, this happened once, to be fair, but they're all talking super loudly, and I just got off a long flight, and I'm like, I just wanna and so I'm riding on this bus to the car rental village. Like 15 minutes later you arrive there, and you're like, great. And then on the way back, you gotta drop your car off in the car rental village and take the bus back. You're like, fuck you, Luton. F*** you. How about you get rid of the idea of being a village, and you make it a counter in the fucking airport? Oh god, we were on a rant. Located about 20 minutes from downtown on the northwest side of the city, where a bored and possibly brain-dead employee posted a picture of the 737 from the aforementioned Chicago crash on the airport's official Facebook page with the words, "Because we're such a super airport, this is what we prevent you from when it snows. We..." Smiley face. Bro, someone died. off. Had it been a picture of a crash in which nobody was injured or killed, it probably still wouldn't have been funny, because plane crashes just aren't. But astute Facebook users pointed out that the crash had resulted in the death of a 6-year-old child. The picture remained up for more than an hour before being taken down, after which an airport spokesperson apologized for the incident, saying it was wholly unacceptable and insensitive, adding, "We have social media guidelines that clearly outline what is acceptable. However, in this instance, a new, over-enthusiastic, that's one way to describe them, member of our support team made an honest but misguided mistake and clearly stepped over the line. We apologise for any offence caused. Further steps have been taken to guarantee that it never happens again, and hopefully it won't. Because, as we all know, you can apologise, just don't fucking do it again. That's the trick. Don't do it again." A grand finale of distasteful retweets. How exciting. I like how retweets, so you can almost say it like retweets. Like it's its own separate special word. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been here for like an hour. I'm going crazy. Number 17, American Airlines does it again and again. "Hey American Airlines, you suck big ass. Thanks for your continued support." What? Oh, okay, so there's obviously an automated Twitter response or something. From this fictitious example, this is a fictitious example. Could have led with that.
How did you know everything in advance?
You really want to know?
I want to know. I really want to know.
Okay. I know because I've read the script.
It's clear that automatic retweets may not be the way to go when interacting with customers. A similar thing happened one morning when a worker at American Airlines social media agency noticed that at American Air had just thanked a guy named Mark Murphy, who in a tweet called American Airlines the largest, shittiest airline in the world. I've flown with American Airlines a couple of times. Agreed. Although they'll be given a run for their money by British Airways, who also, all these big famous, you kind of suck. The Germans, the Asians, Emirates, they know how to do airlines. Is Qatar an Emirate? It's not, it's its own separate country. But all of those like Middle Eastern airlines, way better than anyone else. It was in reference to a recent merger with rival US Airways that did make them the world's biggest airline. AA's Autobot didn't pick up the insult, however, and thanked him for his kind words. But their problem with automation got worse the following year, when their official Twitter account retweeted a picture of a woman with a plastic toy jetliner protruding from her vagina. Fucking hell. Whoops. Insert crash landing joke here. Ba-da-boom-boom. Number 18, the New England Patriots racist tweet. They're a football team, an American football team. The NFL's the National Football League, I think. New England's Patriots found themselves in hot water in late 2014 when their Autobot tweeted a racial slur from the team's official account. Whoops-a-doodle. Ironically, it happens largely because the team had been the first to reach an impressive milestone, 1 million followers on Twitter. To celebrate the occasion, users were encouraged to retweet messages previously posted by the team, after which they'd be rewarded with an automated message showing their Twitter handle on a team jersey. I can see where this is going. Companies have made this mistake many times. Unfortunately, one slick user got the bot to tweet out a jersey with, "I hate N-words." Classy. An agonizing hour elapsed, and 1,500 retweets later, management apologized and blames the incident on a faulty filtering system. Yeah, guys, I mean, look, I have some familiarity with filtering systems because on YouTube, in the comments, if you post something like that, or literally any words that I don't like, on some of the channels, I actually just included pronunciation in there because I got sick of people telling me to pronounce things the American way or the correct way. I just don't care, so I just blocked pronunciation, anything like that is all blocked. And also, if you look at that page of words where you can just type in shit, it is the filthiest page you can imagine. Come on, Patriots, get it together. FYI, about 70% of the players in the NFL are African American. Number 19, Puma loves cocaine. Yeah, they do! Global sportswear giant Puma, or Puma, as we say in the UK, got bit by the same bug during their Forever Faster a few months before. The company encouraged fans to tweet the hashtag Forever Faster to see their Twitter names printed on personalized cards that would be signed by some of the brand's most famous ambassadors, like Usain Bolt and someone else, Radamel Falco. No idea who that is. But like the New England Patriots, their system got tricked into tweeting a number of unsavory messages, including one German soccer star, Marco Reus, whose autographed photo was emblazoned with the message, "Cocaine. Couldn't do it without you." Couldn't do this without you either, allegedly. Number 20, Oreo's racist tweet. There's so much racism Everyone's a racist. Oreos may be one of America's favorite cookies, but that doesn't make them manufacturer immune to social media blunders. A few years ago, their official Twitter account automatically generated the following tweet: at f***ing N-word, sweet. Click here for a chance to get a free pack of our new limited editions. Oh, okay. So someone had the username, that inappropriate username, and that's how I guess they got past the filter. The company attributed the offense to a feature on their account that automatically responds to anyone during a promotion or giveaway using their Twitter name, whatever it may be. How about you don't do that then? I mean, so many companies have done this. Just stop it. Hire someone, you Oreo. What do you want to bet that feature no longer exists? Well, I don't know. Almost said Danny. I don't know, Matthew. Seeing as companies continuously seem to make this error, and there are a dozen examples, I'd say it does. It does exist. Number 21. Oh my god, we're finally at the end. I need to sit down. In 2015, 21, Coca-Cola have a Coke and a Nazi. And it's crossed out smile. So, and a smile, but it says Nazi instead. In 2015, Coca-Cola wisely hit the pause button on its Super Bowl themed #MakeItHappy social media campaign that had been designed as a way for users to respond to negative tweets with positive ones. But when one user tricked the system into retweeting a number of lines from Mein Kampf, they were left with a big glob of egg on their proverbial corporate face. Now, I can't say that I'm sad that this one's over. That was long. Look, these videos, as I said at the beginning, I don't make them so much because they take way longer. It's almost lunchtime and I started this when I got to work. I don't know what to do. Thank you for watching, everybody. It's been fun. My voice needs a rest. Facts, apparently not something we do very well at Business Blaze. No one cares. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This is all about jobs that won't exist in the future, so if you're doing one of these jobs, well, you're welcome for this service announcement. I'm also sorry that your career is going away. The one that instantly comes to mind is truck drivers. It's like, that is going to be pretty intense, because like Elon Musk is working really hard so you don't have a job anymore. And so are all the other car companies, and so's Uber and Google, and so that's not going to be a good time. Although, the fact that train drivers are still a thing, and like metro, like London Underground drivers, there's this brilliant song called, I don't know what it's called, but it's like, London Underground, they're all lazy, useless, London Underground, and it's really amusing, and it makes me, and this was like released in the 90s, and I think they make a point about why do these people still have jobs? Why are they always, and it was written by two guys who always ride on the London Underground, and they're like, why are you striking? You make loads of money, and you sit in a box and drive a train that could drive itself. Bye! Bye!
Thomas had never seen such bullshit before.
Lazy, useless, London Underground. Hopefully I won't get claimed for that. Of course I won't get claimed. I sang it, it sounds horrible. Let's actually get into it, because Danny has a propensity. What happens here is Danny writes the script, I will read the script, Sam will add some memes. I do a really long introduction. Danny does a really long introduction, and then we actually have some content. So we should probably get on. Yes? Whenever I used to dream about the career path I was destined to take in adult life, I always fancied the idea of helping people reach their destination in some way. I thought that maybe I'd end up as an airline pilot. Or a helmsman. Alright, Danny. What is a helmsman exactly? Is that someone who like drives a boat? Wouldn't you call that a skipper? Or at the very least, a school bus driver. When I was a kid, there were loads of jobs that I wanted to do. You know, you have like your fantasy jobs when you're a kid, and they're the jobs you don't actually get to do. Like, I wanted to be an astronaut, and all this shit. And I also wanted to be a TV presenter. And oddly enough, here we are. I mean, it's not television, and I'm not really doing a good job of presenting. But somehow this is what I do for a living. Weird. Sadly, in later life, I failed to command the public confidence that would allow me to be left alone in charge of a skateboard. Oh no! But then I had another cunning idea. I decided that what I really wanted to be in life was an elevator operator. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they had like an ad. You know, you get these podcasts on like podcast networks, and they're always advertising their own shows. And one of these, I can't remember what the show was called or anything, but one of the adverts was like, have you ever wondered what job you would have in the past? Like, this is a question that everyone asks themselves, and I'm like, no. At no point in my life have I even considered asking myself that question. Maybe you should work on your sales pitch, or am I just really out of touch? Is this just something that people think about all the time? It's like, if I was born in the 18th century, what job would I have? Who the ever asked themselves that? I might not be able to take on passengers on their holidays to Honolulu, but at least I could get them to the top floor of the department store to browse swimwear and bridal outfits. Alas, fate dealt me another cruel blow. I realized I'd been born several decades too late, and the post of elevator operator had been made almost totally redundant. Apparently elevators have push buttons and things now. The story behind elevator operators is actually surprisingly interesting. I must have made a video about this at some point. But they used to have elevator operators in the same way you'd have a bus driver. You know, well, the bus driver, but they'd press the buttons and I don't know what the good equivalent is, but people felt uncomfortable being in an elevator without someone to control the elevator. Because they're like, whoa, we're in an elevator. It's pretty wild. The way they got past this, they fired all the elevator drivers. People were still very uncomfortable, so they just installed the emergency stop button. And that made everyone feel more comfortable, and the problem was solved. And Danny's dream job went away. But here's an interesting thing about the death of the elevator operator. Over the last century or so, it's the only position to have been wiped out purely by advances of automation. The job appeared as one of... Is that really true? There must have been other jobs that have been wiped out by automation. Like they used... Wait, in the last century or so. Before alarm clocks, the person used to go and wake people up, but that was way back in the day. The job appeared as one of the main 270 career paths on a 1950 United States 270 career paths on a 1950 United States census, but has now completely fallen off the radar. And while other jobs have naturally disappeared over the years from a lack of demand or technology becoming obsolete, the role of elevator operator is the only major occupation to have been eradicated entirely because we figured out the machines could do it better and effectively pass the control over to the passengers. The elevator has come a long way since they were first introduced into department stores and hotels in the 1850s. One of the very first public elevators ever to be opened was in the Horwatts department store in New York in 1857, but it was shut down within 3 years because customers didn't trust it and preferred to take the stairs. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of scary. Like, if an elevator is a new thing to you, you're gonna be like, wait, I'm going to get inside that metal box that is lifted up a giant shaft which fits it perfectly so it can just slide down to the bottom if a wire breaks. And I know, of course, the safety mechanisms and stuff, but I'll be like, you're taking the stairs. The job of elevator operator was quite technical during the early days, as you had to manually open and close the doors and then control the direction and speed of the car. In Germany, really? You controlled the speed? That's awesome. In Germany, before the Second World War, you had to undergo 3 years of rigorous training before you were allowed to take on the position. I just assumed it was someone who pressed the buttons. And although fully automated elevators arrived on the scene in the 1970s, many of the operators still clung onto their jobs for another 30 years or so before their career prospects took a dramatic plunge. People were still doing this in the year 2000? I can't believe that. Today you might still see the odd elevator operator in fancy hotels in New York, but this is really just a grandiose nod to the past for wealthy customers who like to feel special. In other words, it's largely just pissing about. It is, and I always feel super uncomfortable about it. Like in the elevator, look, I mean, let's just agree that if you're in the elevator alone, that is, you know, your chance to readjust yourself or scratch your bottom. And if there's a man in there and you go in and he's like, and what floor, sir? And you're like, oh god, I don't remember. Let me check my hotel card. It's always uncomfortable. It's like the man who hands you your towel in the bathroom. In a way, it's like, oh, that's fancy and nice. But it's also like an interaction with a human that I don't need. Makes me uncomfortable, is what I'm saying. Let's not do it. And although mankind has long been moaning that robots are going to take all of our jobs, it seems, for now, as though elevator operators are the only ones to have been well and truly shafted in that regard. I wish somebody had told me this before I signed up to that exclusive 3-year training course in Germany. Oh no, Danny, come on. That's just a con. If you're thinking of passing career advice on to the next generation, or you fancy taking up a new role that will see you through until retirement age, here are just a few of the modern occupations that should trigger a few alarm bells as they hurtle rapidly down to the basement floor and the grotty underground car park. Ba-da-bum-bum. The whistling mailman. This would have been a job for me. During my own brief stint working at Royal Mail, I can remember the fleeting sense of satisfaction I felt when it looked as if I was in for a light day. For the first couple of hours of the shift, from about 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., you spent most of the time whizzing around a packed sorting office, heaving with hundreds of other post people. You collect all the bundles of mail being spat out at you from various collection points, and then you go and sort them out into your own frame, which contains a slot for every residence on the walk that you'll take later in the morning.
Just about everybody works in a post office is an alien.
I just realized I have no idea how the post works. I'm like, oh, it's really nice. It arrives. I mean, I don't really get that much post. I mean, it's all electronic these days, isn't it? I mean, what you used to get, like bills, electronic, bank statements, electronic. What else mail would you get? Spam, electronic. I bought a giant whiteboard for my office, and every month the company that I bought insists on sending me like a magazine. There are like 17 of them in my mailbox right now. It's like, and they're also wrapped in plastic, so it's like I have to separate. I can't just take it and dump it in the recycling. You got to separate all the plastic out. Oh my god. Stop it. Sometimes as you approach the end of this frantic sorting period, you notice that whole rows of slots were completely empty. This would seem to indicate that you'd be merrily skipping past a lot of houses there and you'd arrive at the final destination of the pub a lot quicker than usual. But then, just as things were looking pretty peachy, you'd pick up a huge box of door-to-door marketing mail which went in every damn slot on the frame. That is depressing. This meant that you'd be trudging up and down the rickety paths of every single derelict house on the walk, and pub time now seemed like a million foot-blistering steps away. It seemed a shame that about 10% of the mail I delivered was bills or official stuff, about 1% was personal letters. Oh yeah, personal letters, I didn't even mention those, because who the hell gets personal letters? And about 89% was junk mail that was only going to be lobbed. Yeah, this is the thing, we gotta just stop this, right? Let's just get rid of mail. Let's just do parcels, that's the only thing, and let's just have the people pick them up. Why do we still have mail? It's absurd, it's 2021, what the f***? What, everything, personal letters, just stop it. Just stop wasting everyone's time and the environment and money. Send a email, make a phone call. Bills and stuff, no one does that anymore. It's all electronic. And marketing junk mail, just stop it. If it's something you need to sign for as well, sometimes you need to sign for something to be like, oh, there's an official piece of mail or whatever from like, I don't know, government or some or someone's like, yeah, I really need to make sure you received this. Like official documents. Like when I bought a car and it's like they'll ship you the registration and you need to sign for the thing to confirm that you received it. It's like, fine, we'll still do that, but we'll have to pick it up. And obviously that's going to be more of a pain in the arse. But I think the amount of money that the government saves is probably worth it. Or, novel idea, if I don't want to fucking pick it up, I can pay someone to come and go to the post office and bring it to me. Like, I can pay extra to have it personally delivered. Why is this not happening? Why is the post still a thing? What the f***'s going on? I'm sorry if you work for the post, but surely you're going away. This was a little while ago, and it would seem that the situation has only become more dire since then. Of course, we'll always need someone to deliver our Amazon parcels. Yeah, a delivery company. We don't need people delivering letters. But the rest of the comprehensive services provided by the likes of Royal Mail and the US Postal Service has already become largely irrelevant in a world of social media and digital communication and paperless billing. The very idea of dedicated residential walking routes has become obsolete and is currently costing the US Postal Service billions of dollars in losses every year. The most recently recorded net loss from 2020 was just over $9 billion. What the f*** is going on? And even when these services switch their focus to parcels and perhaps reduce the walking routes for regular mail down to communal cluster mailboxes, good idea, so the customers do most of the walking themselves, they would still find it hard in the future to compete with Amazon, who are now playing about with delivery drones and constructing their own sophisticated delivery infrastructure with no need for an external postman. Yeah, Amazon have their own planes and just fleets of Amazon planes. Why is the government wasting I know it's like, it's almost a cliche, like government money wastage, and we'll laugh about it, but it is insane. It is insane how much money governments waste. On the plus side, I'm sounding like small government forever! On the plus side, it's just like, stop wasting money. I don't like the inefficiency. On the plus side, at least you'll not need to tip a delivery drone at Christmas, and you should free up plenty of space in the kitchen bin. Oh, good. No, that wasn't the introduction good. I was worried that I'd put the ad spot, like, after the introduction. That would be just the human referee. Oh god, are we going to talk about sports? I fucking hate sports. And it's the Super Bowl. There was the Super Bowl recently, and I saw someone tweeted like the world's most famous athletes. There was like the top 10. And the top 2 guys were like, that Tom Brady chap, who I have heard of. There was another one called LeBron James, and I was like, I literally don't know if he plays baseball, basketball, or American football. I know he's American. I would guess basketball, but I'm not sure. Michael Jordan wasn't on the list. And I'm like, I guess does he still play sports? Probably not. And then Roger Federer was number 10. And then everyone else, other than Ronaldo or Ronaldinho, who are apparently 2 different dudes, were on there. I'm like, I haven't heard of most of these people. And I was pleased with myself, because sports. Once every 4 years, the entire population of planet Earth gets excited about the FIFA World Cup. No, they don't. Just a few people in Britain and other countries like, I don't know, Spain, Brazil. Who else likes football? Like soccer, football. It's not that many people. Let's not get overly excited. The ultimate global football or soccer tournament, which has been running since 1930. No one cares. But, well, almost the entire population. The United States of America, Venezuela, and the Chimbu skeleton dancers of Papua New Guinea don't usually get all that excited about it. And Simon f***ing Whistler. I don't usually get that excited about it either. And Danny Salter. But there have been times over the years when I found myself trapped in a pub full of drunken football fans cheering on England, and it's surprisingly easy to get carried away with the celebratory mood. I'm such a Grinch. I'll just be like, I'm gonna go sit in the garden. I mean, Please, I want to sit far away from the television. On one such occasion in 2010, the whole pub was noisily engrossed in a match between arch rivals England and Germany, and I pretended to understand what was going on by sporadically shouting things like, "Offside! Referee! Play to the whistle!" Or "He's behind you." He's behind you. It's not. I know that's not something people say. Also, play to the whistle, I've never heard of either. England's were 2-1 down until midfielder Frank Lampard. Never heard of him. It's like, oh my god, I know nothing about sports. Everyone in England's going to be like that one time I thought Mo Farah was a woman. And people are like, how do you not know this? You must be joking. It's like, I'm really not joking, and I really don't care. I thought, I don't even know what sport Mo Farah plays. Why would I know what sport he plays if I didn't know he was a dude? He declared that the ball never crossed the goal line, and the perfectly legitimate goal was disallowed. Why don't you just have Hawkeye? Like in tennis, it's like the players get to challenge. So, a despondent England team were then thrashed 4-1, and quite unfairly knocked out of the World Cup. Well, even if it went in, they'd still be thrashed 4-2, wouldn't they, Danny? And this just struck me as absolute madness. The England team and fans have been preparing for this much-hyped $4 billion tournament. What a waste of money. And yet the audience of 3.2 billion viewers were watching a farce unfold on the screens as the referee made a call, as we could all very see ourselves immediately afterwards on the video replays, that it was completely wrong. It might not have felt so bad if it was the 19th set. Oh, so it like bounced in and then came out? How did he not see that?
Oh, it's so foreign!
This might not have been so bad if it was the 19th century, but video technology had been around for several decades by 2010, so why on earth were the governing bodies of sport so reluctant to use it? American football was one of the earliest pioneering examples of the sport adopting the technology in 1985, although they changed their minds about the whole thing during the 1990s before it finally became a permanent fixture of the NFL in 2007. Rather belatedly, video technology is now used to aid a referee's decision in tennis, cricket, rugby, basketball, and many others, and even FIFA finally started using VAR, video-assisted referees, for the World Cup in 2018. This has got to go away. Why does tennis still have linesmen just look at the computer every time and get it perfect? Why is Hawkeye even why do you need to summon it and be like, please check it? It should just be the default. Why are we relying on people? So it seems to me that the next logical step is just get rid of the damn human referee altogether and replace him or her with artificial intelligence. Opponents, it's not artificial intelligence, it's just cameras looking at shit. Opponents to the idea argue that sport will always need a human mind and presence to confirm a final decision. Why? And that human error often adds to the drama. Yeah, but we don't want that. And that if the robots are allowed to take over, Japan will win at just about every. But an ex-rocket scientist and current futurologist by the name of Dr. Pearson claims that the human referee could be given the red card in many sports as early as 2030. He reckons that the public will gradually adapt to robot linesmen and digital referees, as it will become clear that computers have the capacity to make instant and entirely accurate decisions based on real-time analysis of every single movement on the field, and this is something which just can't and shouldn't be substituted by some bloke running and puffing about a pitch while missing half the action and dreaming of his half-time pie. In the interests of being fair and accurate and more efficient, handing over the umpire's shirt to technology just seems like a no-brainer. It absolutely does. Why is this still a thing? Why are we even discussing this today? Let's get rid of it all. Dr. Pearson also claims that by the year 2045, now we're getting pretty speculative, that's a long time in the future, robots will be able to play football better than Lionel Messi, but I'm not sure. I've heard of Lionel Messi, but I'm not sure about that. It might help to know if I knew who Lionel Messi was. And considering how long it took the governing bodies of sport to work out how to use a video recorder, maybe Dr. Pearson's predicted timescale is a little premature, if still quite probably inevitable. Surely you could build a robot that could play football better than a person today. You could just be like, make it like really strong so it hurts to tackle it. I mean, hang on. Of course you can make a robot that's better than a person. Just imagine there's a robot, right? And it goes up and it captures the ball with its weird robot legs. And then it uses like a fucking laser targeting trigonometry thing to be like, alright, the goal is like all the way down the pitch over there. The wind speed is this. I'm going to kick it unbelievably hard so that if it hits someone, it's going to destroy them and then it's going to go in the goal. The like deflated ball arrives at the other side and goes in the goal. Why haven't we got a football robot that surely this is possible today? Elon Musk, you have been called to action. I'm just worried about who exactly the fans are supposed to get angry with when it can be proved that digital referees are entirely infallible. This could be the death of sport, so maybe it's a good idea not to train for a career in sport either, just to be on the safe side. I actually think that's one of the few things that will remain. Like, people like watching sports, and robots playing sports is less interesting. Like, we still watch chess players. I mean, some people do, even though there are computers absolutely whooping the arse of chess players. Any job in the tobacco industry. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I sometimes feel as if the government is really giving me strong hints that I should give up smoking. Is it the dead babies on the packaging, Daddy, that really encourages you to think that? Maybe. They've been gradually changing the tone of their message with every passing decade. You don't have to go back too far to the 1950s, when despite the new emerging evidence that smoking might not be very good for anyone actively trying to avoid getting lung cancer, the marketing teams were still having a ball on TV, radio, and in print. Chesterfield cigarettes were promoted as the ideal gift for thoughtful kids to buy their parents. Happy birthday, Mum, I got you a packet of fags. Ooh, can I say... I realise like the YouTube algorithm might pick up on that and be like, that's hateful, but that's what we call cigarettes in the UK. Bizarrely, 20,679 physicians were happy to claim that Lucky Strikes are less irritating. More doctors smoked Camels than any other cigarette, and Embassy was sold as the milder smoke that lets you inhale to your heart's content. However, the 1960s saw a ban on UK TV advertising, and the 70s saw a ban on radio adverts and the introduction of health warnings on packets. There is one crazy thing about the country where I live. I live in Prague in the Czech Republic. There's like, the cigarettes are hidden in boxes. I'm not sure if it's still the case, but at least a couple of years ago, there was still cigarette advertising at, like, you'd see outside a newsagents or a tobacconist, there'd be adverts for cigarettes. There'd be like, you know, try the new ice cool thing in the filter that you click and it, like, there were adverts, at least. I'll look outside today and see if they're still there, but at bus stops advertising cigarettes. I'm like, what the is this? Not long after the turn of the millennium, all forms of tobacco marketing were banned, including even sports sponsorship, which left some British sports such as snooker and darts in a dire situation, as they had been almost entirely funded by the tobacco industry up until that point. This was shortly followed by a ban on smoking in all enclosed public spaces and the enforcement of identical plain packaging containing graphic photographs and health warnings. I'm not saying that any of this is a bad thing. Good. I'll admit that I got a bit grumpy when the ban on smoking in pubs first came into effect, as it felt strangely wrong for a while, and besides, it was cold and lonely outside in the rain. Part of the reasoning was apparently to protect the bar staff from breathing in secondhand smoke, but I do wonder why an employee who was really bothered about that would have taken a job in a place which had been engulfed in clouds of smoke for centuries. Well, maybe because they really wanted a job, Danny. Maybe that was the one job they could get. So, my hands are really dry, because it's cold outside and my hands get dry. I know this post-shave dew is for your face, but it's also a fantastic moisturizer that I'm going to use on my hands right now. You're welcome, Dollar Shave Club. You're not even paying for this little extra endorsement. Normally I wouldn't use this because I shave it for my head, but you sent me so much that I'm using it. Oh my god, it also smells fantastic. Oh, it kind of smells like, it's got that, I don't know, it smells like outside. It would be like a vegan applying for a job in an abattoir and then complaining that they didn't like the bit where they had to slaughter all the animals. But it's obviously understandable why governments might want to take steps to eradicate the single greatest cause of preventable illness and an industry which still accounts for 7 million deaths and hundreds of billions of dollars of direct medical expenses every year around the world. And the population seems to be getting on board with the idea that smoking is not particularly clever. Back in the 1960s, about 42% of the population were smokers, and this figure is now down to about 18%. It's clear that the industry is gradually running out of puff and looks to disappear forever in the not-too-distant future. Although details are still vague, the UK has pledged to become completely smoke-free by the year 2030. If you get rid of cigars, guys, I'm going to be upset. Like, I don't smoke cigarettes, I don't smoke a pipe. Why would I smoke a pipe? I just don't smoke. But I do occasionally smoke a cigar. And it would be sad if that was taken away, because I don't really think it's going to be, that problematic to occasionally smoke a cigar. You don't inhale it. I'll take the risk on that one. And the rest of the world might not be too far behind now that they can choose increasingly popular alternatives such as vaping or e-cigarettes. I tried vaping a few years back, but I think I chose a crap model, as I always ended up splattering out big mouthfuls of oil. Danny, that sounds like horrible. I should probably have a look at getting a proper vaping tank and have another go before smoking gets completely outlawed. I've got 9 years. But then again, we've been here before. Russia first banned tobacco in the 17th century, while at around the same time anyone caught smoking in the Ottoman Empire was executed. Okay, that's an incentive to quit. 15 US states banned the sale of cigarettes in the 1920s, while Hitler attempted to suppress the use of tobacco in public places from 1941. Good old Hitler, the hero we need! Hashtag Simon Whistler out of context. Sometimes, you hear the argument, it's like, well, Hitler, he loved animals, was really into making the population healthy and providing for people. And it's like, yeah, he was. But also, genocide. It's like, comparing Ted Bundy once said thank you to someone who held the door open for him. Good guy. Yeah, but it's slightly outweighed by the other things that Ted Bundy did. But everyone always changed their minds after they gave themselves time to sit down, light up a strand, and have a good think about it. Give it another 100 years or so, and it might come back in vogue. The fashion model. Finally, the fashion industry is another example of a career choice which could never really be described as particularly healthy for the models. The industry is notorious for its unrealistic expectations and demands for models to be ridiculously thin to the point where they become almost invisible. Almost an invisible coat hanger. And while the average American woman's waist circumference has increased over the last 20 years, this is not reflected in the fashion sector, where, for example, Victoria's Secret models have been getting thinner and thinner over the same period. I'm sure there are sensible ways in which this could be addressed, but it seems inevitable. They will eventually reach a point where it's considered more convenient to just ditch the human body altogether and replace it with replace the model with an android. That would actually be really clever. Not necessarily an android, but let's just digitally remaster it. And then, like, okay, so if I'm getting an advert if I'm a woman and I'm getting an advert for Victoria's Secret, the advertisers know how much I weigh and how tall I am. Why don't they just, like, adjust the picture that I'm seeing to reflect it back to how I am? And I guess then the problem is, it's like, because that's not how I want to be. It's like, look, if I was seeing an advert for clothes and they had my face on the person wearing the clothes, I'd be like, nah, I preferred it when it was a really good looking dude, because then I'm like, if I buy those clothes, I'll be as good looking as that guy, but obviously I won't be. No, I'm okay with the pattern. Why it just seems okay to me, I don't know why this is such a controversial opinion, but I'm okay with the people in the adverts being better looking than me. It's like, I know I'm not going to be that good looking. That guy's got glorious hair. Doesn't mean I'm going to go out and, like, wear a wig or get hair plugs. I'll just be like, that guy's got better hair than me. It's alright. I don't mind. I'm still going to buy the fucking shirt. Why is this so controversial? I guess it's because they're unrealistically thin. But the guys in the adverts are unrealistically good looking. It could be argued that the whole traditional routine of gliding stiffly along the runway with an empty facial expression is quite robotic in the first place. And the perceived advantages in using an android instead of a human, that an android can be any shape you like without the risk of surprise weight gain. They'll end up being far more cost effective, and they won't accidentally perform a comedy pratfall and become a viral sensation for all of the wrong reasons. You won't need permission from their parents to get them signed up in the first place, and they go out for hours on end without collapsing from exhaustion and lack of food. They also won't dare answer back or have an opinion about anything, and they won't sue you or when you start behaving like a bellend. You start behaving like a bellend. As if people haven't always been bellends. I suppose we might have still some time yet, bearing in mind that we haven't yet invented androids that look and behave in a manner that is anything other than creepy and weird, but the technology is rapidly developing, driven largely by a greater need in other sectors. For example, Japan leads the way in android innovation. Shocking. They're not really interested in creating new fashion models just yet. The nation is more focused on creating realistic and natural androids which might be able to fill valuable roles in elderly care centers, but currently face pressing problems that not enough real humans to look after an expanding elderly population. Wow, I have to say that's not the answer I expected. I just immediately thought it had something to do with sex robots. Once an android has spent a few days in the challenging environment of an old people's home, strutting its stuff down a catwalk, it would be a glide in the park. If you're not yet convinced that fashion androids could replace human beings, I'm pretty convinced. I think it will absolutely happen. Just do it digitally. You don't need, why even have the fashion show in real life? Why get all those people together in some big COVID fest? Just, like, fake it. Digitally. Why not? It's a bit too late to express doubts. It's kind of already happening. Luxury department stores and online brands such as Saks Fifth Avenue, Gilt Group, and Neiman Marcus. I've never heard of the Gilt Group. I've heard of Neiman Marcus and Saks Fifth Avenue. What's the Gilt Group? It just sounds like a place where you feel guilty for buying their expensive shit. Have already admitted to using computer-generated renderings of the human body to show off their latest threads in recent catalogues, while the Swedish chain H&M seems positively excited about just how easy it is to bend a virtual photographic model into any shape or style to fit the vibe. I think I'm onto an idea. I really think I am. Like with the ads that are just to you. You're looking at them and it's like your body shape, your size. Maybe we should just wait about 100 years before we get Simon to present a follow-up video on Business Plays in which we can see how many of these predictions turned out to be right. And don't worry too much if the Simon of the future appears to be making strange whirring noises and jerking movements as he lifts a red Solo cup to his mouth to down another mouthful of yummy engine oil. By that time, it will be the new normal. That, everybody, was an episode of Business Plays. Thank you for watching. I'm sorry if you work for the Post, but surely you're going away. ASMR mic check. I always have to test the mic before I start recording. I look over at my computer to make sure the little waveform is there, and it is. I like to whisper into it because I've got another mic up there, and if that one's plugged in, it'll still pick me up. But if I whisper into the mic ASMR style, then it absolutely shows up on the computer and everything's okay. What am I doing? This script is green. Why is this green? That's because I went to print out the script this morning. I was like, oh no, I've run out of computer paper again. I get through a lot of computer paper. The stack of Business Blaze scripts grows bigger by the week. And I found this random piece of green paper, and that was all I had, so I printed it, and 2 pieces of white. So I just had to make the text really small, the margins really small, and magically everything fit on. And it's double-sided. What happens here, if you're new, is Danny will write me a script. I will read the script and add my own flavour of bullshit. I'll also read some commercials, that sort of stuff, and then Sam will sprinkle in some fine vintage memes. You will purchase a t-shirt at purchthemerch.co, and that's how it works. This is going to be a good one. 4 of the world's greatest legends. Absolutely nothing to do. I looked recently, every Monday morning I come up with new topics for Business Place. It's like how I start my Monday. It's like for all of my channels I come up with new topics. And I just had a look at everything that was on the Business Place channel yesterday, and absolutely none of them were to do with business. I think there was one that was vaguely related to commercials, but that was it. I'll never forget the words of advice that a wise old man kindly shared with me many distant moons ago over a roaring fire. We're starting with one of Danny's classic stories. He only made a single fleeting appearance in my life, and I regret that I never asked exactly where he came from, or even his name. It was Jesus, Danny. It was the big JC. He spoke with the wisdom of 1,000 years as he stroked his long white wispy beard. Oh, it's either Father Christmas or God. And seemed to sparkle and dance in the shadow of the flame. Staring into his eyes felt like gazing into the moons of eternity as his words sank into my mind and unlocked a deeper realm of understanding. Actually, I might be painting this story in too many rich colours. Absolutely you are, Danny, but it's okay. That's what everyone comes here for. Everyone's here like we don't care about facts, boy. We just want Danny's life stories and your bullshit. I'm like, alright. He was a stranger in a crowded Rotherham pub, and during a careless moment with my cigarette, I'd accidentally set the bottom of his beard alight. I don't think beards are that flammable. I don't think if I dropped a cigarette in my beard, it's going to catch on fire. I mean, you don't often see smokers who have beards walking around with just half a beard, and it's all black and weird. That rhymes. Although I guess you'd shave it off. I mean, you could singe it. Like, you can singe it for sure, but that's about it. I apologised profusely and put forward my excuse that it was difficult to move about properly because everyone in the pub appeared to be behaving like a massive bellend. Oh no. The old guy didn't seem too bothered. I got the impression that this kind of thing happened to him all the time. He leaned forward until I could smell the cheap whiskey creeping out of his every pore, and he imparted the following counsel. Could you actually smell that the whiskey was cheap? I don't feel like, once your body's processed it, it's just the alcohol that's coming out of your body. It's not like, oh yeah, I can smell the cheapness. If you leave the house today and encounter one bellend, then you've been unfortunate enough to encounter one bellend. But if you leave the house today and encounter 20 bellends, then maybe you're the real bellend. I mean, that really speaks to me. I mean, I do come across bellends all the time. Am I the bellend? It's only looking back now that I suddenly realised that he was probably insulting me. What a massive bellend. It does often seem as if we spend far too much of our time discussing the people that annoy us instead of the people that inspire us, and maybe that says more about us than anybody else. I suppose that we're often guilty on Business Blaze of ripping people and companies and ideas to shreds instead of celebrating the achievements of the most truly magnificent people to have ever walked the earth. But to be fair, that's because it usually makes for a funny video. Yeah, I mean, honestly, most of the stuff in the world I am extremely impressed by. I'm like, wow, the future is awesome. Other than this COVID bullshit, it's like we've got all this crazy technology. Everyone's like better off than they've ever been. Poverty is at epic lows. Racism and all of that stuff is at epic lows. I'm not saying that we've solved everything, because obviously there's still tons of this shit everywhere, but it's better than it's ever been, I think. I'm not saying we should rest on our laurels and be like, oh yeah, we've solved racism like David Guetta, or however you say his name, the shout out to his family guy. It's been like a week, and I think I mentioned this. These business places never go in order, but there's that David Guetta video where George Floyd is brutally murdered, and David Guetta's like, shout out to his family. It's like, oh, David, no! No! God, please, no! 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 So, just for a change, let's plough a different furrow for this video to focus on some of history's greatest certified legends who have put the rest of the world to shame for their heroic acts of bravery, compassion, generosity, and badass awesomeness. I'm assuming I'm going to be on this list, Danny. Number 1, Simon. Absolute legend. I don't know why I'm not wearing my certified legend shirt today. That is available on the app store. On the merch store at purchasethemerch.co. You can also get certified legend stickers, which are very expensive. I'm sorry. I guess I just like money. Apologies if we run out of space before we get to Greta Thunberg, David Hasselhoff, Ronald McDonald, and Jesus H. Christ. Shout out to their families. But we might be able to return to them in one of these 72 inevitable sequels. Yeah, on that Monday morning topic selection, if I'm feeling particularly lazy, I'm like, let's see what worked last week. Oh, this one worked really well. All right, Danny, part 2, part 3, part 7. Mad Jack Churchill. Made a video about this guy before. I know his story. Absolute legend. The wonderful thing about the story of the daring of World War II commando Jack Churchill is that it feels like the story of a man who fell asleep for 100 years and then suddenly found himself in the thick of the action on a baffling modern battlefield with only antiquated weapons from his own time at his disposal. So this is the plot to Demolition Man. So that's obviously not quite what happened, but the heavily decorated British soldier's choice of weapons and kit was a little unusual for the period. He had a sword. We know he had a sword. Spoiler alert. During the Second World War, most of the British Army were mucking about with pistols, rifles, submachine guns, grenades, and maybe even bazookas and flamethrowers if you were in a particularly grumpy mood that day. But Jack Churchill, no relation to Winston, didn't appear to get any of this newfangled nonsense. When he rushed angrily into combat, he did so dressed in a kilt, wielding nothing more than a bow and arrow, a two-handed Scottish broadsword, and a set of bagpipes. That sounds extremely heavy. Like, bows and arrows are really surprisingly heavy. A Scottish broadsword is a massive-ass sword, surprisingly heavy. And bagpipes, I've never held bagpipes. I mean, they're big, and they've got all this weird coming out of them. Probably really heavy. It's no wonder that he bagged the nickname Mad Jack. That was one page, because they're so small. I initially wondered if he might have used the bagpipes as some sort of weapon. He could either batter Nazi soldiers over the head with them or just force them into submission with a rousing rendition of Oh Danny Boy. I'm gonna expose my ignorance here, but is Oh Danny Boy that song, I get knocked down, but I get up again, oh Danny Boy? It's probably not that, is it? Because I'm pretty sure that song's called Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba, who, little did I know, are anarchists. Yep, like legitimate politically anarchists. Weird.
I got it, boy. I got it, boy.
But apparently, he just liked to inspire his own men with a couple of little ditties from the bagpipe jukebox, just a few seconds before switching over to his longbow and sword and cutting through the enemy like mustard. I've got a suggestion, Mad Jack. Like, bagpipes suck. I mean, I'm sorry, Scottish people, but it's a really unpleasant-sounding musical instrument. Look, there's a great portable musical instrument called a harmonica. Just get one of those. Everyone would prefer it. It's less shit to carry. It doesn't sound like bagpipes. Mad Jack learned how to play the bagpipes during his original stint in the military when he first signed up to the 2nd Battalion of the Manchester Regiment in 1926. Although he served in Burma and India, earning the first of many medals, Jack quit the army in 1936 because he found a soldier's life in peacetime to be just a bit boring. But the good news for Jack is that the Second World War broke out very shortly afterwards, and he was soon called back into battle. Jack always claimed that any officer who goes into action without his sword is improperly dressed, which seemed a bit of an outdated motto to be slinging around in the 1940s. If this wasn't him, and maybe there are other guys whose just history has forgotten, who are like this guy, and he'd be like, a man who goes into battle without his sword is improperly dressed. Cue a Nazi opening up a submachine gun on him and just absolutely destroying his body because he's got no armour, he's got no gun, he's got a sword. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, storm a machine gunner's nest? It's like, maybe Mad Jack would survive, but, you know, that's confirmation bias. All the other are dead. But although you might think that Jack was ill-equipped to defend himself from grenade and gunfire of the opposing forces, yes, This Rip Van Winkle of the British Army proved to be a ferocious fighter and was destined to become the only soldier in the entire war credited with killing enemy troops with a bow and arrow. Slashing his way through France and Normandy, Jack's impressive military career would ultimately earn him the Military Cross and Bar and the Distinguished Service Order, along with plenty of other fancy ribbons. One of his most notable victories took place in Italy in 1943 when he was ordered to capture a German observation post just outside the town of Molina. Jack took 2 commandos along with him to capture a post occupied by 42 German soldiers equipped with proper contemporary weapons. These 42 Germans clearly had no chance against a mad bagpiper and his 2 men. They all surrendered and the post was swiftly captured, quite possibly against the wheezing and groaning soundtrack of Amazing Grace. Oh yeah, bagpipes, just stop. So they just surrendered. That just seems a bit unlikely. I mean, there's always embellishment in these stories, right? But there's got to be more to it than that. Come on, Danny. Mad Jack himself was later captured in Yugoslavia, defiantly playing We Will Ye Not Come Back Again. Danny's mentioning all these songs that I don't know. I know Amazing Grace, because that's in movies. I have seen movies. Some of them, like 3 or 4. I watched a movie, Kung Fu Panda, this weekend past. And I'm like, this is pretty good. And I'm pretty sure that's Jack Black playing the main guy. And it was Jack Black playing the main guy. And then all of the other characters are like these mega turbo A-list actors. And I'm like, what is going on? I mean, I didn't know until the end. So why do you need to cast all of these A-list actors who, I mean, it just seems a bit strange. And I know it's like, oh yeah, they're talented voice artists. Yeah, but so's like, I mean, that's easier, isn't it? As the Germans advanced upon him and lobbed grenades in his general direction, the tune was partly to try and attract help from any of his own soldiers who might have been lurking nearby, but it was to no avail. They'd be like, yeah, dude, I don't want to go near the Germans. I especially don't want to go near that ugly-ass bagpipe music. Oh, all of the dislikes on this video are going to be from Scottish people. Do you like bagpipes? I don't know, I'm sure there's some, like, English musical instrument that is historical and a piece of shit. And I'd be like the first to say, I don't like it. Like steak and kidney pie, it's like this big British thing. Don't like it. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of pies in general, to be honest. Morris dancing? What the is that?
I do not want to taste your cream pie.
Unfortunately for Jack, the Germans assumed that he was related to Winston Churchill, so they monitored him very closely during his stay in special campaign at Sachsenhausen concentration camp, a spot reserved for VIP prisoners. Resourceful as ever, Mad Jack still managed to tunnel his way to freedom along with 4 other officers, and although he was recaptured several days later, it's nice to know that he at least got the chance to stretch his legs for a bit. When Mad Jack got out again in 1945, he seemed almost disappointed that the war looked like it was over. He lamented if it wasn't for those damn Yanks, he could have kept the war going another 10 years. I mean, yeah, that'd be great, Mad Jack. You'd have a great time, but millions more people would die, both on the battlefield and in concentration camps. I'm sure you were joking, but that does make you sound like a bit of a bellend. And speaking of bellends, today's... No, I can't transition like that. Although, the fact that we did a sponsor the other day, and I had a video the best terrorist attacks, and they were like, yeah, green light. Alright, thanks guys. Respect. Following his retirement from military service, Mad Jack Churchill resumed a relatively normal life. He got involved with refurbishing steamboats. That sounds thrilling. He even took up surfing, becoming the first man to ride the River Severn's 5-foot tidal bore. Fascinating. But there remained a mischievous side to Mad Jack. Even in his later years, on his way home from work on the train, his fellow passengers were often taken by surprise when Jack would suddenly stand up and lob his briefcase through the window. Jesus. Oh, I know this story, because it's like, he doesn't want to carry it home and it's in his garden, so he just grabs it, like, throws it out the window, and then when he's home, he just gets it from the garden. Although it may have looked at first glance like it lost the plot after a tough day at the office, Jack was accurately throwing his briefcase out of the speeding train and into his own back garden so that he wouldn't have to carry it home. Mad Jack Churchill died aged 89 in 1996, but it would be nice to think that his great-grandchildren are out there serving their country today, taking on the enemy tanks and surface-to-surface missiles with nothing more than a selfie stick and a karaoke machine. I'm discarding these pages so I don't get confused. Wow, that really flew around. Don't get lost. It's very long. It would be almost criminal. Wait, was there a title at the bottom? Oh, there was. It says Billionaire Bill. Oh, are we talking about Bill Gates? Bill Gates, the absolute legend. So there's going to be people who don't like... What was the dislikes from before? And also the conspiracy people who think Bill Gates is a bad dude when he's actually an absolute fucking legend. It would be almost criminal to make a video on legends without giving at least a brief mention to Bill Gates. Danny, this doesn't look brief, if I'm honest. Billionaires often get a bad reputation from the likes of the old bad apple. I'll mention no names apart from maybe that gobshite that is Bill Gates is a shining example of a man who gets his wealth flowing in the right direction. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you about the philanthropic adventures of the co-founder of Microsoft. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has spent a fortune on initiatives and programs around the world which focus on global health, urban poverty, emergency relief, agricultural development, and much more besides. And of course, he's pledged billions of dollars in the fight against COVID-19 virus to help save a largely ungrateful population who accuse him of being responsible for it in the first place. Yeah, I love this. I mean, I don't love this. I just love how people... It's just entertaining. But this is complicated. But I love how I'm entertained by how dumb people are about Bill. So Bill Gates gave this talk, like TED Talk or whatever, or like at some conference or whatever, like 10 years ago. And he was saying, like, the next thing that's going to kill a lot of people is not a world war, it's a pandemic. And people are like, oh my God, he knew! He did it! And it's like, no, really, no. He's just smarter than you. Especially if you believe it's a conspiracy theory. In fact, so far it's been estimated that Bill Gates has given away around $45.5 billion to noble causes. And his 3 kids only stand to inherit a mere $10 million each after he completes his plan of giving away 95% of his total wealth. Bill claims, I definitely think leaving kids massive amount of money is not a favour to them. $10 million each sounds pretty massive to me, but you see the point. And his kids are more than happy with the arrangement. Yeah, I mean, $10 million... It's a lot of money, but it's not wild. Especially when you grew up as Bill Gates' kid. Beyond the foundation and his efforts to save the world, there are plenty of other heartwarming stories about Bill. One of my favourites involves a journal belonging to Leonardo da Vinci. The Codex Leicester was written between 1506 and 1510 and is now one of 30 surviving original journals from the great astronomer and fossil theory. What? Oh, I missed a line. From the great Renaissance thinker and artist. This 72-page handwritten document includes Da Vinci's musings on the movement of water, along with a few ideas on astronomy and fossil theory, all hundreds of years before any of the stuff was widely accepted. The journal went up for auction at Christie's in 1994, and Bill got involved, but in a bidding war, which would end with him securing ownership of these scribblings for just under $31 million. Holy shit. Adjusting for inflation, that means that the Codex Leicester is the most expensive book or document ever to be sold, some way ahead of the original Magna Carta and a signed copy of The Art of the Deal by Donald Trump. Danny, I don't know how much I'm going to value those business play scripts at, but I'm just going to describe them as absolutely priceless. But at any time I have a script where I go like this, someone said, people comment, that script has increased in value. And I'm like, don't be weird. Someone on my subreddit the other day, this is so funny, reddit.com/r/Simon Whistler. I got like 1.2 thousand subscribers, please. It's embarrassing. Go over there and join the group is called Legendary Legends. Brilliant. Someone was like, are there any like pictures of Simon Whistler's dick online? And I'm like, no, don't be weird. And the guy's like, oh, it's weird to be homophobic, is it? Well, yeah, it is. It's weird to be homosexual, is it? I'm like, no. What is going on, you f***ing twit? But the brilliant thing about this record-breaking purchase is the reason why Bill Gates was so determined to buy it. He didn't just want to squirrel it away in his own private collection, he bought it to share it with the rest of the world. The journal is regularly on display in galleries around the world, but most significantly, the first thing that Bill did after winning the auction was to have the whole notebook digitally scanned and shoved onto a CD-ROM which could be bought for under $30, allowing the rest of the population the chance to peruse the $31 million manuscript. Wait, so he's selling it though? So he'd sell 1 million of those and he makes his money back. I'm not sure how many people were really that interested in reading a 500-year-old thoughts on the movement of water, but it was still a lovely gesture. However, considering that Bill Gates still has a net worth of $122 billion, he still has a long way to go on his mission of getting rid of 95% of his wealth. He could learn a thing or two from Chuck Feeney, the Irish-American who made his fortune from co-founding the Duty Free Shoppers Group in 1960 after launching the Atlantic Philanthropies organization in 1962. Chuck pledged to give away every penny of his fortune. As of 2021, Chuck has just about achieved that goal, now down to his last $2 million. That is impressive, after donating more than $8 billion to education, science, and healthcare. I f***ing love it. You legend. He now lives in a rented apartment in San Francisco and carries his belongings around in a plastic bag. He doesn't even own a car, and he wears a $10 watch. I think Chuck Feeney thoroughly deserves to blow that last $2 million on the wildest party that San Francisco's ever seen, and maybe treat himself to a nice man bag.
It's not a man purse, it's called a satchel. Indiana Jones wears one.
The proper pirate. We've all lapped up the swashbuckling tales of the most famous pirates in history, such as Blackbeard, Captain Jack Sparrow. That's not a real captain. Captain Hook and Captain Pugwash. Danny, these are all fake! Except for Blackbeard, he's real. My knowledge of piracy is not that great. Honestly, I don't find it that interesting. But not enough is said about the most successful pirate that ever sailed the seven seas, and this one wasn't a grisly old hairy bloke with a parrot and a peg leg. She was an Asian woman called Ching Shi. I know the story as well because I made a video about her. This is why no one likes me anymore. It's like you just be hanging out in the pub like pre-COVID. Like, oh yeah, no. And someone will say something, be like, well actually, as a matter of fact, I made a video about that, and that's not entirely true. And people are like, shut the f*** up, Whistler. Piracy could generally be considered a pretty hazardous occupation, which usually ends up with the tightening of a rope, military slaughter by rival pirates, or even getting eaten by a crocodile. But Ching Shi was one of the very few pirates to sail away to a happy ending with a generous pension plan. Very little is known about Ching's early years. She was born in 1775 in the Chinese province of Guangdong during the Qing dynasty, which is always confusing because it's spelled with a Q with no U after it. Those China maniac. QI? What? By the turn of the 19th century, she was working as a prostitute in a floating brothel in Canton, also known as flower boats. These floating brothels would sail along the nearby coast with customers on board the vessel. And it was during this time that she encountered a notorious pirate by the name of Zheng Yi, the commander of the infamous Red Flag Fleet, who had roots which could be traced back to the Ming Dynasty. Zheng Yi was clearly a happy customer and ended up taking Ching Shi to be his bride. It's unclear whether Ching Shi was captured and forced against her will to tie the knot with Zheng Yi, or whether she willingly agreed to join him on his piratical adventures, but it certainly seems like she was quick to draw up a few terms and conditions once she had signed up with the Red Flag Fleet. Zheng Yi ended up granting his new bride a 50% share of his plunderings and partial control over his growing pirate empire. That is some top-notch negotiation. However, Zheng Yi died in 1807 and his widow didn't waste any time taking the reins of the thriving business. In some accounts of the story, Zheng Yi died during a devastating typhoon. I'm gonna bet the other account is she killed him. While others suggest that he may have accidentally fallen overboard on his own ship. Oh. I kind of expected her to, knock him off and take over his empire. It's possible that he might have just been given an encouraging nudge by someone who stood to gain from his unfortunate demise. Who could that be? Maybe it's Ching Shi! Or Ching Shi. I got her name right. Well done, Simon, you're the hero we need. But whatever the circumstances, Ching Shi was now the head of one of Asia's largest pirate crews, and the fleet would only grow during her reign. At one point, she personally commanded over 300 ships manned by 40,000 pirates, and also outsourced the management of another 1,500 vessels containing a total crew of 180,000. That is a giant, giant empire. Compare that with the bumbling amateur Blackbeard, who at his peak only had 300 ships to his lousy name. Blackbeard. Fucking weak-ass pirate bitch. Ching Shi now had control over the seas of South China and embarked on a campaign of looting and pillaging while introducing a range of strict new pirate rules and regulations which outlawed the raping of female captives and even allowed the ugly ones to go free. You're the hero we need, Ching Shi. Only keep the beautiful women. She was bringing a whole new level of decency and manners to the outdated pirate codes. However, the Chinese government was getting a bit miffed that a female pirate was ruling the waves. Where's our male pirates? Why is it not a man? This stands against everything we believe. And so dispatched a fleet of armadas. How do you have a fleet of armadas? Wouldn't an armada be a fleet? To crush Ching Shi's empire. There were no match for Ching Shi's crew though, and 63 of the government's ships were captured, and many prisoners eventually decided to defect to the pirate crew. The Chinese government was forced into a position where it ended up having to use simple fishing vessels for combat, as Ching Shi had destroyed all their fancy ships. Government got his ass beat! The British and the Dutch got involved in the fight to get rid of Ching Shi, but they were sent packing in defeat too. That's hardcore. The British and Dutch, pretty sure they had some big-ass navies in the 1700s. Eventually, the Chinese government pretty much conceded defeat and offered Ching Shi an amnesty. Admittedly, this was a shrewd tactical move on the pirate queen's part. By 1808, the Portuguese navy joined the battle with new superior ships and weapons, and she knew that it was only a matter of time before the game was up. But again, she drove a hard bargain to restore peace to the seas of South China. Despite this only being 3 pages, it does feel epically long, doesn't it? We're 2/3 of the way through. Good lord. She only gave up her fleet on the condition that amnesty covered the vast majority of her pirate crew, who would be offered jobs in the armed forces if they fancied it, and they got to keep all of their loot with no questions asked. Tell you what, if I was a rich-ass pirate and they were like, look, after all this pirating and bad you've done, you can keep all your money and join the military. I'd be like, can I just keep all the money? Do I have to join the military? And they'll be like, yeah, you keep all the money, you don't have to join the military. We're just offering you a job if you wanted it. Be like, pass. Pass.
Oh, yeah, no. You know what? No, yeah.
She also insisted on bagging the new title of Lady by Imperial Decree. Or Lid. Shang-Chi went on to open a new gambling den in Canton, married her old second-in-command, and enjoyed a happy life in retirement before her death at the age of 69. Meanwhile, bumbling Blackbeard, who was overcome by the British Navy, weak-ass and received 5 musket ball wounds and 20 sword lacerations before dropping dead. Ha! He's the sucker now, Blackbeard. In comparison, he was nothing more than a bilge-sucking, lily-livered, shark-bait, scurvy dog landlubber. Indeed, that was more creative than my weak-ass description of him. Sir Christopher Lee. If I were to review the achievements of Sir Christopher Lee based purely on a glorious cinematic career which spanned the best part of 70 years, his life could already be considered pretty damn legendary. But there was a lot more to Sir Christopher than dressing up as vampires and wizards. Oh no, was he in some sort of wizard thing? Have I seen this? I don't know. We're probably in Lord of the Rings or some bullshit that I hate. And he gave a mysteriously brief insight into his past during a production of what was deemed destined to become one of his very last appearances. The Lord of the Rings trap, of course it was! Why do we always have to talk about Lord of the Rings? It f***ing sucks! That's another group of people that are going to be smashing that dislike button. Good news is, I don't care. Sir Christopher was filming Saruman's death, in which Wormtongue stabs the naughty wizard in the back and sends him hurtling to his doom at the top of Orthanc Tower. I just phased out reading that because, like, who cares? Wormtongue.
You ought to see me with a 357 Magnum. I'm awesome.
It was a scene inexplicably cut from the theatrical version of the third film in the trilogy, which is weird, because it's not like they were trying to make those movies f***ing short. Along with the rest of Saruman's scenes, this is why the extended DVD versions are by far the most rewarding way to watch the trilogy as it was originally intended. If you have 11.4 hours to spare, I don't, and I never will. I know how much Simon loves it when we start talking about Lord of the Rings. Anyway, the director, Peter Jackson, sorry, my mistake, was attempting to explain to the actor how he should react when Saruman gets stabbed in the back. Sir Christopher stopped the director in his tracks and asked,
"Have you any idea of what kind of noise happens when somebody is stabbed in the back?" And I said, "Well, because I do."
That's quite cool, though. No further questions were asked. Before becoming one of the most celebrated actors to ever grace the silver screen, Sir Christopher Lee served in the Second World War. However, his service didn't always run according to plan, and he had several close brushes with death. Honestly, if you're serving in World War II, death has to kind of be on the plan. I mean, or at least you've got to be aware that it could be on the plan. He originally volunteered for the RAF, but was diagnosed with optic nerve failure and told he would never fly again. He fought in North Africa, obviously, where he managed to contract malaria no less than 6 times in the space of a year. Fucking hell, Sir Chris. During his time with the Gurkhas of the 8th Infantry Division, he was involved in the final assault on Monte Cassino, but was nearly killed when a plane crashed on takeoff, and then he managed to trip over one of the plane's live bombs. Jesus. And he even diced with death during his days off during a period of leave in Naples. He is thought to have had a crack at climbing Mount Vesuvius, which erupted less than 3 days later. But he still managed to see some action when he wasn't getting struck down with malaria or getting blown to bits. Throughout the course of the Second World War, he fought the Nazis. He fought the Nazis in North Africa to help retake Sicily, used his charm to prevent mutiny amongst his fellow troops when they started getting a bit down over this whole war thing, and received commendations from the British, Czech, Yugoslavian and Polish governments. Bit of a legend, really, other than his appearance in Lord of the Rings.
So you have chosen death.
But it was Sir Christopher's later assignment to Winston Churchill's Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Is that a thing? That is epic. Which sounds the most intriguing. The details of his secret missions remain classified to this day, but his job description apparently included conducting espionage, sabotage, and reconnaissance in occupied Europe against the Axis powers. Sir Christopher always remained tight-lipped about what exactly he got up to. During one later interview, a journalist pressed Sir Christopher for details on his espionage past. Sir Christopher leaned forward and whispered,
"So you have chosen death."
"Can you give a secret?" The journalist excitedly nodded his head, feeling that he was on the edge of a real scoop. Sir Christopher leaned back and with a smile said, "So can I." Oh, Christopher, you legend! It's believed that Ian Fleming, who is actually the step-cousin of Sir Christopher... Is this step-cousins actually a thing? Oh, I guess I have step-cousins. But I just call them my cousins. I mean, it'd be a bit weird to be like step-cousins. Partially based character of James Bond on him is flattering enough to be considered for the role of James Bond, but to actually be the inspiration for James Bond is quite another kettle of wrist-mounted dart guns. Ba-da-bum-bum. Following the war, Sir Christopher Lee turned to acting in 1947 and appeared in the first of the 281 films that would bear his name. Goddamn. Although he might have achieved iconic status playing mummies, Frankenstein's monster, and particularly Dracula in the long-running series of classic Hammer horror films in the 50s through to the 70s, it has to be said that they never really made the most of the actor's talents. In one of his most famous appearances as the titular vampire in 1965's Dracula Prince of Darkness, he doesn't actually get to say any lines at all. He just sort of hisses and snarls his way through the entire film. He often complained to his regular co-star and friend Peter Cushing that he didn't appear to have much dialogue in the latest film, to which Cushing would reply, "You're lucky, I've read the script." That was Christopher Lee's reaction upon Peter Cushing's joke. However, the actor did appear in a ridiculously long list of other highly acclaimed movies, my favourite of which, and it's Sir Christopher's favourite film too, is the deeply wonderful and deeply disturbing The Wicker Man. Isn't that a movie with Nick Cage? The original 1973 horror classic, not the dreadful 2006 remake with Nicolas Cage, okay? I know that Nicolas Cage is legendary in his own way, he is, but my god, he made some duff films along the way. He's made some terrible films. So many terrible films, but he also redeems himself by making some absolutely incredible movies. And in fact, Sir Christopher Lee even out-bacons Kevin Bacon. Although everyone talks about the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, it's actually Sir Christopher who holds the official record for being the world's most connected actor, as he can be connected to anyone in Hollywood in an average of 2.5 steps. That's wild. Even in his later years, Sir Christopher was still ripping up the rulebook as he released his first heavy metal album at the age of 88. God damn! And then went on to become the oldest living artist in history to achieve a top 20 hit on the Billboard charts with his jolly festive metal track, Jingle Hell, which he released at the age of 91. Legend. I guess that's what is to be expected. This video is all about legends. It's also worth noting that Sir Christopher Lee spoke 6 languages, was a world champion fencer and opera singer. He was pretty good at golf. Whoa! And it's also rumoured that he's the only person in the world to defeat the Dark Lord Siroth on Raid Shadow Legends on his very first go without having to pay for any upgrades. I can believe it. And his personal life was a beautiful triumph too. He married Danish supermodel and painter Birgit Gita Kronke in 1961, a marriage which would last the distance over 54 years until Sir Christopher's death in 2015. But this is one legendary legacy that's, much like his most famous, if not best character, will extend far beyond the grave. That was really nice. I never knew Sir Christopher Lee was such an absolute legend. If he was alive today, he would be over at Perch the Merch. Thank you for watching. Am I the bellend? Because who doesn't love people's dreams being absolutely destroyed? Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze with me, your boy with the blaze, Simon. And in this video, we're not actually going to be f***ing over people for a change, which is, you know, what a refreshing change of pace. This is actually rejected Shark Tank / Dragon's Den pitches that went on to epic success. The reason we're doing this is because I made a video about Dragon's Den and Shark Tank previously, and everyone loved it. I mean, I don't know if people loved it, they probably thought it was a bit but they clicked on it and viewed it, so that's fantastic. What happens here, as always, is Danny has put me together a beautifully written, I would even say crafted, script. And then I'm going to make it worse by adding some commentary, adding some ramblings, and then Sam is going to try and make it better again by adding some fine vintage memes. Let's jump in. The Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, Blur, Queen, U2, Radiohead, Ham Patter. I get the feeling Ham Patter is not at the same level of these other bands because, I mean, I've heard of all of these except for the Beatles and Ham Patter. No, obviously I've heard of the Beatles. Although I was listening to, it was a podcast and like someone was talking about the Beatles and it was like, name the Beatles. And I was like, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and then I didn't know who the other 2 were. 3 were? Beatles is 4 or 5? For some reason, I knew that the original drummer's name, who's Beatle 5, was Pete Best. I have no idea why I know that, because I don't remember the new drummer's name. Although I'm sure someone would be like, Simon, it's obviously this. It's obviously Peter Johns. Oh yeah, of course, Peter Johns. That Beatle. Well, we've done 1 line, and we're 2 minutes in. Brilliant work, Simon. you hero. Most successful bands in history all faced a long and rocky road to globe-conquering triumph. But in the case of Hamfatter, the journey is taking a little longer than expected because they tried to speed things up a bit by hitching a ride with Dragon's Den star Peter Jones, only for the millionaire investor to drive the tour bus into the back of a parked ice cream van that was on fire. Is that actually true? Why would a band go on? That'd be like me going on Dragon's Den, like, Dragons, I've got a YouTube channel. I'd like to invest in it. I'd be like, Simon, why would we invest in your... Although more precisely, I don't need your money. Like, I think I'm actually in a position where it's like, yeah, okay, you can invest some money in me, but it's like, I don't need your money. What would I do with it? I don't know. And then I have to give them a percentage of my money and my business? I don't want to go on Dragon. I don't want that. I can remember watching Hamfatter stroll into Dragon's Den in 2008, looking to score an investment of £75,000. It seemed quite unusual to ask the Dragons to invest in a band rather than an innovative new product or service, and I was curious to see how it would pan out. Maybe they did go on to success. Let's see. This is the introduction, so Danny could always flip it around and be like, and that was a disaster. But let's look at some successes. Why am I telling you this? Why don't we just find out together? Let's carry on. The Cambridge pop rock band had already scored minor success with a top 60 single, a surprise hit in Austria, and a European tour. They were attracting interest from the notoriously hard-to-please UK music press at the time. The NME claimed that, isn't it just enemy, or is it the enemy? You know, like NME, New Musical Empire, or no one cares. Claimed that Hamfatter carried an arsenal of power pop nuggets, and the weekly paper tipped the indie band for future success. And despite the silly name, it is a bit silly, isn't it? Hamfatter really weren't bad at all. The Dragons certainly seemed quite impressed with their brief studio performance, and Peter Jones fought off competition from 3 of his fellow entrepreneurs to seal the £75,000 deal with a band that he clearly thought was destined to be the next big thing. And he usually knows what he's talking about. He's the dragon who invested in Levi Roots and his intensely wonderful reggae sauce. Oh, I'm really hungry. I've not had reggae sauce. God knows how, because it's immensely popular and successful, and I'm sure it's incredible. I really must try this.
Put some reggae sauce on your lips. Thank you.
But sadly, Hamfatter didn't quite hit the same dizzy heights of fame. The band claimed that the whole point of Dragon's Den was to stay true to their DIY indie roots and seek an alternative method of funding which didn't involve selling their souls to a record label. Dude, I guess it was 2008, so it's a little bit of a different time. But it's like, these days you don't need a record label, right? People don't have record labels. What does a record label do? Except for take all your money. You can put it on Spotify, yourself. You can put it on YouTube, yourself. You can sell records, yourself. What does a record label do anymore? You can tour yourself. I mean, fuck all these middlemen. I'm generally like really anti-middlemen. With YouTube, I mean, I suppose YouTube's a bit of a middleman, but they're also the platform where I get to upload my videos to. And if I was hosting my own videos, it would be enormously expensive. So I'm quite happy to pay YouTube 45%, or they take 45%. Also, they do all the advertising, like all that AdSense. It's like, I don't know, they just send me money. It's like you just click the button and all of these ads appear on your video. Like, what am I going to do? Negotiate with advertisers? Google earn their money. YouTube earn their money to do that. But like TV or whatever, it'd be like, oh, there's that Macklemore song. Macklemore, how do you say that guy's name?
I make sure that everyone calls me Macklemore. If I could go back and change my rap name, I would definitely do it.
Where he's like, and then Brian and I had 7% to split, and it's like, yeah. That. I don't want to get like 3.5%, so I'm very happy with my 55. But it appears that their existing die-hard fans and supporters were turned off by the band's appearance on a business reality show, which had come across like a cheap publicity stunt, and had concluded with an investment from a millionaire TV celebrity who had no background in music production or promotion. It felt a bit like the Sex Pistols auditioning for the X Factor. It just didn't really work. The subsequent re-release of the band's album generated negative reviews in the music press, even though it had been largely praised the first time around. How about music press? How about this? You do your job, which is reviewing music, rather than looking at the whole backstory of the band and see, people are like, oh, I don't like these manufactured pop bands and all of this stuff. Fine, don't like it. I don't particularly like it. But if I was a musical journalist, and okay, if the quality of the music, it feels manufactured, great. Write that. But if it doesn't feel manufactured, don't say that it feels manufactured, even if it was manufactured. How about you just do your job of reviewing music? Why is this so hard to do? And although their follow-up single received wide exposure and radio airplay on the back of the Dragon's Den publicity, it sold fewer copies than the previous top 60 effort and stalled at a lowly 71 in the charts. I say, look, I don't know, getting into the charts is quite impressive. Perhaps the highlight of Ham Patter's short career before they parted company with Peter Jones in 2010 was their invitation to Peter's lavish Christmas party at the close of the year, where they got to perform a duet on stage with Levi Roots and hopefully got their hands on a few complimentary bottles of reggae sauce. So the whole thing wasn't a complete waste of time, but it just goes to show how even the shrewd entrepreneurial minds of Dragon's Den, Shark Tank, Beaver's Lodge, Goat Shed, I like Goat Shed, Dog Kennel. I'm gonna start, I should have my own, like, it'll be a shitty version of Dragon's Den, where it's like, I can review business pictures, and we'll call it Goat Shed. It'll be my 11th channel. Brilliant. Genius. I should pitch it on Dragon's Den. Messer. Dog kennel, chicken coop, can sometimes make the wrong call. And it's one thing to waste hundreds of thousands of dollars on an investment that didn't quite go to plan, but how gutted must they feel when they pour their signature scorn over a pitch and send the participant home empty-handed, only to eat their sour words later on when they realise that they brutally dismissed an opportunity to make millions. I don't know, Sam, play that gif of the guy crying into his money. That's probably how they feel. They're business people. You're not going to win every one, and you don't feel bad about the ones you miss. Because otherwise your life would be miserable instead of enjoying all of your money. At the very least, it must make them feel like a bit of a tit. I don't think they care. It's like Bill Gates, the conspiracy theories. He's Bill Gates. He doesn't care. Like, why would he care? He's mad rich. He gives away all of his money. He knows he's a good dude. He doesn't care. The Tangle Teaser. Oh, I know this one. My wife has one of these. It's like a weird hairbrush. It would be interesting to see exactly what goes on behind the scenes during these shows before the cameras start rolling. And we've discussed this before, but I genuinely reckon it's like the producers of the show, they like pre-interview the people, obviously, because you can't have people going in there and pitching like, well, I don't know, they do get some like pyramid schemes, I was going to say, but occasionally they let them through, and it's just for entertainment value. They know that there's going to be one that is going to get absolutely ripped to pieces. Because look, I mean, I work in media, and I see some of those, and I'm like, even me, as a non-business person, I'm like, immediately, this is a scam, or this is a piece of shit. And then they go into the den and they get absolutely destroyed. And it's like, well, you're wasting the dragon's time, but you're also making a really good TV show. Because who doesn't love people's dreams being absolutely destroyed? I would assume that the show isn't scripted and that the reactions of the investors aren't rehearsed, as this would surely drain all of the tension out of the scenes. And besides, we'd have known about such fakery by now. But I do wonder if the dragons and sharks at least get the chance to read up on the pitch before it's actually presented to them, and maybe even jot down a few potential puns and jokes in their moleskin notebooks. And the UK Dragons certainly had a lot to play with the Tangle Teaser in 2007. Sean Palfrey was a professional hair colorist with decades of salon experience when he showed up in the den looking for investment for his new rubber hairbrush, which apparently detangled knotted hair quickly, smoothly, and with minimal yelping. Sean was seeking 80,000 fine British pounds for a 15% stake in the Tangle Teaser. But it was a nervous and awkward pitch, during which he suggested that Dragon Deborah Meaden's hair was coloured, prompting the investor to indignantly question his credentials as a professional hair colorist. I've seen this pitch, actually, and I remember when he said that comment to Deborah Meaden, and it was clearly a joke. And also, I mean, no offence, Deborah Meaden. Well, I'm not actually in front of you, what do I care? I'm 33. You're definitely a lot older than I am, or were when this came out. A lot. Couple of decades. How old is Deborah Meaden? Deborah Meaden. Deborah Meaden is 62 years old. And this was in 2007, so 14 years ago. So Deborah Meaden would have been in her late 40s. I'm 33 and I found one grey hair. Look, it's not offensive to say that someone colours their hair in their late 40s. It'd be like looking, someone who's super old and has absolutely super dark hair, and it'd be like, oh, what colouring do you use? And then being like, don't be a dick, I don't colour my hair. Even if you didn't. It's like, it's fair to assume that someone of that age colours their hair. I felt Deborah Meaden was unnecessarily a bit of a dick on that, and the other dragons were quick to smell blood and wheel out their comedy material before it was too late. Peter Jones declared the venture to be harebrained. While Duncan Bannatyne went with, it makes me want to pull my hair out. Well done. More significantly, the Dragons were unimpressed with what they deemed to be just a brush and declared zero interest in investment. Duncan Bannatyne concluded his own observations with the words, "It's not a business, Sean. It's not a business that would make any money." Sorry, Scott. It's not a business, Sean. It's not a business that would make any money. I don't know why. I can't tell the difference between Irish and Scottish, so it always falls somewhere in between. I mean, that and shit. Duncan Bannatyne is Scottish, I think. It turns out Duncan was wrong, though. Shortly after the episode was transmitted, the Tangle Teaser website crashed as a result of surging demand. Now sold in over 75 countries, the product proved to be a big hit with messy, knotted-haired celebrities, including the likes of Victoria Beckham, Nicole Scherzinger, never heard of her, and Emma Watson, have heard of her.
Hermione, no!
The brand posted record sales of nearly £30 million in 2020, and Sean Palfrey himself has a net worth of £10.6 million. Hero! Which is not bad considering that's over a quarter of the all completely natural Deborah Meaton's total net worth. That's awesome. Although the net worth thing's always kind of like estimated bullshit, because it's like, I don't know, like I see things online and it's like, it's like one of the top search Google things. It's like Simon Whistler is worth £100,000 or $100,000. And I mean, I don't want to brag. If I was only worth £100,000 or dollars, I've been doing some wild ass spending on cocaine. It's still some way off Peter Jones, though, who, despite frittering money away in ham batter, is reported to be worth over £400 million. Yeah, and this is interesting about Dragon's Den, because it's like the dragons are not equal. Peter Jones, there's a huge difference between someone who's worth £500 million and someone who's worth £40 million. Like £500 million, you're talking like, that is mega money. 40 million, don't get me wrong, £40 million is a lot of money, but you're in a different league, and they're all treated as equals in the den. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, their lives have been about accumulating money. Yes, we can assume that. And Peter Jones has basically done it 10 times better than Deborah, and he doesn't colour his hair. Coffee meets bagel. This was one of the most curious pitches ever to be conducted on US Shark Tank, as it concluded with the biggest offer ever made in any version of the show at the time, and it was turned down. Bold. Coffee meets bagel. I've never heard of this. Coffee meets bagel was a new twist on the online dating app, first launched by 3 young Kang sisters in 2020. Daewon, Aram, and Soo Kang originally hailed from South Korea but moved to the US as teenagers and already seem to be doing pretty well on their own, having raised $2.8 million in external funding before hitting the Shark Tank in 2015. I was initially a bit confused as to why the dating app is called Coffee Meets Bagel. I don't know. Maybe all I know is that coffee and bagel are 2 of the most glorious creations by man. I thought that maybe customers were given discount vouchers on coffee and bagels when they met up for a date, but maybe that's where I went wrong with Perfect Partners all those years ago. Membership and weddings in Rotherham would have gone through the roof if I'd thrown in a couple of free heart-shaped doner kebabs. To be honest, the name still makes little sense to me, but apparently the male customers are called coffees and the females are called bagels. Don't get it. What am I missing? The app harnesses the power of your Facebook profile to provide you with potential matches based on friends of friends. Every day, the males receive... Why can't we just call them men? Why do we call them males? It sounds like we're doing some sort of goat dating game. It's like, well, the females are presenting and the males arrive. So why are we doing a nature documentary? Also, I love in documentaries they call it presenting. The female baboon is presenting to the male. Ba-da-bum-bum. Every day, the men receive a batch of new bagels to consider and have the option to dismiss or like each match. If the bagel in question also likes the match at her end, a private chat line is opened between the potential new couple. The app is geared towards women who are likely to prefer the idea of a quality match based on mutual connection rather than a total stranger popping up out of the blue sending creepy messages about his Marmite fetish. The Kang sisters were seeking a pretty ambitious $500,000 for just a 5% stake in the company. That is a lot of money, and Kevin O'Leary was quick to clear himself out on the grounds that he doesn't waste time on paltry 5% deals. Mark Cuban also initially passed on the idea after the Kang sisters refused to disclose the exact number of active monthly users on the platform. Maybe because they're doing it on... No, you have to disclose that. But then he had a dramatic change of heart at the climax of the brief encounter and made a counter-offer to buy the entire company for $30 million. Holy Mark, you absolute baller. It's like, I don't want 5%, I want the whole thing, and I'll give you $30 million. Good Lord. This clearly wasn't the offer the Kang sisters had put on the table, and they only took a few moments to reject Mark Cuban's quite staggering proposal. But it's 3 times what they valued the company as. Am I making a mistake there? $500,000, 5%? No. They valued the company at $10 million, and he offers them $30 with the whole thing. I guess they just really had faith in their company. Damn. They reckon that they were on track to be as big as Match.com, who was pulling in $800 million a year. God damn. So they walked away from Shark Tank without a cent of investment. It's debatable whether this counts as a shark rejection, as there were technically rejections on both sides. And it's not entirely clear if the Kang sisters made the right decision. Since they left the tank, they've drummed up another $23 million over 5 rounds of investment without having to give up their company. Well, they've definitely given up large slices of their company. But they've yet to get anywhere near the same level as Match.com, although the platform is still reportedly growing every year. Yeah, it's only been 6 years. You got time, guys. However it pans out, you have to give the Kang sisters credit for having the nerve and the ambition to almost instantly swipe left on a $30 million deal from a shark. That is wild. I love it. Destination London. Never heard of this one either. Danny, aren't these supposed to be like smash hits from the world of Dragon's Den? I've heard of the Tangle teaser because my wife has one and she absolutely loves it. The Portsmouth University student Rachel Lowe was working part-time as a taxi driver while studying for her law degree, and it was her cabbie knowledge that inspired her to develop a family board game which was originally called Destination Portsmouth. Not a million miles away from Monopoly, the idea is that you and your friends take on the roles of competing taxi drivers and work your way around the locally themed board to pick up passengers and secure cash. The clever marketing angle is that the basic shape of the game could be rebranded around different cities and towns, creating distinctive local versions of the game, which Rachel intended to sell around the UK. She was seeking an investment of £75,000, not a small amount of money, into her company, and she pitched a new prototype for Destination London to the Dragon's Den in 2004. But the pitch didn't go terribly well. Rachel was reduced to tears, oh no, and she found herself struggling to answer basic questions about the company's finances and unable to explain the difference between gross and net profit. Look, I mean, I know Dragon's Den is an entertainment show, but you are running a business, and you should really go in there with, at least a rudimentary, and gross and net profit is rudimentary, understanding of your accounts. Dragon Rachel Elnort, I don't remember Rachel Elnort. This was back in 2004, that was a long time ago, caught the mood of the den when she declared, "It doesn't seem like you've prepared very well to come in front of us today." I guess it could be too easy to focus on your product. Like, if you've developed a cool board game or whatever, you're probably not, just have someone else do your finances. This is why there's often two people. Like, if you're the creative person in it, just have a mate or have your accountant come along and just get them to explain the stuff and just pay them. That would make a lot of sense if you're not really super aware of the finance. Like, if I was presenting it, I don't really understand I'm not very good at business and finance and stuff. But if I was pitching to someone, I'd just invite my accountant to come along and explain things. And he'd have spreadsheets and shit, he'd understand it, and I'll be like, this guy knows what he's talking about. Yes, I might have built it, but I have no idea how it works. Rachel Lowe was sent home without a deal, but her story went on to take more twists and turns and bumps than a typical midnight taxi ride home from the Dog and Bollock in Rotherham. Later that very same year, she struck a deal with a London megastore, Hamleys. Holy shit, that's a big deal. Hamleys is a big toy store. To stock Destination London, where it became an instant hit, outselling Monopoly and Twister that Christmas. God damn, those are popular games. Although, I mean, Jesus Christ, isn't there market saturation? Who's buying a Monopoly set? It's like, I feel like they're issued with every family. It's like, I don't even know if I have a Monopoly set, but to be fair, I left the country I was brought up in. But you can bet that you go into a house in the UK and they'll have like a ratty old Monopoly board somewhere. Over the next few years, the game spawned a total of 23 new local variants based on exotic places including Birmingham, New York, Paris, the Isle of Wight. These are exotic. I mean, Birmingham and the Isle of Wight, Sheffield, and even a few fictional places such as Downton Abbey, Hogwarts, and Scotland. Do you think they have a lot of taxis in Hogwarts? In 2009, Rachel was awarded an MBE by the Queen for services to business after having boasted, "The dragons must be kicking themselves now. It feels good to show them they got it wrong." You know what they say, the best revenge is massive public success. She was surely tempting fate with that line, though. Rather embarrassingly, at almost exactly the same time she was picking up her MBE for services to business, her own business was placed into administration. Rachel was declared bankrupt and her home was repossessed. Rachel, I mean, maybe when you couldn't explain the difference between gross profit and net profit, it was time to bring on like a CFO or like whoever does an accountant, anyone, Rachel. It was Harry Potter's fault. The release of Destination Hogwarts had meant to tie in with the release of the Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince movie, but unexpected delays with the film had pushed back the release of the game, leading to a major cash flow problem. Rachel's critics, including grumpy shareholders who had lost tens of thousands of pounds in the company, observed that Rachel's appearance on Dragon's Den should have served as a warning, that while she was undeniably talented in some areas, she clearly struggled in getting all the numbers to add up. Former Dragon Duncan Bannatyne seems strangely happy to kick the boot. Oh, Duncan, why? I know she said, oh, I bet they regret not investing in my thing. Yeah, that was kind of a dick move. You're all mega rich millionaires. Or, no, none of you are billionaires. You're all mega rich millionaires. Take the high road. I'm the worst at this. Like, oh, fuck, down in the dirt. Like, someone will comment like this video sucks. Smash the dislike button. When he declared that it was obvious Rachel was never going to make any serious money. However, Rachel O appears to already bounced back since then. She formed a new company and launched Fresh Versus the Game in 2012, London Olympics and Pixar Animation Studio characters, and currently develops brand new games based on strangely random licensed tie-ins such as Laurel and Hardy, WrestleMania, and Cool the Midwife. What are we doing? If we wait long enough, there might still be time for that long-awaited Macamee board game. I want the Business Blaze board game. Oh, I don't even know what that would be, but Yoko Ono would be involved. There'd be some button you can press, like it'd be the punishment, and Yoko Ono, ah! Hungry House. An interesting point to bear in mind about these business reality TV shows is that not everything is quite always as black and white as at the conclusion of each episode might seem to indicate to the viewers. We tend to think of each pitch as a success or a failure depending on whether the dragons or sharks come close to making an investment or not, but it turns out the businesses can get quite complicated and not every deal can be thrashed out during one brief segment on the TV show. Obviously. I mean, there's going to be tons of due diligence after. You don't just walk out and it's like, yes, I got 75 grand. It's going to be like, well, there's going to be people, they're going to want to see your books, they're going to actually want to make sure that you're not lying, that it's not some scam. They're not just going to hand you despite the dragon sitting next to giant piles of money, they're not just going to be like, there you go, have fun. There's going to be all sorts of lawyering. Despite the fact that many pitches end with a triumphant handshake, most viewers will never be aware that the investors later changed their minds and they got down to the nitty-gritty. In fact, a study of the first 11 series of Dragon's Den revealed that just over 50% of seemingly successful deals were never actually completed, and only 5.8 million of the £13 million ever changed. Of the pledged £30 million ever changed hands. One such case involved Hungry House in 2007. This was long before we all started clicking on phone apps to order a takeaway from local participating restaurants, and Hungry House was one of the early pioneers in the UK. I very rarely get a chance to use anything like this unless I'm away from home. Annoyingly, just when the people of Rotherham click on an app like Hungry House or Just Eat, they get a long list of 448 different restaurants from which a tantalizing menu can be perused. Here in Tintagel, and Danny provided me a pronunciation guide, Tintagel. Tintagel? Let's just say here in Cornwall. You don't get a single damn one, and I'm left with no option but to brave both the weather conditions and the real human interaction down at Granny Wobbler's Fudge Pantry. Cornwall's so weird. It's like the past down there. When Shane Lake and Tony Charles entered the den, they were seeking £100,000 in return for an 11% stake in their new Hungry House app, and some dragons displayed a surprising lack of vision for the future of takeaway delivery. It was 2007. I was still at university in 2007. This would have been very forward-thinking. I don't think I had an iPhone. But both Peter Jones and Thea Papitas felt that the investment was too risky, while Deborah Meaden declared, I don't think you go onto our website and think, what do I want to eat tonight? I just don't think that's people's thought process. Oh my, how times have changed. However, both Duncan Bannatyne and James Caan agreed on camera to stump up the cash, only for the deal to collapse later on behind the scenes when James Caan expressed fresh reservations about the company's ability to get enough restaurants on board at the required speed. I feel if that wasn't handled, I mean, obviously you don't have to pay. Like, you've got a handshake deal, and yes, it's a bit of a dick move to go back. But if there's new information reveals, like, I assume James Caan here got some new information, because he's not just going to be like, yeah, I changed my mind. That would be a bit of a dick move. There's going to be something that has changed his mind that he's discovered later. This was no great blow to Hungry House, though, as they quickly secured investment from other sources in exchange for a considerably lower stake in the company. I've never heard of Hungry House, though. I mean, I don't live in the UK, maybe it's a thing, but doesn't everyone use, what's that one? Deliveroo? And getting restaurants to participate didn't pose too much of a problem either, as over the next few years, 10,000 restaurants around the UK chose to partner with the app. Hungry House was ultimately swallowed up by Just Eat, never heard of that though, in 2008 for a pretty tasty £240 million. Good lord! Well done, chaps. That's impressive. James Caan and Duncan Bannatyne may have experienced a similar problem to me when trying to use the app, as all they could come up with in their local area was a dodgy greengrocer selling cheap brunts of slightly acidic grapes. That's very specific. This is so long, Danny. They're so long again. Gay! The doorbot, finally. It's quite common on Dragon's Den and Shark Tank for a contestant to propose an initial offer of something like a 5% stake in their new venture, only to end up giving away about half of the entire bloody company, as it seems preferable to walking away without a deal. But just now and then, the Dragons and Sharks get a little too greedy for their own good and end up missing out on a vast fortune. Perhaps the biggest mistake ever made on Shark Tank was when Richard O'Leary pushed a little too far with his bargaining power. Okay. In 2013, a guy called Jamie Siminoff showed up in the tank with a novelty doorbell, which he had christened the Doorbot. I've not heard of this, but is this going to be one of those, like, turn into, you know, one of those smart doorbells that everyone has? Or at least I hear them advertise on podcasts constantly, like Simply Safe or something like that. Why aren't Simply Safe sponsoring me? Come on, Simply Safe. I hear you advertising on every bloody podcast that exists. Well, to give Jamie credit, it was a bit more than just a novelty doorbell. He had invented the Doorbot to help make his wife feel safer when she was home alone. The smart video doorbell came with an integrated video camera which connected directly to your smartphone so that you could see who was standing in your doorway without having to walk all the way to the front door. Smart. I mean, I guess maybe this was a revolution in 2013. This would, although I have that here. Like, I've got a system at my desk for, like, the buzzer on the door upstairs, if I want to let someone in or not. And it's got a little camera on it. And I mean, this thing looks like it was made in 1973. I wish I could show you it. It looks like an old telephone. It's got this grey screen on it. This would obviously be an ideal tool for avoiding Jehovah's Witnesses and door-to-door salesmen and unwelcome relatives, as you could spot their faces on your phone and then pretend not to be in. Alternatively, you could speak directly to the visitor through the video camera. I can do that as well. There's a little phone I pick up. And let them know that you'll be along to them just as soon as you finish burying the bodies under the kitchen floor. Oh my god. But more significantly, it serves as a useful burglar deterrent. Apparently, most burglars tend to ring the doorbell before attempting to break in, just to check that nobody's in. I'm not quite sure what they're meant to do if you answer the door. Maybe they apologize and explain that they'll try and call that back into the house when you've gone out. But the handy thing about the Doorbot is that you can answer the doorbell from your own phone and give the illusion that you're inside the house, even if you're several thousand miles away, participating in the Beach Volleyball World Championships in Hamburg. Again, Danny, incredibly specific, but thank you for painting a picture for me. Jamie had already started flogging the Doorbot from his garage and was now looking for a $700,000 investment. Damn! In exchange for 10% of the company. That is a valuation, son. $7 million? Kevin O'Leary was interested, but he was chasing slightly different terms. He offered Jamie a $700,000 loan, a claim on 10% of all sales until the loan was repaid, 7% royalty on future sales of the product, and 5% of the company's equity. Oh my god, that's confusing. So he wants less. He wants to own 5%. He wants to give it as a loan, so he gets all of his money back from sales, and 7% on all future royalty sales of the product. That's the confusing part. So royalty on future sales of the product. Maybe the royalty will expire. And then also that would free him up from it would just be that product. It wouldn't be other products that the company can develop. Kevin, why did you make this so complicated? This was a bit much for Jamie. He turned down the offer and skulked off back to the garage. Sadly, the Doorbot never became a household name and was never really heard from again. But didn't someone get too greedy? That doesn't sound too greedy. It just sounds like he wanted less equity in the company and for Jamie himself to take on more risk, which sounds entirely reasonable. Like, the deal is confusing, but it is incredibly reasonable. Anyway, but I would just get confused and leave. Because if I were him, I'd be like, Kevin, I need you to tell me that in English. What does that actually mean, Kevstar? Sadly, the Doorbot never became a household name and was never really heard from again. But that's largely because James decided to rebrand it as Ring, which I've heard of. And they're like Simply Safe. They advertise in every podcast. Ring, I'm waiting. I would replace this weird phone system I have with a black and white thing with your Ring system. But, I mean, you have to pay me. This has sounded like a terrible deal for you. But hopefully I'll sell it. And then you'll be happy. That's how advertising works, I think. I've just said I'm not very good at business. Richard Branson was one of Ring's early supporters, throwing in millions of dollars of investment alongside other big fish, including Goldman Sachs and Qualcomm Ventures. The company expanded into the development of drone surveillance cams and car alarms before Amazon started sniffing around and decided that they wanted in on the novelty doorbell action. I sense a massive acquisition is coming. Everyone's about to get very rich. Amazon eventually bought the Ring company in 2018 for somewhere between $1.2 and $1.8 billion. Someone got that island's money! I mean, Richard Branson already has that island money, but this Jamie guy, now he has that island money too. You suspect that Richard O'Leary now wishes that he hadn't been pissing about with overcomplicated... Wait, it wasn't Richard O'Leary, it was Kevin O'Leary. Who the Richard? Richard Branson. I'm so... Danny, you're not making this any less confusing by screwing up their names.
I don't understand.
I'm already confused. You suspect that Kevin O'Leary now wishes he hadn't been pissing about with overcomplicated loans and royalties and equity deals and just snapped up 10% of the company on offer. Yeah, boy, because that's a lot. Meanwhile, Jamie Smirnoff recently found himself at the other end of the Shark Tank when he was invited to appear as a guest shark for an episode in the 10th series in 2019, although he didn't seem to make any notable investments. That is so baller. It's like you went on Shark Tank, you turned them down, and then you got so rich that you're now a f***ing shark. Legend, Jamie! He's probably secretly hoping that Ham Fatter would stroll through the doors pitching an idea for a long-awaited reunion concert at the Hollywood Bowl. Oh, are you ready for it? 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 Are you ready? This has been an episode of Business Blaze. Thank you for watching.
What does that actually mean, Kevster? This is an episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze, also known as Simon, also known as Dickhead. Welcome. My glasses are very dirty, just gonna give those a little bit of a shining. Like that movie The Shining with Jack. No, it's got nothing to do with it. I don't know why is that movie called The Shining? Does he see some sort of shining? Does he shine his axe? Ha ha ha! Ba-da-bum-bumps.
It's a joke. It's all a joke.
This, what happens here is Danny will write me a script, I will read the script, I'll make some bad jokes, Sam will add some fine memes, sprinkle them in, and that's what happens here. This is the world's most ridiculous, oh no, not the world's, just most ridiculous lawsuits. Let's see how long of an introduction Danny's got for me today. It looks to be about 6 paragraphs. Not bad. Last time it was just 2 lines. So, okay. If you haven't seen that, that's because this video released before the last one, and you're soon going to see a video with a short introduction. I filmed these, and then they go out and why is this chair here? I film these, and then they go out in a completely different order, and everyone gets confused, and everyone in the comments is like, Simon, what are you talking about? What's a cauliflower steak? You've never mentioned that before. And then the next video, everyone's like, oh, the cauliflower steak reference. It's good to see how the judiciary system has come along in leaps and bounds over the last few thousand years. Yeah, I mean, it's been a few thousand years. If something hasn't come along in leaps and bounds, then we're doing something wrong. Like religion has not come along in leaps and bounds, and it's all up now. When it comes to resolving a civil dispute, we no longer have to challenge each other to a duel, or throw women into rivers, or retrieve a stone from a cauldron of boiling water to see if our hands will heal to prove that God is on our side. I mean, today, maybe your hands will heal because there's modern medicine and we understand germs. It's not like, oh yeah, what causes infection? Smells. It's definitely bad smells.
My germ.
My germ.
Miasma theory is a whole up thing. But anyway, I mean, back in the day, if you get like really blistered up hands, you're going to get an infection and die. It's like you just are. Nowadays, even the littlest of little men can take on the mightiest of mighty corporations and expect the evidence of the case to be considered fairly and without prejudice by a completely sane judge, ideally not from Texas. Yeah, because the guys with the more expensive lawyers never do better, do they? Never. Never happens. Never heard of that. The advantage of all this is that the common man now has the opportunity to seek justice and right a wrong without having to throw his wife into the river or keep his burnt fingers crossed for divine intervention. Do we used to throw our women into rivers? What is up with that? I mean, I know it's the past. The past was the worst. We've established this before. Indeed, there is a t-shirt on the Business Blaze merch store which says, the past was the worst. I'd encourage you to purchase it because I like money. The downside is that some deeply aggrieved souls will always be inclined to abuse the system by launching the most frivolous of lawsuits to settle a case which could have easily been resolved with a sensible 5-minute conversation and a small goodwill discount voucher. And it's not just America. This crazy shit is kicking off all around the world. It's just mostly in America. It's all very litigious. Like, why are Americans suing each other all? I've been threatened with lawsuits, and I very quickly acquiesced. I've been like, yeah, okay, please don't sue me. I will acquiesce. It's happened twice, I think. I don't remember what the first one was. I definitely remember what the second one was, because it was scary. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, please don't sue me. I like my things. I don't want to lose all my money.
Although America is the greatest nation in the world, we still face many modern problems.
But I generally don't live in a very... if I slipped over in someone's shop and broke my arm, I'm not going to sue anyone. It's like, and if they were mopping the floor and there wasn't a sign there, I'd be like, well, I should have been aware that the floor was right, shouldn't I? More fool me. But instead, it's like, yeah, this happened to a friend of mine here. She slipped over in a store, she didn't realize the floor was wet, and she broke her leg in like many places. And had to have like a big metal thing. And the idea that she'd sue the store, it didn't even occur to her. And I'm like, good! I remember my dad was in a car, I think I told this story before, my dad was in a car accident, it's definitely his fault. Like, he crashed into someone because he wasn't looking at a roundabout. And then the guy gets out of the car, and he's completely fine. And then a few weeks later, my dad gets a letter, or his insurance company gets a letter being like, yeah, that guy's suing you because he broke it, like he injured his neck, he got some whiplash. And my dad's like, he didn't get whiplash. He just saw one of those ads on TV saying like, have you been in a car accident? Have you got a bit of a hurty neck? The reluctant fireman is what's going on. Here's
are just a small sprinkling of some of the looniest lawsuits ever to have disgraced the modern legal system and made us wonder if resolving disputes by duel was really such a terrible idea in the first place. It definitely was. Dueling was not a good idea. Also, if we mention the McDonald's coffee women being a frivolous lawsuit, I'm going to get really upset because it's not a frivolous lawsuit. That coffee was at like fucking insanely hot. Like way hotter than coffee ever is served. And the woman got like 3rd-degree burns on her legs. So I'm not saying it's not her fault. I mean, obviously, part of it's her fault. She shouldn't be like driving a car or being a passenger in a car and putting like hot coffee between her legs. But it's not a frivolous lawsuit. The reluctant fireman. Disability discrimination in the workplace is clearly a serious matter, except perhaps in the case of Shane Prolo. Oh, we are treading on some thin ice, Danny. I don't want to get cancelled again. A former captain of the fire suppression crew of the Houston Fire Department. You see, fireman Shane had a bit of a problem, which was putting a dampener on productivity at the fire station. He was absolutely terrified of fire, and this led to a bizarre counterclaim to a lawsuit in 2014 in which Shane claimed that the city was guilty of disability discrimination on the grounds that they were very keen to leave a man with a fire phobia in charge of putting out a fire. It's ridiculous. Also, a phobia isn't a disability. Is a phobia a disability? It's like, I'm a little bit afraid of heights. Like, I don't know, like 90% of people are a little bit afraid of heights. Because you go up the top of a tall building, you're like, really high up here, slightly scary. I feel that is completely normal. 90% of people have that. But I'm not disabled. I think that really makes it... The problem is when we start calling everything a disability, right? The actual disabilities get watered down, and that's stupid. The problem was first spotted in 2004 when Shane failed to enter a Blaze #cancel Simon probably. I probably said something that offended someone there, but it does make sense, right? When Shane failed to enter a blazing building on account of the flames, which were making him feel a bit dizzy. His colleagues at the time were left feeling pretty annoyed about this. A couple of years later, after arriving on the scene of a more serious fiery incident... How is it a couple of years later? He's a fireman! What's he doing all the time? Just getting cats out of trees? Shane got himself in such a state that he couldn't even put on his firefighting gear or walk in a straight line. One of his colleagues had to escort him next door and sit him down on a bucket while the rest of the crew got the job done of dousing the inferno and saving lives. Shane's doctor later claimed that his patient had suffered an episode of global transient amnesia, a very sudden and temporary case of memory loss, which was triggered by a phobia of fire. I mean, I'm not employed, but it's like, yeah, I got a phobia of work. I just don't want to do it. It's and then it'll be like, Simon, you have to work. Your job is to, you've got a job to do here, fact boy. You read the facts. I'll be like, I'm afraid of it. Keep paying me. I'm disabled. You're not disabled, fact boy. Which was triggered by a phobia of fire, so it's possible that he may just have forgotten he was supposed to be a fireman. Taking all of this into account, Shane's employer figured that it was not entirely unreasonable to consider moving Shane to a different department. It's not unreasonable to be like, Shane, I mean, I don't want to be insensitive to your fear of fire, but you cannot be a fireman. You need to find some other sort of employment. I'll give you a reference saying that you were... I'm not going to give you a reference, Shane. You're going to have to find a job on your own. It's not like Shane lost his job. He was simply transferred to a new role in the training academy. But Shane wasn't having any of this, and he launched an administrative appeal in which the hearing examiner actually sided with the reluctant fireman and ruled that he should be reassigned back to the fire suppression unit. Oh, it's gone too far. We've gone too far with the PC stuff on this one, guys. The city wasn't happy about this result and took the case to court to fight the forced reassignment, fearing that a pants-shitting, dizzy, amnesiac, bucket-hogging fireman wasn't the ideal choice to head up the emergency fire rescue operation. And in response, Shane launched a counterclaim in which he alleged that his fear of fire was a disability and that the city was illegally discriminating him in breach of the Americans with Disabilities Act. No, Shane, no. Now, of course, I would imagine that most people are quite cautious around fire, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for the bravery and heroism of the people who actually choose to take on such a dangerous and challenging role. Yes, I have an enormous respect for firemen because they risk our lives, their lives, to save our lives. And all we do is pay them. I'm like, you wouldn't pay... I'm not risking my life for money. That, but these people do it every day, and I have an enormous respect for them. But Shane, you are not a fireman. But maybe not everyone is cut out for the job, and it's difficult to see why a man who is utterly petrified of fire was so keen to hang on to his helmet. Surprisingly, the jury in the lower court took Shane's side in the case and initially awarded him $362,000 in damages. Damages for what? I mean, I don't know how much a fireman gets paid, but it's not going to be $362,000 over, like, that's way too much money. What's going on? And Shane, they've been paying you to not do a job for years, apparently. However, the judge in the Texas Supreme Court later overturned this decision and concluded that Shane Proler probably did not have a disability, and therefore the case did not fall under the Americans with Disabilities Act. As he put it, if one considers the NBA, the capacity to play professional basketball is a ability, and the rest of us do not suffer from a disability because we cannot play at that level. A job skill required for a specific job is not a disability if most people lack that skill. That's bad news for me and my application to become a professional lion tamer. Good, I'm glad the Supreme Judge saw sense. That's probably why he's supreme. The man who sued his twin. I'm sure that most of us have been told at some point in our lives that we look a little bit like a particular celebrity. Dude, all the time. Look, it's Michael from Vsauce. Look, it's Binging with Babish. For f***'s sake. It should be like, Michael from Vsauce looks like Simon. Come on! And I suppose our goals. And I suppose our reactions will largely depend on the celebrity to which we're being compared. There's a world of difference between being told that you look like Brad Pitt, I get that too, I get that all the time, and being told that you look like Meatloaf after he let himself go a bit. I have no idea what Meatloaf looks like. Over the years, I've been told by different people that I look like Jarvis Cocker from Britpop band Pulp, Danny Glover from Lethal Weapon, and the Milky Bar Kid, and Jesus Christ. Alright, that is diverse. In the case of a bloke from Portland, Oregon by the name of Alan Heckert, he often got told that he looked a bit like the former NBA superstar, businessman and cultural icon Michael Jordan. Look, I mean, if you look like Mike, what's the problem? It's like, that's just good. Okay, I mean, maybe you'll get treated better in places. In fact, he reckons he heard this quite a lot, every single day for 15 twatting years. And it reached a point where he got so fed up with the comparison that he decided to strike back. In 2006, he sued Michael Jordan, along with Nike co-founder Phil Knight, for a total of $832 million. Mate, you are smoking the crack.
Is that what you smoke? Do you smoke crack?
Alan reckons that Nike's high-profile marketing campaign had turned Michael Jordan into an instantly recognizable face that Alan was getting mistaken for him all the time, which doesn't really make sense when you think about it. But none of this silly lawsuit made any sense at all. Obviously not. They've all been smoking the crack pipe. Alan was seeking $416 million from each of the defendants, which was broken down into $364 million worth of punitives and $52 million in damages. Damages for what?
Raining. Ow! It's just raining. You broke my heart.
He claims that the alleged resemblance had wrecked his nerves, denied him peace of mind, caused problems at work and inflicted emotional distress. Perhaps it also sent him batshit crazy. I mean, to file this sort of lawsuit, it really had to have. It's not entirely clear what Alan expected Michael Jordan to do all about. I don't know, find him, beat his face in until he didn't look like him anymore. I'm not suggesting that Michael Jordan do that. Don't do that, Mike. And it's also worth noting that Alan was 8 years older, about 30 pounds lighter and 6 inches shorter. Dude, you don't look like Michael Jordan. I mean, they were both African American. They had both got a shaved head, and they both wore a single earring. Take it out then! But surely Alan could have saved himself a lot of trauma by maybe growing his hair or even ditching the earring. Yes! It's remarkable that the case even got as far as the Oregon State Court, but Alan eventually dropped the charges without explaining why. I don't know, maybe he stopped smoking crack. And a Nike spokesman confirmed that no money had exchanged hands. If Nike paid them out, I would be so horribly disappointed. Perhaps Alan Heckert can rest easier at night now that he's finally made it clear to the world that he's definitely not Michael Jordan. I bet nobody's ever going to mention that resemblance again. I do think it's a shame that the case wasn't allowed to reach a conclusion, though. It would have been funny if Michael Jordan had been fined $416 million, but then the bill got sent to Alan Heckert. That would be great. Countersue him, Michael, for looking like you. Although, as we discussed earlier in this video, the fact that Michael Jordan could afford much better lawyers would definitely not affect the outcome of that case at all. Bud Light fantasies. Let's start off by saying that, in my opinion, Bud Light is a shit beer. It tastes like nothing. Regular Bud is shit. Bud Light is turbo shit. Allegedly, in my opinion. I'll admit that I felt a bit let down by misleading TV commercials over the years. During the 80s and 90s, the marketing campaigns for Coca-Cola, complete with slogans such as, "What a feeling!" And I don't know if they sang it like that. And Coca-Cola is it, temporarily led me to believe that Coca-Cola was a positively orgasmic elevation into a higher level of understanding and awareness, rather than Quite a pleasant carbonated soft drink, which comes in handy when you're feeling a bit thirsty. A 58-year-old government employee from Michigan called Richard Overton must have experienced similar disappointment when he discovered that a bottle of Bud Light didn't seem to deliver on all the elements that the TV commercials clearly suggested. This wouldn't perhaps be too surprising for most viewers, as the commercial in question featured a couple of grizzly truck drivers taking a sip of Bud Light and then finding themselves transported to a tropical paradise setting in which they're fawned over by a parade of adoring, scantily clad women. Ooh la la! After stocking up on this dream-drinking 1993, poor old Richard, also known as Dick, felt upset when he discovered that consuming shitloads of Bud Light didn't magically make his wildest fantasies come true after all. In fact, all this Vietnam veteran ended up with was a banging headache, a lighter wallet, and vomit stains all over the carpet of what you would assume to be a one-bedroom apartment. Fucking savage, Danny. Savage! So, to help cure this hangover from hell, Richard filed a $10,000 lawsuit against Anheuser-Busch, the US company responsible for producing and selling the devilish brew. Dude, when I wake up with a raging hangover, I don't immediately think I'm gonna sue that beer company. I'm like, oh, what am I doing with my life? Why? And then, like, if it's a particularly bad one, you're like, oh, there's nothing I can do. This is gonna be with me till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon while I'll start feeling better. And I'm never gonna drink again 24 hours later. This sounds pretty good right about now.
Esse é pior que o tubarão, que é o lição, ó. Aí, ó. Tá bom, chega. Você vai...
When I first heard this story, I wondered if maybe Richard wasn't quite as bonkers as he sounds. Maybe he was some kind of anti-alcohol evangelist on a crusade against the evils of seductive advertising for stinking, dirty booze. His lawsuit claimed that the commercials violated Michigan's Pricing and Advertising Act because the scenic tropical settings of beautiful women and men engaged in unrestricted merriment implied that Bud Light will make a customer's fantasy become a reality, when in fact the product is dangerous and could lead to addiction, health problems, and death. Look, mate, this is something in the advertising world, or the legal world, that is called a puff. It is something that is so outrageous in advertising that a reasonable person wouldn't believe that it's actually going to be delivered by the product. This must be the textbook example of a puff in some legal textbook somewhere. But the worrying part is that Richard was seeking $10,000 for alleged emotional distress, mental injury, and financial loss. Jesus Christ, Richard, how much beer did you buy? Which makes you wonder how much Bud Light he got through before he realized that he wasn't going to find paradise at the bottom of a bottle. The Michigan Court of Appeals ultimately dismissed the case based on Richard's failure to state a claim upon which a grief could be granted. I imagine they'd just be like, also, Richard, why are you smoking a crack pipe right now? The court also noted that the risks of drinking alcohol are widely known, and that the advertisers are entitled to employ a little puffery, there we go, in the praise of their own wares without fear of being sued by someone who takes everything just a bit too literally.
Pardon me, Mr. Perfect!
Let's hope life turned out alright for Richard in the end, though. Rumours abound that he was last seen sunbathing on a park bench, working his way through a crate of Heineken and a bag of 20 Strand, while fending off the imaginary ladies and getting on by very real pigeons. Danny, you are absolutely savage to Dick. I don't know what he did to offend you, but we have not anyone this bad in a long time. Drama on Deer Valley Drive. Deer Valley Drive sounds like a bad 90s movie. I hate it when somebody stops me and asks me for directions. I can spot it happening a mile off. I'll be out walking Poppy when I suddenly notice a car that I don't recognize slowing right down as the driver tries to make eye contact with me while preparing to wind down the window. Who asks for directions? It's 2021. Just get out your phone and have a look where the you are. I sometimes try quickening up my own pace, but the driver never takes the hint. It's not that I don't want... Danny, just carry a gun. I'm more than happy to be helpful to strangers. If somebody stops me on the street and asks me for advice on the best place in the village to grab a doner kebab with all the trimmings, or asks me to recommend a freemium fantasy themed turn-based role-playing mobile game. Well, what are we talking about, Danny? With awesome graphics and an amazing storyline, I couldn't be more helpful. RSL! I like to say Raid Shadow Legends in these videos because I don't know how, but YouTube pick up on this and then everyone gets, Raid Shadow Legends advertised around this video, which amuses me greatly. Don't click on those. I mean, click on them, but don't download it because if you click on them, I get paid, which is fantastic. Thank you. But the problem with asking me for directions is absolutely anything but helpful. Maybe it's because I don't drive and so I'm not familiar with the road routes. Maybe it's because I wander aimlessly around in a state of dazed oblivion without taking the slightest bit of notice of my surroundings. Whatever the reason, if he asked me for directions to a well-known tourist spot less than 5 minutes away, I would struggle to tell you the best way of getting there. And yet, I still feel obliged to try my best anyway, which is obviously just making things worse, as I don't have the foggiest clue what I'm talking about. I'd be better off just being assertive, saying like, no, I can't help you, for your own sake, move on. But that just sounds a bit rude. Thankfully, it doesn't happen quite so often these days, thanks to sat-navs and Google Maps and stuff, also COVID. But even Google Maps can apparently take a wrong turn. Back in what are we talking about? This was the longest introduction to a section ever, Danny. Back in 2009, Lauren Rosenberg was visiting Utah for the Sundance Film Festival. It was a dark night, and Lauren was on foot trying to reach 1710 Prospector Avenue, Park City. Fascinating. She whipped out her BlackBerry and consulted Google Maps for advice on the best walking routes. The map tool threw up a route for Lauren which included a half-mile stretch along the idyllic-sounding Deer Valley Drive. But Lauren wasn't aware that this was an alternative name for a section of Utah State Route 224, a rural highway with a distinct lack of any sidewalks. Lauren ended up walking across the highway and straight into the path of oncoming traffic. She was knocked down by a car and seriously... Lauren, don't cross a highway. If Google Maps is like, yeah, just get on the highway, cross it. And I'll just be like, no, find me an alternate route. You've obviously made an error. I'm not going to walk out into the highway and then sue Google, because I'm not an idiot. Allegedly. After allegedly racking up $100,000 worth of medical bills from the incident, Lauren decided to sue Google from the same amount for negligence, failure to warn, and defective design. She ranted, I relied on Google Maps and it almost got me killed. Lauren, you're just sounding like a dum-dum. However, the 3rd Judicial District Court in Salt Lake City dismissed the claims on the grounds that there was no specific legal relationship or duty of protection between Google and the plaintiff. Obviously not. How did this even get in a courtroom? The court also noted that Google Maps provide a considerable value to the public and that allowing the litigation to move forward would open the floodgates to pretty much unlimited liability for Google. Yes, this is perhaps a polite and leaguified way of saying that Lauren should possibly have considered using her own eyes and brain before stepping out into the path of an oncoming vehicle. As Kayla Webley observed in Time magazine, public service announcement for the day, Google may seem more powerful and all-knowing, but if it tells you to walk off a cliff, you really don't have to. It would be interesting to know if Lauren had been at the Bud Light before making a perilous journey across Deer Valley Drive. She might have been misled into thinking that she was skipping across the golden sand dunes of Barbados while being chased by a tribe of Oompa Loompas. The man who sued himself. There are reasons you can sue yourself, right? Like, I feel like there's been legal cases where people have sued themselves because they have insurance for the work they do or something, and it actually did somehow make sense. Maybe this is one of those, but this is ridiculous examples. I feel that there was an actual example of this which made sense at some point. I don't remember where I remember that from. Finally, it's always good to see a man take some responsibility for his own actions. In 1995, I get the feeling this is all going to be about a man not taking responsibility for his own actions, because if there's one thing we humans love to do, it's pass on responsibility to other people and not take ownership.
It's not my fault, not my fault! Oh my god, oh my god, I don't want people on!
In 1995, Robert Lee Brock was serving a 23-year sentence at Indian Creek Correctional Center there's this place called Chesapeake, I think, in Virginia. But every time I look at it, it just looks like Cheapskate. Cheapskate, Virginia, for grand larceny and breaking and entering. And Robert wasn't the type to try and pass the blame onto the government or a ropey upbringing or a bent judge or a schoolteacher who once made a joke at his expense in 1968. Robert knew that it was a fair cop, and he only had himself to blame. So he took the only course of action that any sane individual would do. He tried suing himself for $5 million. It's not quite as crazy as it sounds, and it could be argued that Robert's plan was refreshingly crafty. Well, he wasn't crafty enough to get out of a 23-year jail sentence. In a handwritten 7-page lawsuit, Robert claims that his religion forbids the partaking of alcohol, and that by getting blind drunk one fateful night in 1993, which directly led him to going out and committing wicked crimes. And here's the twist. Although Robert wanted to sue himself for $5 million, he didn't have a pot to piss in. Well, to be fair, he probably did have a pot to piss in, but that was about it. So he was asking the state to pay the $5 million on his behalf on the grounds that he was a ward of the state who wasn't allowed to go out and earn money. And if that sounds a bit cheeky, it's worth noting that Robert did offer the federal court a kernel of good intentions by offering to pay back the $5 million once he was released from his 23-year prison sentence and settled down with a nice job. It's going to take a while. Judge Rebecca Smith seemed fairly impressed with Robert's cunning strategy. She She noted that the plaintiff has presented an innovative approach to civil rights litigation, but then the spoilsport dismissed the case on the grounds that his claim, and especially the relief sought, are totally ludicrous. Good for you, judgy. That didn't stop Robert from coming back, though. Between 1995 and 1996 alone, he launched a further 29 lawsuits. I mean, I guess he's in prison. What else is he going to do? Mostly regarding the alleged inadequacies of prison conditions, none of which were deemed to have any merit. It's quite amazing that this is even allowed to happen. I don't know, I'd say it's pretty legit that someone in prison can launch lawsuits about the condition that they're kept in prison. That seems very fair and sensible. You'd think that after the 26th attempt, yeah, fair enough though, someone might have pointed out that this prisoner is just draining everybody's time and energy and will to live. But perhaps the courts enjoy a bit of light relief to brighten up the day. Robert's long list of complaints included improper placement of mirrors for the handicapped, a lack of vitamins in the prison diet, the price of coffee, being housed with black men. Dude, what? The mirrors are not acceptable for handicapped people. I'm not getting enough vitamins in my diet. The price of coffee is way too expensive. I hate black people. What? Simon Whistler here again out of context. Allegations of being poisoned and experimented upon by the prison officials, and perhaps most tellingly of all, poor condition and maintenance of the prison's law library. Danny, I love just how we threw in like his hardcore racism in there. Maybe all of this could have been avoided if someone had just thought to revoke his library card privileges. Or they could have just given him a Bud Light and told him that he was in a 5-star hotel in Madagascar. Ba-da-bom-bom-da! This episode of I have so many channels I forgot what I was doing for a second. Business Blaze has been brought to you by HelloFresh. There is a link below. 10 Blaze is the code to get you 10 meals for free. Why not? And thank you for watching. Have you got a bit of a hurty neck? Edward Snowden to be like, guys, hello. This video is Lunar Rhapsody, the best moon landing conspiracy. I'm treading on little cereal things. I'm sorry, Magic Spoon. You shouldn't have given me freedom. You shouldn't have. Oh, I rubbed cereal. What is wrong with me? What happens here is Danny will write me a script. I will read the script. Sam is going to sprinkle in some fine vintage memes. And that's what's going to happen. Oh, if you'd like to purchase the merch, this Blaze mug is still available. I don't think this t-shirt is available anymore. It's the OG BB, which had a limited run of a month. I think month or 2 weeks. Should probably take it. I think I said a month. It's available for a month. It's probably not for sale anymore.
So that was a fucking lie.
So too bad. I should probably wear something else that is actually. Back at the tail end of the 1960s, my dad played the bass in a band called the Kodiaks, who were briefly a sensation from one end of Rotherham all the way to the other. Well, when I Google search the Kodiaks, band definitely comes up. Oh, that's because they're a garage punk band from Austin, Texas. I'm sorry, Danny's dad. They released a single on Decca Records in 1969 during what proved to be the biggest moment of their career. Sadly, in typical Salter fashion, my dad had to quit the band just a few weeks before to settle down and start a family. I bet he never regretted that for a second. Wait, I mean, the band didn't really go anywhere. They released one single, so and he got to have a family. I wouldn't say that's the worst decision ever. I'm sorry to say that the musical talent didn't pass down in the family line to me, but if I had bothered to learn how to play an instrument, I'm pretty sure it would have been the theremin. What the fuck is a theremin? I've always been fascinated by the electronic sounds produced from this otherworldly instrument on which you tease out the hypnotic and haunting notes by wiggling your hands and fingers about a bit. Oh, I've seen this. It's like a weird radio box device that goes woo woo. It's actually a communist instrument. Woo! First created by Leon Theremin in about 1920, with funding from the Soviet government-sponsored research into proximity sensors. And although it featured on famous chart-bothering songs as Good Vibrations by the Beach Boys. Really? And on the soundtracks to a clutch of old black and white science fiction films, including the 1951 classic The Day the Earth Stood Still. I would say that Theremin's COVID. I would say that the Theremin's finest moments are encapsulated on the magnificent 1947 album Music Out of the Moon by Les Baxter and Harvey Revel with Dr. Samuel J. Hoffman. And I think Neil Armstrong would have agreed with me. What is going on, Danny? What? I want to talk about some conspiracy theories, Danny. Why is the introduction so long? At the exact same time my dad's ex-band, the Kodiaks, were limping up the UK and US charts in July 1969, Neil Armstrong was aboard the spaceflight Apollo 11 on his way to mooch about on the moon. And he was listening to music out of the moon on the in-flight jukebox, or at least a small Sony TC50 cassette recorder that he'd packed in his hand luggage. Quite appropriately, the standout track, Lunar Rhapsody, was getting the most airplay on the spacecraft during the epic voyage home. But that's assuming the moon landings ever happened at all, of course. Not everyone's convinced. Yeah, idiots. I have to say, I'll just tell a little story right now, and I know we're still in the introduction. It's like, good Lord, Simon, get to the point, fact boy. I think I saw like a documentary. I must have been like 13 or 14 years old, and I saw a documentary about why the moon landing was fake. It was on like TV or whatever. And then I was like, oh my God, the moon landing is fake. And then the second half of the documentary was quite incredible. It was entirely debunking the first half of the documentary. So it starts off like they rope you in, being like, this is why this, and this is why this. And you're like, oh my God, by the midpoint, you're like, I was convinced. I'm like, whoa, this evidence is irrefutable. The moon landing never happened. And then the second half of the documentary is them debunking the whole first half. And it was brilliant. And you're like, oh, okay, so like one example was, why are there no stars like visible in the photographs? It's just entirely black, and you're like, oh my God, yeah, of course there are no stars, that's crazy. And then they're like, well, if you take a photograph of someone and they're bright, the stars are not going to expose. And you're like, oh yeah. And this really instilled in me the value of critical thinking. I don't think there's been any documentary I've seen that changed my life quite as much as that one. I cannot find it for the life of me. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, I would love to see it again. It was probably like on BBC or ITV back in the late 90s. According to government propaganda and a few trivial scientific facts, the Commander Neil Armstrong and the lunar module pilot Buzz Aldrin supposedly landed the Apollo lunar module Eagle onto the surface of the moon on the 20th of July 1969, after which they pissed about for a couple of hours, had a ride on a go-kart, took loads of selfies, collected some souvenirs, and then buggered off back home. The third guy, Command Module pilot Michael Collins, drew the short straw and had to stay behind on the Command Module Columbia, but at least that gave him a chance to put something else on the jukebox that Neil Armstrong had been hogging the whole time with his freaky theremin shit. You're like, for fuck's sake, Neil! Stop it with the theremin bullshit! Can't we listen to some Hendrix? It would suck to be Michael Collins though, right? Everyone knows. Like, I feel Neil Armstrong is a name. You mention Neil Armstrong, pretty much anyone's going to be like, yeah, first man on the moon. Buzz Aldrin, people are going to be like, yeah, he was the dude who was on the moon, right? Michael Collins is just going to be like, who's Michael? Is he a singer? It often takes a bit of time for something of major significance to really sink in, for people to absorb and accept that it really happened. Weirdly, in the case of the moon landing, it seemed to take about 7 years for people to start believing that it didn't happen. The conspiracy theories only really began to lift off in 1976, 4 years after man stepped foot on the moon for the last time, when Bill Kaysing self-published the book We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion swindle. I wonder why he self-published that. Probably because HarperCollins weren't like, yeah, we'll have that. And although it's easy to dismiss the hoax believers today, you have to concede that the theories probably felt a lot more credible back then. The 1970s was a good time to be a crazy conspiracy theorist, largely because the theories were turning out to be true. Throughout the decade, the US had been rocked by major scandals such as Watergate and the release of the Pentagon Papers, which confirmed that Lyndon B. Johnson's administration had been systematically lying to the public for years, as well as illegally experimenting on unwitting human test subjects for Project MKUltra, otherwise known as the CIA mind control program. I have to say, in my critical mind, it's like I'm going to miss some things that are conspiracy theories that are actually true. Because if someone described Project MKUltra, is MKUltra, not MKUltra, MKUltra to me, I'd be like, nah, that didn't happen, but it totally did, and that's fucked up. It's another one, like if someone described to me the state of surveillance that was going on by the Five Eyes governments before Snowden made those leaks, I'd be like, we don't have the technology to do that. That's not possible. And why are they spying on everyone anyway? And then Snowden was like, oh, it's totally happening. Oh, it blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind. But the thing is, like, I'm going to need some proof before. Like, MKUltra, we got the proof. Snowden leaks, we got the proof. I'm not going to believe that the moon landings didn't happen because there's plenty of evidence they did. And if someone comes forward who is a reliable source, not some crackpot like Bill Kaysing, and says they were faked, I'll be like, okay, let's reassess. I'm open to reassessment. And you should be too. Against this unfolding backdrop of fresh revelations of government treachery, Bill Casing's allegations that the footage of the moon landings was faked, as we lack the technology to make it happen, suddenly seemed quite plausible to some. And his arguments were given further weight by the fact that Bill Casing had worked as a senior technical writer for Rocketdyne, the NASA contractor that had helped design the Saturn V rocket engines which propelled Apollo 11 to the stars. Yeah, because he was a technical writer. He's got all the inside know. Although strangely he got the job despite having no knowledge of rockets or technical writing. Bill Casing may have had a hunch and an intuition that man never landed on the moon, but NASA historians reckon that his rationale offered poorly developed logic, sloppily analysed data, and sophomorically argued assertions. Yet nearly 50 years after the book was published and debunked, the conspiracy theories still linger heavily in the moonlight. Recent polls have suggested that 6% of Americans believe that the moon landings were fake, yeah, but also 94% don't. And 15% of them aren't quite sure either way, while a staggering 57% of Russians are convinced that the whole thing was a devious point-scoring hoax. 57%? But also, I mean, that's much more natural because it was the Cold War, and even today, the amount of misinformation spread by foreign governments, and by that I mean any government that isn't yours. So if you're Russian, the Americans; if you're American, the Russians, and everyone else, of course. Okay, that's entirely understandable. I mean, it's shocking. It's shocking. But it's also understandable. And it could be argued that the motives were certainly there, as well as distracting American voters from the ongoing clusterfuck of the Vietnam War. It's often claimed that the US were just determined to beat the Soviet Union in a space race which had seen the US drifting behind for a good few years. By becoming the first nation to seemingly complete a manned lunar mission and plant the stars and the stripes on the hardened soil of the moon, the US could get one over on the communists, even if it involved cheating a little bit. If nothing else, it would make up for the crushing disappointment of not inventing the theremin in 1920. Danny, how many times? Of course, even the wildest and hairiest of conspiracy theorists would concede that a spacecraft really did shoot up into space in 1969, but a common belief is that it just lazily looped around in orbit for a while an audience of 650 million viewers at home were spoon-fed faked footage of the moon's surface, which was mostly directed by the legendary film director Stanley Kubrick. And this is where we get into problems, because when it's something this huge, the number of people who have to be in on it is just vast. And the idea that all of them would have kept silent for so long. Like, it didn't take very long for someone like Edward Snowden to be like, guys, hello. And it's been, 50 years? And no one has come forward in a giant, enormous mission? No one? So, approaching some of the more popular hoax theories with an open mind, does any of the alleged evidence supporting the hoax claims stand up to scrutiny today? Or can it all be dismissed as desperate echoes of a lunatic, crapsody that's been stuck in the groove for way too long? By the way, if this introduction feels a bit long, holy shit, Danny. Please bear in mind that this was the main part. If this was the main part of the script, and everything that follows is just bonus facts. And now for a bonus fact. The astronauts wouldn't have made it alive. The Earth is protected by rings of charged particles known as the Van Allen radiation belts, which collect and trap dangerous solar radiation, which would otherwise destroy our planet's atmosphere. Not good. The Apollo 11 clearly had to pass through the Van Allen radiation belts to get to the moon, leading some to argue that Neil, Buzz, and Michael would have all been frazzled by lethal radiation long before they got to the other side. It's true that you wouldn't want to hang around in the Van Allen radiation belts for too long, in the same way that you wouldn't want to go on a guided tour of a nuclear power station that was on fire, or sit near a Wi-Fi router that had been shielded by a Faraday cage. So a useless Wi-Fi router. Someone pointed out in the comments that we did a video about the Wi-Fi router that's a Faraday cage to protect you from 5G or some bullshit, like, who cares? And someone said that the Linus Tech Tips channel had done a video on it, and it was just like a paper holder or something being sold as a Faraday cage. It's like, for fuck's sake, even the fake is fake. It's like in Fakeception. But the Apollo 11 didn't... Why? It's not the Apollo 11, Danny. It's just Apollo 11. But Apollo 11 didn't hang about. The crew passed through the sparsest regions of the belt so quickly that there was no major threat from prolonged exposure to radiation. It's not a million light years away from the idea that a firewalker would probably focus on getting across the fire pit quite quickly before they drum up enough thermal energy to burn their feet instead of stopping halfway through for a breather. Yeah, don't do that. Spending less than 4 hours in the belts for the total trip, the astronauts got hit by the same dose of radiation you would usually get from a couple of CT scans to your head. It's not something you'd want to make a habit of doing, but you're unlikely to be calling back for a return trip the following weekend anyway. That's true. That's true. Okay, so debunked, obviously. I mean, we're debunking all of these because obviously we went to the moon. Smash that dislike button, conspiracy theorists. Look, we're giving you a fair shake, alright? Alright? My God, it's not full of stars. Is this the photo one that I mentioned already? Some critics found the holiday snaps taken on the moon to be a little bit disappointing and perhaps even a little bit suspicious. They all seem to be missing one ingredient: visible stars in the background. You know, you'd kind of expect to see stars from the moon, particularly when there are no clouds to obscure the view. Cynics served this up as proof that the whole thing was staged and Stanley Kubrick either forgot or he didn't have budget to paint in the stars. Given how much money was spent on the Apollo program, that's a really high budget movie. They didn't forget the stars. In fact, it's just that the basic principles of photography are the same on the moon as they are here on Earth. Shocking. Neil and Buzz are likely to have seen the stars, although the landing took place during a lunar morning, so it's possible that the sun may have been shining too brightly to make them out. But they wouldn't have been captured on film either way. The cameras used on the moon required a small aperture and high shutter speeds to prevent too much light seeping into the photographs from the sun's illumination of the surface and reflective white spacesuits worn by the astronauts. So the shutters only ever open for a fraction of a second, just enough time to capture objects in immediate focus, but not the distant glimmer of background stars. Yes, this is how photography works. You'd get exactly the same result at home if you were using a quick exposure camera to take a photograph from within your brightly lit back porch at midnight. Yeah, I mean, we've all taken those photos. It's like, even if you can see, so imagine you're standing on your porch, right, and you're taking a photograph of someone standing on your porch, and they are lit from behind you by the light from the house. And let's say that light is faintly illuminating your car off on the distance. If you take a photograph of that person, put the flash on especially, make it extra bright, you are never going to see that car in the background. So you're just going to see the person at the front. It's going to be a very quick flash release. You won't see the car, like you don't see the stars. Why am I explaining this twice? We don't need this. Besides which, it's difficult to imagine that the guy who directed the most visually stunning science fiction film of all time just a few years earlier, 2001: A Space Odyssey, would have cut a few corners with the scenery. If Stanley Kubrick had wrongly believed that the stars should have been visible, I'm sure that the staggeringly high budget required for this global hoodwink would have stretched to getting him from the props department to rustle up a curtain with some painted white blobs on it. I think if the stars were visible, people would also be like, oh, why are the stars visible? The cameras were set to do this, and that would be much more compelling than if they aren't, like they shouldn't be. What? What the fuck? Who took the photographs of the first steps on the moon? Here's a riddle. If Neil Armstrong was the first man to set foot on the moon, who on Earth, or rather, who on the moon was already there to take the photographs of him climbing down the ladder of the Apollo lunar module Eagle for the first time? Well, it's obviously going to be some sort of arm that stretches out with a camera, or there's going to be a camera mounted on another part of the LEM with a camera on it, maybe a wide-angle camera, something like that. This isn't rocket science. I mean, it is rocket science, but it's also not this element of it. The answer is obvious. It was either the chief photographer of the moon people or one of Stanley Kubrick's film crew. Or there might be another answer. What's that, Danny? There is? For starters, there seems to be little confusion about the identity of the spaceman in the photographs. Many of the best and most iconic photographs of a man on the moon are wrongly attributed to be of Neil Armstrong, when, in fact, Neil is the one behind the camera, having already set foot on the moon and now getting busy taking snaps of his buddy, Buzz Aldrin. These include the amazing photograph of Buzz with the lunar module reflected in the mirrored visor of his helmet, more on that in a second, and the high-quality photographs of Buzz climbing down the module's ladder for the first time. In contrast, Neil barely gets a look in. The grainy footage of Neil himself climbing down the ladder and making the first footprint on the moon was captured by a camera which Neil planted on the side of the module as he was clambering his way down and checking his packed lunch. This gave a view of the exterior which was transmitted back down to Earth. Shocking that that's the answer. But spare a thought for poor Neil. Even today when you type Neil Armstrong and moon into Google Images, the vast majority of photographs thrown up are actually of Buzz Aldrin. Legend. Reflections on that reflection. Going back to the reflection captured in the mirrored visor of the helmet of Buzz, not Neil, this image has thrown up further speculation of a possible scene that should have been saved for Stanley Kubrick's blooper reel instead of making it into the final cut. As well as the lunar module, we can see Neil Armstrong reflected in the visor too, as he's clearly the one taking the photo. It's nice to get a rare snap of him at all, even if it's just an accidental reflection. But one small problem. He's not holding a camera. So, Who's taking the photograph? I didn't know this one, but I'm sure there's going to be a really obvious explanation. Bobbing around on the moon in a bulky spacesuit would have made using a typical Polaroid camera a little bit tricky. So the cameras were instead securely fixed to the chest of the spacesuits of the astronauts, and this is the exact position of Neil's hands in the famous photograph, in the famous reflection. Allegedly, this worked out more expensive when it came to getting the pictures developed at Boots, but the results were definitely worth it. Can you imagine if they just screwed up the They get those negatives back to Earth, and the guy in the darkroom's like, he's just developing the moon landing photos, and someone walks in, "Hey Greg, what do you want?" "Oh shit," and all the light spills in. Get the fuck out! And it's a relief that Kubrick managed to cut the scene where the T-boy wanders into the shot and accidentally sets off the smoke machine. The flapping flag. It was wired. There were wires inside, because otherwise there's no wind on the moon. One of the most sickening moments for communists was when Neil and Bud planted the American flag on the lunar soil.
Russian dog. Capitalist pig.
And the world watched in awe as it gently rippled in the cool moon breeze, except that there's no atmosphere or wind on the moon. So how is the flag flapping about? Can't Kubrick get anything right? They should have hired Alfred Hitchcock. There's a man who knew what he was bloody doing. The thing is that the flag only appeared to naturally wobble for a few moments when it was first planted, after which it remained perfectly still. The wrinkles of the flag didn't indicate any prolonged bouts of lunar flappage. It's just that it had been screwed up for 4 days en route to the moon. And in fact, it wasn't a proper flag anyway. If you hang an ordinary flagpole in a location where there's no wind, it's just going to hang flat and look a bit pathetic and sad. That's hardly going to send a two-fingered greeting to the communists all the way from the moon. So a horizontal rod was inserted into the top of the flag to make it stand more proudly erect. After the initial movement generated from planting it into the ground, the rod-enhanced flag gets frozen in a weird, partially bent shape, which might give the false impression in some photographs that it was rippling in the wind, but you can see from the video footage that it remained perfectly still at this point. Shocking. Besides, why would there be any wind on a closed film set anyway? The only chances of that happening would be if the T-boy wanders into the shot and accidentally sets off the wind machine. Danny, what's with your obsession with the T-boy? Do they even have T-boys on movie sets? Don't they just have that big craft services van? Like, where you have to go get some food? Although I suppose this was I was going to say it's not the 1940s, but it was the 1960s. So they did have a T-boy. Stanley Kubrick damn well confessed to faking the footage. No, he didn't. I've often wondered if anyone bothered asking the illustrious director himself if he filmed the fake footage of the moon landings. And it turns out the filmmaker T. Patrick Murray shot a revealing interview with Kubrick in 1999, but was forced to sign an 88-page non-disclosure agreement to keep content of the film private for 15 years. Unveiled on the website Your Newswire in late 2015. The video shows Kubrick admitting that he perpetrated a huge fraud on the American people while claiming that he still considers the fake footage to be his masterpiece, though. It's fake. It's obviously faked, right? It's like, did they have deepfakes in 2015? Or something like that? Or a lookalike? That's absolute bollocks, though. The moon landing footage is okay, but it's not in the same league as Dr. Strangelove, 2001, A Clockwork Orange, or The Shining. It's hardly Kubrick's masterpiece. More significantly, it's claimed that the video interview was filmed in May 1999, but they would have needed a Ouija board as Kubrick had already passed away 2 months earlier. Whoops. Wait, so how does this? The guy in the video doesn't look or sound very much like Stanley Kubrick either. It's just a look-alike. Even if it did look exactly like him these days, you'd be like, deepfake. Deepfake, for real. The leaked, unedited versions of the video contain scenes in which the interviewer calls his subject Tom, rather than Stanley, and guides him on what to say next. Whoops. Why don't you should have deleted those. Despite all this, T. Patrick Murray still insists today that the video is entirely genuine. But if you believe this silly hoax, you'll believe that man once set on the moon. And we're not set foot on the moon, and we're not that stupid. I keep slapping all of these boxes of Magic Spoon. They send me so much cereal, it's actually rad. If the moon's so bloody great, how come nobody's bothered going back? Because it's really bloody expensive, obviously, and there's not really a scientific reason for us to go back right now. The world seemed to be gripped by moon fever between 1969 and 1972, which saw no less than 12 American men step on the surface across 6 different Apollo missions. It must have felt like an exciting time to be alive, and everyone began to imagine that the journey into the final frontier would only gain momentum and that mankind would have colonized Mars by the year 2000. It's kind of disappointing that it's now 2021 and we've done like bugger all. Although that Mars rover, I'm recording this on the morning that Mars rover just landed on Mars, and that's fairly rad. It's going to look for life. Finding life elsewhere in the universe, even just like microscopic ancient life on Mars, I think is like one of the most important things that's ever going to happen. And I really hope that it happens in my lifetime. And if it's not on Mars, we've got to get one over to that Titan moon It's like, come on, let's get it done. But then, silence. We're now approaching 50 years since the last man stepped on the moon, and it does seem weird that 4 years of frantic activity were followed by 5 decades of staring into the void. Could it be that NASA and the US government decided to quit faking it while they were ahead? Perhaps Stanley Kubrick got fed up and resigned from his post and wanted to focus on period dramas for a bit. It's more of a case of a shift in priorities and the fact that these moon trips are horrendously expensive to pull off. No shit. A further 3 Apollo missions were planned, but all ultimately scrapped for financial and geopolitical reasons, as the government preferred to focus instead on Skylab and the Space Shuttle programs. Can you imagine if you're one of those dudes who was going to go up on one of those missions, like Apollo 18 or whatever, and you'd be like, oh, they cancelled it? That would be extremely disappointing. It's estimated that it would now cost NASA $133 billion for a man to make a return trip to the moon, and nobody's in a hurry to provide the funding when there are more important things to worry about than prancing about on the lunar surface like a bit of a tit. If we ever get back to the moon in our lifetime, it's more likely to be a private enterprise with someone like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk at the steering wheel. I'm assuming that spacecraft have steering wheels. They don't, Danny. They don't. I mean, that's a great way of steering a 2-dimensional object, but less good for a 3-dimensional. Like, 2-dimensional. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an engineer.
No.
I'm also pretty sure that they come equipped with Spotify these days, so if Elon Musk's building it, I wouldn't be surprised. So you can leave the Sony TC50 cassette player at home while still getting the chance to chill out to the music of the moon. Just remember to download your playlists, because I bet the internet is really expensive in space. Of course, there's a single point that pretty much debunks every moon hoax theory in one fell swoop. Cynics argue that it's entirely implausible that mankind had the technology and the brain power and the grasp of physics to send a few American blokes up to the moon. They reckon that it just seems a bit far-fetched. But it's 1,000 times more implausible that mankind had the capability to fake it and then keep it secret for over 50 years. Exactly! The fiction would have been more ambitious, more expensive, more far-fetched, and more ridiculous than the truth. Secrets and conspiracies usually begin to unravel when more than about 2 or 3 different people get involved. It's inevitable that one of them is going to sing like a canary after a few pints too many down at the Meteor Shower nightclub. Now consider that about 400,000 different scientists and engineers and electricians and elevator designers, importantly, were involved in the Apollo programs. The odds of each and every one of them taking their secrets to the grave are truly astronomical. Oh my god, Danny! Sorry, Magic Spoon. There was more of a chance of the Kodiaks getting to #1 on the charts. Bonus buzzer rounds. Wait, how do we pay a buzzer round? Danny, what's going on? It's probably best not to voice any suspicions that you may have about the moon landings to Buzz Aldrin. Oh yeah, Buzz Aldrin's a legend. Don't forget it. He punched someone in the face when he was like 80 or something. In 2002, controversial filmmaker, Bible basher and conspiracy loony Bart Sibrel approached Buzz and repeatedly asked the former astronaut to swear on the Bible that he really did walk on the moon. When Buzz understandably refused this aggressive request, Bart started hurling insults in his direction, calling Buzz a coward, a liar, and a thief. So the 72-year-old Buzz punched Bart in the face. Fucking legends! Woo! Buzz Aldrin's really old. He's like 90 now. No charges were filed after Buzz claimed self-defense, and most reports suggest that no one was hurt. Although I'm not sure the guy who got punched in the face would agree with that overview. Everyone there is just like, nothing happened, saw nothing. The guy's just face started to bleed. Buzz Aldrin's a legend. What? For an encore, Bart later made a similar approach to Edgar Mitchell, the 6th man to walk on the moon, and received a kick up the arse for his efforts. Bart now claims that these violent reactions provide further proof that the moon landings are a touchy subject, and that Apollo astronauts clearly had something to hide. Or it could just be that he was behaving like a total knob jockey. Rumours that Bart was also taken to hospital to have a theremin removed from his back passage followed a bristly encounter with Neil Armstrong turned out to be a lousy, stinking hoax. I wish someone had inserted a theremin machine into his arsehole. This has been an episode of Business Blaze, and I'll see you next time. Buzz Aldrin's a legend. What? Become too painful to bear. Danny and I have so many discussions about script length that it gets ridiculous. This is the latest from Danny. I don't know if you can hear the infidels. The infidels are absolutely back with their drilling today. Dear Simon, another script completed. You might think on first glance that this script looks a bit long, and you might think that on second glance too. And that's because it is a bit long. Bloody hell, Danny. You're going to make me be here forever. These videos are getting outrageously long, and I know they take you longer to write. Anyway, whatever. This video is Funny Happens and Reviews, Part 4, Hell's Pantry. Danny, if we haven't covered the sugar-free gummy bears in this episode, the people who watch Business Plays, about 4% of them are going to finally have that stroke that pushes them over the edge to death or coma. I'm not usually one to complain, but there are times when the customer service in the basement leaves a lot to be desired. Danny, why would you expect customer service? Sam and I were left hanging. People are often like, doesn't Simon work in a basement? And it's like, yeah, my office space is like a semi-basement area. And people are like, so what layer? Where's Danny and Sam if you're in the basement? And my stock response is always, I have a Prince of Persia level basement. I mean, I was playing that game again because we had a sponsor who made the thing you can connect your Sega Mega Drive to the TV. And I was playing this, and I'm like, oh my god, this dude, this prince, or he's the guy who puts him in the basement, the Sultan or whoever, he has the biggest basement that I've ever seen in my life. Also be a right nightmare if you're that dude and you're like, I really need a bottle of wine. You gotta like work, there's all these traps and shit, you're like, Sam and I were left hanging around at the breakfast table for hours yesterday morning. I was getting slowly driven mad by his insistence on passing the time by giving me yet more expert advice on why I should be investing all of my basement mushrooms into BitConnect. When the breakfast finally arrived, we discovered that the coffee was lukewarm and had suspicious croutons bobbing around in it, and the toast was burnt to a crisp, and the sausages had clearly been fried in beard blaze oil again. Yes! And if you are thinking, I need some oil for my beard, it does a lot of good things. For me, I put it in this morning like I do every morning. A couple little drops in my hands, and it just gets all those little stray hairs. It keeps it all nice. Then I use a beard brush, and that's how this looks so neat. You might have noticed recently that my beard has got shorter. That's because every once in a while my wife is like, you need to shave your beard. You look homeless. And I'm like, yeah, even the beard oil can't save you from not shaving. Or trimming your beard, I guess is the correct vernacular. After we'd picked out the edible bits and then called for the waiter to collect our plates, Sam and I went through our usual morning joke of suggesting to each other that we would never come back to this lousy, stinking joint in a million years. Then we sank to the floor and wept uncontrollably to lunchtime. I'm gonna have some issues one day because, like, whoever I live in Czech Republic, whoever their equivalent of, like, workplace health and safety are, they're gonna come knocking and be like, we think you're joking, but we just need to make sure. Back in the olden days, we used to pick up the crumbs of comfort by firing up the Commodore 64 and lurching very slowly onto Amazon to draw over the pictures of the kind of food that we would dream of ordering if only we had any money, or a letterbox, or a postal service, or freedom. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
And if nothing else, the reviews would often cheer us up a bit. This has become noticeably harder to do ever since Sam insists, this is the lot, Danny, you're like, why do the scripts get so long? Because the first 4 pages are a largely fictional, allegedly, introduction. This has become noticeably harder to do ever since Sam insisted on putting the Wi-Fi router in a Faraday cage and painting the walls of the basement in anti-5G shielding paint, and also just covering every inside joke that we've had on Business Plays for the last 6 months. But it would be nice to look back at some of the most memorable reviews we stumbled across for this cuisine-themed entry into the Funny Amazon Reviews series, and maybe even we'll get to the Haribo sugar-free gummy bears this time. I get the feeling we're not going to. Danny, we're going to get to the end and Danny's going to be like, tune in next time, and then I have to deal with the internet's hate. I mean, increased hate. As someone who makes videos on the internet, dealing with the internet's hate is just a part of my life. And when we don't do the sugar-free gummy bears, I don't even know what's wrong with them, but my life is going to be progressively more miserable if we don't tackle them today, Danny. Please, for the love of God. It's quite remarkable how many people feel compelled to write up in-depth reviews on the most basic of groceries. You wouldn't usually expect customers to get into a lather about something as simple as, say, milk. But the reviews for Tuscan whole milk developed into perhaps one of the earliest and most famous examples of online critics getting into a playful mood with the concept of Amazon reviews, partly inspired by the fact that the gallon of $4 milk was once inexplicably marked up to $75 for an unfathomably long time. But maybe it was worth the few extra dollars. Can you really just buy milk on Amazon? I've never bought fresh groceries on Amazon. How does that arrive? Is it in like a cool box, or is it like UHT, like long life milk? What's going on?
Here's your milk!
Ariel Krieger revealed, my wife gave birth to our firstborn son in a bathtub filled with Tuscan whole milk, and she felt no pain at any stage. He's now 5 years old and is completing his PhD in quantum biomechanics. I know quantum mechanics is a thing. Is quantum biomechanics a thing? Anyway, Ariel. Another anonymous customer added, I cannot say that Tuscan whole milk was entirely responsible for my winning the Sveriges Riksbank Is that what the Nobel Prize is actually called? The Sphyrosys Riksbank Nobel Prize in Economic Scientists. However, it would be remiss of me not to mention it. Tammy Morningstar, that sounds like a fake name if I ever heard one, proposed an alternative use for the milk. I found that mixing 1/2 of water with 1/2 cup of Tuscan milk and a teaspoon of salt makes a salt water like liquid with a white colour that really serves no practical function whatsoever. Brilliant, Tammy! Brilliant! Where's your Nobel Prize? However, when applied to tough and stubborn stains on clothing and upholstery, scrubbing with a coarse brush will not remove the stain, but it will give you the satisfaction of knowing you tried really hard. The mysterious VR was less than impressed with his purchase though. I had a problem where my roof was leaking. I poured some Tuscan whole milk over it to seal it up, and it just flowed right into the hole and didn't do anything. What a bloody waste of money, right? I now have the milk constantly dripping down from the ceiling and it has stained the drywall as well. The milk trapped in the ceiling is now rancid and it smells horrible. What have you done, VR? It has also induced a pest infestation problem. The pest control company won't deal with it because the odour is unbearable in the house. My wife and children are leaving me as well. No! The product has ruined my life. Do not buy this product. I suggest some reef caulking or tar instead. The product hasn't ruined your life, VR. Why would you pour it on your roof? Tuscan whole milk actually inspired hundreds of brilliantly creative reviews, including quite epic works of literature and even a collection of deeply profound poetic pieces. Really? Why have we featured those? It's interesting that Amazon didn't immediately see the funny side though and initially deleted most of them. Oh, Amazon, you spoil sport. They were later reinstated when Amazon appeared to realise that comical reviews might just have a tendency to go a bit viral, and this is perhaps the exact point where the floodgates for witty customer reviews were really opened up for the first time. And to everyone's joy and my joy, because also I can make videos about them and make money. Yay! Which I'll then spend on Amazon. The circle continues. Economics is weird. And that turned out to be good news for cheese fans. What does? Oh, opening the floodgates. Good. Provolone is a northern Italian cheese often considered to be the older brother of mozzarella, and it's quite difficult to get your hands on the more mature and spicy variant known as picante in the United States. For the Gourmet was one of the few brands. Okay, so for the Gourmet is the brand. Was one of the few brands offering a whole cheese wheel of this rare delicacy on Amazon, but it appeared that most customers took umbrage with the misleading product description. Sharp provolone picante cheese whole wheel. A review from Thomas A. Ertman titled "Not Technically a Wheel" briefly highlighted the problem. This should be called a cylinder of cheese. Lastly, lasted 2 seconds on my Corolla, and the whole thing came apart on the highway. Jesus Christ. It's probably a really expensive wheel as well. Russell Simpson offered up a more expansive slice of embarrassment. I'm still recovering from the weekends when I was the laughingstock of the entire Mariposa County cheese rolling Rollapalooza. I purchased this cheese wheel as a last-minute replacement for my trusty £75 Pecorino wheel, which got defaced by local youths. Still, I was looking forward to chasing a lighter wheel down the hill. This would give me more dynamic control over the direction of the roll. On the morning of the competition, imagine my distress when, dressed proudly in my regional colours and nearly new cleats, I unwrapped the package to find out it to be an oval-shaped cheese. This is not a wheel. Repeat, it's not a wheel. It's an oval. Well, a wheel doesn't necessarily have to be round. I mean, I understand it's not going to be very practical if it isn't, but wheel doesn't, you could have a square wheel. It's still a wheel, a piece of wheel, but that would be a circle. Needless to say, you can imagine the rest, which was broadcast live on local TV and one internet channel. Note, the comments below the video are disgusting and defamatory. This is that is just so on point for someone complaining about something on the internet being this is disgusting and it's defamatory. And it's one, you've not seen disgusting, and 2, you don't know what defamatory means. This is not a competition cheese. Avoid. If anyone wants it, I abandoned it in a rage at the bottom of Greeley Hill, Mariposa County on Sunday afternoon. From the 49 north, take the 132 east. It should still be okay. Rolling swiftly on. I see why this is so long. There's many reviews. Neither Sam nor I had any good reason to invest in a portable outdoor food container, but the pizza pouch sounded like a fun idea for those people who have a chance to get out and about. As the name suggests, the product was simply a little pouch big enough to carry an emergency slice of pizza, complete with a detachable lanyard. What the f***? You go to a conference, you got your ID badge, your slice of pizza, boom! An ideal purchase when you're worried you might get a bit peckish during trips to the cinema, the waiting room of the barbers, and funerals, but you don't want to commit to the full-on Scooby-Doo lunchbox. The pizza pouch wasn't quite to everyone's taste. JB declared this product would receive a 5-star rating if it had held slices that weren't meant for a 4-year-old child. I used it while tubing down a river with friends while slamming some beers. Legend. And also JB is an ultimate name for slamming beers. It's what do you imagine a dude who's got the name JB does. He slams beers. The pizza remained dry, but I was still hungry. Maybe consider making different sizes. This size and a size that isn't meant for little girls. But Silver Craze was a bit more positive. Every morning, I get up and slip a pizza into the pouch and wrap it around my neck. Life couldn't be any better. I finally have followers on all my social media accounts. I've been invited to join book clubs. You're gonna get those books all greasy though, aren't you, Silver? If that is your real name. Silver Craze, please. I even have a BFF for the first time ever. The dog even wants to be my friend. Also, the pizza aroma covers up my natural body odor. Oh, it doesn't though. You just can't smell your natural body odor. You just smell the pizza. Everyone else just smells that weird pizza smell with your body odor. And I know this for a fact. Because I went on it was like a 12-day cycling trip. I rode 100 miles every day and I didn't shower once. I once swam in a river to make myself smell better. And I was like, wow, I can't believe after 12 days I don't smell. And then I realized, oh no, I absolutely stink like a wild animal. And not like one of those clean wild animals, but like a dirty, smelly one, like a badger or a skunk. Don't a badger smell? I just like the word badger. And I was like, oh no, I do smell. I just can't smell it anymore. On that same trip, I was sitting outside a Sainsbury's, eating a rotisserie chicken, and someone tried to give me money thinking I was homeless. It was slightly embarrassing. Another Amazon customer recalled how the pizza pouch turned out to be a lifesaver. Oh, after he was left for dead for a while, hiking the Appalachian Trail. It's a bizarre coincidence. I haven't hiked the Appalachian Trail because that implies you spent like 6 months hiking it. I did it for a couple of weeks. It was alright. My friends abandoned me when I was engrossed in the latrine building. Engrossed in? Like, what does that mean? Like, you were stuck in there? You were just fascinated by it? I was near starvation when I recalled my lucky pizza pouch hanging inevitably from my neck. I was able to ration bites from my well-done mushroom, pepper, and onion supplemental slice until help arrived. I wasn't even hungry when they brought me back to civilization. Thank God. Although eating in a latrine is like the last shit. Oh, maybe he was, not in the latrine building. He was engrossed in building a latrine. Not equally bad, because at least it hasn't been used already. So Sam and I might be starved of pizza and good food and heating and basic essentials. You have heating. You're chained to radiators, boys. It's not like I don't turn them on. Wait, do I turn them on? But we do occasionally get Lucky Strike cigarettes pushed through the bars of the basement door. That's not ideal for Sam as he doesn't smoke, but they sometimes make for a light evening snack. Nasty. As far as I can make out, you can still buy cigarettes in the United States with distinctive cool branding without being made to feel like a dodgy criminal. Oh, you can still buy cigarettes in the Czech Republic where I live with the branding still on them. It looks really nice. They're hidden away in these weird boxes now so you can't see them in the store. But you can still get, it still says Marlboro on the front, and then underneath there's a person, with throat cancer. So, okay. Can you imagine an alien lands on Earth and sees that we have products, and they walk into, a store that sells cigarettes, and they look behind the counter, and it's like, what? Wait, what's that? That's a cigarette. Yeah. It's really addictive. You smoke it. But why are they putting a picture of cancer on the front of it? It's like, oh, well, the government mandates that they have to do that. Like, why the doesn't the government just ban it? The answer is money and lobbying. As far as freedom. That's a far cry from the UK and just over half of the rest of the world, where all cigarette packets and stores are hidden from display behind a closed shutter, and all the different brands are forced to share identical packaging, displaying a giant health warning alongside photographs of rotting guns and dead babies, truth, and people with giant holes in their necks. They were very different in the 1990s, but I do remember one cigarette brand which took a refreshingly honest approach to the packaging and branding. Between 1991 and 1999 in the UK, you could buy cigarettes simply called Death. Jesus Christ, which featured macabre black packaging and a grinning skull on the front. They were very briefly popular with punks and rebels and people who wanted to look particularly cool when reaching in their pockets for a cancer stick, allegedly. The Death Lights brand didn't really take off though, and the company was buried at the end of the decade when they suddenly noticed they were losing £1 million a year. Suddenly noticed. I feel like if this business started losing money, my accountant would be fairly quickly like, Simon, you're absolutely losing money at an absolute record pace. And I'll be like, well, we should change something. But I feel Death Wish Coffee is aiming at a similar sort of target demographic. Oh my god, when I said I need a really strong coffee, there should be a coffee that is just strong and doesn't taste like some single source weird tea tasting hipster shit. People are like, Death Wish Coffee, Simon. Death Wish Coffee. And I couldn't find it easily on the internet. I mean, obviously, if I was in America, people would be like, just buy on Amazon, it's there in 5 minutes. And I couldn't find it easily available, so I don't have that yet. Please don't send it to me, because it will just get sent back. People send me shit, and if it's I get a letter from customs, And they're like, hey, your package is there. All you do now is need to pay us $117, fill out 17 forms, and an affidavit signed by 2 people who are members of society. You don't have to do all that. It's complicated and expensive. And I just leave it there and it gets returned to sender. This is not just normal coffee. It's apparently the world's strongest coffee, presented in a sinister black package with one of those skulls on the front. Oh god, the skulls! Clearly only the hardcore crowd should even attempt to take a sip of this deeply intense beverage. And many of the Amazon reviews were clearly impressed. Eric W. wrote, I'm sold. I bought this to keep me alert and focused at work. My second cup, I no longer needed a keyboard or mouse, as I was able to control my computer directly by thought. By the third cup, I could hear colors and smell sounds. And after my fourth cup, I decided to burn off some of the excess energy with a quick jog and ended up finishing the Kessel Run in 11 parsecs flat. Seriously, buy this stuff. What is the Kessel Run and what is a parsec? Isn't a parsec like a distance in space? Kyle Wagoner added, interested in starting off your day with a bang? Perhaps even a heart attack? This is the coffee for you. I was spending a fortune on cocaine and amphetamines. But now I'm saving thousands of dollars a year to switch to jet fuel coffee. Your drug dealer will hate it, but your wallet and firing synapses will love it. Hell yes, although I don't think it's ever going to compete with the true glory of cocaine, allegedly. Another Amazon customer revealed, got this several weeks ago, finished the first part, and then rebuilt the motor in my Chevelle while it was running, while riding my Harley, and reloading ammo. Wife wanted a cup, but the coffee maker jumped off the counter, beat the refrigerator like a JV wrestler, and then ran off yelling something about destroying ISIS. 12 out of 10 will purchase again. Honestly, anything that destroys ISIS, win, right? Meanwhile, a review titled From the Halls of Valhalla to Your Lips concluded with these compelling thoughts. In the 5 days hence, I've had to shave 10 times. My shirts don't fit, and my friends do not recognize me for my rippling, Adonis-like physique. I hold 3 full-time jobs, have built 2 homes with my bare hands, and have sired a dozen children. Perhaps man was not meant to ascend to lofty heights so quickly. Perhaps the brand name of this brew is less a boast and more a warning. Perhaps. Oh, it's so dramatic, I love it. But the spectre cannot reach me now. Not so long as I keep the pot hot and the filter cleaned. Thank you, Death Wish Coffee. Thank you for making me all I could be, and all I should not. That is one of my favorite reviews so far. It's funny, but it's also very nicely written. For now, let's skip the surprisingly large collection of opposing views which claim that the only reason Death Wish Coffee might seem strong is because the instructions tell you to put 2.5 tablespoons of the damn stuff in your mug, and even the weakest, shittiest coffee will probably have a reasonably strong taste with those measures. That is a super strong. You're doing 2 tablespoons for each cup? We don't have real mugs or tablespoons in the basement anyway. We do have thousands of solo cups though. Those are everywhere in my office because someone decided to mail those to me. As Simon uses the basement to store his excess stacks of these distinctive thick red polystyrene cups. They're not polystyrene, they're just regular plastic. I just imagine polystyrene is that lighter stuff. Sam and I often use them for games of flip cup and beer pong. Where are you getting beer, guys? I don't think I just give you Everclear. I don't think solo cups are quite as well known anywhere outside the US, and I was never really that familiar with the brands, but this brilliant review from RN soon put me straight. I order these cups every couple of months. They are way better at holding water than my hands. I mean, with my hands I can hold maybe 4 or 5 ounces of water, and I have to wash my hands really well before I do it. And no matter how well I wash my hands, they always seem to leave a distinctive taste in the beverage. Maybe it's the soap I use. Either way, these cups are way more convenient. No more sitting at home on the couch with one hand holding a tub of popcorn with a corn dog in it, the other hand holding a mere 4 ounces of soda to help wash all of that down. I used to just eat most of my meals by the sink or just drink straight out of a 2-litre bottle. But I felt it was classless. Yeah, what are you going to do? You take the 2-litre bottle, pour it into your hand and sip out of that? Classy. One product that baffled me for a long time was a tin of unicorn meat, sold by Radiant Farms. There's obviously a gag here somewhere because you shouldn't really be able to purchase a tin of genuine unicorn meat because unicorns are not real. It's impossible to catch them because they're way too quick. Yet the product listing on Amazon never really states what was inside the tin. It claims that it contained 14 ounces of unicorn meat imported from County Meath, Ireland, and that it was easily spreadable and that it was still awaiting approval from the FDA. This must be one of those things that you buy, and it says, not for human consumption, when absolutely people are going to humanly consume this. It was only when sifting through the question and answer section that I realized what you were actually buying was a dismembered unicorn soft toy ripped into loads of little pieces so that it fits inside the can. That's actually pretty clever. A customer named Garfield the cat seemed happy enough with the purchase. This is the perfect accessory to go with my daughter's surprise Christmas present of My Little Pony abattoir. Oh, I fucking love it when they get darker. Like, I really hope like there's if Sam, I don't know, just Google image search My Little Pony abattoir, and if something comes up. Star Trek's George Takei joins in on the gang with his own words of wisdom. Have we had a George Takei Amazon review before? I feel like we have. Unfortunately, I found this unicorn meat brand to be quite similar to Spam, both in texture and blandness. I'd been hoping for that zestier kick that comes from the rump cuts of other mythical and fantastical creatures such as griffins or centaurs. For the latter, serve the back half of the creature with guests, or it gets awkward. Apparently, as Dateline recently reported, farmed unicorns were force-fed mostly genetically modified grains rather than their natural diet of Skittles and ecstasy pill. Legends. California, in fact, is ready to ban the practice and sale of such meat by referendum. Moreover, certain European countries were caught mixing in regular horse meat. Yes, disgusting. So you never really know how pure the unicorn is. I say stick with fresh. I highly recommend Tom Riddle brand unicorn steaks, which arrive oozing with restorative blood. Ground into patties, they make a great burger. Alright, George, I mean, it was really a long review. It was reasonably funny, but my favourite, not as funny as the unicorn abattoir line, that was a zinger. But my favourite brief summary was from the pen of Irma Gerd, who reports, "Do not eat too much of this stuff at once. I had the rainbow runs for a week. The entire complex smelled like hopes and dreams." Speaking of the runs, I suppose it's time we touched upon the legendary, we're there! We're actually doing it! Haribo sugar-free gummy bears from 2012. They weren't actually around very long, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out why. Taking the sugar out of candies may seem like a natural step in this increasingly health-conscious age of Pepsi Max, alcohol-free Heineken, and death light cigarettes. The health-conscious choice, allegedly. But you obviously need to replace the sugar in candies with a suitable alternative. Otherwise you'll just feel like you're snacking on a packet of fun-shaped slug trails. Haribo chose to go with the hydrogenized syrup known as lyocin, which largely consists of a sugar alcohol called maltitol. Sugar alcohol sounds a lot like sugar. And also awesome. And the problem with maltitol is that it's not fully digestible, so it begins to ferment in your gut. If I know anything about fermenting in the gut, people are going to get drunk. But I have a feeling like from my vague interact, people are, anytime someone's like, well, sugar-free, I just ignore it. But I think it's got something with giving people the shits. I thought that I'm probably wrong. You're probably okay if you just eat a few of these sugar-free gummy bears at once, but when you eat about 15 or so in one sitting, I mean, they're not big. I could easily smash 15 sugar-free gummy bears. It could lead to some distressing side effects. And who in their right mind would open a packet of candies and just eat a couple? Not any of these poor souls. Here's just a spattering of some of the finest reviews ever to be posted through the aching back door of Amazon. Oh god. I ate 6 of these things to aid indigestion. The good news is my digestive system is back on track. The bad news is I will never eat another gummy bear, and I may have flushed part of my soul down the toilet. So it is with giving people the runs. What's the fermentation got to do with anything? Oh god, this is a long one. Here we go. Not long after eating 20 of these, all hell broke loose. I had a gastrointestinal experience like nothing I'd ever imagined. Cramps, sweating, bloating beyond my worst nightmare. I've had food poisoning from some bad shellfish, and it was almost like a skip in the park compared to what was going on inside me. Then came the flatulence. Heavens to Murgatroyd. The sounds. The trumpets calling the demons back to hell. The stench, like 1,000 rotten corpses vomited. I couldn't stand to stay in one room for fear of succumbing to my own odours. Well, you just have to live outside until it's all past. I swear my sphincters were screaming. What came out of me felt like someone tried to funnel Niagara Falls through a coffee straw. What's a coffee straw? Is that a special type of straw? I swear my sphincters were screaming. I felt like my delicate starfish was a gaping maw projectile vomiting a torrential flood of toxic waste. Dude, your delicate starfish? Is that you describing your arsehole? What the f***? I felt violated when it was over, which I think might have been sometime in the early morning of the day. Stuff was coming out of me that I ate at my wedding in 2005. A delicious treat that should be enjoyed only after the following preparations have been made. 1. Make sure it's a Friday and cancel all weekend plans. For good measure, go ahead and call it in for Monday. Number 2, call the city and make sure your water bill is paid in full. Number 3, visit your local hardware store and purchase a sink attachment for your garden hose. This toilet paper will quickly become too painful to bear. Give advance notice to family members, roommates and neighbours, unless you're keen on trying to give birth to a crushed watermelon while convincing your local SWAT team that both the screaming and demonic noises coming from you and a dynamic entry would only bring about more needless suffering. Number 5, redo your restroom in motivational pictures with slogans like "Courage is fear, hanging on 1 minute longer. The only easy way was yesterday," etc. I also advise posting up the suicide prevention number or having a dedicated friend or other support group walk you through the low times. It's like doing these gummy bears. It's like you need a trip sitter, like someone to go through the journey with you and be sober and okay. Although how they're going to deal with the demonic noises and smells, Lord knows. Lastly, I must strongly urge you to consider why you are thinking of buying this product. Is it a sense of deep self-loathing? A reckless sense of adventure? Are you researching dysentery? Perhaps you are the drill sergeant of some extreme commando unit seeking to break down the enemy's will to fight by airdropping these into their midst. If you're just curious, then let me say, oh, hello, fellow human. Beware. For this, life is dangerous enough. Next time I want a thrill, I'll skydive without a parachute. That way at least I'll have a chance. Good old. I stupidly left a bag of these smiling assassins out by accident during a power cut. Unfortunately, the dog found them and consumed them. The kitchen now looks like a post-nuclear battlefield. I would therefore suggest, dear consumer, keep gummy bears well away from dogs and people. Best keep them in the bank vault in someone else's house. People have bank vaults in their houses. Be sure to also buy a tub of OxyClean to get the blood and diarrhea stains out of your underwear, clothes, furniture, pets, loved ones, and ceiling fan.
My house is full of shit! He shit everywhere! Look what he did! He shit all over the wall!
These reviews were no joke. I figured everybody was trying to one-up each other. I was wrong, eh? A few handful of these little bastards, and a couple of hours later, I was unleashing hell itself on my poor toilet. Good thing my date cancelled tonight. Nothing kills the mood more than shitting out your insides. Oh my god. Oh god. Shout out to his family. Woo! The office people and supervisors at work pooped all day. It was awesome. Maybe now they'll stay out of other people's food. But to end on a lighter, non-diarrhea-based note, one of my favourite brief reviews to feature on Amazon concerned a lovely little electronically yodeling pickle. This is another product from Archie McPhee, who have a reputation for creating wacky gifts to send to people that you don't really like. They were the mighty brains behind the Handapants phenomenon. In this case, it's just a simple green, battery-operated plastic pickle which bursts into a yodel when you press the button. That's actually quite funny. But Jenny Lynn wins top prize with her brief recommendation. My 12-year-old niece asked for the Justin Bieber CD for Christmas, so I bought her this yodeling pickle. Nobody so far can tell the difference. I've told my Justin Bieber story before, haven't I? Where I was like, everyone loves Justin Bieber. No, that is a massive overstatement. Justin Bieber is popular. Lots of people listen to his music. I saw her on Spotify. It was like hundreds of millions, and I'm like, the music I listen to has like a few thousand. It's like 60,000, 100,000. Justin Bieber's just hundreds of millions. And I'm like, what the f***? And so I listened to it, and it's horrific.
Shit everywhere.
It's allegedly. Just that's all I want to say, and I believe I've told this story before, but it's just nonsense. Jenny Lynn wins a bumper box of Haribo sugar-free gummy bears and a pack of deluxe toilet rolls, a stomach pump, and a lifetime supply of Death cigarette. Woo! This has been an episode of Business Blaze brought to you by your boy with the blade. Thank you for watching.
My house is full of shit!
Get the f*** out! Yes, that was my mic check. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I am Mr. Blaze. As several, there's a public contact email address for this channel, and people there'll be sponsors asking for if they can sponsor me. There'll be MCNs constantly asking me to join up. And if you're a YouTuber, pro tip here, don't join an MCN. It's a waste of money. They just take your money and they give you nothing. They will promise you. They'll be like, oh, well, we have a legal team, so if you ever get into any trouble, you can consult our legal team. Oh, you've got a problem with demonetization. Oh, We'll sort you out. But the reality is, it's all bullshit. It's all a set. I was with an MCN that I won't name because I don't want to get sued, but it's one of the big ones. People will mention it in the comments below, and obviously that is a public forum where I cannot control, but I'm certainly not going to delete the comments mentioning the name of this MCN, which actually changed its name. Oh my god, what a steaming pile of shit. Do not join it. Why are we talking about MCNs? What's going on? Do not join an MCN. Fucking hell. That was a bad business decision. This is history's greatest acts of revenge. Danny writes a script about this is absolutely nothing to do with business. I will read it. Sam will sprinkle in some fine vintage memes. I am realizing that this channel is it's just like, how much percentage do you reckon this channel is just inside jokes? I don't know why it continues to grow, but thousands more people subscribe to this channel every month to get inside. He-Man meme, another inside joke. To get inside on those inside jokes, you can always go back and watch the old episodes. Let's just get started, shall we? On today's Business Blaze menu, we're looking at some of history's greatest examples of a dish that is traditionally best served cold. And it turns out we're not talking about quiche. I have said quiche is quite nice warm, also delicious cold. I hated quiche as a kid, and as an adult, I grew to absolutely love quiche. Like, I used to like omelettes as a child. As an adult, I'm like, why would I have an omelette? It's like a quiche without the delicious pastry. Danny, was that legitimately in the introduction? I think I started making too much fun of Danny's enormously long introductions on Business Blaze. So he just gave me 3 lines. But Danny, the script's like 9 pages long. The point of having the shorter introduction is so that we have, these videos don't, grow out into 40-minute monstrosities. Anyway, let's get going. Comrade Tank Girl, the hero of the Soviet Union, the hero we all need. One good thing about these experimental shorter introductions, here we go, thank you Danny, is that we get into the juicy communism much quicker, oh god. And it's surely common knowledge that there's one type of woman you really don't ever want to piss off, and it's a dedicated communist telephone operator. Everyone knows that, Danny. It's like, things you need to know in life. Save a retirement, and don't piss off the communist telephone operators. Maria, oh Jesus Christ, Oktyabrskaya was born into a poor peasant family in 1905, and was that peasant is such a great word. I don't know what it is about peasant, but it's like, you absolute peasant. It's like, peasant.
Is this some sort of peasant joke that I'm too rich to understand?
No.
In 1905, she was actually considered to be a serf during her first few years. Less cool, just peasant. A term which has largely gone out of fashion since medieval times and was really just a fancy word for slave. Maria and her family could barely pick their own noses without permission from the landlord. And that's maybe why she became quite attracted to the concept of communism when she got a bit older. Communism freed Maria from slavery, and it gave her opportunity to pursue an education and then a career as a telephone operator. I don't know why I'm making fun of this. Like, communism, if you're poor, if you're really broke-ass peasant, you'd be like, yeah, communism sounds pretty great. It's like, wait, they're going to take the money from the rich people and make sure that everyone has equal opportunities and jobs and stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm just an uneducated peasant, but I'd sure like to be a nuclear physicist. I'm loyal to the party, promote me. She became even more devoted to the cause when she married her sweetheart Soviet army officer, Ilya, oh, Jesus Christ, it's her surname again. And later claimed, marry a serviceman and you serve in the army. Okay, so what, she served in the army? I'm so confused. But then the horrors of the Second World War stretched in the Soviet Union. It's like, I'm serving in the army alongside the Second World War. That, right? When Hitler launched an invasion of the communist utopia in June of 1941. Husband Ilya was sent off to fight with the 206th Rifle Division, while Maria, along with her family and friends, was evacuated to Tomsk in Siberia, where she picked up another telephone operator position and spent the next 2 long years anxiously awaiting the return of the love of her life. During that whole period, Danny, I feel like when we don't have a mega long introduction, I don't get all warmed up. I'm like, what's going on? I haven't been broken into it. It's just suddenly into the actual facts. During that whole period, I was unaware that Ilya had actually been killed by the Nazis very early on in the battle, getting shot down by a machine gun blast while leading a charge near Kiev. Yeah, Nazis, right? When she finally received the dreaded telegram 2 years after the event, it's fair to say that Maria hit the roof, and not just at Siberia's sloppy postal service. She vowed to take revenge on the Nazis who had taken the life of her husband, but her first idea fell at the first hurdle. Maria volunteered, is it Maria? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but let's just call her Maria for ease. Maria volunteered to fight on the front line But her application was understandably rejected on the ground that she was pushing 38 by this time and was suffering from tuberculosis. She was also a woman. I know the communists, like, one good thing about communism is they were very into equal rights for, like, men and women being on an equal standing. But, I mean, I don't know if women should be allowed to serve on the front line. Is that sexist in 2021? I'm like, I don't know. Men are biologically stronger. We can't deny that. It's like, if you're going to be in a hand-to-hand knife fight with someone in the Taliban or something. Is this like, I don't know, it feels very 2003. It's gonna be a dude, right? I don't feel that's sexist. Cancel Simon. Hashtag cancel Simon. So she did the next best thing. She sold everything she owned and blew every last ruble of her life savings on a massive T-34 tank and pledged to drive it on the front line herself to single-handedly kick some Nazi ass. Well, that's how the legend goes, and it's fairly close to the truth. What she actually did was write a letter to Joseph Stalin with an offer to donate 50,000 rubles to the Soviet Union. What's going on? It's communism. Just be like, Stalin would be like, oh, you've got 50,000 rubles? Well, give that to me so fast, or I will gulag your ass quicker than the Nazis invaded the motherland. It was given on the condition that it would be spent on a T-34 tank, which she would be allowed to drive herself. In a letter she wrote, my husband was killed in action defending motherland. I want revenge on fascist dogs for his death and death of Soviet people tortured by fascist barbarians. Perhaps, surprisingly, Stalin personally responded with an agreement to the deal. He may have been swayed by the idea that a disgruntled female telephone operator joining the front might boost morale and be of some propaganda value. Absolutely, I'd be like, yeah, get on it. Maria's new comrades in the 26th Guards Tank Brigade weren't initially quite so keen, though, when she first rolled up with the T-34, which she had christened the Fighting Girlfriends. They thought that this was a daft publicity stunt and that Maria probably wouldn't be able to get her head around the reverse parking. I think the reality is, tank park where tank wants. In fact, Maria received 5 months of intense training before she was allowed into battle, which was unusual during a period when most Soviet soldiers just had to make do with a quick morning workshop before being deemed fit to go out and get shot at. The Defense Committee obviously realized that this angry widow could be a high-profile soldier, and they didn't want to risk losing her too early. Any doubts about Tank Girl's abilities were soon put to rest when Maria drove into her first battle in Smolensk in October of 1943. Fighting Girlfriend was the first tank to breach enemy lines, and no mercy was shown as Maria plowed through the Nazis, took out the machine gun nests and artillery guns, and literally crushed enemy troops under the treads of her T-34. I mean, I know they're Nazis, but shit. Shortly after being promoted to sergeant for her heroic efforts, Maria went into battle again at Novoye Selo in Vitebsk. This time around, she found herself in a bit of a pickle when a tank was immobilized by enemy gunfire. She was ordered by her superiors to remain in the tank, but Maria didn't have time for any of that nonsense.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
She hopped out with a couple of spanners and a monkey wrench, fixed up the tank while dodging artillery fire, and then jumped back inside to resume shooting at the Nazis. Now hailed as the goddess of steel by her comrades, Maria was clearly riding high on a wave of furious vengeance. Writing back home to her sister, she reported, I've had my baptism by fire. I've had my baptism by fire. I beat the bastard. Sometimes I'm so angry I can't even breathe. I'm gonna stop with the Russian accent because I know it's just I like doing it. There is something about Russian accent. It is a nice one to do. You speak like you have big marble in mouth. Sadly, Maria's war came to an end in January 1944 during the Leningrad-Novgorod offensive, although she had again crushed swaths of Nazis along with their machine gun nests and self-propelled guns. She again got stopped in her tracks when Fighting Girlfriend was hit by an anti-tank shell. That's the worst sort of shell to be hit by when you're in a tank. She hopped out of the vehicle and to get stuck into the repairs, but this time she was struck in the head by shell fragments and died from her wounds. Maria was posthumously awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union, the highest possible distinction for heroic feats in service to the state and society. Not even the bloke who wrote Tetris got one of those. The story behind Tetris is, did we cover this on Business Blaze already? Like how Tetris was made by the communists and now I think it's owned, I don't know who it's owned by, but they're very, apparently they're very litigious about keeping Tetris protected. Okay, moving on. The $200 billion payback. This may not be one of the greatest acts of revenge. Danny, I asked you to write a video about the greatest acts of revenge. Number 2, this might not be a great... Come on, Danny! You had one job!
Otherwise, I'll throw you off my land and give your job to... What's that one called?
But it's certainly a contender for one of the pettiest, most stupid, and certainly most expensive. Well, I mean, if this video does well, the next video is probably going to be the pettiest acts of revenge, the one after that, the most stupid acts of revenge, and then the one after that, the most expensive acts of revenge. You can see how I'm a YouTube big brain. You know you've really got on somebody's wrong side when they throw away $200 billion on making you stop for a minute to think about what you did. Warren Buffett is a now legendary American investor and business tycoon who was running a relatively small hedge fund partnership back in the 1960s and had just made his first million. Crafty Warren had noticed predictable patterns emerging in the share price of the textile conglomerate Berkshire Hathaway and was making another small fortune on buying and selling stock in the company despite the steady decline of the textile industry as a whole. By 1964, it was so cold outside today. I was walking to work and my beard froze. Like, I got to work and there were like big chunks of ice in my beard and I was like, holy shit. It was minus 14 Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. And I don't care. By 1964, as a major shareholder, he was pushing the company to make some tough, profit-driven decisions, which would help alleviate some of Berkshire Hathaway's more immediate money troubles. But he locked horns with president of the company, Seaburn Stanton, who was more of a dyed-in-the-wool, textile loyalist. Seabury wanted to preserve as many mills and as jobs as possible, even if this strategy meant weaving a loom of doom in the long term. Once again, that doesn't sound like a very good way to run a business, Mr. Stanton. Seabury Stanton eventually... Also, what the first name is Seabury? It's like, I mean, that's like Blaze. Is Blaze actually I feel like Blaze is actually a name. Seabury doesn't sound like a name. It sounds like he's got two surnames, Seabury Stanton. Like, you could definitely have John Seabury and John Stanton. Anyway, this weirdly named dude got fed up with Warren Buffett and decided that the investor just had too much stake in the company. The pair held a polite conversation in which Warren agreed to sell his 200,000 shares in Berkshire Hathaway back to the company for $11.50 a share. It was a reasonable offer on both sides, as Warren figured that he was keen to get out of the dying textiles industry anyway and focus on investing in the insurance sector. After shaking on the deal, Warren went back home to Omaha and waited for Seabury to send him the official contract, but he wasn't happy when the final contract landed on the doormat. He discovered that despite the verbal agreement, Seabury had listed the price on the contract as $11.375 per share, $0.125, so 12.5 cents less than they'd agreed on. Or to put it another way, an eighth of a dollar less, as back then all share prices on the US stock market were quoted in eighths, which makes kind of sense. I mean, looking at it now, it's like, how do you say half a cent? Like 12.5 cents, I guess? It is a bit weird. In the grand scheme of things, although obviously that's going to make it a real nightmare. You're doing some calculations like, oh, where's the eighth button? In the grand scheme of things, it may not have seemed like a massive amount considering the scale of the deal, but Warren Buffett was furious that Seabury Stanton was trying to chisel him for an eighth. Yeah, I mean, don't be a dick. Just do what you agreed on. So he did what any budding business tycoon would have done. He popped into the office, had a quiet word with Seabury over a slice of blueberry pie, and they amicably sorted out the misunderstanding. I get this is one of those things where daddy's like, oh, actually, they had a big-ass fight. No, of course they didn't do that. That's what a loser would do. And everyone knows if there's one thing Warren Buffett is not, it is a loser, because he is a consistent and outrageous winner. Instead, Warren not only refused to sell the shares, he actively went about buying more and more of them until he reached a position where he had seized control of the company. Legend. I know this story because the sun's shining in my eyes because there's a car parked outside my window. It's reflecting the sun into my eyes. And I don't have any blinds. Anyway, Warren Buffett's being a legend or some that. And the first thing he did as the new chair of the executive committee was to fire Seabury Stanton just out of spite. Love it. It's like a scene out of a movie. Like, Warren Buffett rolls in, he's got 51% of the company, and he's like, yo, Seabury, you're in my f***ing office. And Seabury's like, what are you talking about? This is my office. Not anymore, bitch. Get the f*** out. Well, that's the yarn that Warren spins himself. Alternative versions of the story claim that Seabury Stanton quickly resigned before he actually got the official push, but it's certainly clear that his plan to chisel an eighth from Warren resulted in him losing his job as president. Warren had certainly taught Seabury Stanton a lesson, and the ousted president seemed to do little else of note until his death 7 years later. But if we're being ultra picky, we could point out that Warren's act of revenge had left him as the majority shareholder of a failing textile business that he never really wanted in the first place, and he could no longer afford to invest in the insurance industry on the scale he had originally planned, as his finances were now tied up in increasingly loose threads. Danny, I'm getting really tired of this. Warren now claims that it was the dumbest investment it ever made and a monumentally stupid decision, which he freely admits was driven by revenge. He reckons that buying Berkshire Hathaway instead of buying a good insurance company cost him $200 billion in lost compounded interest over the next 45 years. But Warren is still the chairman and CEO of Berkshire Hathaway today, and neither he nor his company has done too badly. After shutting down the textile operations in 1985 and transforming into a multinational conglomerate holding company, Berkshire Hathaway is now the third largest corporation by total revenue, and Warren is the fourth richest man in the world with a net worth of over $85 billion. And there's different types of rich. Even though like Elon Musk or whatever is worth $200 million, it's because the price of Tesla's shares are super high, whereas Warren has like a super diverse portfolio that he could more easily liquidate. Like in many ways, Warren Buffett is richer. So it was probably all worth it just to see the look on Seabury's face. Shoemaker loses his I often used to wander home alone through the town very late at night. And looking back now, it's quite amazing that I wasn't beaten up more often. Danny, I don't know. It's probably because you cut a very menacing figure. It only happened once. I was minding my business. What? You got beaten up? I was minding my own business and looking forward to getting home for a cup of Bovril when a gang of delinquents randomly jumped me. I was quite fortunate in that I got a bloody nose and a couple of bruised legs before they got bored and wandered off. Danny, did you get what the is going on? What is going on in Rotherham? Number of times I've been randomly beaten up on the street. Zero. And it's not like people are like, oh, don't want to mess with that guy. A friend of mine called Nick had a much worse experience. You usually wouldn't want to mess with Nick because he's over 6 feet tall and built like a brick shit house. But even he struggled to fend off his 8 random... What the is going on in Rotherham? I mean, I know there's the whole child sex scandal thing, which is the first thing you find when you Google the name Rotherham, which is obviously, you know, if you're like, where should I move to in the UK? And you're Googling towns and it's like, well, not there. Also, what is with this? The random beatings. What is going on? This is the UK! He ended up on crutches for over a year, during which time he had plenty of opportunity to plot his revenge. What the is going on? I say it again! He managed to find out the identity and home address of each and every one of his attackers, and after it finally recovered and could walk again, he tracked them all down one by one, followed them until they were alone, and then offered them a rematch in a one-on-one fight, which he deemed would be a bit more fair. He was very polite about the whole thing, but the offer of a rematch was not optional, and he certainly got his point across by playing the long game. If this is true, Danny, that is scary. It just struck me that after patting myself on the back for the super short introduction, I now think I've moved the real introductions into the middle of the script. That's why it's still 9 pages, Danny. But my point is that the truly epic stories of revenge are often the ones which the protagonist displays quite admirable levels of patience. Yeah, the longer you wait, the better it is. And they don't come much more epic than the heartwarming tale of the kindly 19th century shoemaker. That may sound like a bit like a German fairy tale, but it goes a bit darker than the Brothers Grimm, and it doesn't feature any industrious elves. Although, as we've talked about before on Business Blaze, fairy tales I don't know about the Brothers Grimm. I remember I'm familiar with it, but there's like Snow White and it's like she gets raped like twice and then gets pregnant from the raping, and while she's asleep, it's up. Like, fairy tales are really up. I think I should do a channel talking about fairy tales where we break down how up they are. That'd be great. Although I'd never make any money from it. It'd be totally demonetized. It's like, yeah, Snow White, the rape queen. I'd be like, I mean, she's not the rape queen. She gets, so it'd be like the rape king. What are we talking about? This video is going to get demonetized. Remember to support Magellan. Magellan are going to be like, Simon, we don't want talk of rape in the video that we sponsor. Although the absolute legends. I never, just as a policy, I never mention these sponsors in a video that is sponsored by someone else. But let's just say one of my other sponsors sponsored the 10 best terrorist attacks, and we're like, yeah, green light. Legends. I can't believe I got away with that. Didn't get monetized, sadly. And it's worth bearing in mind that some of the details from this early 19th century story are a little vague and can't be definitively confirmed. It's a little worrying that one of the key witnesses is a ghost. Oh, God. But the bare bones of the story are documented in the works of a French police archivist called Jacques Pichot, who published the evidence he had gleaned from a grisly deathbed confession. A shoemaker from Nimes in France called Pierre Picot was all set to marry his beautiful fiancée in the year 1807. 4 of his good buddies were feeling a bit jealous of their shoemaker pal, and so just 8 days before the wedding, they conspired around a pub table to play a practical joke on Pierre. 3 of them, Chabard, Solari, and Lupion, thought it might be a bit of a giggle to try and delay the wedding in some way. The 4th, Alert, decided he wanted no part in the scheme as he considered it to be in quite poor taste. And considering that the plan was to have Pierre falsely arrested for being an English spy, you can't really blame him. Yeah, dude, I mean, this is like spies are not going to have a great time today in, the prisons of a foreign government. In the early 1800s, this guy's gonna get hung or some shit. No, he's gonna get his revenge, so I don't know. He's gonna go to prison for a while. They should have just gone with the idea of putting itching powder down his pants or something. After the trio of ne'er-do-wells reported Pierre to the authorities, the innocent shoemaker was banged up in the prison fortress Fenestrelle for 7 years. Oh my god. Pranks gone wrong. That puts in you like pranks gone wrong. Like, you get those YouTube videos where it's like the pranks that went wrong and they're great to watch. But this is just like, yeah, what happened? He went to prison for 7 years. It appears his former friends and family just forgot about him and left him to rot in prison. During his incarceration, Pierre was never even aware why he had been imprisoned or who was behind the foul plot, but he probably had his suspicions, considering that he'd been given 7 years to chew them over. But it wasn't all bad news. Well, let's be honest, it was mostly bad news. But Pierre was at least able to dig a small passageway into the neighbouring cell and became good friends with an Italian priest called Father Torri, who had also been locked up for reasons that he couldn't begin to fathom. It just so happens that Father Torri was also proper minted and had a stash of treasure buried in a secret location in Milan. The years passed and Pierre longed for the day where he would be reunited with his fiancée. He was eventually released along with busloads of other prisoners following the fall of the Imperial French government in 1814. Lucky for him. Sadly, Father Torri didn't live to see the day, but before he died he bequeathed his hidden treasure to Pierre and revealed the secret location. So upon his release, Pierre grabbed the loot from Milan and then returned to France under a new identity. He first learned the details of the fiendish plot that had led to his imprisonment from the fourth guy, Alut, who in exchange for a diamond spilled the beans on the wedding day prank that had gone slightly out of hand. These guys must be like just chilling out 7 years later. Oh yeah, what happened to Pierre? Well, we sent him to prison for 5 years for a crime he didn't commit just before he was getting married. And he just got out because there was some sort of revolution. And he's rich. And he's hiding. You'd be like, maybe I'll give him a ring, see how he's doing, see if he's pissed. Shortly afterwards, the first of the mischievous trio, Shabar, was found dead on the Bridge of Arms with a dagger in his back. On a note had been wrapped around the handle which simply read, "Number 1. Oh, dude. Number 2 and whoever else is like, maybe I'm not going to give him a ring, maybe I'm just going to right off out of here. A little later, Solaris died in excruciating pain from poisoning. This might have been considered a coincidence were it not for the fact that during his funeral, a note was discovered on top of the coffin which read "Number 2. But Pierre saved his most bitter act of revenge for Lupion, who had now really pissed off Pierre. It turns out that Lupion had copped off with Pierre's former fiancée. Not long after the prank, the couple were now married and had a son and daughter. Oh, dude, you're gonna have a bad time. Pierre framed the son for stealing gold jewelry and had him thrown in prison. Later, he somehow tricked the daughter into marrying a criminal, who he then grasped on and had arrested. The daughter apparently died from shock during the actual arrest. Now it sounds like we're drifting into legends, but maybe. Like people dying of shock. I mean, of course it can happen, but I don't think young people die of shock very often. For an encore, Pierre burns Lupion's successful restaurant down to the ground, and just as a disgraced and devastated Lupion was thinking about putting in an insurance claim, wondering why his life had turned to dude, how do you not know this? The number 1, the number 2, you'd be like, well, that's a coincidence. 2 of my friends have died. What? Have we done anything bad in the past that might have led to this? I don't think so. What the f*** are you dumb? Who did my wife used to be engaged to? Pierre turned up on his doorstep and stabbed him in the heart. I don't think Pierre bothered with number 3 signage, as there was now possibly nobody left alive to appreciate the gesture. Although apparently Lupion didn't either, because he had no idea what was going on. Well, I suppose there was still Alut, and for reasons that are not entirely clear, Pierre was himself ultimately abducted and murdered by Alut. That's a twist. Maybe Alut had judged Pierre's revenge-driven killing spree to be in quite poor taste. He's like the avenger of poor taste. Or maybe he was concerned that he might be next in line, having witnessed the conspiracy without doing anything about it. Yeah, dude, that's probably much more realistic. And it was on Alut's own deathbed that this story was shared for the first time with the police. Alut couldn't have known the details about Pierre's time in the prison fortress, or the shoemaker's friendship with the wealthy Italian priest, but he claimed to have been visited by the ghost of Father Torri, who hopefully filled in some of the blanks of the story. Sounds likely. It's quite possible that some elements of the tale are complete bollocks, but the archivist Jacques Pachot reckons that most of the details match up with other police files and documents.
True story.
And if all of this sounds familiar, it might be because the author Alexandre Dumas stole the story and used it for the basis of his 1844 novel, The Count of Monte Cristo. Of course, I've never read it. I'm very tempted to take Nick's revenge story and adapt it into a screenplay. We could get Quentin Tarantino or Francis Ford Coppola
to direct it. Fantastic. The godfather of spam. Is this the final one? It is the final one, finally! A more modern story, which is perhaps one of the greatest examples of a truly fitting act of revenge, which the victim most definitely had coming. Michigan businessman Alan Rowski is a complete... He's not even a businessman. He made a fortune purely on the concept of spamming. I don't know if this guy is still alive. Let's just say he's allegedly a complete bellend. He launched a glittering career in spam back in 1996 when he first learned how to use a computer. Rowski figured out that he could make loads of money from pump and dump schemes. He would acquire a huge volume of penny stocks and shares in obscure companies which were going nowhere, then send out millions of emails which excitedly suggested that the recipient should quickly invest before they missed the boat. That is very clever, and it also sounds quite illegal. You know, one of those things where it's like, I don't know what the law would be there, but I mean, I'd definitely be like, I'm gonna check with a lawyer before I do this. The subsequent influx of new stock purchases would naturally inflate the price until Rowski eventually decided to dump all his own stock and then send the value hurtling back down again at the expense of all his misled victims. Over the next few years, Rowski built up a spam engine and reached the point where his excuse for a company was sending out over 1 billion spam emails every single day. Good lord. And he had no shame. He didn't think of himself as a spammer. He considered himself to be a perfectly legitimate commercial emailer and would often give interviews in the media in which he proudly showed off his lavish lifestyle and the wealth he had generated from becoming the internet's biggest dickhead, allegedly. It was one such boastful interview in the Detroit News in 2002 that would prove to be one of his biggest regrets. The article featured photographs from Rowski's 8,000 square foot mansion, and users of the social news website Slashdot were quick to identify the exact location and address of Rowski's posh pad. Dude, when you are spamming that many people, like, there's going to be a lot of people who are pissed at you. Over the course of the next few weeks, thousands of disgruntled spam victims signed up Alan Rowski to pretty much every catalogue on the internet. You're going to have to move house. At the height of the Jolly Wheeze, Rowski was receiving over £100 of junk mail at his mansion every single day, and found it impossible to identify any genuinely important mail that might be lurking in one of the pasties bulging sacks. And he got quite upset about the whole thing. Without any trace of self-awareness, he gave an interview to the Detroit Free Press in which he declared, "They've signed me on for every advertising campaign and mailing list there is. These people are out of their minds. They're harassing me." It's like, dude, you don't see the irony. How? The quite brilliant slice of meaty revenge didn't seem to cause Rowski too much damage in the short term, though. By 2006, his company was still pulling in a revenue of about $2.6 million a year. But the good news is that Rowski's past eventually caught up with him. Following the discovery of his involvement with email stock schemes in 2009, Rowski pled guilty to charges of wire fraud, mail fraud, money laundering, and violation of the Can Spam Act. He was fined $250,000 and sentenced to 4 years and 3 months in the can. Oh no. It would be nice to think that maybe during his incarceration he dug a small passageway to the neighbouring cell and became good friends with the prisoner next door, but instead of a wealthy Italian priest, his neighbour turned out to be a Nigerian prince who was just seeking a small favour from a friend. Danny, bravo. This was so long, even though you didn't have a bloody introduction. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been Mr. Blaze. Thank you for watching. Because 4K looks tight. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze. And this one is, I'm very much looking forward to this one because I absolutely love/hate this shit. It's weird science, the wildest pseudoscience claims. I just love it. Like, there's nothing more that I enjoy doing than like ripping into some fake, scammy, magical coin bracelet with a hologram on their invention that doesn't do anything, or a USB stick that protects you from 5G COVID. I love all over this stuff because it is just people making a product that doesn't work to extract money from poor, stupid people. And I hate those pricks. So, let us get on with it. What happens here is Sam does the thing afterwards. Sam definitely doesn't write shit. Danny writes me a script. I will read the script and Sam will sprinkle in some fine vintage memes. Let's do this. Also, R.I.P. James Randi. Legend. I've been considering writing a self-help book called The Young Entrepreneur's Guide to Becoming a Successful Pseudoscientist. Well, like, pseudoscience is a bit like, you know, drug dealing. It's like playing life with the cheat codes on. Of course, you're a bit of a piece of shit. And, you know, in the case of drug dealing, you are a criminal. But it is like, you know, Pablo Escobar. Well, I was talking about this the other day. He got like a wealth of like $30 billion or something insane. You're like, holy shit, that guy's a successful drug dealer. And you're like, yeah, but Elon Musk is worth like $200 billion. So he's almost 10 times more successful than Pablo Escobar. And it's also, he wasn't playing with the cheat codes on. He didn't do, like, drug dealing. And he didn't kill anyone. And he just made electric cars and spaceships. Who is the true legend there? I'd like to think I'd be exploring a largely untapped market with this one. No, you wouldn't be, Danny. People have been pushing pseudoscience forever. We've done videos, countless videos about this. After all, there are tons of reference books out there which help you learn about real science, but that all just sounds like a right pain in the arse to me. You have to go to all that bother of testing your hypothesis, analysing your results, and getting them reviewed by your peers, until you reach a point where the conclusions are either dismissed, revised, or accepted as scientific fact. No one's got time for any of that. I fully agree. With pseudoscience, you could just be like, yeah, it's a magical hologram. How does it work? Magic, eh? And that's it. There is no peer review. There is no rigor. Because, that's just too much hard work, and it's expensive. In contrast, pseudoscience seems to be a thankfully simplified field in which you can put forward your beliefs in any old shit without the need to present any genuine scientific evidence to support the credibility of your claims. That's more like it. We're slashing all that bureaucratic red tape with this model, but I suppose a slight snag with my book idea is that nobody would ever buy a copy in a million years, because a pseudoscientist is one of those rare breeds of titles or descriptions which you're never likely to use yourself. It's just something you get called by other people. I don't know, I'd like a business card that says Simon Whistler, pseudoscientist. That'd be kind of funny. I have had my fair range. There was have I told this story before? When I was a student, I'd drive home to see my parents or whatever, and there was this services. Do Americans, do you call it services? It's like the place that's like a big gas station, and there might be a McDonald's there and stuff, and there was a business card printing machine, and I'd always put, I think it was about £3, so I put my £3 in there. I didn't have a job, I was a student. I didn't have a job that I put on a business card, so I'd just put random titles, like I had hero/legend, I just had regular legend, I had professional party guest, all sorts of stuff. It was great. What are we talking about? What is going on? No pseudoscientist in their right mind, and there's a possible oxymoron right there, is likely to self-identify with such a derogatory term, the very definition of which is false science. It's like Tobias Funke from Arrested Development. Yeah, no, I'm combining analysis and therapy. It's analrapist. And it's spelled anal rapist. Arrested Development. Mwah! In that sense, it's about on the same level as cult leader, terrorist, conspiracy theorist, and pyramid scheme director. Pseudoscience has arguably been around since the days of the ancient world, with the introduction of concepts such as astrology and acupuncture. But the term wasn't coined until the 19th century, which witnessed a flurry of new activity and exciting new breakthroughs in the fields of phrenology, homeopathy, and spiritualism. Please stop with these. The homeopathy is particularly dry, at least with phrenology. No one really is around being like, yeah, that actually works. Phrenology is a real thing. There's probably like 4 people, and they're in the comments right now getting all butthurt. But I think the vast majority of the population, even the dumb people, know that phrenology is not a thing. Whereas homeopathy, people are still like, yeah. It's just an alternate medicine. It's an alternative to medicine. And it's like, yeah, it's an alternative to medicine, like not eating is an alternative to eating. It's not going to do you any good, and eventually you're going to die. For fuck's sake. At best, pseudoscience might be considered by some to be a bit of harmless fun. If people like to believe that the Earth is flat, or that there are canals on Mars, or that you can find water or metal treasure with the aid of a divining rod which looks suspiciously like a Y-shaped stick, just let them get on with it. Yeah, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't make fun of them, because it's just silly. But yeah, they're not hurting anyone. And honestly, with homeopathy, you're not hurting anyone except for yourself, unless you are a homeopathist? Crook? Well, then you're definitely hurting other people, because you're preventing them from getting actual medicine. Unless they have an untreatable disease, in which case maybe you're making them feel better. And not like in an actual medical way, just in a brain way. If we were being more critical, we might suggest that pseudoscience is a way for unscrupulous souls to purposefully mislead and fleece money from gullible fools who should know better. If we're being a bit more critical, Danny, this is exactly what it is. At worst, pseudoscience can be downright dangerous when it diverts patients away from seeking effective treatment that might genuinely improve their health and encourages them to just wear magic healing crystals instead. You fucking stop it! Wasn't it? Was Steve Jobs died of pancreatic cancer, right? Which is a horrible disease, and I think weren't there 12 types of pancreatic cancer? And he just happened to have the one rarest type that is survivable. All of the others, you're fucked. And it's like, he had that one that was survivable. He was like, no, I'm going to try a plant-based diet first. And it's like, Steve, no! And then he later regretted having a plant-based diet and, instead of having medical treatments because it killed him later. I believe. I'm not sure. I'm just going to throw in an allegedly. I have read that Steve Jobs book. It could even be argued that pseudoscience has played a deeply disturbing role in a relatively recent genocide. Oh my god. The process of phrenology, in which it is claimed that you can determine personality traits, intelligence, propensities just by reading the bumps in somebody's skull like a crystal ball, was viewed as genuine science for the first half of the 19th century until it was largely debunked as utter dribbling nonsense. But the Belgians were still pretty big on phrenology. Oh no, when we talk about historical Belgium, there's going to be horrific crimes. Oh, Belgium, why? And look, I'm British. We don't have a brilliant track record. But Belgium, holy shit. But the Belgians were still pretty big on phrenology even over 100 years later. When they colonized a racially divided Rwanda in the 20th century, they used phrenology to confirm that the Tutsi group were more intelligent and superior to their neighbors, the Hutu. Oh god. This appeared to provide false justification for the mass murder of the Hutu group on the grounds that they were now officially an inferior race, which in turn generated the Rwanda genocide of 1994, shockingly recent. What the fuck? In which 600,000 people were slaughtered. F***ing stop it! Also, when is it okay to murder an inferior race? Even if the science was like, yeah, this group of people is dumber. Or just let's talk about monkeys. Monkeys are less intelligent than us. There's no... And also, I won't use dogs as an example, because every time I'm like, dogs are less intelligent than us, people are like, Simon, dogs are more intelligent than humans. And I'm like, well, they're more intelligent than you, apparently. But it's like, let's just say monkeys. That doesn't mean we can f***ing slaughter all the monkeys. That's not suddenly okay. Or is it? Because we slaughter animals all the time for consumption. This is very confusing. But when it's people, it's not okay. This is not complicated. Why are we stuck in this quagmire of morals? We're not here to solve moral issues. We're just here to pass judgment on pricks. Still, lightening the mood just a little, a more typical outcome from dabbling in the murky art of pseudoscience is that you end up looking like a bit of a bellend. Here are some of the most notable... Was this the introduction? Oh, good lord. Here are some of the most notable examples of weird science conducted in the laboratories of lunacy. The genetic memory of the human race. A big chunk of the population is convinced that we're born with race memories of our ancestors. A big chunk of the population, in that case, a big chunk of the population are dumb. And that many of our own skills, fears, survival instincts, and fast food preferences are inherited from those that walked the earth before us. Well, some of that's, careful. Some of that stuff is probably true. Like our taste preferences and stuff are, there's going to be genetic factors in there for sure. It's not going to be entirely environment based. Like if I like olives, and maybe both my parents like it. Maybe that is environmental, but there's gonna be some genetic component. Its concept regularly used to great effect in sci-fi films and TV shows such as Quatermass and The Pit. The original 1958 BBC version, which is still one of the most terrifying things ever to be shown on television. I've never seen it, I've never heard of it. And also modern video game titles like Assassin's Creed, never played it. It's often depicted as something which is buried away in your subconscious, waiting for the trigger that is going to bring the secrets of your genetic memory flooding back to the surface. It's a natural development of the reincarnation beliefs held by the father of American psychology, William James, and more significantly, the later theories of Carl Jung, who proposed the theory of continuation of personality over multiple lives via a collective unconscious. Look, Carl Jung, you did a lot of sensible stuff. What is this about? That's okay. Because you can have all these hypotheses. You can hypothesize all you want. Hypotheses are fantastic. But when they're proved false, you have to be like, okay, I was wrong. You can't continue on your path, unlike a certain Andrew Wakefield, who came up with a hypothesis and was proved adamantly and concretely wrong, and then has spent the rest of his life still continuing to push that dumb hypothesis. I feel like in the UK, we have all of these titles. Like, you can get knighted, and being knighted is like baller. You get to call yourself sir. It's pretty epic. And there's all these other different levels of excellence, or whatever the Queen and the government decide to give you. I think there should be the opposite of that. So we could have, you have I think it's like MBE, CBE, KBE. I think it's that in that order of legendary levels up to sir, which is one of the top ones. But we should have it on the other side as well. You could have Dick, Bellend, absolute knob prick. and that is where we could have absolute knob prick Wakefield. Allegedly. It would be quite cool if it was actually true. Imagine how much time each new generation would save if we didn't have to bother learning the same old shit every day at school because our dead relatives had already done it for us. And maybe I could prove that the reason I kept failing my driving test is because my ancestors had a deep-rooted fear of traffic lights. I don't want to discount this entirely because maybe, I don't know, hand-eye coordination could definitely have a genetic factor, and then if your parents have weak hand-eye coordination, maybe they pass it on to you, and that makes you struggle to pass your driving test. Obviously, the knowledge of it, because, like, your grandma or whatever was involved in a horrible stagecoach accident or whatever, and then now you can't pass your driving test because you're afraid of driving, that's absolutely nothing to do with it, unless she has regaled you with the story of said stagecoach accident. But no, I don't even know what a stagecoach is. I just imagine it's a really old-timey sort of bus or something? I don't know. I don't know why I chose that word. Anyway, it's not a theory that can be dismissed entirely out of hand. Okay.
You're fired!
Back in the 1960s, weirdo biologist James V. Donnell published the results of a controversial experiment which attempted to prove that if a worm was forced to eat the mashed up remains of his buddies, it would pick up all the learning processes and memories of the dead worms. Dude, you're not going to be able to prove that at all in any way whatsoever. That is dumb. Why would you even think that? To be honest, this one turned out to be the subject of mockery. And McDonnell never followed up on his promise to deliver new memory pills and memory injections for the human race, which is kind of a relief. I so dread to think what he'll be putting inside them. Yeah, he's grinding up smart people. Oh, James? But since then, there have been more credible experiments in the relatively fresh field of epigenetics, which is the study of heritable phenotype changes which fall outside of the DNA sequence. And most notably, a 2013 study conducted at Emory University of Medicine in Atlanta, Georgia, concluded that mice can be trained to fear a specific smell purely from the memories of their parents. It sounded like a pretty horrible experiment. A group of unlucky mice were given a nasty electric shock every time they came across the smell of cherry blossom. Their offspring was later found to be extremely sensitive to the smell of cherry blossom and would actively avoid going anywhere near it, even though they'd never experienced it before in their lives. The study seemed to suggest that it was possible for mice to pass down this fear through the generations. But it's a hugely complicated area. Shocking. I mean, epigenetics. It sounds simple, doesn't it? And there is certainly no evidence that humans come packaged with a handy genetic memory. Without wanting to get too technical and turn this brief section into a deep analysis of the biology of the human brain and the study of reproduction, our personal memories are stored in neuronal, I know how to pronounce that word, connections and synapses, which don't get transferred to the DNA of germ cells, the stuff that we actually inherit from our parents. There are certain fundamental things that are kind of hardwired into DNA. That's how most creatures know instinctively how to eat or swim or procreate. Our horse knows how to walk very shortly after birth, and how a blind baby knows how to smile. But personal memories are far more fluid and dynamic and complicated and, well, personal. They don't seem designed for copy and paste, and they don't attempt to make the journey to the sperm and the eggs. It would be like trying to accurately convey the nuances of an old childhood dream using the medium of fuzzy felt. That's not to say that real science may prove otherwise one day, as the whole subject of memory is still a very foggy area. But until then, it can only be dismissed as pseudoscience, and anyone who remains utterly convinced that humans possess genetic memory can be forgiven, as they probably just inherited the whole silly idea from their dozy grandparents. Behind the times. Ever since the curious folk of the ancient world decided that reading a person's palm can foretell their futures, people have been determined to seek new and increasingly ludicrous ways to read a person's body. The subsequent practice of physiognomy, who cares, it's fake, in which a person's character traits or personality can allegedly be accurately summarized by examining elements of their physical appearance, such as the face, has been around for thousands of years, and Aristotle was an early advocate of the art. Well, that makes sense. In a way, you'd be like, I've examined that your breath smells like cigarettes, you're a smoker, you're addicted to nicotine. Ah, I've noticed from your hands that you bite your fingernails. Are you anxious? So... big brain. And it was surely only a matter of time before somebody decided that arse reading was the next logical progressive step. What? Bizarrely, that someone was none other than Jackie Stallone. Oh no. The late mother of Hollywood legend Sylvester Stallone. Sly, what is your mum up to? Jackie already had a bit of form with pseudoscience, as she got deeply into astrology for a while and published a best-selling guidebook on the topic in 1989, but I'm not sure the world was quite ready for the science of rumpology. Please tell me that's not what she called it. Jackie claims that the method of divination actually had a long history and was regularly practiced in ancient Babylon, Greece, India, and Rome. And it would be quite understandable back in those days before the invention of TV and films and the internet and Raid Shadow Legends. The poor lambs had to make up their own entertainment. Yeah, you don't, although honestly I'd just rather examine butts. It's like, oh yeah, I could tell that you have a, something with a something. You got that mole on your, yeah. I'm gonna play Raid Shadow Legends because Raid Shadow Legends. They're still going to email me for sponsorship, even though I shit on them all the time. Jackie's rediscovery of this ancient art led to the birth of a new industry, as several other rumpologists set up stalls around the US and the UK, quite often showing off their skills on daytime TV shows, with a big gap to plug. I know what image Sam is going to insert right there. The cheeky science behind the ancient art of arse reading involves the deep examination and prodding of the lines, dimples, folds, warts, spots, pimples, and crevices of the posterior. Crevices in your butt. Apparently, the left cheek provides a window to the past, and the right cheek delivers a valuable insight into the future. Oh my god, this is such a crock of shit. Whilst the crack represents the division of the two hemispheres of the brain. Ah! Sly, what is your mum up to? The UK rumpologist Sam Amos reckons that a round bottom indicates a happy, open, and optimistic person, whilst a flat bottom suggests that the person is negative, vain, and sad. And it doesn't just apply to humans. Oh no! Jackie Stallone has publicly claimed that she successfully predicted the results of the US presidential election and the Oscar Awards in the year 2000 just by reading the butts of her two pet Doberman pinchers. Ah, Jesus, you're smoking crack, Jackie, allegedly. I was quite disappointed to learn that Jackie's Rumpology website didn't include an invitation to have your arse fortune read in person. Instead, you just sent in a Polaroid of your behinds along with a check for $600. If you're feeling a bit strapped for cash, you could also choose to have your left or right cheek read only for $300.
It's okay. You can look at my butt.
Probably best to plump for the right cheek under those circumstances. You don't need to know where you have been. It's far more useful to know where you're going. Celebrity names to have gotten on board with the concept of rumpology. Oh, God. Who's it going to be? Let's list a list of dumb people, allegedly. Barbara Streisand. The Beckhams. Well, they certainly qualify, allegedly. Kim Kardashian, Robbie Williams, Katie Price, and unsurprisingly, Sylvester Stallone. What the fuck are you doing? But Jackie, who recently died in September 2020 at the age of 98, may have been telling porkies about the origins of rumpology, as there is no evidence at all to back up the suggestion that dates back to ancient times. You begin to suspect that she might have made the whole thing up, and that's why rumpology isn't quite all that it's cracked up to be. Ba-da-bum-bum. Ear candling. Oh, this is a famous one, isn't it? Danny, this is so long. Good Lord. I'm sure there are perfectly good reasons why someone would choose to stick a candle in their ear and set fire to it. Not any old candle, of course. The idea is that you pay a visit to your nearest ear candling practitioner or spend a few dollars on acquiring your own special ear candles. They're usually hollow fabric cones around 10 inches long, which are drenched in paraffin wax, beeswax, or soy wax. You lie on your side, you place the pointed end of the candle in your ear, and then some kind soul will light the other end for you. You should leave it burning for around 15 minutes in each ear. Oh, but don't forget to cut a hole in the paper plate first to stick the candle through it, as this should help avoid the minor risk of hot wax and ash splashing onto your cheeks. Apparently, the burning candle is meant to create a kind of low-level suction force which pulls wax and debris from the ear canal, so it's a bit like having an oral clear-out. I know this is bullshit. I think I've talked about this before. It kind of sounds like half believable. You're like, I mean, which is the kind of trick with most pseudoscience. It's like, yeah, it does sound half believable until you actually look into it and realize that it's entirely fake. Danny, I hope we don't have chiropractors in here because they are very, very allegedly litigious. And I definitely have opinions on them that I wouldn't share because I don't want to get absolutely sued the out of. Allegedly, in my opinion, so I've heard.
I studied chiropractic for 3 years in Guadalajara.
And fans of the practice reckon that all the passages in your head are connected, so clearing out your lug holes makes for a clearer head and clearer thinking. Ear candling can also help eliminate problems with ringing in your ears, sinus problems, and vertigo. The FDA reports that some companies in the past have also claimed that it can purify the blood and cure cancer. Ah, please. And if you're not yet convinced, it's worth noting that after the procedure is finished, you can split open the candle and see for yourself all the wax and debris and nasty gooey stuff and that's been sucked out of your ear. Who could dare to argue with the evidence from your own ears. Some claim that the practice dates back to ancient times, while others reckon that the birthplace of ear candling was none other than the mystical city of Atlantis. Oh god, we're just adding on to the fakery, aren't we? I find them very doubtful, as everyone knows the people of Atlantis were more into reading arse fortunes. Certain companies make the rather more specific and less mythical claim that ear candling is an old tradition we picked up from the Native American tribe, the Hopi. But in fact, one of the larger manufacturers of ear candles, BioSun, even flogs their own range under the name Hopi Ear Candles. In response, the Hopi tribe has requested that BioSun drops their name from the products on the grounds that the tribe has never even had the slightest connection with this ear candling nonsense, but BioSun has yet to heed this request. The truth is that nobody really knows the origin of ear candling, and it's more likely just a relatively recent invention that sadly doesn't do anything remotely useful at all. There are solid barriers in your head, like say the eardrum, which work against the theories that your head is all super connected, or that clearing out your ears might help shift a migraine. There is no suction force whatsoever created during the candling process, and so nothing is sucking out the wax. In fact, the amount of pressure required to physically suck wax from your ear would shatter your eardrum. Holy shit. All that wax and debris and gooey stuff and found inside the candle afterwards is actually from the candle itself, not your ear. Shocking. In reality, ear candling is an incredibly dangerous procedure which has resulted in melted faces, punctured eardrums, and loss of hearing. While the FDA has slapped a ban on manufacturers promoting any health benefits from the products, it's still perfectly legal to buy them or receive the treatment from a practitioner. Here's an idea, don't let anyone stick something on fire inside your ear and then charge you $100. It feels so obvious. The lie detector is a lie. I gather that the US briefly got their own version of the Jeremy Kyle show in 2011, those lucky bastards. And for that, I can only apologize on behalf of Britain. Yes, I was being sarcastic. The Jeremy Kyle show is a steaming pile of shit. It's like Jerry Springer, except somehow, and I really don't know how they manage this, but it's even more trashy. If you haven't seen the show, it's a confrontational tabloid talk show, perhaps partly inspired by the Jerry Springer show, yes, in which everyday losers take the stage to air their dirty laundry in public and accuse each other of having an affair or falling off the bandwagon or whatever. Jeremy Kyle himself is an obnoxious little weasel who thinks of himself as a tough-talking superhero, allegedly, in Danny's opinion. He claims to provide a solution to every problem at hand while simultaneously snarling angrily in the face of guests and coming out with some memorable catchphrases like, "Oi Trevor, why don't you man up and grow a pair?" The most annoying thing about the show is when a particular situation is thrashed out by the use of a lie detector. A guy called Kevin is hooked up to the polygraph machine to prove once and for all that he didn't cheat on Tracy with her best mate Sharon, and a caption briefly scrolls across the screen to remind viewers that the lie detector is only 96% accurate. This is itself a lie, as a more credible study from 1997 concluded that a polygraph is 61% accurate, or not much better than chance. So it's 11%. It's absurd. But it's all academic anyway, as Jeremy Carr then goes on to behave as if the conclusions from the polygraph are the gospel truth. If Kevin passes the test, the host will congratulate him for telling the truth and encourage the studio audience to give him a round of applause. If Kevin fails the test, Jeremy will publicly condemn him as a dirty little liar, and will usually wrap up the segment by yelling in his face, "Oi Kevin, why don't you man up and grow a pair?" Jeremy Kyle. Unbelievably, this passed as acceptable weekday entertainment for 17 years before the plug was pulled in 2019, and we'll come back to that in just a moment. But it's all William Moulton Marston's fault, really. The psychologist first invented the polygraph machine in 1921, and William would curiously also go on to create the superhero comic Wonder Woman in 1941. No way. That is rad. That's two very peculiar things to have on your CV. I wonder which one he'd like to bring up when first idly chatting in a bar with strangers. The design hasn't really changed much over the course of a century. The polygraph machine is a physiological recorder which assesses your heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, and skin conductivity. Of course, there's a lot more to it than just plugging in the machine and switching it on. Polygraph examinations usually involve an exhaustive pre-test phase, as well as simulation tests and the preparation of a mixture of challenging control questions and relevant questions to ascertain the reaction of the accused. So, a typical control question might be, have you ever screwed over one of your mates? Whilst a relevant question might be, did you bludgeon your wife to death with an axe last Monday afternoon? Wait, wouldn't a control question be like, are your eyes green? Yes. And then you get a baseline reading rather than have you ever screwed over one of your mates? But the truth of the matter is that there aren't really any unique physiological signs of deception, and most psychologists would concur that lie detectors can't accurately detect lies. Oh no!
So that was a fucking lie.
Shocking. I mean, 61% accuracy is not good. What William Moulton Marston invented back in 1921 was more of a fear detector that measures the anxiety and stress levels of the participant, but it's perfectly plausible for an anxious, innocent person to fail the test and a more confident, guilty person to pass the test. One of the most notorious cases of lie detectors gone bad involved the Green River killer known as Gary Ridgway, who murdered a total of 49 women over 2 decades. By the way, I've got a podcast called The Casual Criminalist where we talk about stuff like that. It's a little bit like Business Plays. It's laid back. I have a script. I read it. It's a thing. There's probably a link. No, there's a link to Squarespace below because this episode's sponsored. But if you just search for The Casual Criminalist in podcasts or YouTube, you'll find it. Subscribe like a good legend. Anyway, Gary Ridgway murdered 49 women. He passed the polygraph test in 1984, while another completely innocent suspect failed. The innocent party was thankfully found not guilty in court, but it meant that Gary Ridgway evaded justice for another 20 years until he confessed in 2003, during which time he had murdered 7 of those women. The good news is that although polygraph machines have seen limited use in the US, Canada, Israel, and Japan, they're now very rarely used in criminal trials and appeared instead to just find a new lease of life on UK daytime TV shows. But it's quite baffling to consider that as recently as the 1980s, private employers in the US were legally entitled to force millions of employees and job candidates into taking a polygraph to determine whether they should be allowed to keep their job or be hired for a new position. This is so wrong. There's no science. It's pseudoscience. Stop it. And the FBI, CIA, and other US law enforcement and federal government agencies still use polygraph tests today during interrogations and employee screenings, which is bonkers when we already know that they don't bloody work. They'd be better off just asking participants to drop their trousers so that an arse reading can be performed. Now that I've considered it, if I were William Moulton Marston, I'd probably try and bang on in public about that Wonder Woman thing instead. Yeah, same. Still, spare a thought. For the Jeremy Kyle show, do we have to, Danny? Do we have to? It's such a piece of shit, allegedly. During one of the very last episodes to be recorded, which was understandably never transmitted, a 63-year-old man called Steve Diamond appeared on the show to prove that he wasn't being unfaithful to his partner. After failing the lie detector test, Jeremy Kyle did his usual trick of snarling into the guest's face and declaring him to be a serial liar. Why would he go on the show to prove it if he was guilty? Just a week later, an utterly distraught Steve Diamond committed suicide. Oh, that got dark real fast. I didn't know this. But I'm glad the Jeremy Kyle show got cancelled. Did we have to do it after this, though? It should have been cancelled after episode 1. It should have been cancelled in pre-production. The show was swiftly axed and a parliamentary inquiry into the dangers of reality TV was launched, but Jeremy Kyle himself declined an invitation to appear before the committee of MPs and face a public grilling. Yeah, I've said this before, but like parliamentary inquiries, why the would you show up? You're not legally obliged to. They're just going to dick on you and just say that you're a piece of horrible person, then maybe you are. But why do that to yourself? Fuck that. At which point, the people of the UK screamed in unison at the television sets, "Oh, Jeremy, why don't you man up and grow a pair?" No one wants to submit to a beating for no reason if they don't have to, honestly. But yeah, doesn't change my opinion of Jeremy Kyle. This has been an episode of Business Plays, and thank you for watching. Where's the GameStop video? Where is it? Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Plays. I am your boy with the blaze, and you might be thinking, whoa, Simon, what is this? Is this a Business Plays about a topic that is actually timely and relevant? Or what is going on? How do you even manage this? Well, I'll tell you what. Remember a few weeks ago was the GameStop thing, where people from Reddit were like buying the GameStop stock, or something was going on with GameStop?
This is not going to end well when it ends.
Everyone in the comments on Twitter was like, Simon, where's the GameStop video? Where is it? And I was like, guys, it takes me from recording or from having an idea to the video actually going out, it takes about 2 weeks. And I'm like, by the time, and it was several weeks later, no one, people are maybe talking about GameStop just a little, but everyone else is like, the Bitcoin is a Bitcoin. And I have no idea what's going on. And basically, I can't make content in a timely fashion, so what I did is I was like, oh, big brain that I am, I'm like, let's assemble a crack news team. So this is Business Plays News, catchily named The Wild World of NFTs, selling digital art for millions. And what I also wanted, I was like, I see all this NFT stuff, and I'm like, I'm not going to read that and not get paid for it. So I wanted to learn about it. That's what's going on. If you're new here, if you've discovered this video because you're like, this was trending, what is this? Let me see. Ooh! And you're wondering what's going on, well,
I'm sure you're disappointed. If you haven't clicked off, I'm very sorry. The introductions go on, and now Callum is probably going to give us an introduction. It's 2 paragraphs, Callum! Danny, watch out, mate. Danny is the writer for non-news business plays if you're new here. If you've spent any time at all online recently, you'll no doubt have heard of a new acronym entering the popular vernacular. NFTs, or non-fungible tokens. If you want to complicate things, we do, because this is a video about them. These strange little digital curiosities are alien to most, but apparently those already in the know are getting insanely rich by buying and selling them for millions of dollars. You can see why I'm interested in this, because every time I see people making millions of dollars for selling, like, some of this is really bad. It's just like a pixelated face. And I'm like, that sold for 1 million. What am I doing with my life? Today we'll be looking at some of the most mind-blowing NFT sales in their relatively short history and asking whether or not they're the next big thing or just a very, very expensive fad. What is an NFT? Okay, we're about to get educated, peeps. Get your big brains ready for expansion. Okay, very briefly, we're going to cover what in the hell I'm actually talking about, so the rest isn't completely incomprehensible. Thank you, Callum. And I hope you've made it simple for dum-dums. Not because you're dumb, you're probably smarter than I am. I just need things explained like a child, because I'll be reading shit, I'll be like, I have no idea what's going on. I think I'm smart sometimes, but other times I think I'm really dumb. Basically, NFT is a digital token which is created and managed using blockchain technology. Oh god. It's not for a 2-year-old, Callum! Okay, he expands. Generally speaking, they exist on the same kind of network setup which makes the Bitcoin cryptocurrency possible. Gone are the days when crypto was only used for ordering some dodgy MDMA and a hitman. Allegedly. Now, it's a whole economic sector of its own with trillions of dollars of value. Yeah, a friend of mine, he bought Bitcoins when they were like $100. And I was like, dude, what are you doing buying Bitcoins at $100? And then they were $1,000 and he was like, I'm still buying the Bitcoins. So I'm like, dude, why aren't you selling your Bitcoins? Are you crazy? You made a tenfold return. And now it's like $60,000 and I'm like, well played, sir. Well played, mate. I mean, Jesus Christ. And he bought a lot of them. I'm like one of those people, you hear this and it's like, yeah, it's a friend of a friend who did it. Nope, this is actually a guy I know very well. I'd expect like a friend of a friend, but for mind blown, bravo. Most NFTs exist on the Ethereum blockchain network, which allows unique digital assets to be created, owned, and traded with actual real-world value attached. Users have their own personal wallets which prove ownership of the NFTs inside, each of which corresponds to something like a digital art piece or video game item. Essentially, you can connect unique digital items which are yours and yours alone. Okay, I'm pretty sure I understand, but just to make sure that I'm not a total dum-dum, it's basically a way, like, because digital art, if I make something on my iPad, if I draw a smiley face, there can be just an infinite number of copies of that. But if I draw a smiley face and put it in this, like, NFT crypto magic, that is just, I mean, obviously people can still copy it, but only one person owns the legitimate certified original. In the not-so-distant future, I hope I'm correct on that, and I hope I've understood Callum correctly. In the not-so-distant future, this token technology could potentially even be used to digitally replace real-world objects like concert tickets or even lease agreements. For now, though, it's NFTs which are making the headlines. I look forward to all of that shit going away. Like contracts and stuff like that. It's just like, why? Why do I have to? And it's like, they're like, make sure you sign the document. It's like, yeah, I definitely didn't just paste my signature in using Word. Definitely didn't do that. What are you talking about? I do that all the time if you work with me, by the way, allegedly. I also definitely don't have my wife sign documents for me. Like, something will arrive. I should be like, I need your signature. I'm like, you know what to do. Allegedly, definitely doesn't happen. What are we talking about? Would never do that. Sound bizarre? Well, it only gets stranger from here. Logan Paul sells $5 million worth in a day. Logan Paul is a YouTuber, if you're unaware. You're probably aware. And he's like, I swear, that guy is like big brain and small brain at the same time, because he makes some absolutely terrible decisions, but he also makes some absolutely brilliant decisions, and nothing really seems to fall in between. It's like, if there's one thing about Logan Paul, he is not average. It's also, I don't have any respect for him, and I also have a huge amount of respect for him. That's saying he's like the Schrodinger's cat of YouTubers. Is that the correct use of Schrodinger's cat? We may well be at the start of a huge NFT gold rush, and one online celebrity is leading the charge on YouTube. Simon Wisner. It's Logan. It's because he's big brain. On February the 19th of this year, Logan Paul released a limited set of 3,000 NFTs through a platform called Bondly, which is used for buying and selling tokens. Whatever you think of the man himself, we've already addressed that. He has an insanely dedicated following, so much so that the sale of tokens generated an unbelievable $1 million within an hour.
What am I doing with my life? Excuse me. Each of these was priced at 1 ETH, or ether. Wow. I always like Callum puts me in pronunciation guides because he knows what's up. Which at the time was trading at around $2,000 US. Good lord. In the first day of trading, the numbers rose to $3.5 million and then a total of $5 million by the end of the sale. All in all, 2,586 tokens were sold and the rest burned forever. That means no more unique collectibles will ever exist. So what exactly was everyone so desperate to get their hands on? Well, it was basically just some shitty anime artwork of Logan Paul holding Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards. OGBB. Owning one of them got you entry into a contest in which 3 of the holders received a first edition pack of Pokemon cards worth around $40,000. Still, the $2,000 entry fee seems a high price to pay for that. Just buy 1,000 lottery tickets, perhaps. Don't do that either. The lottery is a tax on dumb people. We've talked about this. As far as I can see, it looks like these NFTs are currently set up for resale on an online exchange called OpenSea for a maximum of 0.5 Ether, which is a 50% loss for those of you counting. I never said everyone was getting rich on NFTs after all, but Logan Paul most definitely is. On another note, I have an exciting announcement to make. Today, I'm proud to announce the launch of our rare, super limited edition Business Place Simon NFT. I'll start the bidding at $10 million. Do I hear $10 million? This isn't real. This isn't real. I could totally have an NFT. I would sell the memes. So someone could be the exclusive owner of this. Ba-da-bum-bum. That would be great. No one would buy that. Although, hold on. Hang on. Bear with me here. I mean, it's not going to get $10 million. But Business Blaze as a channel continues to grow. Business Blaze's presence on the internet continues to become more and more newsworthy. It's not been in the news at all. More and more historically notable. That's what we'll go for every day. So maybe if you buy that, to become the exclusive owner, when Business Blaze has 150 million subscribers, which is basically a fact at this point, it's going to be worth more. Perhaps, or not. Who knows? Who cares? CryptoPunks. Well, you probably care because you're watching this video. $1 Million Pixels. If you're dropping $2,000 on a glorified doodle of a morally questionable YouTuber was mad, brace yourself. But before NFTs started hitting the mainstream, there were certain fads which grew to insane proportions among the cryptocurrency hardcore crowd. One of the OG... I like you using the references, Callum. Digital blockchain art projects was something called CryptoPunks, which we largely have to thank for the current digital art craze. These are essentially funny little pixel portraits of various characters issued by a company called Lava Labs. Some of the computer-generated characters are hipsters, supers, some zombies, some cyborgs, but all of them, to be perfectly honest, are much the same. I've looked at these. I mean, I don't want to disparage someone's art. No, I do. Because Yoko Ono would describe what she does as art. Yoko Ono! Only 10,000 exist, and they're collected and traded by die-hard fans, sometimes for millions of dollars a pop. And at this point, I must ask again, what am I doing with my life? The most expensive sale today, measured in a dollar value, was Punk 6,965, a picture of an apathetic chimpanzee in a fedora. It sold in February this year for $1,608,032. I don't even know what to say anymore. Yes, you heard that correctly. A 24 by 24 cluster of pixels is worth way more than your house, car, and yearly salary combined. Steady on, Callum. Steady on. No, true. Also... anyone remember that website, $1 Million Homepage? This came out when I was like 17. The internet, I mean, it wasn't new, but like making money on the internet was something that like was in my head as like, yeah, people do that. They make websites. And this guy comes along and he sells he sets up a 1,000,000 by 1,000,000 square pixel grid and he sells all 1,000,000 pixels for $1 each and he makes $1 million. And I'm like, God damn, that is really clever. It sounds kind of like the same thing just 20 years later. Just one day before, an identical ape with a dapper blue bandana sold for $1.24 million. And if you take a look at the Lava Labs website, you'll see that the seller acquired said ape for just $645 3 years prior. Again, I cannot stress enough that these are just pixelated chimp pictures. Pixelated chimp pictures. Do you like my emphasis on that, Callum? As strange as it sounds, these things can actually be amazingly speculative investments if you get in early and you get super lucky. Our forefathers made their money in oil and manufacturing, but our kids, will make theirs trading low-res digital beanie babies. Welcome to the... I'm often like, the future's the best. It's never been a better time to be alive. And I guess in a world where people will pay $1.6 million for a 24 by 24 pixel picture, I mean, we've really ran out of problems, haven't we? Beeple's digital art auction. This is what actually turned me onto this subject, because I saw a headline about that and I was like, what is going on? But it's not all about slapdash graphics in the world of NFT collectibles. Some top-tier creators actually put a lot of love and effort into their creations before unleashing them in token form. One such artist goes by the name of Beeple, Mike Winkleman, on his bank statements. Thanks, Callum. No one was confused that Beeple, one word, was his actual name. And these would be now very, very healthy bank statements. I have to say, while recording this, I am thinking more and more about the idea of business blame meme NFTs. And we could totally do that. And we could give the money away to charity. That'd be a laugh. And then people could trade the money on themselves and not give that money to charity, because once they're sold, they're no longer mine. Also, I will just mention, I haven't mentioned this yet, but I do have a subreddit, reddit.com/r/Simon Whistler, and I sell these business play scripts. They're very expensive. They're $100 each. The reason they're so expensive is because all of the money goes to a charity that I liked. I pretty much only announce that on Reddit because whenever I do, I don't want to ship out like hundreds, so I do like 20 at a time, and they always sell out within an hour, less than an hour. So if you want to follow the sub, it's also embarrassing. I've got like 3.8 thousand subscribers on there or something. It's a little bit cringe. Anyway, what are we talking about? If you're new here, the tangents, they happen. Sorry. His surrealist digital paintings feature unsettling scenes that mash up Disney characters and corporate brands with a gruesome sci-fi dystopia. At least when you look at these NFTs, you can at least comfortably say that yes, that probably is art. He has plenty of fans who agree, which is why I've seen some of these, they're very impressive. Which is why last December this crypto art pioneer was able to net over $3.5 million from the sale of 20 of his pieces. One piece was swiped up by a literal last second bid of $777,777. Thank you for making that easy to say. It was placed by investor Tim Kang, illustrator _ on Twitter, who explained his jaw-dropping offer as taking a stand for the future of creativity, open collaboration, and self-sovereignty through digital signature. All right, mate.
I like that laugh.
I have no idea what any of that means, but okay. Also, the fascinating thing about this guy is he is an absolute mega baller, apparently, because he was in a bid. I saw this on the article. He was in a bidding war with some dude, and they were just upping each other by like, I don't know, it was like a few grand or whatever. And it gets to like half, like 300 something thousand, and this Tim dude is just like, fuck it, 700k, and he wins. I'm like, oh shit. But I mean, it's like shredding the Banksy, right? I mean, if this guy sells it, he can probably sell it more because it's getting tons of press, like the shredded Banksy. I mean, really, that has only dramatically increased the value of the Banksy. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I don't know how, because like I don't follow art at all, but I am aware of that. Whether you believe in these lofty ideas or not, the numbers do not lie. Art NFTs are going to be worth an absolute bomb, at least in the immediate future, perhaps even more so than their physical equivalents. Just last weekend, a group of crypto diehards bought a Banksy piece for $100,000, burned it in Brooklyn Park, and then sold an NFT version online for $380,000. That is such a big brain move. Mwah! You know what you need to do? Grab your kids' drawings off the fridge, torch them, and turn that crap into sweet, sweet digital NFT gold instant profit. You might have missed a step there, Callum, of those kids having to, be famous artists. Like, I mean, Banksy is probably one of the most famous artists alive at the moment, right? Wrap up. Brave new world. So the line between your old Microsoft Paint doodles and $1 million art grows ever thinner. But is this a bad thing? I'd say no. It's a really nice way to make a piece of art that is digital, because digital art is now a huge thing, and make it unique and be able to sell it as a unique item. I think personally it's brilliant. And also, you can't forge that shit. Sure, it's absolutely mental that people are making millions of dollars flipping pixel art. Pixel art is art. I mean, pixel art, the 24 by 24, yes, that's insane. But the Beeple guy, his art is incredible. But overall, this craze will probably have a net positive effect on the world of art and collectibles. Writer Peter Yang at Creator Economy sees them as a perfect way for creators, small and large, to sell direct to fans without any parasitic intermediaries skimming off their profits, and the prospects for fans themselves are brighter too. For example, US band Kings of Leon, I definitely know them. I'm trying to think of that famous song they did. It's on the ba ba ba, I don't know it. recently announced they'll be releasing NFT collector's editions of their new album, which will conceivably hold and appreciate in value. Their most expensive token currently listed on OpenSea includes a lifetime backstage pass, front row seat to every tour, and limousine transport to the venues. That is wild, and having done a video on the American Air Pass where they gave away first class travel to some dudes, they gave away, it was wildly expensive, but they made it unlimited first class travel for the rest of their lives. That was a huge error on their part. That's something with real world implications that plenty of fans would kill for, which is why the current leading bidder, Nickman436, is happily dropping a cool $150,000 to own it. I guess this auction is going on. Like, this is the problem when it's more like news, because we don't know what that ended for. It probably sold for a lot more. I'd say 150k for that is probably a bit of a steal. Also, like, if you see the king, you're like going to become friends with Kings of Leon at some point, because you bought their most expensive thing. You're like you're going to be going to every concert and meeting them behind the scenes. Do you think it gets boring after a while? What if you find out one of them's a bit of a
Yes.
Expect plenty more bizarre stories like this over the coming years as the bandwagon gets loaded up with ever more celebrities and influencers. As we speak, the world is witnessing the sale of the very first digital antique, an NFT of the very first tweet ever tweeted by Jack Dorsey, on sale for $2.5 million. All right, look. If that sells, I'm going to officially proclaim this a bubble, because Jack Dorsey, that is not art, that is just your first tweet, and you made a lot of them. You're not the most famous person on Twitter, to be honest, and so, nah, that's like, good luck, Jack. If that sells, I will be blown away. I mean, again, normally when we do these and they're like set in the distant future and this is all the story we're talking about in the past, I get to appear like a right big brain because I'm like, of course it sold for 2.5 million and now it's worth 75 million. Maybe that'll happen. But what do you think? Are NFTs really the next big thing? Yes, I do believe there is definitely a future here. Are other wheels doomed to come off, leaving millions of people holding worthless digital trinkets that can't even gather dust on their mantelpiece? I 100% think that this is going somewhere. I don't know if things like Jack Dorsey's first tweet selling for 2.5 million, but for digital art, hell yes. For even Jake Paul limited things, for concert tickets and stuff. Yes, obviously, I think this is fantastic. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. Thank you, Callum. It feels weird saying these different names and putting this together. The Crack News team. Thank you, Jen, for doing something that I haven't seen yet, sprinkling in those memes. And I'll see you next time. Let me know if you liked this, by the way. This is in addition. We'll be making regular Blazes right on schedule, but this was just for fun. Let me know. Thanks for watching. Smash that like button. I'm not impressed, JZ. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy The Blaze, and this video, brought to you by... But first, Bono, Barbie, and Bentleys. Craziest celebrity purchases, and my lord, if Nicolas Cage doesn't feature in this video, I'm going to be very upset. And I just will disclaim it, like, I find Nicolas Cage's spending very funny, but I'm also a massive Nicolas Cage fan. And everyone's like, Nicolas Cage, he's a bit of a weird actor, isn't he? And I'm like, he's a brilliant actor. Anyone who disagrees, shut the f*** up. Why are we talking about Nicolas Cage? Oh yeah, because he buys loads of crazy shit, so he should be featured in here. Also, I mean, respect. You're mad rich. Just f***ing go for it, why not? My older brother and I, what happens here is Danny will write me a script, I will read the script, Sam will add some memes. Let's do it. Oh, I'm wearing a shirt, you see this, OGBB, it's my face, with these cool glasses on. This is limited edition. You can prove you're an OGBB, but only for a short amount of time. In fact, by the time this video has come out, this might not even be for sale on the merch store at purchathemerch.co. So go buy. You know, if you're a celebrity, make a crazy purchase. My older brother and I are a bit like chalk and cheese, or chicken and chocolate, or Apple and Microsoft, or bathtub and toaster. Holy shit, Danny. Or Enron, and half reasonable accounting practices. Oh my god, I love the accounting on Enron. Well, I don't even remember what it was, but it's like, yeah, we basically get to count our losses as profits, or something equally absurd. And it's like, that doesn't seem right. And they're like, no, but it is legal. And then it's like, oh yeah, this part of our business is doing really badly. Well, let's just spin it off into a separate business then and not include it. It's like, Enron, what are you doing? Oh yeah, going horribly out of business in one of the greatest corporate failures of modern times. Makes sense. And one of the many ways in which we differ is our approach to how we spend our money. These days I usually undertake at least a small dollop of consideration before committing to buying anything more expensive than a KFC family bucket. I learned long ago that bottles of wine and late night eBay browsing can prove to be a bit of a dangerous cocktail. I can remember the night I foolishly decided that my lounge was really missing a bright red 4-foot inflatable Dalek in the corner. No, you didn't. A 4-foot's not that big. 4 foot like that high? Actually, that would be quite noticeable in a living room. My rule about purchasing it is like, so normally it's like, oh, I really want that. I really want that. Wait 2 weeks, see if you still want it, and if you do, buy it. Problem solved. I mean, assuming you have the money to buy it, or save up and buy it, or whatever. There's so much shit I regret buying, though. And my problem is, I'm really bad at returning things. So it's like, I'll buy something, it'll be a bit shit, or not really what I want, and I just won't return it, and it'll sit in the hallway. There's so many Amazon packages of shit that it's just a disaster. When it arrived, I was initially bewildered, as I had no memory of spending about 100 quid. Jesus Christ, it's inflatable. It's like basically a beach ball on this ridiculous item. And it turned out to be a bit of a, Jesus Christ, Danny, how much have you had to drink? It turned out to be a bit of a disappointment. The eye stalk thing on top wasn't as stiff and erect as you see on TV. Well, yeah, Danny, because on TV they're not inflatable, are they? They're made by a highly skilled props department. It was more kind of limp and floppy, delivering the impression of a rather sad Dalek who could have done with a pep talk from Smiling Bob. Is Smiling Bob... Dude, this is a callback. Was Smiling Bob the guy selling penis pills in like episode 6? I mean, that was a while ago. Even so, I kept the inflatable Dalek on display in my lounge for a few years, and it made an interesting conversation piece until it tragically lost its final battle with an inquisitive puppy. But my point is that these days I think more rationally, and I usually end up feeling satisfied with the long-term use that I get out of them. In contrast, my brother tends to blow a fortune on impulse purchases, which he almost instantly regrets. He often gets overtaken by feelings of nostalgia and a desire to relive his youth. I have to say, I don't know if my uncle watches this. I'll say it's extremely unlikely, so let's talk some shit about him. Not really. It's actually pretty legendary. But he does buy loads of random stuff. And it's awesome, because it's like, well, you're not the one having to deal with all this random stuff that you bought. But he loves motorcycles. And he bought this thing, it's called like I think it's an MB. It's like this insane motorbike. My uncle's like, I guess 60-ish. And he's like, yeah, I bought this insane motorbike. And it just goes, it must go to 60 in like half a second. It looks insane, like something you'd have on a track. And he's like, no, I bought it, but I'm too afraid to ride it. And I'm like, Uncle, why don't you sell it? And he's like, I don't want to, I like it too much. It's like, but you never ride it. And then he bought a giant Harley Davidson because he was like, this will be more tame. And he's like, oh, it's really loud though. And I'm like, Uncle, why don't you sell it? And he's like, because I like it. And then he has some other BMW thing that I think he actually likes. But he also, he lives in the UK, it's raining half the time. It's not great motorcycling weather. He often gets overtaken by feelings of nostalgia and a desire to relive his youth. For example, he recently spent several hundred quid on tracking down a vintage Buck Rogers pinball table, like the one we used to play when we were on our childhood holidays. I have to say, I was just thinking of a story that I wanted to tell. A little bit of a tangent here. I have a strong desire to purchase a Star Trek The Next Generation Stern pinball machine. Now, this is not like, you'd think, how much could that possibly be? And there's two main considerations. One, fucking price. It's about $7,000. I'm like, fucking hell. Or it might be like $7,000, so it's like $5,000. I looked him up on eBay. It was really expensive. And then you got to consider like international shipping and customs and charges and all of this bullshit. And I'm like, I'd really like that. But then I found out, like, you got to maintain pinball machines. Like, someone's got to come round and service them. And these things are like from the 1990s. So they got to like put these things in and all of that. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I guess I'm not getting one of these. But it would be really cool. And I got this like big office. It's just a workspace right now, but I'm like, if I had a Star Trek pinball machine in there, that'd be epic. And then I'd never play it and it would just look pretty in the corner. But for $7,000, it's like, damn son. Maybe I'd put it in the background of my video, so it would be like, yay! What's this got to do with anything? Nothing, but I spent $7,000 on it, so it better f***ing be here. That's not meant to be an indication of my age. The pinball table was considered an outdated relic when we played it in a grotty arcade hall in Skegness, but we were still mesmerised by it as kids, and my brother was keen to get the classic game up and running in the house, despite my suggestions that it might not be quite as good as he remembered. I even travelled with him to the other side of the UK to pick it up, also he did buy it, to pick it up from the cellar, and then nearly broke my back when I helped lug it up 2 flights of stairs to his newly christened games room. After the initial 15 minutes of excitement, which evoked a flood of golden memories from the summer holidays of yesteryear, my brother turned to me and gloomily admitted, it's a bit really, isn't it? And over the years, we've had similar stories of his rash purchases of boats, Jesus, goats, oh my, corner shops and fire engines. I'm genuinely not making this up. Danny, what is your brother doing to be able to afford all this crazy stuff? I've got a boat and it's filled with goats and I've parked it outside my shop. But when you reach that stage in life when where you acquire a disposable income for the first time, it can all be a bit tricky working out exactly what you're supposed to do with it all. I imagine so anyway. I don't know, just don't, I invest all my money. Like, generally, it's like I don't spend very much. I'm not like some baller-ass baller. The reality is I'm never going to buy that pinball machine because it is $7,000. I just invest all my money. Like, I don't know why. Because it's like just one day I'm going to be dead. There's going to be all this money and be like, brilliant. Well done, Simon. And the challenge is intensified when you're an uber-rich celebrity in a position to make random and outlandish purchases without even making a dent in your bank balance. I suppose it's not really any of our business. If Nicolas Cage feels happy spending $150,000 on an old Superman comic, who are we to judge? I wonder if he sold that for more. Because comics are an investment, right? I mean, the right ones at the right time. And I mean, don't go invest in comics because you heard it on Business Blaze, all right? I know nothing about this. I don't read comics. I don't like comics. And bearing in mind that Nicolas Cage is a strong contender for the most prolific buyer of baffling and wildly expensive items, we may well return to him in a moment. We better, Danny. But this is Business Blaze. So let's make it our business. Bono's trip to Italy. Spending nearly $1,500 on a journey from London to the province of Medina in northern Italy might not sound particularly extravagant for a rock star. Yeah, it doesn't it? That just sounds like, what, first class, business class ticket? Bono's, you know, he would be flying private. Bono definitely has his own plane, right? He's plane rich. He's the lead singer of U2. He's plane rich. Particularly when you're Bono from U2 and you're the second richest rock star in the world with an estimated wealth in the region of $700 million. Yes, he's plane rich. Although I did hear that the average wealth of a person who owns a private jet is $1 billion. But he's got a plane. He's for sure got a plane. But the curious thing about this journey on Bono's dollar is that it didn't involve Bono himself, as he'd already made the trip, and it didn't involve a human passenger. Oh, this is Bono's hat. I know this story. The year was 2003, and Bono had arrived in Medina to take the stage with Luciano Pavarotti and friends for a charity performance to help raise money for Iraqi refugees in Iran. But shortly after Bono landed, disaster struck, and it threatened to totally wreck his much-anticipated guest appearance. He hadn't lost his voice, or his memory, or anything quite as drastic as that, thank God. I have to say, like, I mean, U2 is a great band, and they're also a band at the same time, because they've released some bloody fantastic music that I love. All That You Can't Leave Behind is, in my opinion, one of the greatest albums ever made. But they also made that album that got put on everyone's iPods that was an absolute turd. And I think I've told this story before, but there's that, I went on a road trip somewhere, and for some reason, whenever I plugged my iPhone into the car, it would play that, like, rather than being like, oh, you want to listen to something from Spotify, it was like, no, we'll use Apple Music. The only thing I have at Apple Music is that U2 album, and every time I started the car, it would decide to play that one album and that one song. So the number of times on this road trip that I heard Santa Barbara, I was like, I'm just gonna kill myself. Don't worry, I didn't. I'm still here. No, Bono had forgotten to pack his Trilby hat, and he felt like he couldn't go on stage without his signature headgear. Bono, why are you wearing a Trilby hat? Don't do that. Chewing over the options available to him, Bono decided against having the hat posted to him, or just buying a replacement hat, or maybe even just combing his hair and doing without. Instead, he arranged to have it flown from the UK to Italy on a first-class seat. Bono, I mean, you can't, this is just too good. Legend. The first leg of the hat's epic journey was a taxi ride from Bono's apartment to Gatwick Airport, and this alone cost $150. Upon checking in at Gatwick, a $700 first-class seat had been reserved for the hat's flight to Milan Airport, but the airline crew became concerned that it might get squashed or poked by its fellow passengers, so it was eventually upgraded to a safer seat in the cockpit with the pilot. Although, I don't think that's an upgrade. If I was flying first class and they were like, do you want to upgrade to the cockpit? I'd be like, are the chairs massive and comfortable, and is there a drink service? They'd be like, no, it's the cockpit.
I said move over here!
What you said, sweetheart?
This is your first time on the cockpit, kid? Huh? Ours too.
They're like really, not very, you'll be seeing like the deadhead seat. I know that term from Catch Me If You Can. Like that hard one at the back, and be like, what, the one with the like upright back? And I'll be like, and they'll be like, yeah, that. I'd be amazed if he didn't wear it all the way to Milan. Wait, who, the pilot? Oh, Ba-da-bum-bum. After landing at Milan airport, the final leg of the journey was another taxi ride to Medina, costing $225, and on top of all of this, another $300 was spent on insurance and tips, making a grand total of about $1,375. You're spending $300 insuring the hat? What is going on? I mean, how much is the hat worth? Let's say it's Bono. So let's say that the hat is worth $5,000. And I mean, I'm like, that's absurd, right? I can't imagine there are any $5,000 hats. Why are you spending $300 insuring it? Just get a new one. It's not like insurance is going to bring it back in case of a plane crash. Apparently, the trickiest part of organizing the journey was convincing the taxi drivers and airport staff that they weren't just being filmed as part of some kind of secret camera TV show prank. But the Trilby hat did eventually make it safely to Bono in time for the concert, and I'm sure it played a big part in helping raise the final tally of €2 million for the cause. Sadly, the rest of U2 weren't even invited. It's pretty clear that Bono is the most important member of the Irish rock band, but the others must feel a little bit miffed that his hat probably comes a close second. I don't know, who is the other member of U2? The U2. Isn't there someone like the someone? The Hands? Fuck, it's right there! Birthday Barbie. You know you're destined to do pretty well out of life when you've become the lucky recipient of thousands of dollars worth of gifts before you've even bothered to find your way out of the womb. The baby shower for Blue Ivy Carter in late 2011 delivered an unusual lavish showering of gifts for an unborn child, including a crystal-studded bathtub with a price tag of around $5,200. I have no idea who Blue Ivy Carter is. I guess Carter. It's got to be a celebrity because they named them Blue Ivy. No one can do that unless you're like, I don't know, some giant celebrity, because it's also bad, isn't it? What's your first name? Blue. And who's famous Carter? I think of the president. That's it. Okay, moving on. We're going to find out, but it probably helps when your dad is Jay-Z. I've heard of Jay-Z. Now officially the world's first hip-hop billionaire. Wow. And your mum is Beyonce, whose own net worth isn't too shabby at $355 million. I didn't know Jay-Z was married to Beyonce, and I also didn't care. The following year, to celebrate the first birthday of the daughter of one of America's wealthiest and most influential couples, Blue Ivy was treated to an even more extravagant princess-themed birthday party. The birthday cake alone cost $2,400, while a further $95,000 was thrown on pink and white roses to spruce up the special day. Even the guests did pretty well out of the birthday bash as the small group of VIP toddler friends crawled away with their share of the pot of accessories and toys worth about $20,000, whilst the grown-ups had to make do with goodie bags containing concert tickets and gold pens with Blue Ivy's name engraved down the side. This seems a bit tacky. Also, it doesn't seem like it's that much money. I mean, I don't want to say like a birthday party for like $100-something thousand is cheap. It's obviously not cheap. But I've seen that TV show Entourage, and wasn't that the guy, Vincent Chase, wasn't he like invited to sit on some ice throne or whatever, just because he was a famous movie star and they paid him like $100,000 or something? I'm not impressed, Jay-Z. But by far the most notable gift that Blue Ivy received from her folks on that day was a Barbie doll. For some inexplicable reason, Barbie seems to have developed into a recurring character on Business Blaze. Let's not ever mention her again. Okay. Obviously, this was no ordinary Barbie, though. This wasn't your average Coca-Cola cheerleader Barbie or Spanish bullfighter Barbie. None of that bullshit. Nope. Jay-Z and Beyonce had splashed out on a custom-made diamond-encrusted Barbie doll with a price tag of $80,000 and featured no less than 160 diamonds, along with some stylish white gold jewelry accessories. Sounds stylish. It doesn't. That was sarcasm. It does make you wonder if Blue Ivy was really old enough to appreciate the expensive gesture at the time, considering that she would still have been crawling around on her knees and vomiting Play-Doh down her bib. I've got a kid, and I can tell you that no. I mean, no, definitely not. My kid, you give her a gift, she's more interested in the wrapping paper. This did make me ponder a wider social dilemma, though. If you're a billionaire parent and your child gets invited to your friend's birthday party, how much are you supposed to spend on the gift? If you spend about $10, would you be accused of being a skinflint? If you buy a horrendously expensive gift, would you be guilty of overshadowing the gifts from the parents? Answers on a diamond-encrusted postcard, please. I suspect the best policy is to avoid the problem altogether by just keeping the child indoors at all time so that they can play alone with their $80,000 Barbie dolls. I think just buy something normal. It's not that complicated. They're so rich that the gifts aren't going to matter. Like anything they could ever want, you can get. And speaking of buying things, something that you should absolutely buy.
A t-shirt from the merch store. postthemerch.co.
The Bentley Binge. I'll admit that I'm not too familiar with the name Shaquille O'Neal, despite the fact that he's apparently regarded as one of the greatest basketball players of all time. I don't know anything about basketball. I don't know anything about Shaquille O'Neal. I think he's massive, right? Because we did a video about his shoes. Didn't he auction off one of his shoes? And it was like this big. I mean, not this big, but it was large. We don't go in for basketball much in the UK. We prefer things like snooker and lawn bowls and extreme fishing. All sports is boring. Now a popular sports analyst, platinum selling rapper, reality star and actor. Jesus Christ. Platinum selling rapper? That is actually something. It's not like, yeah, I'm a rapper. Yeah, it's like, so's my mate John. But that doesn't mean he's actually, but when you've sold like however many platinum is, that's impressive. Now commonly known as Shaq, it's worth about $400 million and seems to have coped pretty well after hanging up his basketball shoes for the last time in 2011. Yeah, bloody hell, $400 million? Pretty well. Pretty well. Would you say basketball shoes, or would you say boots or trainers? I have no idea. Ask me one about cheese rolling. Oh, because cheese rolling is this weird sport in the UK. No one cares. Weighing in at 325 pounds and standing at, I have no idea how much that is. I guess it's really big. And standing tall at just over 7'1". Jesus, that is tall. Shaq is a gentle mountain of a man, as you might expect, and he requires a pretty big bed for a good night's sleep. Most basketball players have custom-made beds on account of their nosebleed-inducing height. But Shaq is probably the biggest of all. It's 15 feet long, 30 feet wide! My God! Which is several times bigger than the size of an already pretty lavish king-size bed. That is absolutely enormous. And for that finishing touch, it's got a massive off Superman logo in the middle of it. A recurring theme in the comic fan's house. Oh my God. That is epic. But when you go to a hotel, what do? Do you just like sleep on the floor? The rest of Shaq's mansion, located just outside Orlando, is quite impressive too, featuring an indoor basketball court, a screening room, 11 bedrooms, 13 bathrooms, and a quite staggering collection of vintage cars, including Porsches and Rolls Royces. His garage alone is probably bigger than most streets. I mean, it is pretty, respect, that's a baller-ass house. You have your own basketball court. Indoor basketball court. You can do an outdoor basketball court for probably a few grand, or like tens of thousands of dollars. But indoor, that is a different game. But the story that I most enjoyed discovering about Shaq is the tale of why exactly he ended up buying no less than 3 different vintage Bentleys to add to his collection in one quick 10-minute shopping trip during the late 1990s at a cost of well over $1 million. On a whim, Shaq had popped into a Rolls Royce dealership in Beverly Hills and was having a good nosy at the Bentleys on display. Why would he be at a Rolls-Royce dealership looking at Bentleys? He wasn't looking particularly flashy on this day off from training, wearing simple shorts, a tank top, and a pair of cheap flip-flops. Oh, he's gonna have a bad time at Rolls-Royce, so he buys 3 Bentleys just out of spite. Glorious. Out of curiosity, Shaq asked the salesman how much it cost to buy a Bentley. The salesman clearly wasn't a basketball fan either. Looking Shaq up and down with a sarcastic smirk, he responded with a gently mocking, "Can you afford it, sonny boy?" That is such a douchebag move. Wait, what is going on? I don't understand if he's at Rolls-Royce or Bentley or... I don't get it. Oh wait, so he's at a Bentley dealership. I don't know, was Rolls-Royce and Bentley once the same company? Because they're not now. They're competitors, clearly. Shaq was so outraged by the salesman's dismissive attitude that he snapped up 3 of the damn Bentleys on the spot just to prove that he could. Maybe the guy absolutely knew who Shaq was. I'd just be like, it's just a sales technique. Oh, the sporting hero quickly lived to regret his rash move though. After blowing over $1 million in 10 minutes just to make a point to an arrogant salesman, Shaq later discovered that he was far too tall to fit into the driver's seats. He should probably have just gone for one with a sunroof. That sounds safe. Ticket to the stars. I know this is meant to be about crazy purchases, but it has to be said that a ticket to outer space sounds like a pretty cool birthday gift for that difficult friend or family member. Jesus. They're coming back, Danny. It's not like you buy them a ticket to outer space and they stay there. Back in 2010, one of the best-selling artists in the world today, Katy Perry, bought such a ticket for her then-fiancé, who just happened to be a comedian, author, and Hugo Boss-baiting activist, Russell Brand. Legends. The 35th birthday gift was a $250,000 ticket aboard Virgin Galactic's maiden commercial spaceflight. After a few compulsory days of intensive training, Russell and his fellow passengers would jet the more than 365,000 feet into the Earth's atmosphere at a speed of 3 times faster than sound. The climax of the trip would involve the chance for passengers to unfasten their seatbelts and float about weightlessly for 5 odd minutes before the spacecraft made its return journey home. It possibly sounds like a lot of money to fork out what amounts to little more than a pissing about in the air for 5 minutes, but these lucky ticket holders are destined to go down in history as passengers aboard mankind's very first commercial voyage into space. Other lucky ticket holders are reported to include Lady Gaga, Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, Tom Hanks, and Justin Bieber. I mean, you're going to be in interesting company on one of these space flights, right? Who is apparent? Can you imagine if that crashed? You'd be like, oh my god, that's, who's going to be the head? Tom Hanks would be the headline. Tom Hanks, for sure. He was apparently planning to shoot a music video whilst he's up there, so Richard Branson himself is also naturally has a reservation and has probably bagged the comfiest seat by far. However, this maiden voyage has suffered an ongoing series of setbacks and delays over the last decade, most notably the tragic crash of the experimental test vehicle VSS Enterprise. I love that they call spaceship these things Enterprise. Mwah! In 2014, in which the co-pilot was killed. It's not clear how many of these star names have experienced a change in heart over the planned trip and asked for a refund, or even if Virgin Galactic will still be the first company to achieve the dream in the face of growing competition from the likes of Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. Isn't Elon Musk sending Tom Cruise to space to film a movie? I'm very excited about that. That's cool. Sadly, Russell Brand's marriage to Katy Perry didn't last the distance, and we don't know for sure if he even kept hold of the ticket. Katy Perry has since revealed that she hasn't spoken to Russell since he sent her a surprise text message in 2001 to announce that he was starting divorce proceedings. Dude, that is absolutely brutal. I mean, Russell, come on. You were such a legend last time with your Hugo Boss things. I mean, but this is probably just recycled nonsense from tabloids, right? Anytime I've ever been featured in the news for anything remotely negative, was once when one of my channels got hacked and it got turned into some scam, and I'm like, well, f*** this. But then it's the press I read about it was popular top 10 channel. We reached out for comment. There was no comment. And so your email's in spam because you're a newspaper that I've never heard of and I don't care. But it sounds so negative. It's he's got something to hide. It's no, I don't. Off paper news, right? Such bull. So maybe she now wishes that she'd saved a few quid and gone for that discounted one-way ticket. Nicolas Cage. Finally. Oh, okay, good. Here's possibly one of the craziest spenders of all time. One of my earliest memories of seeing Nicolas Cage on TV, and possibly the mainstream UK introduction to this eccentric character, was way back in 1990 when he made a bizarre appearance on a chat show with Terry Wogan. Never one to make an understated entrance, Nicolas dramatically somersaulted his way into the studio, performed a few karate kicks, shouted woo quite a lot, and threw fistfuls of money into the audience. Did he really? I've never seen this. Sam, I want to see it, so put it in the video now so I can watch it when I'm watching this before we put it out. That's how lazy I am.
Yes, master.
Welcome, Nicolas Cage.
Then, during the bizarre interview, he generously handed the host a gift, but weirdly, it was the t-shirt that Nicolas happened to be wearing at the time. This is such a legend! Nicolas Cage was clearly setting out his stall as one wild and crazy guy, and in later years he made no secret of the fact that he liked to buy equally wild and crazy shit. But unfortunately, his shopping sprees didn't always have a happy ending. Let's start with that Superman comic. Oh no, he didn't sell it for a profit. Did he not? He was always a massive comics fan, who even named his son Kal-El after Superman's birth name. Nicholas once signed a contract to portray the Man of Steel in a Tim Burton film, but it sadly never happened. He still got paid, and the film was aborted, though he did eventually at least voice the character in a 2018 animated film. I mean, if you're a Superman fan, that's got to be legendary to play Superman. At one time, Nicholas owned a pretty impressive collection of rare vintage comics, and the jewel of his collection was the first issue of Action Comics from 1938, which featured the very first appearance of Superman. $150,000 might sound like a lot to pay out for an old comic, but it was in pristine condition, and it was later declared to be the best surviving example of the comic to be officially graded. I have to say, given how much collectible stuff is worth these days, I'm like, $150,000. Let's just say if someone was like, do you want to buy Action Comics #1 with Superman right now? now for 150 grand, I'd be like, yes, I would. I would buy that right now. I have no idea how much it is worth today. Even though it seemed to go wrong for Nick, I would purchase that right now. Let's see how I do. Would you? However, the comic was stolen from his property in 2000 and remained missing for 11 years. It eventually was discovered by chance in an abandoned storage locker in the San Fernando Valley in California. And Nicholas had the last laugh on this occasion as he later sold the comic at auction for a staggering $2.1 million. Dollars. Seems pretty good. I'm doing well so far. In 2007, the actor had his beady eye on the auction of a dinosaur skull. Wait, why is this bad? It did really well. I didn't understand what the problem is. So he lost it for 11 years, which sucks, but then he sold it for an absolutely massive profit. This sounds great. In 2007, the actor had his beady eye on the auction of a dinosaur skull. Believed to be nearly 70 million years old, the skull belonged to a Tyrannosaurus bata, a close cousin and dining buddy of the T-Rex. And it was the largest ever dinosaur skull to be put up for auction at the time. Nicholas found himself in a bidding war with Leonardo DiCaprio, who had a habit of spending wads of cash on wacky items, but it was Nicholas who came out on top when he secured the skull for $276,000. I wouldn't buy that. I don't think that's going to go up in value. They've been around forever. This one didn't work out quite so well in the long term, though 6 years later it was revealed that the skull had originally been stolen from Mongolia and illegally smuggled into the US by fossil smuggler Eric Prokopi. Okay. Neither Nicholas nor the auction house were accused of any wrongdoing, as they had no idea of the circumstances, but Nicholas voluntarily agreed to hand over the skull so they could be repatriated to Mongolia, while Eric Prokopi received a 3-month prison sentence. Seems pretty light. Nicholas later grumpily commented, "I never got my money back, so that stank." Okay, well that's not too bad. I mean, I'm glad I didn't buy the dinosaur skull. 2 for 2 so far. Nicholas once enjoyed the benefits of 15 homes at once, including a $25 million house in California, a 3.5 spooky mansion in New Orleans, which is alleged to have housed a gruesome past, inspired the first season of American Horror Story, and is believed by some to be the most haunted house in America. That sort of thing always pushes up the price a bit. Over the years, he's also snapped up a couple of private islands in the Bahamas. Dude, that is like next level money. It's like, you could be rich, but when it's like islands and jets, it's like that's, owning them, that's a different level. An octopus and 2 king cobras, a Lamborghini Miura SVJ, which belonged to the Shah of Iran, a Gulfstream jet, and most bizarrely of all, a collection of shrunken pygmy heads, which he had proudly on display in one of his 15 homes for years. Here's the thing though, today Nicolas Cage is worth about $25 million, which is not to be sniffed at, but it's believed that he burned through a fortune of $150 million during his heyday between 1996 and 2011, but one thing he did manage to hang on to was his tomb. In 2010, Nicholas bought a new white pyramid-shaped tombstone in St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 in New Orleans, which holds 700 burial tombs dating back to 1789. Engraved with the Latin words Omnia ab uno, which translates as everything from one, it's believed that the tomb was destined to be the final resting place of Nicolas Cage, and he's even been spotted paying a visit to it from time to time on fun days out. That is a little bit morbid, isn't it? I suppose taking a date to your own tomb makes a bit of a change from going to the cinema or having a bite to eat at Taco Bell. Why do we keep mentioning Taco Bell? I just can't help feeling that the White Pyramid looks a bit bland and plain and boring. I'm worried that one day in the far future an aging Nicolas Cage might try and look into this tomb with a concerned frown and mutter under his breath, it's a bit really, isn't it? This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. If you would like to support this fantastic show, if you'd like to support this average show by supporting our fantastic sponsor,
the absolutely banging merch,
and thank you for watching. Yeah! Stop drinking all those milkshakes. Jesus Christ, John. Oh, hello, welcome to the program. I am your boy with the Blaze, also known as Simon, also known as Dickhead. What happens here? Danny will write me a script. This is the script. I will read the script and act like a dickhead. Sam will sprinkle in some fine vintage memes, and that's what happens here. Let's go.
So, let's do this.
Also, on most channels you're watching and the people are like, smash that subscribe button. I see that most of you are not subscribed. Like 80% of the people who watch this channel are subscribers. On all my other channels, it's the other way around. Like 20% of people will be subscribed. So I'm always like, please subscribe. I feel so lonely without you. And on this channel, the vast majority of you are subscribed. So good job. And if you're not subscribed, well, you're a bit of an outlier. It's kind of sad, really, isn't it? So just tickle that subscribe button, just a little, but don't tap it twice because then you'll unsubscribe, and hit the bell. The bell is useless. A little bit of insight on YouTube, right? You think, I feel like everyone knows this, but subscribing doesn't really mean subscribing. Notification bell doesn't really mean notification bell. It's just one of the many factors that YouTube takes into account of how engaged you are with the content. One of the reasons I always say watch to the end, is because that is far more important than subscription. Like if there's a channel you watch, like, that you're a little bit embarrassed about so you don't subscribe to, like, Nazi killings, for example, just saying, and you watch every video right through to the end, you're going to see those videos on your homepage even if you don't subscribe. And then let's say you subscribe to incredibly PC thoughts and warm-hearted kittens, but you never watch anything because you're way more into Nazi killings. Even though you subscribe, you're never going to see those videos. So, what this lesson about Nazis and kittens can tell us is you must watch my videos to the end and then purchase a certified legend shirt. That has nothing to do with it. I would just like your money. Let's actually get on with it, because today we're talking about pop-sci myths. That's popular science for all of you, and everyone knows that. Black holes and badass cockroaches. There are so many misconceptions about black holes that it's really weird. Like, they're not holes, for one, right? I mean, I'm not a physicist, okay? But a black hole is basically something that's really incredibly dense. So you got like a neutron star, and that is dense. Like, you take a teaspoon of that, weighs like 18,000 Empire State Buildings or something insane like that. It's actually wild. But that is not dense enough to be a black hole. And there's this point where it gets like extra dense, right? That there's so much gravity that light can't even escape. And aren't people like, yeah, no one knows what's in a black hole?
Joe Mama!
You know, maybe it leads to another dimension. Maybe it's a wormhole. It's like, no, it's just a really dense object that light can't escape from. I mean, I know, granted, my knowledge of black holes is a pop-sci level, but that's right? There's no sort of magical going on in a black hole. It's just really dense. Let's get on, because this introduction is already like 3 minutes long, probably longer, and I haven't even got to Danny's extended introduction, which I can see today is 4 long paragraphs. If you want to unsubscribe now, no one's going to blame you. There's a scientific theory which proposes that the majority of current scientific theories will one day be proven false by their successors. I can't help but find this slightly alarming in a way. Could it be true that we're living in a world in which everything we currently accept as scientific fact is fundamentally wrong on every level and will be superseded in years to come by new facts, which will themselves be proven wrong later down the line? I mean, things are going to be improved. Definitely, like, not a lot of scientific theories have lasted. I mean, they've lasted hundreds of years, but not thousands of years. But we've also got better at kind of the fundamentals of science, like the scientific method, and this kind of stuff has really meant that we're more keen on proving stuff rather than just guessing and being like, fact, like miasma theory, disease is caused by bad smells. Must be. There's no other explanation. Whereas now we're like, okay, well, let's just assume it's false until we can prove otherwise, which is that was a revelation in science. It's awesome. All the scientists are going to be like, Simon, it's not quite like that. And I'm like, well, let's have a great discussion in the comments about it then, because that would actually be better than just the usual stuff that goes on in the comments, which is dark and scary. It's enough to make you just give up and turn to religion instead. Oh boy, is it not, Danny! At least with religion, you get to hear funny stories about burning bushes and giant fishes and zombie armies. Really? Zombie armies? The latter pop to Ezekiel 37:1. Is that chapter 37, verse 1? Because I remember I had to say that in like one of my actually sensible channels where I tried to make an effort at looking these things up. And I was like, oh god, how do you say that? And it wasn't easy to find. But I think that's it. I did go to like 7 years of religious school. Boy, howdy, that was a good time. It's not bad, but it could have done with fleshing out a bit. Might have worked better as a comic strip. Bearing that in mind, it might seem a little churlish to pour scorn over some of the more famous popular scientific theories, which are still widely accepted as fact today, even though some have been disproven or discredited for years. If we hang around for long enough, the weight of evidence that currently debunks the silliest of the theories may still be debunked in years to come. But let's do it anyway. Oh yeah, I mean, nothing like saving on posterity forever on the internet, something which will later be shown to be wrong. That will never come back to haunt me in many years. Besides, maybe the scientific theory which proposes that the majority of the current scientific theories will one day be proven false by new scientific theories. Oh my god, this is like theoryception, which will be proven false by, oh my god, I'm so confused. In which case, maybe we've already just learned about everything we're going to ever discover about the universe, and now is the perfect time for civilization to just pop the kettle on and get out the biscuits. Honestly, it feels like that's what 99% of civilization do anyway, Daddy, so Good job. Number 1, cockroach apocalypse. People have been arguing for centuries over the toughest and most invincible creature to roam the planet today. It's something durans, radio something durans. It's also known as a water bear. It's this little thing which when you zoom in on it, it looks like a bear. Cockroaches actually are not that resistant to radiation. Spoiler alert, I suppose that much of the argument boils down to how exactly you measure this tenacity. I reckon that I could easily beat a badger in one of those test your strength towers that you used to find in fairgrounds. Banal honey badger, Danny. But I wouldn't necessarily want to take on one of the vicious stripy bastards in a fistfight. Do they have fists? Incidentally, I was just looking at the Wikipedia page for the test your strength machines to see if there was a more commonly used name for them. The title of the page is High Striker. Wow, who knew? Which doesn't ring a bell with me, but me neither, Danny. But I was surprised to see the opening sentence mentions how this strongman game is an attraction used in fun fairs, funerals. Funerals? Fundraisers and carnivals. Who in their right mind would bring along one of these to a funeral? Is Wikipedia just taking the piss? Danny, surely you are having me on. Let's have a look. A high striker, known as a strength tester or strongman game, I would know it as a strength tester, I think, is an attraction used at fun fairs, funerals, citation needed. That someone's just having a laugh. And it says at the top, this article needs additional citations. Yeah, look, I mean, I'd look at the citation, but there isn't one. So let's just assume that in this case, I mean, not super shockingly, Wikipedia is wrong. But I feel that one good indicator of measuring the durability of a creature is the question of which species would still be left standing or crawling in the aftermath of a nuclear war. Let's say that one day in the far future, most of the great nations of the world resolve their petty differences. Danny wrote pretty. And they're not going to be pretty after that nuclear war when the only thing left is that ugly water bear. And not the cockroaches, though. And finally agree to live together under a global umbrella of peace and prosperity. But then Iceland and New Zealand suddenly take the world by surprise by engaging in a devastating nuclear war, which helps wipe out every trace of humanity. And the dogs too. Oh no, not the dogs! Smash that dislike button. It's often claimed that after every other living creature has fallen victim to the nuclear apocalypse, only cockroaches will still be crawling around the rubble and the wreckage as the sole survivors and the rightful inheritors of planet Earth. To give them credit, cockroaches do seem to be notoriously difficult to get rid of. You can chop off their heads and they'll simply consider it a mere flesh wound. And they already have history on their side. Cockroaches were crawling around the Earth at least 300 million years ago, and even predate non-bird dinosaurs. Yet they managed to avoid the mass extinction faced by those reptilian gate crashers. The fact that cockroaches were alleged to have been witnessed thriving in the aftermath of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki have led credibility to the theory that cockroaches are completely impervious to the effects of radiation. And guess what? Science came along and all over that with actual tests. That and the depiction of the resilient Hal the Cockroach as the only creature left alive on the wasteland of the Earth in the 2008 animated classic Wall-E. Guess what? Never seen it. It's true, although I do have a kid now, so I'm going to see all these kid movies for the first time. Yay! It's true that cockroaches are more resistant to radiation than humans. What? But rumours of them flourishing in the aftermath of an atomic bomb have never been proven. And although recent tests have shown cockroaches to be about 6 times more resistant to radiation than humans, that's actually on the lower ends of radiation tolerance for insects, and certainly not enough to survive a nuclear attack. Yeah, I mean, because if you're at the epicenter of a nuclear blast, you're like, wow, if this was 6 times less powerful, I'd be fine. You wouldn't be. You'd be horribly up. The fruit fly and the flower beetle would stand more of a fighting chance. But the ultimate victor of a post-apocalyptic Earth would probably be the tardigrade. Is this radio something durans? I think the tardigrade, the bear thing, the water bear, or the moss... This thing's got more names than Puff Daddy. Jesus Christ. These weird millimeter-long, 8-legged, water-dwelling microanimals have been identified by the journal Scientific Reports as the most badass creature on Earth, capable of surviving radiation exposure, wild temperature extremes, the vacuum of outer space, and a 30-year break from food or water. I believe they can also be frozen and then reanimated, because it will surprise absolutely no one to learn that I've made videos about these creatures on other channels, which is why I seem like such a big brain.
People who boast about their IQ are losers.
It's currently predicted that the tardigrade will only exit the stage after the sun blows up and the oceans are boiled dry, so they should have a good 6 billion years to go before they start getting worried about anything. Still, if I ever meet up with one at a funeral, I'm quietly confident that I'd wipe the floor with them on one of those test your strength towers. Yeah, but Danny, if they were blown up to your size, I have this strong feeling they'd destroy you. Not me. I'm mega strong. Big muscle. Dropping a penny from a tall building will kill a passing pedestrian. Everyone, this is so fun. People really believe these? This is the sort of thing that someone says and I'm like, that's not true. And I guess this is just, am I super knowledgeable because, like, I literally have loads of channels which debunk myths. I've been trying to work out exactly where this one came from. I thought it might have been inspired by some kind of monkey's paw style short story in which a young man closes his eyes and makes a wish to become filthy rich as he flicks a penny from the observation deck of the Empire State Building, only for the penny to kill his filthy rich father who was just minding his own damn business on the sidewalk below. Wow, I mean, that's quite a good story, Danny. I mean, I like it. Should turn that into a screenplay or some such. But I couldn't find any story. The best example I could come up with was an itchy and scratchy segment from The Simpsons, and I'm pretty sure the myth has been around long before that. The belief is that when a penny is dropped from an incredibly tall building, it will gain enough velocity to permanently knock out any passing head that it just happens to land on. And there's some truth to the idea that otherwise harmless objects could inflict serious injury if they fall a long distance before crashing into your head. It turns out that construction workers aren't trying to make a fashion statement with those hard hats. Yeah, but the items are a lot bigger. And also a penny is very light. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, like around a skyscraper or a very tall building, you have updrafts of wind, and they will carry the penny a long distance away, and it'll slowly go down to the floor. Let's see if I'm correct. Welcome to Simon Spoils the Story. But a single penny is pushing the concept a little beyond the boundaries of physics. Weighing only a gram to begin with, the little flat circle would tumble and spin on the long descent as it also fights the opposing force of air resistance. So it's only ever to likely reach a terminal velocity of about 50 miles per hour and carry around a foot-pound of energy before it strikes your think tank. You'd probably be a bit annoyed if anything hit you at 50 miles an hour from a vast height, where it doesn't matter how far it's fallen from, it matters that it's 50 miles per hour. It doesn't matter if someone drops it from space or the top of a building, that's kind of the concept of terminal velocity. And this is why we're yet to see a death certificate which lists the cause of death as fatally struck by a penny falling from a really tall building. Well, when that happens, that'll be very exciting, won't it? For more lethal results, you'd be better off shoving about 50 pennies in a sock and lobbing that off the Eiffel Tower or whatever. Damn, Danny. Don't do that. But why are we throwing money away on behaving like a dick anyway? Great question. I'd still be fascinated to learn what exactly was passing through the troubled mind whoever first came up with this theory. I don't know, they're probably just making a wish while they threw something off a building. Oh! And tell you something you don't have to make a wish for, something you can go out and get right now at an extremely good deal, is something that's absolutely nothing to do with sharks and nothing to do with surfing, unless you count surfing the internet, because today's sponsor is Surfshark VPN.
Excuse me. What the fuck?
Cow's milk is great for your teeth and bones. It's not, this was just marketing. Oh my god, I know all of these because I'm such a big brain. There are some things in life that you just take for granted at a very early age, and you only begin to question the sheer absurdity of it in later years. If somebody proposed for the first time today that the human race should start drinking the milk that cows produce exclusively for their calves, I'm pretty sure most people would be instinctively repulsed by such a ridiculous thought, in much the same way that we wouldn't necessarily fancy the idea of sprinkling dried chunks of hippo mucus over our cornflakes every morning. But look, if we discovered it tasted good, we'd totally be into it. Like, we eat all sorts of weird like, isn't Jello made out of like horse bones? And like truffles are like those weird little things that pigs dig up in the ground. They just taste wildly fantastic. The Chinese eat bird's nest. And I mean, I don't like it. I don't think I had it in a drink once, which was weird. But I mean, if it tastes good, we'll eat it. We're f***ing weird. We know this. We're weird. We're a weird species. And yeah, we've quickly adapted to the idea of consuming the milk of an entirely different species without even giving it a second thought. But is it really as good for our teeth and our bones as people make out? I should point out that I'm not an anti-milk terrorist. No one was concerned about that, Danny, but I guess, take note, CIA, Danny, not a terrorist. Nesquik's banana milkshakes helped me get through my paper rounds every morning when I was a kid, and I'd still like to pour a splash of milk into my coffee and over my honey nut loops today. Magic spoon, Danny. I think Danny means magic spoon, which is all he gets in the bloody basement. Bearing in mind the mammals produce this nutrient-rich, calcium-packed white gunk as a primary source of nutrition for their young, you'd expect milk to have something going for it. Of course it has. A world without Nestle's Milky Bar is barely worth contemplating. But the idea that absorbing the calcium in regular pints of yummy cow's milk will help strengthen your teeth and bones well into your adult years has turned into a bit sour in more recent years. Yeah, because it's like, I don't know, milk's probably not the best thing for you. So yeah, what do you do? I just drink tons of milk. Have you considered that's why you weigh 600 pounds? No, but I really do have strong bones.
I'm not fat. I'm big boned.
Stop drinking all those milkshakes. Jesus Christ. John. If you skipped ahead on the ad read, you don't get that joke. What's the lesson there? Don't skip the ad reads and get some Surfshark. For starters, your teeth have usually finished calcifying by maximum at an age of 12, so while drinking cow's milk may have some alleged dental benefits for youngsters, it's not going to do anything for your adult teeth at all. But more significant is the fact that humans aren't really best equipped to absorb cow's milk anyway, and amazingly enough, that's because we're not cows. The composition of cow's milk is very different to human milk, and it was exclusively designed to nourish a creature that's going to grow about 8 times bigger before the weaning period begins. Although opinions vary wildly on this, particularly between, say, farmers and vegans. Some theories suggest that as our bodies try to neutralize all the broken down acid from this overload of animal protein, calcium is actually leached from our bones, providing the exact opposite effect of what we've been promised. No! One particularly comprehensive study from 1997, conducted by Harvard University, followed 77,761 female nurses around for 12 whole years. God damn! And concluded that there was no significant difference in the number of broken bones or fractures between the nurses who barely drank milk and the nurses who were positively rolling around in the stuff. So even if drinking cow's milk may not be particularly harmful, it doesn't seem to be the mighty bone protector that some branches of popular science would have us believe. I think those branches of popular science are just people paid for by Nestle, allegedly, or Big Milk. The final point to make is that apart from scavengers who will consume any old humans are the only mammal on the planet to carry on drinking milk long after childhood, although thankfully not from the breast of our own mothers, of course. That'd be super weird. That would look a bit weird down the pub on darts night. It would just be weird anyway. But it does perhaps suggest that we should all have just outgrown this nonsense by now and thrown away the milk bottle at round about the same time as the diaper rash cream and the Justin Bieber CDs. We should have never purchased the Justin Bieber CDs. If you're thinking right now I'm going to listen to some Justin, don't. And instead, get Surfshark. Look, honestly, if you're listening to Justin Bieber or watching Justin Bieber videos on YouTube, honestly, you probably want to hide your internet history, because that's embarrassing. Splitting the earthworm. Biology was never my strongest point. Back in primary school, in the playgrounds in Rover, I remember that we used to have a terrifying daily problem with bloodsuckers. If anyone in my class ever spotted a worm on the ground, which had a bit of red in it, the alarm would be raised. Somebody would shout out, "Look, it's a bloodsucker," and mass panic would ensue as we ran away to avoid getting all the blood drained out of our young bodies. This is not something that I had as a youngster. The weird thing is that nobody ever told me in later life that this wasn't really a scientific accurate assessment of the worm on the ground with a bit of red in it. A couple of decades later, I was lost in thought around a pub table and found myself suddenly blurting out, "Wait a minute, bloodsuckers? Were they even real?" After much confusion and bewilderment and hopeless sighing, it was eventually explained to me that they were probably just perfectly harmless bloodworms, or glycera, which are apparently a very popular snack for rainbow trout. Fascinating. Or vampire fish, as we used to call them back then. Fascinating! Another worm-based lie that I absorbed for far too many years was the story that if you split a common earthworm in two, it will regenerate into 2 completely different earthworms. Now we're onto something, because I thought this was true. I am the dum-dum. Again, I'm not sure what exactly is prompting us to cut poor wiggly worms in 2 chunks in the first place, even if they do possess Time Lord-like regenerative abilities. I would imagine that the process involves at least a little bit of wincing and cussing from their ends. The myth is not entirely without foundation. Certain types of worms, such as the planarian flatworm, can indeed regenerate into 2 or more worms after being sliced to bits. In fact, it can reform its entire body from the tiniest of little chunks, about 1/300th of its original body size. God damn, that's kind of cool.
Burn it all.
Weirdly, each new worm also retains the memories of the original. No! What? So I would imagine that this is quite handy for general productivity in the workplace. God damn! Imagine how many more YouTube channels Simon could grow if it was applied to humans. Yeah, I've never done that. Definitely haven't done that already. Ever. What? However, the planarian flatworm is only a very distant cousin of the more common earthworm, which actually has a very distinct head and tail. The earthworm still has quite a remarkable capacity to regenerate most of its body when injured, but it certainly can't regenerate a new head. In other words, if you split an earthworm in 2, the head part will most likely survive and eventually grow a new tail, but the other half will just decompose very quickly. So instead of creating 2 worms, you've just created 1 dead bit of worm and 1 probably quite grumpy, shorter worm. I have no idea about the anatomy of earthworms. What's inside an earthworm? Does it have kidneys? Who knows? Does it have a brain? Let's just leave the worms alone anyway. I heard from Weird Nigel in Class 6B that they're mankind's first line of defense against bloodsuckers. Good. Black holes are like really good Dysons. Finally, if you've ever watched a sci-fi movie in which the crew of a spacecraft suddenly find themselves approaching a dreaded black hole, this is usually a cue for desperate hysteria as everyone on board strives to escape the fate of being sucked into doom by the high-gravity grasp of a hole from hell. Ever since the term black hole was first coined in 1967 by American theoretical physicist John Archibald Wheeler, these mysterious regions of space have often been seen as gigantic cosmic vacuum cleaners which pull in everything approaching their vicinity with ruthless efficiency. In some works of fiction, the black holes act as wormholes to other darker dimensions, in which free will is just a memory, people eat parsnips for breakfasts, and Enron's accountants won the coveted Bookkeeping Excellence Award for 3 years running. The funny thing is that no member of the crew ever involved seems to sit down, light up a lucky strike, and suggest that maybe they just drive around it. Black holes do seem to attract a lot of negative energy from mankind, and it's not just fictional books and films that have helped shape their bad reputation over the years. Even NASA has occasionally got on board with the idea by creating and sharing misleading footage which appears to depict an angry black hole pulling in everything that dares to cross its mighty gravitational influence. Am I not wrong in thinking it's going to be a bad idea to go near a black hole? You don't want to go near a black... One, even if you do manage to escape, it's going to be a real bad time. Because time goes super slow. Like, the closer you get to a black hole, the slower time goes. Like that Interstellar movie. Or there's that great episode of Stargate, where they open the Stargate to, like, a planet, and then in the sky there's a black hole, and they're like... And the team who go there, they're like, oh, we're fucked. We're totally and they were, and they died. That's probably my favorite episode of Stargate SG-1. Brilliant TV show. But a black hole is just a mass like any other which exerts no special suction powers or forces that you wouldn't find in a star or planet or a moon or a closed film set overseen by Stanley Kubrick and an overeager T-boy. OGBB. Naturally formed from stellar death, they come in a variety of shapes and sizes, leading right up to the supermassive black hole, which you can find at the very core of most galaxies, including our own. But despite the slightly overexcitable name, even supermassive black holes don't appear to be spending their time just devouring everything around them, and the reassuring evidence of this is that if you're watching this video, you're probably still alive. Haven't been consumed by a black hole yet, Danny. They're going to be proved wrong at some point. It's true that nothing, not even the Dark Lord Siroth from Raid Shadow Legends, can escape the gravity of a black hole once you get past a boundary known as the event horizon. But the simple solution for the rest of the universe is simply to maintain a safe orbit around the black hole and don't go pissing about anywhere near the bloody event horizon. And whilst we're at it, don't go sticking your tongue inside the nozzle of a vacuum cleaner either. Pro tip! One of the best description of a black hole is that it's more like a Venus flytrap than a top-of-the-range Dyson. Instead, but also, even if it was like a top-of-the-range Dyson, and you enter a room and there's a Dyson vacuum cleaner in there, and you know it can destroy you, you just be like, can someone turn that Dyson off? No, it can't be turned. Okay, well, let's just close this door and not go in there again. Problem solved. You're welcome, physicists. Instead of actively seeking new victims, it sort of just lazily sits there and waits for some idiot to trigger the trap, desperately hoping this time it won't be just another kid pissing about with a pencil. The difference... The Venus flytraps. The difference is that black holes aren't really interested in devouring anything in the first place. The vast majority of matter that drifts past the event horizon will just get spat out again and eventually help to fuel the formation of brand new stars, which, without wanting to finish on a morbid note, I suppose is what each and every one of us is destined to do, really, if science is to be trusted on any level. Brilliant. Thanks, Danny. So my atoms are eventually going to form part of a new star. Great. But after we've already established, science is debatable on any level. God damn! Maybe the best idea is to forget about science and religion and just concentrate on seizing the day ahead without worrying too much about tomorrow. Oh, Danny, you Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now. Oh, that book. Jesus. Maybe the best idea is to leave that to the flower beetles and the tardigrades. It's more their problem anyway. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I've been your boy with the Blaze, Simon. Like if it has just told me that I'm running out of disk space. And thank you for watching. Dickhead. I am fucked. I'm totally fucked. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I, as always, am your boy with the Blaze. What happens here is Danny shall write me a script. I'm going to read the scripts and add some jokes and some stupid thoughts and some bullshit like that. And then Sam is going to sprinkle in some fine vintage memes.
Sprinkles? That's three things. I'll tell you what's going on. This office is cursed.
You probably know this because you're a regular here. If you're not, welcome. This is going to be weird if it's your first time. That's okay, you'll get used to it, or you won't and you'll never come back, in which case it was nice briefly knowing you. This is Great Pranks that went horribly wrong. If you're wondering why this has absolutely nothing to do with business, well, this channel started off as about business and then it gradually progressed into a combination of ridiculousness, memes, and Danny in-jokes. So,
girl, get ready, they gonna meet me your ass to death, bitch. Wait, what does me mean?
I'm not sure that I could have ever been involved in the setting up of a particularly elaborate prank. It's the kind of thing that only really enters your head after you've had a few drinks around a mate's house as somebody else has passed out on the kitchen floor, by which time it's too late to feel bothered about doing anything too creative. Au contraire, Danny. Two of my finest pranks, which maybe I'll elaborate on in future videos. The first one was convincing a friend of mine that I was an international drug dealer and that he should become involved in my international drug deals, and he was in for it. Second one was I made my sister believe that she'd won the lottery when she hadn't, which was particularly cruel. Let's move on. If you'd like to hear those stories, well, onlyfans.com. Not really. I don't have an OnlyFans. Stop it!
Alright then, keep your secrets.
We did once start supergluing coins to the forehead and hands of one such unconscious guy while we were enjoying a boozy night indoors down the big fancy house of a friend whose parents had gone out for the evening. But the atmosphere turned sour when the victim woke up and didn't see the funny side after spending 10 minutes trying in vain to remove the coins that were superglued to his body. He eventually roared with rage, "Who has done this to me?" He then staggered towards the front room window and put his head right through it. Oh, dude. Someone's parents are gonna be pissed. I'm not sure if this was a last-ditch desperate attempt to remove the coins from his on his forehead? Oh, you did say on his forehead. I mean, that's a bit rough. Superglue isn't something that comes off. I guess they have some magical potion in hospitals that will remove it, but wow, dude. Harsh. Or if he was just trying to express his current mood via the medium of broken glass. It sounds like a Yoko Ono song. But either way, the host's parents weren't massively impressed when they came back home slightly earlier than we'd hoped to discover a smashed front window and a furious young man running around the place like he was on fire. That's the trouble with pranks. It often seems like a waste of time to try and set anything up too complicated in hope of a legendary payoff, as there's usually too much scope for it to all go tits up on some level. I don't know. With the correct execution, less drinking, and honestly, a little more, how shall I put this, flair than supergluing coins to someone's body. They can be really excellent. I think, YouTube and Vine and all these prank things weren't around when I was a kid, but boy, if they were. I would have been pranking all over there and then living to regret it later when people realised that the things I did were actually horrible and that I'm a piece of shit person. Another problem is that regular pranksters often get labelled as dickheads. True. I label myself as a dickhead. I know that US television shows and certain YouTube channels have made relatively recent strides in trying to get elaborate pranks filmed on the trend again, but often with some measure of success. Here in the UK, I think we're still reeling at the memory of Jeremy Beadle, a man who spent over 2 decades carving out a career as a full-time TV prankster, and who, despite being a thoroughly decent bloke who raised over £100 million for charitable causes in the course of his lifetime. God damn! We're still largely considered to be the most deeply irritating man on television. I don't know who this is. And this is going to be another one of those times where all the British people are like, Simon, you never heard of Jeremy, I don't believe it. You can only name 2 of the Beatles? So, alright, just because I didn't grow up with my eyes glued to the television, alright? And as I've just illustrated in my opening point, you'd have to wonder if pranksters take the time to consider how their victims are likely to react. It would be nice to think that the outcome always involves a hearty chuckle from the victim as they give you a round of applause and shout, "Oh, bravo, jolly good show." That did happen when I convinced my friend that I was an international drug smuggler. It didn't happen when my sister, when I pretended that she won the lottery. She was very upset that she did not appreciate the elaborate nature of the prank and the effort that I went to convince her of such a thing.
So that was a fucking lie.
But surely it's more likely that they'll just get quite annoyed and aggressive and call you a bit of a twat. Still, maybe we should commend the pranksters for at least attempting to bring joy and laughter to the world at the great personal risk of getting smashed in the face. And we thought it would be nice to run through some of the greatest pranks in history which were pulled off with masterful precision and which result in everyone bathing in the radiant glow of good sportsmanship. But then we changed our minds and decided to instead focus on the ones that turned into a
show. Yeah, of course we did, because on Business Place, everyone knows it's funnier when things go wrong. When it's like, yeah, and then it worked out brilliantly and everyone was happy. It's like, oh, okay. I know that's the end that everyone, like, would say they want, but it's just more amusing when goes horribly wrong.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
The aliens are coming. It's not uncommon for a local newspaper to run some kind of funny and fictional news story on April Fool's Day. The usual approach is to come up with something quite absurd but relatively harmless, which will just prompt the reader to question their own intelligence and reflect on how gullible they were to ever fall for such a far-fetched tale. You ideally don't want to frighten the living daylights out of readers with a terrifying story about 10-foot aliens, but that's exactly the angle that the Al Gad newspaper decided to pursue in 2010. Giggles. I thought Danny was going to talk about that. Was it Orson Welles who had that radio broadcast that was the War of the Worlds, and then everyone thought that the aliens were coming and it's the end of the world, except none of that actually happens and like 2 people phoned up in concern or something. It's just basically an urban legend. I'm glad we're not covering an urban legend here, because here on Business Place, we're about facts from the Fact Boy, not urban legends and myths from the Fact Boy, alright? The independent Arabic daily newspaper published in Jordan ran a front-page headline which screamed out that a massive UFO containing 10-foot aliens had landed near the desert town of Jaffa, lighting up the whole town with its eerie alien glow, interrupting vital communication lines and causing mass hysteria from the residents who were now fearful for their lives. Now, it could be, if you're wondering what's going on with the back of the script over here, by the way, that's just because I ran out of printer paper, and so I ended up just printing on the back of things that I'd already printed that don't need. By the way, Them Bombs is a fantastic app for iPads or like tablets or whatever that you can play. It's really good fun. This was the, you have an instruction manual. This was the cover of it, which I didn't need. Why are we talking about this? You're welcome, Them Bombs. Free promotion. Now, it could be argued that the media has some kind of duty of care to its audience. No, it doesn't. Have you seen the media, Daddy? It's basically a joke. I've said it before, the only time I've ever been mentioned in the media, I was like, that's not entirely accurate. And then it made me doubt the media forever. I mean, I should have got there earlier, because it's so much bullshit, so much fake news, so much just twisting of people's words to make it sound one way. It's ridiculous. I don't even read the news anymore. And I'm proud of that, alright? While it's a fun and wacky idea to pretend that the town of Jaffa had become the epicenter of an alien invasion of the planet Earth, some of the more vulnerable readers may have become slightly concerned about the imminent threat of the end of the world. And it turns out that a surprisingly big chunk of the audience were taken in by the story, including the town's mayor. Someone forgot to tell the mayor! On the day of publication, thousands of parents kept their kids away from school in a bid to hide their children and protect them from getting whisked away in a UFO, while Mayor Mohammed Mlihan seriously considered evacuating the town's 13,000 residents. Dude, if it's a town of 13,000 residents, that's not that many people. You don't think you just look out the window and be like, where's the UFO again? There isn't. Oh, very funny, guys. Very funny. This all sounds a bit unbelievable. A Jordania, if we were playing fake or real, which is where Danny writes the script and some of the stories are just fake and I have to guess them, I would guess this would be fake, but I know it's real because it's just a regular script with facts for the Fact Boy. A Jordanian official later revealed that an emergency plan was almost put into immediate operation as the mayor dispatched security authorities to hunt down the evil alien slime.
Oh, poop.
It's fair to say that the mayor wasn't very impressed when the Alga newspaper was forced to meekly admit that the whole thing had just been a silly prank. It's just a prank, bro! Threatens a lawsuit against the paper for what he elegantly described as a big lie. But he appeared to drop the threat of legal action after the paper offered a humble apology, although the paper's managing director did later sound a little defensive when he declared that the prank had been blown out of all proportion. We meant to entertain people, not scare people. Oh, Mayor. It's just a fun prank. The fact that you're gullible and fell for it is your own fault, you gullible dummy. I seem to remember that when a cinema plank was pulled in the Rotherham Record in 1997, the council was flooded with 7 telephone calls, all asking if the alien invasion was likely to affect the time of the closing of the local bookies. Classic Rotherhamites. The Muffin Men. I once had a brilliant idea for getting out of school in the long term. The problem with playing hooky every day is that you eventually reach a point where the school starts wondering why you haven't turned up for 3 weeks, and they get in touch with the parents or guardians, at which point everything turns to shit. Just say appendicitis. There was a kid in my school who, he was away for 6 months with appendicitis. But now I'm an adult. And I was just like, oh my god, that must be a really serious medical condition. He's been off school for 6 months. Then my brother-in-law got appendicitis. As he was off for I saw him the next week and he was like, yeah, it's a bit painful. Why was this kid off school for 6 months? And on a side note, I had one class, like, we had a class, I don't know, like 15, 20 people in it, and I just took this guy's name. So for the entire, like, 6 months, they take registration, I never showed up. Like Simon Whistler, never came to that class, but the guy who was off with appendicitis, he was there every single day for 6 months, and nothing ever happened.
So that was a fucking lie.
I was only about 11 years old when I came up with the scheme of being off school legitimately without the need for the school to question the long absence. Please be appendicitis. I phoned up the school secretary pretending to be my own dad and politely explained that Daniel wouldn't be in school for the next 3 months because he'd fallen out of a treehouse and smashed every bone in his body. Looking back now, I think this was quite a bold and imaginative idea for a young lad who was clearly thinking ahead and considering the bigger picture. But sadly, I didn't manage to convince the secretary. Maybe it's because my voice hadn't broken yet. I feel like if you're in that situation, you're like, oh, hello, yes, this is Danny's dad. Danny's not going to be in school for a while. And the teacher would be like, Mr. Salter, are you sure about that? I've really been enjoying you in your band. Yes! It sounds like you've got a very, very high voice. Don't you make fun of my high voice! And she found herself dealing with a squeaky-pitched kid banging on about faulty tree houses. I hung up in panic when she started asking which hospital ward I was meant to be on. Although the ruse didn't work, I seem to remember that I didn't get into too much trouble. It's all put down to a silly prank rather than a genuine attempt to get the next 3 months off school. And I was happy to go along with that. Yeah, it's just a joke. It was a joke. In the case of two 18-year-old students from Lake Highland School in northeastern Dallas, Texas, I'm not entirely convinced if their scheme was really just a bit of a prank or a plan to really liven up lessons, or if they had a more serious agenda. But whatever the motive, Joseph Tellini and Ian Walker thought it would be a good idea to stuff 40 muffins with marijuana and drop them off in the teacher's lounge as an unexpected... this is going to go terribly wrong. I mean, yeah, this is brilliant in a movie, but in real life, people are going to have, like, issues with this, and, like, they're going to be people with, like, psychiatric disorders, and all sorts of gonna go down. This is not a good idea, boys. The fallout from this was an FBI and terrorism task. Alright, America, chill out, though. It's not terrorism, is it? Is it?
Are you playing the Muffin Man or the Garbage Man? Huh?
Along with no less than 19 admissions to the local hospital's emergency room. To me, this seemed like quite an over-dramatic reaction from munching on a few space cakes, but I suppose we don't know exactly how much pot was included in that particular student recipe, and I guess that most of the teachers had never digested it before, or at least not for a very long time. Look, who doesn't love smoking weed? Or, like, you know, a bit of a space cake every now and again. Look, nothing wrong with that. However, if I was, like, if I was drugged without my knowledge, I would have issues with that. What's that show where the guy drugs his friends with, like, PCP? Not PC. Was it LSD? He, like, drugs his friend's juice with some, like, crazy... And they're wearing a squid on their head. Someone will know what this is, right? That is crazy. Like, getting drugged. so I'd be really pissed off.
Your face to get wet.
The victims complained of nausea, headaches, impaired speech, and lightheadedness. Most of them were discharged fairly quickly, although an 86-year-old receptionist spent 2 days in hospital before being allowed to go home and chill out to some banging tunes. One of the teachers later moaned, "It affected me for 10 days. I had never had marijuana before. It made me paranoid." Yeah, especially because you're like, oh no, don't want to get drugged again. After an investigation into possible contamination of the food supply, Joseph and Ian were eventually arrested after the terrorism task force observed video surveillance of the Muffin 2 dropping off their wicked spike sweets in the teacher's lounge. Life in prison! No parole! It's America, don't forget. Between them, the two students pled guilty to misdemeanor assault charges of assault by recklessly causing bodily harm and secondary felony charges of tampering with a consumer product. Ian got off the lightest as he only helped drop off the muffins. He received 2 years of community supervision, 80 hours of service in a homeless shelter, and ordered to pay his share of the $13,000 restitution. Meanwhile, Joseph, who also cooked up the plan and baked the muffins, was given 5 years of community supervision and 180 hours of service in the homeless shelter, along with his share of the restitution. He was later stripped of his scholarship to Ohio College. So, honestly, it sounds like they got off very lightly. More importantly, the Muffin 2 were ordered to write a lengthily grovelling apology, which was printed in the next edition of the Lake Highland School newsletter. Now, if that doesn't teach the little swines a lesson, I'm bang out of ideas. I don't know, the 5 years of community probation or whatever, that sounds like much more of a serious lesson, if I'm being frank. Also, I don't know if it's still the case, but when I was at university, there was like an anti-drugs campaign about, you could talk to Frank. And I think you could phone up. Obviously, I never did this, but you could talk to Frank, and he'd be there to support you if you had, like, issues. And the funny thing was, like, there was a drug dealer. A friend of mine knew a drug dealer. He just called himself Frank. It's like, amazing. Got problems with drugs? Talk to Frank. He will get you drugs. I listened to Superhuman Innovation, which is actually super interesting. It was basically about how AI, like artificial intelligence, is disrupting different industries. Because I saw a really interesting video on YouTube about how it was from a guy called Tom Scott. You maybe know Tom Scott. He's way more popular than me. And he makes these great videos. And he was talking about how he used AI to generate like topic ideas for his channel. I'm like, that's amazing. And so I was like, I should do some reading on AI. So I picked up this book called Superhuman Innovation, which is super, super interesting. Look, okay, Blinkit's fantastic. Just go to, where's that CTA? I gotta repeat it. It always says repeat it. The first 100 people to go to Blinkist.com/Blaze, you'll get a week to try it out and 25% off if you want the full membership. Mwah! Blinkist legends. Bigfoot goes to Highway 93 South. Some of us are fascinated by the idea that mysterious creatures secretly roam the wilderness and backwaters of the earth. I'll tell you who's not. This guy. The Loch Ness people will be like, Simon, but you cover this often on your other channels. It's like, yeah, that doesn't mean I actually give a shit about it, alright? Steady on. It's like, I made a video about Lord of the Rings on today, I found out. The top comment is like, I feel like someone lost a bet. And I'm like, oh, fucking hell, that video was painful. And people are like, does he not know how to pronounce Quid? I'm like, no, and I don't care either. Number of pronunciations I looked up for that video, big, fat, 0. The Loch Ness Monster, the Bodmin Beast, the Furry Trout, the Rotherham Subway Troll. He's probably a sexual predator, that one. All examples of mythical monstrosities which are usually only ever captured on film by people who are still recovering from the uncomfortable probing of their alien abduction the previous weekend. And of course, one of the most famous celebrity mythical beasts of all is Bigfoot. The massive ape-like creature from folklore is said to mooch about the forests of North America, occasionally operating under the name of Sasquatch. Fascinating! It was Bigfoot who provided the inspiration for a prank cooked up by a 44-year-old man from Kalispell in northwest Montana who was really old enough to know better. The prank seemed downright dangerous to me. Randy Lee Tenby thought it would be funny to dress up as a Bigfoot and then go lumbering around the driving lane of Highway 93 South in a bid to convince motorists that they'd witnessed a rare sighting of the dude with the massive feet. You're gonna get run over, mate. Dressed in a store-bought ghillie bodysuit often used by military snipers as it's made of strips of camouflage fabric, Randy's plan was to lurk in the shadows and then jump out briefly to spook passing motorists before disappearing back into hiding. Dude, are you 8 years old? You're 44 years old! What? It's the kind of thing that could lead to a nasty accident, and it did. During his reckless antics, Randy was struck by a car driven by 17-year-old girl from Somers. As Randy lay wounded on the floor in his Bigfoot disguise, a second car skillfully swerved to avoid him, which is a bit of good news. But then a third car, driven by a 15-year-old girl, came along and ran right over him. What is going on in America? How can you be driving a car at 15? Is she alone? What is going on? Yeah, I had to instinctively pause to check the age of the driver. It seemed far too young for someone to be legally speeding along Highway 93 South. Yes, Danny! But I was forgetting that some US states let you drive from the age of 5 or something. That can't be true. But can you really drive at the age of 15? Andy later died from his injuries, although thankfully nobody else was hurt. The police later suggested the consumption of large quantities of alcohol may have been a factor in Randy's decision to take a walk down Highway 93 South in a Bigfoot costume. Oh, this was in Florida. This sounds like it should be in Florida. An enormous, muscular, 9-foot smelling hairy ape creature was also later questioned and released without charge. Oh, the Toyota Hoot. I'd like to just briefly mention this quick gag from Hooters, which I actually thought was quite smart for an April Fool's prank. The Panama City Beach brand of the famous restaurants ran a contest for their employees in April 2001 in which the waitress who managed to rack up the most beer sales over the course of the month would be awarded the grand prize of a new Toyota. God damn, that's a pretty good prize. Waitress who worked up enough sweat to shift the most beer at the end of the month was 27-year-old Jodie Berry. And during the exciting winner ceremony, lucky Jodie was blindfolded and escorted to the restaurant car park, after which the blindfold was removed so that she could gaze upon her hard-earned reward, except that it wasn't a Toyota. The restaurant's manager, Jared Blair, had orchestrated a jolly wheeze in which the real grand prize
was revealed to be a toy Yoda, a little plush doll of the famous mud-dwelling, riddle-sprouting Green Goblin from Star Wars.
Hilarious.
And he argued that he hadn't done anything wrong, as the employees had simply misheard or misinterpreted the name of the prize. And besides, it was just a silly April Fool's Day prank that had been intended to boost staff morale. Well, it will boost staff morale because they'll think they're going to be competing for a Toyota. What will absolutely destroy staff morale, Jared, is when it turns out that you haven't given away a Toyota and no one's going to trust you again because you've betrayed your employees' trust. I'll be like, Danny, if you get me 100 scripts this month, I'm going to give you a Toyota. And Danny will be like, great, and he'll deliver 100 scripts. And then I give him a toy Yoda, and he's going to be like, Simon, I quit. I'll be like, okay, yeah, fair. Definitely fair. And my reputation will be destroyed, and no one will come to work for me.
I'll tell you what's going on. This office is cursed.
How do you end up managing a restaurant with that kind of managerial ability, Jared?
It didn't really do much to boost Jodie's morale, though. Feeling that she'd been duped into shifting extra beer for Hooters on the promise of a prize that wasn't delivered, she angrily quit her job and sued the restaurant's corporate owners, Gulf Coast Wings, for breach of contract and fraudulent misrepresentation. The two parties later settled for an amount that was never disclosed. Jodie got a car, allegedly. But Jodie's attorney did reveal afterwards that his client could go into a local dealership and pick out whatever type of Toyota she damn well liked.
Legend. Normally I'm like, stop suing each other. But in this case, you're right on, Jodie, and I'm glad you got whatever Toyota you wanted, you legend.
The astrologer who didn't know was dead. We have to delve all the way back to early 18th century London to uncover the kind of proper prank that goes several levels beyond anything that could be dreamed up by Jeremy Beadle, this mysterious chap from the introduction who I genuinely don't know. It could well be considered one of the most legendary and powerful pranks of all time. I get the feeling I know this one. Is this where the guy orders like thousands of stuff to one woman's address? And it becomes insane. Although I'm including it here as our final entry, as some might say that the consequences for the victim went well beyond a joke and perhaps way beyond anything that the prankster could have possibly intended. The prankster in question was none other than the Anglo-Irish satirist and author Jonathan Swift. I've heard of him. Did he write Gulliver's Travels? Is that Jonathan Swift? The year was 1707, so this was a good couple of decades before he stopped mucking about and knuckled down to write the epic Gulliver's Travels. Big brain! Back in these younger days, the master of deadpan irony had a bee in his bonnet about those bloody astrologers who were flooding the market with pamphlets full of half-cooked predictions about the future. One such astrologer was John Partridge, who was really raking in the guineas with the annual publication of his Merlinus Almanac, which sold thousands of copies every year to readers who were interested in hearing vague and ambiguous and utterly meaningless predictions for the years ahead. Yeah, dude, you sold nothing. It's been like 300 years, and this is still on sale. People are still buying newspapers with astrology in them, or buying magazines devoted to this. It's like, are you what is going on? Please, stop. It's not real. It's not real.
So that was a fucking lie.
So Jonathan Swift decided to have a bit of fun at Partridge's expense. Under the pseudonym Isaac Bickerstaff, he published his own slim volumes of fortune-telling nonsense called Predictions for the Year 1708, which was quickly snapped up by thousands of gullible Londoners. The brilliant thing about this piece of work from the fictional Isaac Bickerstaff is that the predictions were refreshingly blunt and specific. Partridge's dreary almanacs would include impenetrable drivel along the lines of: when the shadow of a horse is cast over a fairground mermaid from Hackney, the true cucumber kings will reap the harvest of the jelly deal. You can read into that whatever you want, and that's why this stuff is so, brilliantly brilliant at ripping people off and nothing else. In contrast, the first is smash that dislike button, although if you're watching astrology, and, what are you doing here? You know I think you're stupid. You know I do. You know I do. I'm looking at you, Peter. In contrast, the first entry in Bickerstaff's book got straight to the point, in exactly the same way that a Business Blaze introduction doesn't. It read, "My first prediction relates to Partridge, the almanac maker. I have consulted the stars of his nativity by my own rules, and find he will infallibly die upon the 29th of March next, at about 11 at night of raging fever. Therefore I advise him to consider of it, and settle his affairs in time." That sounds like a threat, my dude. Weirdly, when the 30th of March came around, the citizens of London were shocked to wake up to the news that the prediction had been uncannily accurate. Oh, dude, if I was the guy, if I was, Jonathan Swift, I'd be like, I am fucked. I'm totally fucked. They're gonna, this is gonna go to court. They're gonna know I murdered him even though I didn't. They're just gonna know. They're gonna know. And I'm gonna get hung. And I'm never gonna write Gulliver's Travels about a big man. And then he was small. Gulliver's Travels is weird. A letter began to circulate around the city addressed to an unnamed lord, which revealed how a gentleman employed in the revenue had sat by the deathbed of poor John Partridge on the night of the 29th of March and witnessed the astrologer's submission to fever. Oh, shit. Apparently, Partridge had spent his final hours admitting that he was a fraudster and conceding that he was now paying the ultimate price brought about by Isaac Bickerstaff's self-fulfilling prophecy. The spooky foretelling rocked old London town to its very core. I bet Swift was like, maybe there's something to this. He wasn't. He was like, what a coincidence. But nobody was more surprised than John Partridge, who woke up alive and well that same morning to the sound of the church bells announcing his own passing. Wait, so it's just a fake? The circulation of the fake letter announcing his death was actually just another layer of the painstaking prank, which had of course been put together by Jonathan Swift. What a legend! Who clearly had a bit of an axe to grind when it came to dodgy astrologers, and who can blame him? Danny's like, it affected his life. Good! And yet for a while the population seemed to ignore Partridge's defiant protestations that he wasn't really dead. Not surprising really, everyone knows you can never trust the word of a dead man. Everyone knows that. They're dead. Over the course of the next few weeks, undertakers and church officials paid regular visits to Partridge's home in vain attempts to try and get the funeral arrangements underway. Crowds of his former readers held candlelight vigils outside his house, while his name was removed from the stationer's register, which made John Partridge legally dead. He'd be like, guys, I'm right here, can you off, please? This is my house, and you're making a fire hazard. You think Partridge may have paused to consider the tax advantages of being officially dead? Wait, the tax advantages? When you're dead, they take half your money. It's called inheritance tax. It's terrible. I mean, obviously that is open for debate. But if you're the one losing half your money and you're still alive, it's terrible. But he still seemed quite grumpy about the whole thing. Even years later, he would often find himself having to argue that he was the real John Partridge, and that he was very much alive, and not always with success. And even when it became more widely accepted that the whole thing had just been a hoax, he became the butt of everyone's jokes. He would get regularly stopped in the streets by strangers who politely asked how his widow was coping, or how he would, or
that you do.
Or he would be challenged for lacking the basic human decency to be buried. Although it all sounds like a brilliant prank, you can't help feeling just a few grains of sympathy for the guy whose life was swiftly ruined by Jonathan, except for the fact he was a big fraudster. He wasn't able to flog his almanacs anymore, and his life as a respected public figure was in tatters as he became an undead target of mockery. Yeah, no, okay, it's fairly brutal. It's fairly brutal. I do have a little bit of sympathy for him, even though he's a charlatan. Partridge spent the final years of his life attempting to uncover the real identity of this scoundrel Isaac Bickerstaff, but he never discovered the truth. Still, if he'd been a half-decent astrologer in the first place, he should have seen this coming a mile off. Yeah, but he wasn't. There's no such thing as a half-decent astrologer. It doesn't exist. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been Fact Boy, your boy with the blaze, also known occasionally as Simon or Dickhead. Thank you for watching. Ah! Hang on a minute. Doesn't it just look like we're selling little bags of Coke to kids? Good day, fellow legends, and welcome to another episode of Business Blaze with your boy with the blaze. This is Business Blaze, I already said that. What happens here is Danny shall write me a script, I'm going to read the script, and Sam is going to add some fine vintage memes. The other day I was on my subreddit, reddit.com/r/Simon Whistler /that is a goddamn mouthful. There's not that n/bit, just /Simon Whistler. And someone was like, when is Simon going to stop explaining what Business Blaze is at the beginning of every episode? And I have to do it every time, because someone standing in front of a camera and looking at a script is not something that YouTube really has as a format. So I want to let people who have stumbled across this channel on their adventures on the internet what the hell is going on. And if you're seeing this for the first time, well, that is what the hell is going on. This one's all about more weird things companies made. Whenever I see something like this, it's obvious I told Danny, the writer, that a previous video about weird things companies made did really well. So, we have a follow-up, because I'm lazy and creatively bankrupt. Before researching this script, I wouldn't have known the name of Volkswagen's best-selling product today. I'm such a big brain. I know it's hot dogs. I don't mean their best-selling product of all time. Even I would be able to hazard a guess that that's the Volkswagen Beetle, which was founded on the dodgy suspension system of the Nazi Party. True story. The Beetle went on to become the third best-selling car in history, shifting over 21 million units since its launch in 1938. But as of 2009,
2019, they don't even make the Beetle anymore. Today, you might be forgiven for thinking that they really made Beetles in 2019? I mean, I know there's the new Beetle, you know, like they tried to refresh the Beetle like they refreshed the Mini to much weaker success. Some might even say failure. I don't know though, was it? So people bought that car, but it's really ugly. Like, a Mini Cooper looks pretty cool. I'm not sure if I'd drive one myself, but they are pretty cool. My wife loves them. She would get one. Today you might be forgiven for thinking that the compact crossover SUV, the Volkswagen Tiguan, and I've seen this around, I know exactly what this car looks like. I have no idea how to pronounce its name. It's not as bad as the other one. What's that? Is it like, it's a Kia Qashqai or something? I'm like, what the f*** is a Qashqai? What is going on? I don't know which country, like, that car comes from, but could you not have adapted it to be a little more, like, I don't know, easier to say? I assume it's Asian. It sounds Asian, like the wild use of Qs everywhere. It's certainly the best-selling car at the moment, having generated over 6 million sales, and it's on the journey to becoming the best-selling SUV in Europe. But it's still not Volkswagen's most popular product. For that, you need to browse through the company's official parts directory, hiding inconspicuously amongst the replacement seat covers and shock absorbers and panorama sunroofs. You'll find Volkswagen's best-selling product today, which has been given the part number 199398500AT. However, I was quite surprised to discover that it was just a nice, juicy sausage.
Yeah, boy.
I think this is because they sell them in the canteens, right? And they're very popular because Volkswagen is German, and the Germans, they love the bratwurst. Volkswagen have been producing homemade food for workers in their remote factory in Wolfsburg since 1938, largely because the factory was planted slap bang in the middle of nowhere, and the nearest Taco Bell is 241 miles away. I have to say, I do know a little bit about Taco Bell in Germany, because I'm friends with an American guy here, and he is absolutely mad into Taco Bell. What's up, Grant? He was like, trying to work out where the nearest Taco Bell was, and he's like, Simon, it's in Germany. We must go. And we looked it up, and I'm like, Grant, that's on a military base. They're probably not going to let you eat there. An American military base, I mean, because they apparently export Taco Bell for American military personnel, which is kind of incredible. The company first began producing their sausage, the Volkswagen Currywurst, in 1973, and it didn't take too long for the sausage to expand its horizons beyond the Wolfsburg factory and to become available to the German public in shops and restaurants. The 25-centimeter long pork sausage is infused with spices and is usually served smothered in ketchup. Not any old ketchup, of course. It has to be Volkswagen's own thick, spicy, curried ketchup, which has been available to buy since 1997, although, unlike the sausage, it doesn't appear to have been granted its own part number in the directory, to its never-ending disappointment. The Currywurst is still produced exclusively at the Wolfsburg plant today. Back in the 1970s, the live animals were actually brought to the factory and slaughtered on site. Holy shit. The Volkswagen abattoir. I love the word abattoir.
How dare you!
But thankfully they arrive pre-butchered these days, which is probably good news for the factory workers. I would imagine it's quite distracting to be working on the production of an ignition box against the constant soundtrack of squealing pigs. Holy shit, Daddy. Now sold in 11 other countries, you sadly won't find the Volkswagen Currywurst anywhere in the US due to the land of opportunity's tight restrictions on the import of uncooked meat. But that hasn't done much to flatten the global rise of the sausage. And although Volkswagen once made the light-hearted claim that their Currywurst is the company's most popular product without wheels, recent sales figures reveal that it could accurately be described as the most popular product full stop, outstripping sales of any individual car for most of the 2010s, although admittedly, perhaps not making quite as much money. Yeah, I mean, of course they're going to sell more units of it. And because you just go there and you're like, yeah, I need something for dinner, and you buy 8 of them. You don't just go to the Volkswagen plant, it's like, yeah, I'll buy 8 Tiguans. It just doesn't happen. If you're buying 8 of a car, like at once, I guess you either run like a fleet of cars for a company, or you're buying like a fleet of Rolls Royces because you're like a Saudi prince or something. Nice little extra touch from the German car dealership is that they usually throw in a packet of sausages and a bottle of ketchup with the purchase of any new model of Volkswagen automobile. That's got to be a tempting deal breaker for anyone on the verge of spending about 30 grand on a new set of Volkswagen wheels. My only disappointment is that Volkswagen failed to grasp the opportunity to really tie together the two very distinct products of automobile and spicy sausage. Wow, Danny, where are we going with this? If they're bothered to produce one of those clever meat pocket car exhaust grills, OGBB, specifically designed to cook a long, fat sausage, I reckon the company could have been sizzling new sales in both departments. Ba-da-bum-bum. Very clever. Maybe some of these following companies that diversified into weird and surprising new products will show the Germans how the job is really meant to be done. I doubt it, though. That, everybody, was the introduction. Welcome to Business Blaze. They do go on. Bic twist. I know that most people probably associate the Bic brand with disposable pens or razors, but I tend to associate them more with disposable lighters, which probably just reveals that over the course of my life I've spent far more time smoking than I have writing or shaving. And Danny, you write a lot. It's like what you do. Although you don't write with Bics, because I would really hate to get just scribbled Danny's scribbling. The French company officially known as Société Bic was first founded in 1945 by Marcel Bic, who managed to build a global empire designing products that are destined for the bin not very long after you purchase them. In that sense, he's got a lot in common with Yoko Ono. No, Danny, he doesn't. No one should be purchasing Yoko Ono in the first place. Quite incredibly, back in the 1950s, the newfangled ballpoint pen in Europe would set you back about $12.50, which is the equivalent of about $175 today. Because it's an incredible piece of engineering. That little ball in the end, people are like, wow, and it's better than a fountain pen and more convenient. And then they got to mass producing it, and now it's basically free, isn't it? And the problem is that they had an annoying tendency to clog up and leak all over your fingers. Marcel Bic single-handedly sparked a revolution in the ballpoint pen market when he created his own disposable version, which sold for just 19 cents and was generally considered to be more reliable and involved less pissing about than the crazily expensive leaky shit. It's rare that you get a product that is just much better and less expensive. In later years, and if you've developed something like that, congratulations, you're probably going to be rich. I mean, just don't make it too cheap, okay? In later years, the Bic company developed similar pioneering strategies for cheap and cheerful disposable lighters and disposable razors, but I'm not convinced that they made entirely the right call when they launched their new range of disposable underwear in 1998. I love the idea of disposable underwear. The Bic, because I hate the environment and love waste. The Bic disposable pantyhose was available only in Greece, Austria, and Ireland. That is an interesting selection of diverse countries, where I assume the idea of throwing away your underwear after just one use is a bit more widely accepted than in the rest of the world. I suppose that there could be good medical or social reasons for buying disposable underwear. For example, the product could be of some benefit to people who suffer from sensitive bladder conditions, or people who can't afford to take a shower or get their laundry done. Or perhaps it was intended to be a solution for helping to get the laundry bill down a bit for rich people who can't be asked to do anything. But they don't do their own laundry anyway, Danny, do they? Instead of going through that tedious cycle of washing and drying laundry, you now could just throw your underwear away at the end of every day and put on a new pair the next morning. Whatever the intention, the product didn't exactly generate much excitement. The whole venture had been a surprising move from Bic, because even manufacturing the underwear was a complicated pain in the arse. Pens, razors, lighters all share the same plastic injection molding process, whereas the production of disposable pantyhose is an entirely different process to successfully pull off, and it's not as if it could be shoved through the same distribution channels either. It felt as if Bic was making life quite hard for itself by seizing on the disposable angle, but coming up with a product that fell well outside of anything else they were smoothly producing at the time. I had a coffee somewhere. I'm going to get my coffee. It's going to be cold. Hey, problem solved. And it is still, I was like, this must be cold by now. And then I sip it and I burn my tongue. And I'm like, oh, that shows me.
That's the coolest fucking story I've ever heard in my entire life. That's insane. Can I hear it again?
Yes, Sam, you can. Dick.
And it is still, I was like, this must be cold by now. And then I sip it and I burn my tongue. And I'm like, oh, shows me. But the biggest problem was the potential customers' mental associations with disposable products. The very name conjures up an image of low-end products which are designed to do the job for a while before you lob it in the bin and replace it. That's fine for pens and razors, but people might feel uncomfortable in more ways than one about the idea of buying cheap underwear, and the material of the Bic pantyhose was reportedly unpleasant to the touch. I bought some fairly cheap underwear in my time, and I've used it like disposably. Like if I'm on a big, I think I talked about a big cycling trip I took, and it's like you don't want to carry around clothes for like 10 days. So I'll just stop into a supermarket every couple of days, buy a couple of pairs of underwear, and then just throw the old ones away.
How dare you!
And the cheap Tesco underwear, it's not so, it's not bad, but it's not the most comfortable, especially if it's never been washed. And you're like, am I getting some disease from like some weird factory halfway around the world? So the only element that linked the new product to the Bic brand at all was the very same element that would dissuade people from purchase. The Bic pantyhose only enjoyed a very brief shelf life before being permanently pulled from the shelves, and we never got to see if Bic had any follow-up plans to launch the Bic disposable shower curtain, the Bic disposable coffee table, and the Bic disposable electric heater. I'd be very nervous about buying an electric heater that was disposable. Be like, how much are these components that went into this again? That sounds like a fire hazard. Gerber go gaga. It has been said that the student diet isn't typically regarded as being particularly healthy. When you're on a limited budget and you're already running late for the beer guzzling contest down at the pub, you're not going to waste too much of your precious time preparing fine cuisine. I did have some epic cooking sessions, though, when I was at university. Me and a mate of mine would go to the supermarket and would go to, you got that section where all the going out of date is? We would just raid that place for the cheapest stuff we could find, and then we'd take it back home and we'd absolutely cook these giant feasts. And you'd get all sorts of crazy. I really got into monkfish because I just found a monkfish there one day, and monkfish is amazing and it's super expensive. Well, we got it for basically free. It's like the end of the day, it's been discounted 90%. We had lobster. We were cooking all sorts of shit.
You want to cook crystal meth?
And we'd never eat it all. It'd just be these huge feasts. We also brewed our own wine and got fairly drunk as well. It was a good time. Sometimes I miss being a student. Other times I definitely don't. Because it's also look, if I wanted to just quit work this afternoon and go home early and cook an absolutely massive feast, I totally could. But I have very little desire to. You usually make do with either pasta, beans on toast, scrambled eggs, dog food, damn! Or if you really hit rock bottom, a pot noodle. I can remember when Golden Wonder launched a limited edition turkey and stuffing flavour pot noodle around Christmas time, and it was so bloody awful that nobody in town bought it. It's also mega depressing. When our local shop reduced the price to just 8 pence per not pot noodle to try and quickly get rid of their mountainous excess stock, me and my mate called in and pretty much bought the whole lot. The owner of the shop even kindly offers us a lift home so that we could shovel 124 pot noodles in the trunk of his car. It might not have been the most glamorous or proud dining experience, but we didn't have to worry about buying food again for weeks. So we thought it was a shrewd investment. Danny, your body is probably lived to regret that. I don't know what's in pot noodle, but it can't be healthy. And if that sounds a bit manky, at least it's not quite as bad as what Gerber was trying to push onto students who lived alone in 1974. The Michigan-based company had been dishing up jars of mushed up baby food since 1927, but it appears that somebody in the marketing team had got a bit gaga where they decided they could launch a very similar product for grown-ups. I laugh at this, right? I do laugh at this because I got a kid and that they don't eat the baby food anymore, but they used to, of course. And it is nasty. No one wants to eat that. It even smells rank. However, I do have breakfast and lunch every day. I just eat it's a meal in a shake. You just drink this food replacement thing because I don't have time to break for I as soon as I get to work, I eat my breakfast. At lunch, I eat it, drink it again, because it's super time saving. But yeah, so I don't know, I shouldn't mock these people so hard. The cunningly named Gerber's Singles range, this is so depressing, isn't it? Provided small servings of pureed fruits, vegetables, starters, and desserts. Starters. If you're eating food out of a glass jar, you're not going to be oh, well, to begin tonight, sir. All ready to be spooned out while you sat watching Open University on the TV. The ranging to Open University is it's a university that I think it's a correspondence course. Is that what it's called? The range included such mouth-watering flavours as creamed beef, blueberry delight, Mediterranean vegetables, and beef burgundy. Microwave meals have already solved this problem. Why do we have to liquidate them? It's super nasty. Suddenly, those limited edition turkey and stuffing pot noodles seem quite classy. It's quite possible that Gerber had gone and invented the saddest product in the world. Agree, mate. And it turns out that even students and single people have at least some basic levels of dignity and self-respect. Not much, but some. Even the very name of the product appeared to scream out that anyone who bought this product was destined to be lonely for the rest of their miserable lives. Damn, Danny, throw in the shade! To echo the words of Susan Casey from Business 2.0 magazine, they might as well have called it, I live alone and eat meals from a jar. Brilliant. I like you, Susan. Sadly for Gerber, it appears that their target audience wasn't quite ready to regress to the state of being a baby, and what the company hoped would be a formula for success ended up being sent to the back of the crib. Oh, hilarious. Zippo Pongs. I've talked about the dangers of experiencing random attack while making your way through the Rotherham late at night. My mate Gareth always used to carry a small tin of lighter fluid around with him in his coat pocket. He reckoned that if he ever got threatened with violence from a gang of local undesirables, his plan was to douse himself in the lighter fluid, set himself on fire, and then scream at the gang, "Well, come and have a go then, you p***s!" That is pretty badass. I mean, you're gonna have horrible burns, but I mean, they're not gonna with you. I wasn't entirely convinced this would be the best solution, but still, what a way to get. Any Americans watching be like, why does he just carry a gun? Why doesn't he carry a gun?
And the people in Texas are like, why does he carry 6 guns? I don't know, Texas has a lot of guns, right? Or do they just have bigger guns? I don't suppose many people are instinctively attracted to the idea of pouring flammable liquid all over themselves. And this was kind of the problem with the product launched by Zippo in 2012. Zippo the Woman is one of many entries into the fragrance market for the legendary Pennsylvania producer of the famous reusable metal lighter, considered to be an essential bit of kit for soldiers fighting on the front line and people who take their dogs for a walk on quite breezy days. There's something cool about Zippo lighters. I don't smoke, but if I did smoke, you can be absolutely certain that for one, I would have a Zippo lighter, and I'd also have one of those cool metal tins that you flip open and there's like a nice row of cigarettes on the inside, and I'm like, yeah, smoking is cool. I'm gonna get demonetized for that, aren't I? I mean, smoking sucks. Don't smoke. But don't smoke. It's horribly bad for you, even if it is cool. I feel like as a teenager and a young kid, there was so much effort put onto making smoking look not cool that it just made it look cool. Whereas if you just, and I mean, they also did focus on the health stuff, but I mean, if they'd embrace it being like, yo, look, I mean, smoking's cool, and it tastes good, and the nicotine rush is kind of nice, but it will destroy your body. I'll be like, okay, well, at least I'm going to make an educated decision. Just focus on the horrible health effects. Just be like, you're going to die of cancer. It's going to be terrible. Apparently, this floral, fruity fragrance is targeted at the strong, independent women aged between 18 and 36. That is mighty specific. And it reflects the role of mother, working woman, and adventuress. What do you just say, adventurer? Do we really need to have the feminine version of adventurer? I didn't even realize adventurer was just for men. And it smells quite musky. But quite aside from all this frothy marketing bullshit, the most distinctive thing about Zippo the Woman is that it comes in a fancy bottle shaped exactly like a bright pink Zippo lighter. And although the fragrance may well be infused with Palo Santo rosewood and mandarin orange and Venus flytrap green, really? You can't help feeling that the average customer would be page turn. Discouraged by the instinctive feeling that they're going to end up stinking of lighter fluid and becoming a walking fire hazard. Even if you've created the finest fragrance in the world, nobody, I lost my place, so I'm repeating words, is going to bother finding out what it smells like if you package it up in a sandcastle bucket and call it Rotting Turtle. Business Blaze Marketing Lesson 101 today. Thank you, Danny. Although I do think if I was going to launch a fragrance, I might call it Rotting Turtle. It's got a certain ring to it. Rotting Turtle TM. A fragrance for men. And in the advertising, there'd be... You wouldn't have any idea what's going on. It would just appear around Christmas time. There might be an ocean. There might be people walking slowly on the beach in black and white, and then it would come up. Rotting Turtle. A fragrance for men. I will figure out how to make a fragrance called Rotting Turtle. It's happening! In a way, you can't blame Zippo for seeking to develop fresh revenue streams. You only have to go back as far as the 1990s to see a time when the lighters accounted for over 90% of the company's total sales. But as the world faces increasing pressure to give up the nasty habit of smoking and turn to something less self-destructive such as murder, it's understandable that there's going to be less demand for windproof lighters. During the 2010, sales of the lighter have continued to flicker and fade and now accounts for only 54% of Zippo's total sales, and as they put more focus on watches and leisure clothing, and body wash and camping tools and shit. Thank you for that, Danny. And it really clarifies things for me. Also, I feel also nervous about rubbing Zippo, like something shaped in Zippo all over my body. So I'm just in the shower, like, I hope I didn't confuse this with my lighter fluid. And although putting a fragrance in a lighter-shaped bottle seems like a bizarre idea to me, you can still buy the product today, and the original Zippo the Woman has even expanded into a growing range of new fragrances for both men and women. So, what do I know? Maybe it's just me who finds the idea of emulating the act of dousing myself in lighter fuel just a bit weird. It's not just you, Danny. I wouldn't like to do it either. To be honest, I'd much rather douse myself in my new fragrance from men. Rotting Turtle. Hershey's Get High. On first glance, this final entry might not sound like a massive diversification or a bold expansion into uncharted territory from a long-respected family-friendly company. The Hershey Company has been flogging chocolates and candles since 1894, and although they might not be quite as famous outside their native US soil, they were practically unheard of in the UK until about 10 years ago. They're still generating the sweet smell of success
across 60 different countries today. Back in 2008, Hershey's launched a new range of breath mints, which may not seem remarkable in itself. But the legendary makers of Reese's Pieces, Jolly Ranchers, Kit Kats, and the lesser-known York Peppermint Patties appeared to drop the ball with the format and packaging of their latest products. I'm really distracted now because all I can think about is how great it would be to have a fragrance called Rotting Turtle. I'm not even paying attention, and I should be. And by the way, if you're interested in how my life works, I read 3 paragraphs there, probably in a way that you thought I was paying attention, because I'm really excellent at reading these days, because I've done it a lot. I have no idea what this entry is about. I have no idea what those past 3 paragraphs were. I'm really sorry. But it looked like I did right. Now, when I do videos for other channels, when I have to do something about like baseball or Lord of the Rings, I just entirely phase out, and then I watch the video back later, and I'm like, boy, it really looks like I know what I'm talking about. That's really crazy. How do I do that?
So that was a fucking lie.
Icebreaker packs were I have no idea what this is about. It's wild. Icebreaker packs were presented as small, transparent, dissolvable packets of white powdered sweetener stuff. You just popped one of the heat-sealed pouches into your mouth and it would dissolve to release the yummy powder xylitol. Okay. Sounds very chemically. The problem with icebreaker packs is they look suspiciously like little bags of cocaine. Awesome. And were presented in a very similar format to how you typically buy your supplies of wholesome nose candy from the street corner, allegedly. This could potentially lead to quite awkward social situations if you pulled out an icebreaker while standing at the bus stop, or while chatting to the neighbors over the fence, or while holding up a jewelry store with an AK-47 assault rifle. Jesus Christ, Danny, what is going on in your life? As you would be delivering the impression that you're preparing to snort a line instead of just enjoying a nice, flavored breath mint. Brilliant for people who really want to hide cocaine, though. More worryingly, it could lead to a whole world of childhood pain if teachers saw this stuff exchanging hands around the classroom. As one concerned parent put it, I'd hate to find it in my son's pocket and find out the hard way what it is. The Philadelphia police. I'd hate to find that in my child's pocket. I'd definitely try it. Like parents around the country have been admitted to hospital for snorting sugar that they thought was cocaine. The Philadelphia police weren't entirely happy with the product either. One officer bought a stash from his local Target store and then became so suspicious about what was inside the pouches that he sent it off to the lab to have it analyzed, sparking an official investigation as to whether Hershey's icebreaker packs contained an illegal substance. It's from Hershey's. It's not going to. They're a giant company. They're going to get in a lot of trouble if they just start selling cocaine. This isn't the 19th century, guys. That's why the 19th century was so much better. The past was the best. I mean, when it comes in terms of access to drugs. In terms of everything else, the past was the worst. And you could buy a t-shirt saying that at my merch store, perchthemerch.co. Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector William Blackburn aired his grievances to Philadelphia Daily News, complaining it glorifies the drug trades. Those bastards! Glorifying the drug trade. There's really no reason that a product like this should be on the shelf. I've been in narcotics for most of my career and thought the pouches were the real thing. Maybe you'd been in narcotics for just too long. It's possible that some of the reaction to this product was a trifle overblown, but it's difficult to see what exactly was going on at Hershey's in 2008. It's hard to imagine that the beloved makers of Hershey's Kisses and Milk Duds would purposefully position themselves into a surprising new drug chic brand of marketing. Yet it's baffling that at no stage in product development did one of the employees stick up his hands and say, hang on a minute, doesn't it just look like we're selling little bags of Coke to kids?
But you know the business. And I know the chemistry.
Perhaps everyone working at Hershey's had led a life of innocence and virtue, and so the thought had never occurred to them. It's also quite interesting that when Hershey's CEO David J. West announced in the same year that the company would no longer be producing icebreaker packs, in the wake of this criticism, he appeared more coldly defensive than horrified or apologetic. He just said, our packages are clearly marked with the brand name ingredients and nutritional information. So in other words, you can clearly see from the small print that cocaine isn't mentioned anywhere in the ingredients, so why even the hassle? Kind of agree. I mean, this isn't that bad. Still, they may have disappeared from shop shelves, but I suspect that they've been driven underground. If you're still desperate for a fix, just hang around the dodgiest of those street corners for long enough and someone's bound to come along and sort you out eventually. I've heard a whisper on the wind that some of the more marketing-savvy dealers are running a promotional scheme for anyone who spends over $50 in a single illegal transaction. As well as the icebreaker packs, they'll also throw in a free jar of mushed-up cream beef baby food. Rah. So that's something to look forward to when the breath mint disco runs out of steam. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze, and thank you for watching. Well, come and have a go then, you p****s!
No, the answer is no. We're back with the Blaze. I am your boy with the facts. Welcome. If you're new here, just get my balance. What happens here is Danny is going to write a script. He's already written it. I'm going to read the script, and then Sam is going to sprinkle in some fine vintage memes. This is Bizarre Conspiracy Theories, Escape from the Matrix. Danny, I'm not sure what is going on. Every time I'm like, please try to make them shorter. My legs get so tired. And here we are with a script that is literally 10 pages long and weighs like a small book. I don't know why, but the longer videos always do better on this channel. So while my legs hate it, my bank account does enjoy it, because longer videos get more views, and that means more money for your boy. Woo! Everyone wins. I do kind of feel like I'm in a business where everyone wins. I mean, I make content that I hope is a little bit entertaining. You guys watch it and have a good time. There are advertisements. I get everyone wins. It's fantastic. You know, there's so many businesses where it's like, you know, it's a pyramid scheme. Let's not name any of the companies, but it's like a pyramid scheme, and you're basically ripping off your friends. I feel like that's the opposite, where it's like, it's just shitty and you don't end up making any money. Like pyramid schemes, right? Let's get into it. Last night I had a dream. That one, I can't remember what it was about now. I've had 2 cups of Death Wish coffee and a couple of buttered crumpets since then. Danny, how are you ever going to sleep again if you have 2 cups of that stuff? But I only mention it today as it's quite relevant to my growing and quite alarming suspicion that everything we think we know is complete rubbish. I don't normally go in for wild and bizarre theories very much, but I admit that I'm fascinated by the concept that we're living in some sort of simulated reality. This is a super interesting one. I'm vaguely familiar with this because it's like, okay, if you can imagine, right, that we're as a species at a stage where we can like simulate a lot of stuff, like we're like simulating rat brains and stuff and synapses and all of that junk. It's like, it's not, and 50 years ago we barely had computers. It's not insane to think that in 50 years we're going to be able to simulate some really insane shit, like people's brains and like whole universes. So what makes us think we're first? And it's like, if we're not, you know, if we accept that it's going to be possible for us to simulate entire planets like this one, which I think, of course, it is going to be possible, that is, like, why are we first? We're probably not first. It'd be weird if we were first. This is complicated. Not necessarily in the way usually depicted in films, such as 1999's The Matrix, but yeah, that's not real. We're not in The Matrix like that. But I often experience the lingering feeling that we're not necessarily in base reality, and that we're inside something else rather than outside in the real world. Well, Danny, I don't feel that, because the simulation is really perfect. I just accept the possibility that we might be in one. It's just really extremely realistic, and even if it wasn't realistic, we wouldn't have anything else to base our perception of realism on, so it doesn't really matter. This is all very complicated. I'm not big brain enough to truly understand this stuff.
I thought perhaps you knew. No. Not this.
And I think that dreams provide some interesting insight into how easy we find it to snap out of a perceived reality. The duration of a dream briefly becomes the entirety of our existence. We don't usually stop to consider the bizarre notion of a world outside the dream. It's only when we wake up that we quickly realize that we're just spending time in our own heads. And it's not like we spend hours marveling at how we appear to have jumped from one perception of reality to another, and we've usually largely dismissed the dream by the time we get in the shower. Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's not that surprising, though, is it? Really, the more surprising thing I find is that everyone's just totally okay with the fact that 8 hours are like a third of our lives. For 1/3 of a day, we just get into a bed and we're like unconscious. It's like, basically, I see it as kind of a preview of death. Like, dreamless sleep is like a little death preview that you get every single day, and it's sort of terrifying. I'm not trying to say that life is just a dream, but it's not inconceivable that one day we could step out of everything we currently know and quickly dismiss our entire lifetime as meaningless and irrelevant piffle by the time we get into the real shower. Getting deep! Of course, it's just an intriguing theory which has been tossed around for centuries, and it is quite difficult to prove one way or the other. The most popular modern take on simulation theory is the simulation hypothesis, put forward by philosopher Nick Bostrom from Oxford University, which Danny calls the Oxford University, la-di-da, in 2003. Nick argues that our own technological developments are leading to an age in which super detailed emulations of real life will become possible, and it's perfectly plausible that we are not the original race, but rather simulations of life created by advanced descendants of the original race. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying, just expressed in a way that a guy from Oxford would do it rather than a guy on the internet. Well done, Nick.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
We can only speculate about the motives, but the project could have been designed to research their own evolutionary history, or it could be some kind of scientific modeling exercise to assess the most likely outcome or solution to a pressing problem. It might not even be particularly important in the grand scheme of things. We could all just be living in a school science project clumsily designed by Spotty Jenkins from Year 10, who wasn't really concentrating on what he was doing and made a bit of a pig's ear of the whole thing, hence the ridiculously unlikely recent sequence of Brexit, Trump winning the American presidential election, and Business Blaze gaining 250,000 subscribers. It is pretty insane, isn't it? I'm always like, because I've got other channels that have more subscribers, but then I'm like, 250,000 people have actively chosen to watch this. Thank you, you f***ing legends. It would certainly help account for any odd experiences, as we can put them all down to a glitch in the Matrix or a botched rewriting of the code. For example, the largely unexplained sense of deja vu could potentially be a rare glimpse outside the program or an accidental reminder from a previous simulation. Or it could just be your brain being a bit silly. I mean, that's what I'm inclined to believe. Every time I have deja vu, every goddamn time, I'm like, no, this time it's different. I had a dream about this. Every goddamn time. And then 10 seconds later, I'm like, nah, of course it's deja vu. Simon, you feel like this every time. But it is interesting how dumb we are. Or there's the Mandela effect, in which it's claimed that thousands of people share a vivid memory of the reported death in prison of South African anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela during the 1980s, despite the fact that he went on to serve as president in the 1990s and died in 2010. This has provoked speculation that our great creator, or Spotty Jenkins, is rewriting our history or recoding our memories, but not always getting it entirely right. I know there are some perfectly plausible explanations for this. Shocking. Such as, say, social reinforcement or false memories, but I have to say that I feel convinced I can remember the UK comedian and radio personality Roy Hudd dying 3 times over the course of my own lifetime. I have no idea who Roy Hudd is. I can vividly recall hearing the news that it died for a 2nd time and remarking to a friend that I felt sure that it already died about 5 years earlier. When he later died for a 3rd time, I felt incredulous that nobody else has seemed to notice the bizarre phenomenon that I like to call the Roy Hudd effect. Is this real, Danny? Who is this guy? And why do you think he's died so many times? I've just had to stop writing to check on Wikipedia that he was still dead, because I wouldn't put it past him to spring back to life any moment. What is going on? Elon Musk is just one high-profile supporter of simulation hypothesis, as he believes that as we get closer to creating our own convincing simulations of reality, it becomes ever more statistically unlikely that we ourselves are the original race. Yeah, I mean, I get it. This kind of makes sense. In fact, Elon Musk reckons that the odds of us living in a base reality are billions to 1, which makes you wonder what exactly he's hoping to find on Mars. Perhaps he's convinced that there's a cheat code hiding up there. I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if we are living in a simulation, it literally doesn't matter, because that's all we know. It would be like a cat being concerned about the goings-on in Australia, assuming it didn't live in Australia. It's so far outside of its world that it doesn't matter. We might as well just make the most of it.
3 words for you. Treat yourself.
Or just give up. I mean, either way, it doesn't make a difference. Carry on. We may never discover the truth one way or the other. I would imagine that even Spotty Jenkins would be smart enough to ensure that the rules of the program don't allow the simulants to prove that they're living in a simulation, otherwise the whole thing would just go tits up. I don't know. I don't think... Maybe will we be able to prove it? Weren't they looking at some, really... quarks and gluons and all of that really small stuff, and finding that it was kind of binary or something? There was something super weird going on. And people become more convinced they're living in a simulation, which is super weird. So all the pseudoscience that we picked up over the centuries, i.e. everything, is designed to block people from uncovering the truth and escaping the simulation. It does make you wonder how many more layers of the universal onion they need to peel away before finding base reality. If we ourselves end up with the technology to create a simulated reality, then wouldn't it be the case of a simulated world creating another simulated world? In which case, could it be that our creators are just as simulated as we are? Yes, in fact, I would say it's as highly likely. It's quite weird to consider that we could be living in a program within a program within a program multiplied by 100 quadrillion. Or more. Bearing all that in mind, I suppose it's not really worth worrying too much about, and we might as well just crack on figuring out how to cure hiccups in our own reality. Yes, let's bring it back and just ground it in the problem of hiccups, because otherwise, I'm already feeling a little bit of existential dread right now from all of this shit, so it's But it's just one example of a wacky conspiracy theory, which is at least relatively harmless, isn't trying to mislead people down a potentially dangerous path, apart from, maybe, madness and the horror of existential dread. And it turns out that there are loads of them, if what we've been led to believe is true, which frankly I doubt. Danny, that was the introduction? What is going on?
Danny, what the fuck, man?
The fiction of Finland. Oh, this is so dumb. People don't believe Finland's real. Oh, by the way, everyone in the comments on this one is going to be like, Simon, actually, there's quite a lot of evidence for the Finland not being a real country thing. Because anytime, like, I'll do a video on 5G causing COVID, which it obviously doesn't, and people will be like, oh, Simon, have you looked into this study? Have you considered this? And it's like, yes. Yes, I did consider that, but it turns out I'm not a idiot. Most countries around the globe usually come packaged with fun, famous facts that everyone knows. For example, the UK is celebrated for its mild and wet weather. Celebrated. The French eat snails. The US are rubbish at soccer. And also, why would they care? Nigeria isn't just an entire kingdom of princes, and the Soviet Union invented the theremin. Wow, brilliant! But it's harder to come up with a fun fact about Finland. A quick search on Google tells me that Finland is the happiest country in the world because they've got all of their shit sorted out. And maybe that alone should raise alarms that Finland doesn't actually exist. The idea first gained traction from a Reddit thread in 2016, which encouraged users to share the most ridiculous things that were taught to them by their parents. A 22-year-old bloke called Jack revealed how his own parents happily confided in him at the age of 9 that Finland was an entirely fictional place. It's amazing. Like, as a parent, you can tell your kid anything, and they will just believe you. It is such... they have just such trust, and you can just betray it like that for the sake of a joke, and I love it. And that kid, if they're not told otherwise, just never bring it up again. Someone will mention Finland later down their life and be like, you know that's not real. And the other person will be like, what are you talking about? Finland is real. I'll show it to you on a map. And that kid will have their fucking mind blown. And although Jack is old enough to know better now, his parents appeared to be utterly convinced at the time, as were wait, they actually believed this? They weren't just fucking with Jack? What is going on? As were thousands of internet users who began to chew over this new theory and consider that there might just be something to it. Apparently the creation of Finland was a mid-20th century conspiracy theory between the Soviet Union and Japan to secure fishing rights over a secret stretch of the Baltic Sea between the Soviet Union and Sweden. Yeah, because fishing rights is enough of a motivation to create a giant global country-spanning conspiracy. The rest of the world were hardly likely to complain about the violation of fishing rights if they believed there was a proper landmass there. So the two nations invented a fictional landmass which they christened Finland. Japan were given free rein to fish as much as they liked in these hidden waters without any hairy eco-warriors getting in the way, and the fish would be shipped back to Japan via the Trans-Siberian Railway, which was built specifically for this purpose. Conspiracy theorists, you know, Occam's razor, guys. Usually it's the simplest explanation, like 9/11. Well, what happened was it was a really complicated government plot. They put explosives in the buildings, and then they did this and they did that, and there were fires. And it's like, then they simulated these planes flying into it. It's like, or it's a really tall building, and a f***ing giant-ass plane crashes into it, and it fell down. I mean, if you look into it, if you look at it at the surface level, obviously it's the latter. If you look into it at a deeper level, obviously it's the latter. Smash that dislike button, feel free to spout off in the comments below, you fucking wackos. The clues are there if you look hard enough, not on a map. Obviously, maps are just tissues of lies. But for starters, Finland isn't a popular tourist spot, so not many people can vouch for its existence, and the thousands of people who do believe they visited, along with the 5.5 million citizens living under the delusion that they're Finnish, have actually been wandering around small towns and remote forested areas of Sweden, northern Estonia, and western Russia. Perhaps the only famous corporation to have emerged from Finland is Nokia, and the fish smuggled through the Trans-Siberian Railway to Japan travels under the cunning disguise of Nokia products. What is going on? What is going on? This explains why Japan appears on paper to be the largest importer of Nokia products, even though not many people in the country appear to use them. Not many people in any country use Nokia products. It's Nokia. The last time it was popular was 1996. That's not true. It was popular for a while after. It's exaggeration. Even the name Finland is a big fishy clue. Although this could actually be a red herring, as the Finnish name for the country is Suomi. But then, of course, the Finnish don't exist, so what would they bloody know? It's highly unlikely that the governments of other countries would have ever cottoned onto the conspiracy, but they've apparently agreed for the greater good that the Finland's myth should be allowed to continue and held up to the rest of the world as a model country with excellent free education, healthcare, gender equality, freedom of the press, no corruption, and deliriously happy citizens. I think people are just jealous. They're like, look, Finland's better than us. It's not real. It's not real. No one's better than us. We're the best. Number 1! Perhaps the idea of the whole world agreeing to keep a secret for the greater good might be just a stretch too far, though. Yes, it is. I mean, it's just too many people to keep it quiet.
Not to mention 5.5 million people live in the country of Finland. If we were being picky, we could point out that you can damn well see the landmass of Finland from any aeroplane or satellite image, and that it would be impossible to trick millions of people into believing they're actually living in a fictional country, and that surely just one airplane pilot pretending to fly there would have spilled the beans at some point over the last 80 years or so. Yes! I still think it's weird that Finland hasn't yet spawned a single famous person in history, though. The theory would probably sink faster if they could just come up with a Finnish version of David Hasselhoff. Let's not do that. There's one David Hasselhoff is enough. We don't need more. We definitely don't need more. The Paul is dead theory might be one of the world's most famous hoaxes relating to a conspiracy celebrity death, right up there with Elvis is alive. Neither of these things are true. Why are people so dumb? It's funny how whatever we're told about the vital status of a well-known figure, some people will automatically assume that the exact opposite is true. In the case of former Beatle Paul McCartney, the legend goes that on the night of the 9th of November 1966, Paul had an argument with the rest of the band in the recording studio and angrily drove off in a huff, only to crash his vehicle on the M1 and get decapitated. What is going on? That never happens. Was Paul McCartney the one who was... No, that was John Lennon. Is Paul McCartney still alive? Hell, he must be old. Maybe the rest of the band wanted to spare their fans from going through the grief, or maybe they just thought this might be bad for future record sales. But whatever the motive, they replaced him with a lookalike whose real name was Billy Shears, who gets a name check in Sgt. Pepper's title track, and carried on hoping that nobody would notice. But then they became racked with feelings of guilt for deceiving their fans, so they began leaving hidden lyrical and visual clues to the true fate of the real Paul McCartney across their later album releases. No, this makes no sense. They'd just say, they'd come forward. Like, why would you, leave secret clues? No one's leaving secret clues. We're gonna hear these secret clues. And you're gonna be initially like, oh, that does sound interesting, doesn't it? I mean, that could be. But then there's gonna be a rational explanation, because there always is. No! 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 I know that this is the problem. The reality is, life is incredibly boring. You might think, oh, yeah. If there's a big conspiracy, the government's in on it, and the reality is, nah, it's just like it is. And it's boring. Just always assume, if it's too interesting, it's false. Okay? Except for Business Blaze. Extremely interesting, always true. The theory erupted in popularity after a Detroit DJ received an on-air call from a mysterious fan in 1969 who pointed out some of the more compelling clues. For example, the line from A Day in the Life which goes, "He blew his mind out in a car," is meant to be a reference to Paul's death. The track Norwegian Wood got its name from the material from which 84% of English coffins were produced at the time. Wyatt, let's stretch it! If you play the track Here Comes the Sun backwards at 78 RPM, you can hear George Harrison singing Woe is Paul. I know I said that they're going to be easily explainable, but I mean, these are the most ridiculous stretches that I've ever heard in all my life. At the end of the track, I'm So Tired, you can hear John Lennon singing Paul is dead, miss him, miss him. But again, only if you play it backwards. I bet if you do it, someone will if you listen to it without someone telling you it, and you didn't know the story, you'd never hear it. As soon as someone tells you, you'll be like, oh yeah, it is there a little bit. Like another one, bites the dust. Psh, psh, psh. If you play that backwards, doesn't it say something? But only if someone points it out to you. While at the end of Strawberry Fields Forever, you can apparently hear John revealing, I buried Paul. Although what he's actually saying there is cranberry sauce, which does sound a bit similar. I buried Paul, cranberry sauce. Sure, okay. I suspect that if you play Octopus Garden backwards at 78 RPM on an upside-down record player with the volume turned down, you hear 1,000 scraps of evidence if you try hard enough. Oh, you will, for sure. Most famously of all, there's the cover to the 1969 album Abbey Road, in which the Fab Four are seen navigating their way across the pedestrian crossing in what is allegedly a funeral procession. Lennon dressed in white as the heavenly figure, Ringo Starr dressed in black as the Undertaker, Scruffy George dressed in denim as the gravedigger, while a barefoot, out-of-step Paul McCartney, portrayed by Billy Shears, obviously, is the corpse. A further clue is the right-handed Paul McCartney is holding a cigarette in his left hand, signalling that he's clearly an imposter. Yeah, because you'd never hold a cigarette in your left hand if you're right-handed, would you? Would you? Ever? What is going on? This is such bullshit. Please stop. I actually found that the last bit quite interesting until I just experienced a mind-blowing revelation that as a right-handed smoker myself, I usually hold my cigarette in my left hand as it feels more natural. I'm not sure it really matters too much either way, but I never realized this until today. The problem is that these wild theories were given a little more credibility by the fact that Paul had gone strangely quiet anyway. After spending years under the harsh media spotlight, the band had long since given up touring and largely shied away from publicity during their final months. Feeling increasingly isolated from his bandmates and convinced that the end was nigh, Paul was spending time in seclusion in a Scottish farm with his veggie sausage munching wife Linda. When Life magazine eventually tracked him down to ask if he was really dead, Paul's initial response was to swear at the reporters and throw a bucket of water over them, although he did eventually agree to an exclusive cover story and interview which would finally lay the death rumours to rest. Quite incredibly, Paul remarked at one point in the interview, "The Beatles thing is over," casually tossing over the world exclusive news to Life magazine that the biggest band of all time was splitting up. Is that true? That's intense. The guy reporting on that Life story must just be like, "My dude, if that is true, you just made my career." And they completely overlooked it because they were too busy examining his chin and the size of his ears to check that he wasn't just a lookalike. Life magazine, no! But speaking of ears and chins, a more recent and even wilder theory is that the Beatles never really existed in the first place. What about all the music? In 2011, the website thebeatlesneverexisted.com, the source of all facts related to the Beatles never existing. I mean, I bet 5gcausescovid.com probably exists. But it doesn't mean it has any authority just because it bought a domain name, which sadly no longer exists, probably because it's been taken down by the fascist Illuminati. And they put forward a comprehensive range of hard-hitting photographic evidence that the Beatles were actually a revolving cast of almost identical actors, or perhaps even clones. Clones. Clones! The theory is based on a suggestion that it would have been physically impossible for the same four people to record such a vast output of material while touring and meet an endless series of social media obligations all in such a short window of time. That's probably where the clone rumors about me kick off. But I tell you, it's not that hard. You just have a schedule and you do a lot of stuff and there's a lot of people helping you. It's not that complicated. The only people who think it's impossible are people who are too lazy to even comprehend doing large quantities of work. It's true that the Beatles were almost mind-bogglingly prolific in the writing and recording of a vast catalogue. I'm not comparing myself to the Beatles, by the way, just to make that clear. The Beatles are actually talented. I am just fact boy. A vast catalogue of groundbreaking material, and certainly not groundbreaking. But I don't think the answer lies in the fact that they sometimes look slightly different in photographs taken over a passage of time. The website claims that there were at least 3 John Lennons of varying nose shapes, with at least 12 Paul McCartneys. Good lord! Some of whom could raise their eyebrows higher than the others, while a couple of them were significantly shorter. You know what else humans can do? We can raise our eyebrows to different levels at different times, like half height, full height, half height, narrow. It's not complicated. While a couple of them were significantly shorter, although this might just have something to do with Paul's posture in the photographs. Yeah, look. Tall, relaxed, hunched.
Fuck you, science!
Much is also made of the varying states of Paul's teeth over the years, which seem to fluctuate wildly from gleaming white and perfect to chipped and crooked, but this could be put down to a motorcycle accident in 1966 in which his teeth were pretty badly smashed up, and it was quite a while before he got dental treatment. Having said all of this, I got no evidence to debunk the growing theory that there are at least 12 Simon Whistlers on YouTube, and only 2 of them know how to pronounce Tintergel. I'm not sure if I'm one of them, because I don't know how to pronounce Tintergel. I'm just guessing every time. I think it's Tintargel. Tintargel? No one cares. Just one final word on the Paul is dead theory, though. While he may not have been decapitated on November the 9th, 1966, I feel at least a tiny part of the Beatles may have died on that fateful night. It was the exact same day that John Lennon met Yoko Ono. Coincidence? Question mark? That is not a coincidence. Let it snow.
Wish I could jump in there and roll around in all that cascading white powder. God, I love cocaine.
Question everything, even snow. Oh no, what are we doing? Weren't people thinking the Texas snow was fake because they were setting it alight? They were heating it with a lighter, and it was burning but really it was obviously just the soot from the lighter on the snow. People are so dumb. It's really remarkable.
Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Back in January 2014, the Gulf Coast was paralyzed by a massive snowstorm which resulted in rolling blackouts, power outages, damage to the water infrastructure, 180 injuries and at least 2 deaths.
But, as the citizens of Georgia were the first to discover, the most annoying thing about this destructive snowstorm is that the snow wasn't even real!
So that was a fucking lie.
At some point, a local resident tried burning a snowball with a lighter. Oh, people have been doing this for ages, apparently. I'm not sure why he's trying to do this, but let's not worry about that for now. The point is that this fake government snow didn't even melt when it was exposed to the flame of the lighter. It just burned and left a black streak on the snowball. The revelation was swiftly followed up by several revealing TikTok videos. Wait, did you say this was in 2014? TikTok wasn't around in 2014. What is going on? It's got to be January 2021. Danny, I'm so confused. The revelation was swiftly followed up by several TikTok videos, which naturally went viral, often with the compelling captions along the lines of, "This needs some explaining," and "Anyone played with the government-generated snow yet?" My favourite TikTok video shows a Georgia woman burning another pile of snow to the colour of soot while defiantly exclaiming, so Bill Gates' is name here. "Thank you, Bill Gates, for trying to fucking trick us that this is real snow. You'll see it's not melting, and it's not going to burn. Snow doesn't burn. Snow fucking melts. I put this in the microwave. It's going to start sparking because there's metal mixed in it." Poor old Bill seems to cop the blame for everything. Yeah, I mean, he does, doesn't he? What the fuck, people? What are you talking about? Also, how dumb are these... Like, what? When the snow actually melts, maybe it's even melted by now because it's Texas, it's warm. What are you going to be like? It's not entirely clear why the government wanted to orchestrate a fake snowstorm. It probably had something to do with 5G or chemtrails or DNA-altering nanobots or whatever. But what the good people of Georgia didn't seem to grasp is that snow always turns black when you hold a lighter to it. The snowball absorbs most of the water created by the heat, eventually turning the whole thing into slush, while the black streaks are caused by the butane in the actual lighter. Shocking that there's a reasonable explanation for this. Still, it wouldn't be the first time that the US has been the target for fake snow. You only have to look at Disney's failed town of Celebration for evidence of that, and that wouldn't be the only time that Walt Disney's good name would be embroiled in a particularly flaky conspiracy theory. Also, if the government was going to carpet the place with fake snow, I mean, surely the easiest... What is the reason for this? There's no like, oh, it's because of this. It's just like, it's fake. We don't know why, but it is. It's not. It's not. Fuck clout chasing TikTok fools. Frozen heads. The other day I was wandering through the lower levels of the basement in search of a half-decent corkscrew. What would you be unscrewing, Danny? I haven't left it. Have you got into my wine collection? Gotta tighten Danny's chains. When I stumbled across Simon's secret cryogenic chamber. Danny, those doors are locked for a reason! Although the temperature was a bit chilly, my heart was actually quite warmed by the sight of 3 separate cryogenic cylinders. I know that Simon is determined to live forever, but I had no idea that he'd made plans to put 2 more of us on ice until a cure for mortality is discovered. Maybe he was planning this nice surprise for us after we'd died. Dream on, Danny. My heart sank a bit when I saw that the 3 names on the cylinders were Simon, Sam, and, I don't know, either ETA or a future pet rabbit or something. Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. You shouldn't have broken into my wine collection. But this reminded me of the alleged origins of Disney's 2013 film Frozen, which I always thought was inspired purely by the Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale, The Snow Queen. Never seen it, never read that book, don't know anything about it. But could the whole... Yes, I did consider that, but it turns out I'm not a f***ing idiot. Reading about Walt Disney's big frozen head. No! The answer is no!
No! No! No!
Do we really have to continue? Do we really have to continue? Walt Disney died from complications of lung cancer in 1966. Do we have to say complications of lung cancer? Isn't it just like what killed it? Lung cancer. It wasn't like, well, yeah, eventually his organs failed because he had complications from lung cancer. So, it was lung cancer. And ever since then, rumours have run deep that his body, or maybe even just his head, had been placed into cryonic suspension until mankind reaches a point where we can bring him back to life and he can finally get around to producing the long-awaited Snow White 2, Assignment Miami Beach. It's often alleged that his deep freezer burial spot is located directly beneath the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland, because of course is. The rumours first started in 1967 when a reporter for the National Spotlight claimed that he had disguised himself as an orderly and snuck into the actual storage room where he saw with his own eyes the body of a dead Walt Disney suspended in a cryogenic metal chamber. You are not a reporter, my friend. You are a hack. Others have claimed that Disney was fascinated with cryonics and the concept of living forever, while suspicion was also raised when Disney's funeral turned out to be a private affair and the burial plot was not initially disclosed. Of course, Walt Disney's funeral arrangements and nobody's damn business. Fully agree. Everyone can f*** off. For the record, the signed legal documents show that his body was cremated and his remains are buried at the Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Glendale, California. Meanwhile, his daughter Diane claims that there is no truth to the story and doubts that her father had ever heard of cryonics. But it's alleged that the Disney company didn't like the idea of people searching Google for information on the theory. At one point, when you typed in Walt Disney into Google, the top autocomplete option was Walt Disney frozen head. People are dumb. People are so dumb. Please stop. So the new theory goes that Disney named the 2013 film Frozen purely to mess around with Google's algorithm and divert people away from information relating to the supposed cryonic suspension of the founder of the company. I mean, okay, I kind of get that. That is based in a tiny bit of plausibility that they didn't want people searching for Walt Disney's frozen head just because there was a conspiracy theory about it and they didn't want people, I get that. That is believable. The fact that people are like, Disney froze his head, but there's no evidence to support that whatsoever except one hack reporter who lied, allegedly. Maybe they're just trying to stop people from getting ideas about breaking into the ice tomb of their eternal lord and master buried underneath that Pirates of the Caribbean ride. Bearing in mind that the story was inspired by the Snow Queen, it does seem a bit weird that they didn't just call it, say, the Snow Queen. But I suppose Frozen sounds a lot cooler. Yes, and cool is what you have to think about when naming movies because that's how people decide on whether, it's one of the reasons people decide on whether to see movies or not. Interesting, isn't it, that there is a rational explanation for these things, once again. It seems a tad unlikely that Disney would go to such lengths to try and bury the alleged truth even deeper underground, but the rumors are hardly going to melt away forever. You know what some conspiracy theories are like? They just won't let it go. Let it go. Ba-da-bum-bum. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. As always, I have been your boy with the Blaze. Thank you for watching. Yes, I did consider that, but it turns out I'm not a f***ing idiot. Although those people are they're the terrorists of tomorrow. Anyone who buys this, future terrorist. Guaranteed, allegedly. Hello everybody, welcome back to another glorious episode of Business Blaze. Is it glorious? I will let you be the judge. I will just make this video, and you have to tell me. If you don't like it, you are welcome to more of the worst products seen on Shark's Tank / Dragon's Den, because don't we love it? The last one did really well. Also, I realized Danny's introduction is going to be nearly 2 pages long, so I'm going to keep this brief. Danny writes the script. I shall read the script. Sam shall sprinkle in some fine vintage means. We shall pay tribute to the glorious people over at Squarespace, and that is what's going to happen. There are several different ways to make an entrance into the Shark Tank, or the Dragon's Den, or the Goat Shed, which OGBB, you can stroll in confidently, as if you're about to order a hamburger, or you can nervously sweat and fidget and forget everything you were meant to say, or you can attach a pair of roller skates to your knees and whiz straight in and out of the den without ever getting a chance to say a word. Honestly, if you've got a device, which we've talked about before, OGBB, where you're attaching roller skate wheels to your knees, it's probably best that you go in and then swiftly exit before anyone has a chance to absolutely shit all over your dreams. I don't know who the Peter Jones of Shark Tank is, but it's not going to work out well for you. It's probably quite difficult to walk in there and immediately command respect from potential investors. They're the ones rolling around in money, and you're the one meekly holding out your empty bowl like Oliver Twist. There are a few cool ones where it turns it around because they have such a valuable product that the sharks or the dragons will fight over. There was some guy and it was a ridiculous product, like a hangover cure or something, and the pitch was so convincing, the sales figures were so good that the dragons were fighting each other off to get a piece of his company. And I'm like, mwah. It's brilliant. Besides, if you walk in there with too much cocky swagger, you're likely to get dismissed for daring to display arrogance. But one guy who did appear to command instant respect and attention was Dr. Floyd Seskin, who had spent 18 years as a urologist before wandering into the first season of Shark Tank in 2008 to pitch his big breakthrough. Over the years, many of Dr. Floyd's patients had struggled with the problem of getting caught short. It's harder to enjoy outdoor recreational activities when you're constantly worrying about the proximity of the nearest public restroom. Outdoor activities to me is like taking a walk in the woods. The great thing about taking a walk in the woods is literally everything is a toilet. It's like, I need to pee. Okay, cool. I'm going to go behind that bush and pee immediately. If there's no one around, I'm not even going to go behind a bush. In particular, a full 18-hole rounds of golf isn't much fun when you're desperate for the toilet by the 5th hole, and there isn't even a handy bush or tree or high striker machine to hide behind. Man, the OGBB references are strong today, Danny boy. Dr. Floyd claimed that he had finally solved this problem, and the sharks were intrigued by the pioneering possibilities that could potentially be pitched to the profit predators by a practicing professional. Danny, why do you do this to me? Why? They were probably a little disappointed when Dr. Floyd pulled out a fake golf club that you could piss into. Wow.
That's something. The Euro Club was pitched as a discreet and sanitary way to relieve yourself on the golf course. The club came to complete with a hidden reservoir and a triple-sealed screw-on lid, so all you had to do was unscrew the lid, take aim, and then pop it back in your golf bag afterwards. It's all made from sturdy material, so you're hopefully unlikely to get a hole-in-one. Wait, don't you want to get a hole-in-one? I mean, is Danny referring to peeing into the club? Wouldn't you? I mean, otherwise it's going to go everywhere, and that's not good. Then you're like, why are your hands all wet? No reason! Also, if the urologist comes in, and, you know, he's been practicing urology. That's probably the right word, isn't it? I said it like, that can't be right, but that probably is correct. He's been practicing urology for like 18 years. And you're like, oh my god, he's come up with some incredible like pill or invention or something that's going to cure this problem. And it's like, no, he's just invented a pot that you piss in that is the shape of a golf club with a screw-on lid. It's like, no. And if that doesn't sound particularly discreet or private, it sure doesn't, then just hold your horses. There is more to come. The Euro Club also came packaged with an amazing towel, which clipped onto the shaft of the club and served as a privacy shield. What is going on? I can't help thinking that, if anything, the privacy shield towel is only going to serve to attract even more attention to the fact that you're urinating inside a golf club. And it's not going to bring much dignity to the experience. Can you imagine going to swing this golf club later? It's got this weird towel attachment. You've pissed in it. There's probably a bit of piss down the side because, I mean, I'm 30 and I don't always have perfect accuracy. I can't imagine some 75-year-old dude who's playing golf is going to be any more accurate. It's not like you get better with practice. I've already had all the practice I need. Anyway, let's move on. But you'd be like, swinging this golf club, and all this like urine sloshing around inside it. And you're like, mate, what's up with your golf club? Why is it making that weird sound? And what was that towel thing you were peeing into earlier? But quite incredibly, the Euro Club secured investment from a shark. Bravo! There was a brief bout of sniggering when the magnificent Euro Club was first unveiled, and shark Barbara Corcoran.
Cock. It's cock. It's in English.
I know she is. I've watched like clips of Shark Tank on YouTube, but I don't know if they ever say her surname. I don't know how it's pronounced. Corcoran. Cock.
It was cock.
Ruled herself out on grounds that she couldn't relate to the product. It's true, yeah, but she rules herself out on everything. It's true that the Euro Club does seem geared exclusively towards men, and I'm not sure what Dr. Floyd would need to invent to cater to women golfers. Maybe the Euro pop-up hot dog stand. No. He needs to attach a shiwi to that, which is a real device that a woman like somehow attaches, or it like something, and then it has a little look, enough. Sam will probably include a picture, and that does all the explaining that we need. Thank you, Sam. But perhaps sensing the potential as a novelty gift, shark Kevin Harrington was happy to invest the $25,000 that Dr. Floyd was seeking, although in return for a hefty 70% slice of the company. Good lord. Dr. Floyd later admitted that he would have been happy to give up an even bigger share. The Euro Club is still on sale today, priced at $24.95, for the only club in your bag guaranteed to keep you out of the woods. Ba-da-bum-bum. Marketing copy could have used some work, Floydo. And it seems that Dr. Floyd is perhaps not so keen on the novelty gift as his investor, because the opening line of the product description reads rather promisingly, "This may sound like a joke, but it's not. It may appear to be a subpar product, but at least Dr. Floyd managed to walk away with an investment, even if you suspect that he probably hasn't given up his day job." Yeah, I mean, he's a doctor, right? $25,000 a year. Look, I know about American doctors make a lot of money. It's probably not going to be a life-changing thing for him. But some of these other pitches felt as if somebody was really just taking the piss. Throcks. If that, I mean, okay, I think we're in for a treat. If that was the example in the introduction that Danny gives that is one that got investment, I think we're in for a real treat today. I'm quite excited, allegedly. Merch.co. It seems that comedians and philosophers have spent too much time pondering over what exactly happens to all of the world's missing socks. I'm sure that most of us have experienced that crushing moment when you're sorting out the laundry and realize that one of your favorite socks has gone AWOL, leaving you with one useless sock. I feel like I'm quite a good YouTuber in like, I go into the comments generally and I'll be like, hey, what's up? You know, like I'll reply to people, I'll heart the things, I'll give a thumbs up. And someone just randomly commented, like, I don't know what video it was on. It wasn't on this channel. It was on some other channel. And they were like, I always wonder what happens to the socks. That's one of mankind's greatest mysteries. What happens when they go in the tumble dryer? And I just reply from, like, the main account that published the video. I take them. And I mean, that's, like, whenever I comment on something, like, on Twitter, and the person, like, the big person I'm tweeting at replies, I'm always like, whoa, mind blown. And if they reply with something just off the wall, random and creepy, I'd be like, what is going on? So I hope your mind has been blown. That leads us to speculate that all these single socks must somehow have jumped through a wormhole and into some more enlightened dimension inhabited by people with 3 feet. Alright then, Danny. Big brain imagination. To be honest though, I never found it to be that much of a mystery. Just retrace your steps through the washing cycle and check that the sock didn't get stuck inside another piece of clothing. You'll usually find it. In the next Business Blaze video, we'll discuss how to handle your delicates, how to avoid shrinkages and wrinkling, and how to keep your whites bright every time. So don't forget to subscribe, because boy, is Business Blaze delivering the most thrilling content on the Y to the T, the U to the tube. Just in case you didn't get that. Maybe the missing sock dilemma didn't quite affect me so much because I went through a very long phase of wearing odd socks. This I didn't know was coming up. This is sock A today. And this is sock B, which is quite similar, but not quite the same. They're both stripy and the same colours, it's just they're slightly different, so odd socks today. Fascinating, Simon. Please tell me more about your interesting life.
Can I hear it again?
Why do people watch this? I do wonder sometimes. It's honestly not because I was trying to be eccentric or alternative or because I was trying to bring down the capitalist system. It's just that going to the effort of wearing matching socks seems so utterly pointless. Why do they have to be identical? How many people are ever going to notice your socks anyway? Yes, good question. Especially now, I'm like, I put on a jumper this morning and I was like, this jumper is really dirty. It's like, there's a stain. There's some of yesterday's lunch and it's like, literally, I don't see anybody. I'm wearing a coat over the top. Then I get to the office and it's warm, so I take the jumper off. And I'm like, I'm just not going to dig out another jumper. I'm just wearing this. I don't care. And then I found there was yesterday's t-shirt inside it and I was like, guess what's happening? I'm not even taking that t-shirt out from the jumper. And it was like, this quarantine has really made me revert to 22-year-old Simon. Still, for those who insist on sticking to rigid conformity, the San Francisco entrepreneur Edwin Heaven, quite the name Edwin, presented a stunning solution to the problem of missing socks at the Shark Tank in 2006. He was a bit of an unusual chap with an interesting history. Apparently, he started out as a screenplay writer and also claimed to have written literally hundreds of radio and television commercials. At one point, he was even the manager of the San Francisco rock band The Tubes. Never heard of them. But during his pitch, he came across as more of a slightly greasy Las Vegas magician than an entrepreneur. You kept expecting him to invite Barbara Corcoran to stand up and step inside his cabinet of delights so that she could be sawn in half. Danny, do we have to use the one with a really hard to pronounce name as the example? Like, there's another dude on there called Mark Cuban. I mean, literally there is no... It's Cuban. It's the name of a people from a country. Easy. First name Mark... Just like you'd mark something on a piece of paper. Easy. Easy peasy.
Oh, hi, Mark.
But would his game-changing product prove to be drenched in a kind of corporate magic? Probably not. While Miss Heaven was pitching his new product, Throx, to the Sharks and seeking $50,000 for a 25% stake in the company. The cunning idea behind Throx is that the socks were in packs of 3 rather than just a pair, so if you ever lost a sock through a wormhole, you'd always have a spare, and, well, that's it. Wait. There wasn't anything special about the socks. They didn't come with patented wormhole protection. They're just very cheap and ordinary socks sold in packs of 3. Although Miss Heaven tried to charm the Sharks with a sales patter during which he proudly proclaims that Throx has legs and Throx beats the competition by a foot. He wasn't destined to walk away with an investment. As Kevin O'Leary pointed out, you can't patent the idea of selling socks in packs of 3, so even if the concept proved popular, the bigger and more established sock manufacturers would follow suit to wipe out Mr. Heaven's business. Kevin O'Leary chose the quite blunt words to convey his opinion, though. As he put it, they would crush you like the vampire cockroach you are. Holy shit, Kevin. What's it even got to do with the pitch? He's just insulting you. That's really socking it to him, Kevin. Oh! Despite this, you can apparently order Throx socks today from Mr. Heaven for about $14 a set, although the website looks like it hasn't been updated for about 15 years. But I can't help thinking that Throx creates more products than it solves. It's all very well having a third sock to help with emergency disappearances, but what are you supposed to do with the third sock in the meantime? You can't just bundle it together with the other two, as that would be silly. You need to set up a whole new drawer for third socks. No, you don't. You just, like when I had all black socks, I never paired them together. I just had a giant drawer, a small drawer, with a giant amount of black socks in there. And you'd just reach in, you'd grab 2. You never gave any thought to whether there was an odd number of socks because it didn't matter. Here's a better idea to beat the wormhole. Just buy 2 pairs of damn socks. You can lose 2 of them and still have a matching pair left over. Alternatively, place your pre-orders now for my forthcoming sets of quadra socks containing 4 completely different designs. So, just, again, Danny, this just regular socks, no? Look, this video is full of disappointing ideas. Hopefully, if you have a business idea, it's not going to be disappointing.
disappointing. Squirrel slaughter. I always thought that everybody loved squirrels. Maybe it's because I've never seen that many of them, and the rare sight of a cute squirrel hopping around in the distance seems like quite a special moment. I remember when I was a kid, red squirrels were really unusual. I think because someone imported like a grey squirrel, and then it mated with another grey squirrel, and then they ate all the red squirrels, or ate all their food, and so the red squirrels starved or something. That was a bad time, but the grey squirrels are like bigger and more aggressive, and like less fun, and the red squirrels are all like nice. So if you saw a red squirrel in the wild, you'd be like, oh, red squirrel!
Squirrel!
And now I live in Prague, in the Czech Republic, and I just go to the park in the city and there's red squirrels and shit. And I'm always like, oh, a red squirrel! My wife's like, what are you talking about? It's a red squirrel.
Daddy, chill.
People are gonna think you're special. It wasn't until I moved to Cornwall that I first began to learn of mankind's deep hatred for the bushy-tailed, nut-munching vermin. I'd walked to the local pub for local people for the very... Thanks for the clarification. For the very first time, and there was a definite change in the atmosphere upon my arrival. If somebody had been playing the piano, they would have definitely stopped at that point. Yeah, this familiar feeling where it's like you walk into a pub, but you're visiting some village or something, or you're on a trip somewhere, and you're driving through a town, it's like, oh, I do need a spot of lunch. And you walk into a tiny pub, and there's like 4 men drinking at the bar, or in the corner, and you just walk in, and everyone just looks over you. It's like, what? What? And you're just like, I'll get a sandwich at the petrol station. But I took a seat at the bar next to a chubby old bloke who appeared to be some kind of farmer pirate. Of course, Cornwall. And I managed to strike up reasonably civil conversation with him. It looked for a while as if things were going well and I was on the verge of getting accepted by the natives. But then the farmer pirate mentioned that he'd been busy setting up new lethal traps for squirrels in his back garden. He was determined to get the little bastards this time. Slightly taken aback, I told him that this seemed surprisingly cruel, and I revealed how I thought squirrels were actually quite cute. At that point, he slammed his tankard down on the bar and roared, "Ha! Gay!" He slammed his tankard down on the bar and roared, "That's why city folk should never move to the country! Fuck!" And he stormed out of the pub. It turns out that some people take issue with squirrels chomping their way through farmers' crops, chewing wires and cables, and nicking all the food from bird feeders. The birds love it though. Like in that same park that I was talking about. Oh my god, this is just like episodes from Simon's. Someone the other day was like, Simon, why do you make a video about like a day in your life? It seems really interesting. I'm like, bro, are you kidding? Like literally, wake up early, spend some time with my family, go to work a really long ass day, come home, spend some time with my family, go to bed, repeat. It's not interesting at all. Anyway, so I go to the park. It's boring. This is like on the weekends. Go a little walk. See, look at the birds. And the birds love it because the squirrels get onto the feeder, and then the squirrels like shake some stuff off as they're nicking all the bird food. And then there's just loads of birds underneath, picking at the things because they're too lazy to fly up and get it. Alright. It's the circle. The circle. Michael DeSantry from a rural area of Hawley in Pennsylvania was one such squirrel hater who was fed up with leaving out seeds and treats for his feathered friends, only to find that the squirrels were the only ones getting fat on his dollar. And it appears that squirrels don't just take a quick polite nibble, they eat the whole damn lot, and when you replace it with fresh food, they eat all that too. The birds don't get a look in. So Michael scurried into Shark Tank in 2013 with a non-lethal, if still slightly startling solution to the greedy squirrel problem. He was looking for an investment of $130,000, good lord, that's a lot of money, in exchange for 40% stake in his new product, the Squirrel Boss. Michael described the product as the world's first interactive squirrel-proof bird feeder, although at first glance it looks like a fairly typical vertical hanging bird feeder. The Squirrel Boss comes packed with a literally shocking twist. Is he going to be electrocuting the squirrels? Jesus Christ, mate! The metal slides of the feeder are electrified and will deliver a static shock correction to any squirrel trying to nosebag the goodies meant for the birds. Apparently it also works on deer, raccoons and bears. Jesus Christ, if you're wiring this up to be powerful enough to do something to a bear, you're going to be having some cooked squirrel, mate. Although if a grizzly bear was prowling around my back garden, I'm not sure I'd be overly concerned about the seeds in my bird feeder, and I'd be whipping out that shotgun. Eat that motherfucker. Although the concept of grizzly bears in danger or anything like that, if they are, I'm sorry, okay? I'd still eat it. I'd love to try bear. I don't think I've ever eaten bear. I can't say with certainty, because I have, like, every place I go, I'll look for the weirdest food to eat. But I'm pretty sure I haven't eaten bear. Although it does feel familiar. Weird. Let's move on. Although the concept may sound a bit barbaric, the electric shock delivered by the Squirrel Boss is actually quite harmless, and it is just powerful enough to deter the squirrel from coming up from second helpings. So do bears even feel this shit? And it no doubt better for the squirrel than getting shot by mad Cornish farmer pirates. But the problem is with the execution. Just how did Michael manage to get around the problem of making sure his invention could tell the difference between a squirrel and a bird? Well, the answer is
But he didn't. Oh no! The squirrel boss works by manual remote control. So you can't just trust it to carry out the protective duties while you're at your back turned. You have to literally stand there watching the bird feeder while holding the remote control in your hand, silently poised to push the button that will deliver a shock at the perfect moment. This just sounds like something for sadists. It's like, Michael, why? I mean, I get it, like, if it was automatic and it keeps the squirrels away, but this one is like, when you're pressing the button, that says something about you, Mikey. And this makes the whole thing kind of pointless. If you're standing guard anyway, why not just run outside and scare away the squirrels yourself? The sharks weren't very keen on the idea, particularly as Mike was hoping to shift these bird feeders for $99 a pop. What the f*** are you smoking, Mikey? No one's buying that. At the very end of the pitch, and Adam and Michael announced that he refused to leave the shark tank until one of the sharks saw sense and offered him a deal. Security! In response, Kevin asked the remote control and asked Michael to put his hand inside the squirrel boss. Kevin, you legend! Michael finally took the hint and left the tank empty-handed. The squirrel boss is on sale today, though, with the special internet price of $70, but the reviews are a mixed bag of nuts. Ba-da-bum-bum. The positive ones border on the sinister. It sounds as if the delirious customers just have a whale of a time spending their weekends purposefully electrocuting squirrels to see how far they jump. This product should be sold, tracked, and then monitored. Like, anyone who's doing that and actively enjoying it, we should keep a fucking eye on you. Alright? We should be watching. CIA, take note. I'm sure you don't have better things to do. Although those people are they're the terrorists of tomorrow. Anyone who buys this, future terrorist. Guaranteed, allegedly. The negative reviews point out that it doesn't take long for the crafty squirrel to figure out that only the sides of the feeder are electrified. They can still get their free grub by just holding onto the poles and birches, which incidentally are also made of metal, but Michael decided not to bother electrifying those bits. So basically we're saying the birds are dumb. Although crows are super smart, right? But crows don't need they know how to get food. I still say we should leave the poor squirrels alone. The birds need to get their act together. That would save us from having to electrocute anything else. The phony box. It's been a while since I last saw a traditional red telephone box, though there are still apparently 2,000 of them scattered around the UK and protected from destruction on the account of being declared listed buildings of special architectural and historic interest. Wow, we live in the future, don't we? Although, when was the last time I used a payphone? I was a kid. The last time I used a payphone, I was 100% a kid. Like a young kid. I doubt I can still shove 5 pence in the coin slot to make a phone call on any of them, though. The last one I remember is definitely 20p. The original Katie model was designed in 1924 by Sir Giles Gilbert Scott and was actually the winning entry in a fun competition sponsored by the Post Office. Although initially only seen on the streets of London, variants of the original design later started sprouting up all over the UK, as well as British overseas territories such as Bermuda, Gibraltar, and Malta. And in 2006, the traditional red telephone box was voted as one of Britain's top 10 design icons, along with Concorde. We had to share that one with the bloody French. The London Underground map, the Mini, and the Supermarine Spitfire aircraft, and to tad surprisingly, Grand Theft Auto? What? Top design icons, Grand Theft Auto. Am I missing a joke? I don't know what the joke is. Oh, I'm so dumb. Was this actually on there? Let me know in the comments below how dumb I am. I always love that, don't I? Don't I? Sadly, you don't see much of them these days since the traditional design was phased out from 1985 onwards and then people stopped using the public payphones anyway. How we'll miss the sensation of scrabbling around for a 5 pence piece in a tiny box that reeks of piss and is covered in obscene graffiti and death threats. Jesus. I don't remember, definitely graffiti, stinks of piss. It's like a homeless person's urinal. And it's urinal. Everyone's like, Simon, you say urinal so weird. No! I just don't say urinal because I'm not f***ing American, am I? Christ! But a guy called Andrew Peters seemed quite keen to bring back the red telephone box when he arrived in the Dragon's Den in 2007. At least I think so. He was asking for an investment of $100,000 in a product that I didn't immediately understand. Okay. The phony box is a lightweight replica of a red telephone box that doesn't come equipped with a working phone. This might sound a bit pointless, but it's not as if Andrew was trying to get these useless boxes out on the streets as a nostalgic reminder of the glorious past. It seems as if he was trying to corner the collector's market. What is this? People are just going to put these in their home? What is going on? Why would you... this is the sort of thing I imagine if I went to Uber's office or WeWork. If I went to a WeWork and you go in and there's it's a WeWork London office, so there's a red telephone box in there and you're like, oh, edgy. F***ing pointless. You know what I want in an office? A f***ing desk and a fast internet connection. In the book Requiem for a Red Box by John Timpson, it's noted that a telephone box is natural for the bathroom or by the pool or both. You can have one painted to fit it in a bathroom. What is going on? In the colour scheme that will add value to your property, red telephone boxes create a talking point for friends and visitors. Elton John, Dudley Moore and Tom Jones all bought a red telephone box at the same point in their lives, so the dinner conversations must have been wild.
Now, what is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? But I wonder if Andrew maybe had his sights set on the wrong sort of telephone box. I imagine that wealthy Doctor Who fans would pay good money for a phony blue police box. I must admit that I quite fancy the idea of having a TARDIS in my back garden. It doesn't need to travel through time and space or even feature a working telephone. Ideally, it just needs to be weatherproof. But I do wonder how many people out there would be willing to fork out a fortune for a lightweight, non-working red telephone box. And the Dragon seemed largely confused by the whole pitch, which failed to secure investment. To be fair, though, Andrew did later manage to get at least a few of his phony red boxes for some high-profile locations, including most famously of all, the Australian jungle setting of the UK version of the reality show I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Oh my god, who cares? Who cares? And he still appears to be in business today. Fancy giving him a call and leaving a message. It might just take a while for him to return your call. Hilarious! This is the worst product ever. This is the longest business play script ever. The elephant in the room.
Joe Mama!
Before it started hiding in plain sight in the room, the elephant was originally attracting zero debate in the museum. An 1814 fable entitled The Inquisitive Man by Ivan Kralov told the story of a gentleman who visited a museum. And marveled at the tiniest details on display, but completely failed to spot the star attraction of a giant elephant. Over the years, thanks in part to Mark Twain, the philosopher Alfred North Whitehead, and the New York Times, the phrase elephant in the room has evolved into a metaphorical idiom for an uncomfortable or controversial topic which has a blindingly obvious presence, yet nobody seems willing to address it. When the happily married couple Jason and Amanda Adams walked into Shark Tank in 2013, they were unusually quick to discuss the elephant in the room because that's exactly what they were flogging. They reckoned that they'd invented a cunning new tool to help address the lack of communication in troubled relationships, but neither of them were qualified marriage or relationship counselors. I mean, if they've got a good idea for a product, I don't think they need to have, qualifications. It's not like you need to be an expert in... No, maybe you do. Maybe I'm talking shit. In fact, it could be argued that the relatively young and recently married couple didn't have much experience with personal relationships either. Their own whirlwind romance had begun with a blind date which led to marriage just 6 weeks later. Yeah, okay, let's listen to these guys for relationship advice. They seem to know what they're doing. Who gets married after 6 weeks? Oh, come back to me in 40 years. And then we'll talk. But it doesn't appear to have taken too long for Amanda to start getting grumpy about Jason leaving the toilet seat up. And we all know how difficult it is to start up a potentially thorny conversation which includes a bit of criticism. For the 4 simple words we need to talk have a tendency to strike fear and sense of doom into the hearts of even the bravest of souls. If I leave the toilet seat up and my wife has a problem with it, she will either A, put it down, or be like, do you have to leave the toilet seat up every time? And I'll be like, no, I apologize, I sometimes forget. I'll put it down in future. And sometimes I'll forget, sometimes I won't. But it doesn't bother her that much. I try my best. What? This is so pointless. I'm out! So Jason and Amanda came up with a friendlier way to address the elephant in the room. They created the Elephant Chat. It's essentially just a stuffed toy elephant inside a glass box, and it costs $60. The idea is that when you feel the need to discuss something important to your partner, you just don't come blurting out with it. Instead, you take the stuffed toy elephant out of the box, sit it there, and hold it like a sad, hopeless moron until your partner notices and recognizes that you like to have a chat. 1, this is a dumb idea. 2, just purchase a stuffed toy elephant, or I believe Americans call them plushies, which is a brilliant word. Just purchase one of those. It's probably like $3. Come on. Or just print a picture out from the computer and just have that. It's already sad. I'm aware I'm making it sadder, but that's okay. We're already at level 99 sad. We're at the absolute 0 of sad. You can't get sadder. An extra bonus feature is that you're only allowed to talk when you're holding the elephants. Brilliant. Jason and Amanda had originally tried to launch Elephant Chat as a Kickstarter project, but after failing to secure investment on the crowdfunding platform, they figured it might just be easier to ask for pots of money from rich people on TV. It's not going to be easier. They're going to say off. The happy couple was seeking $50,000 in exchange for 70% of the Elephant Chat. Good lord. But the Sharks weren't in the mood for any prolonged discussion over this. Kevin O'Leary highlighted the obvious problem. It's just a stuffed elephant. Even if there are some couples out there who feel capable of conducting a serious conversation whilst holding a stuffed toy elephant, what's stopping them from just spending $2 on an alternative stuffed toy elephant instead of forking out $60 for a stuffed toy elephant in a glass cage? Excellent point, Kevin. Who would have thought of that? Roy Herjavets. Dude, what is with your name? The shark's names, Robert Herjavets, the names are so complicated, was perhaps the most optimistic shark, encouraging the couple to come and pitch him again after 23 years of marriage. Yes. So that he could see concrete proof that the concept worked. That's never going to happen though. Jason and Amanda divorced shortly after leaving the tank and became involved in very messy and public spats about custody of their child. They had a child. It's like blind date, married after 6 weeks, get divorced, but before that, had a child. You just made a string of errors. Maybe that toilet seat thing was a deeper problem than we thought. It's clearly too big for the elephant to handle. Amanda should have banned Jason from the bathroom and brought him a Euro Club to take outside into the garden so they could do his business. In complete privacy among the ever-mounting piles of fried squirrels and grizzly bears. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. Thank you for watching. Legend.
because you watched all the way to the end. We haven't done that in a while. Legend. Cock.
It was cock.
We're having drug purge. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Space. You might be thinking, oh Simon, is this one sponsored? You're holding your tablet. You're not holding a script. And I'm like, no, I forgot to print this one out. So we're doing off the tablet. So there's going to be a little less slapping today, although maybe we'll just a little. This is actually one of my trending videos where we have a different team. The crack team.
Is it crack? Is that what you smoke?
Who I said was basically the team from Casual Criminalist. Everyone was in the comments being like, Simon, is your like crack news team just the same guys who write Casual Criminalist and make and edit Casual Criminalist? And I'm like, yeah. Pretty much. Welcome! I was reading the news yesterday and I heard that Washington legalized magic mushrooms. I mean, I'm all for legalization, like 420 blaze all the way, guys. Magic mushrooms seems pretty intense. I've never done magic mushrooms. I have a friend of mine has done hallucinogenic drugs.
So who do you hang out with?
And he found them very intense.
It was me!
Yeah, he. So that seems like quite an intense one. Is this Washington, D.C. or Washington? By the way, guys, I know that the guy... What did George Washington... Did he found America? I'm not sure what George Washington did. He crossed a river called the Delaware, maybe? There's a famous painting. George Washington did something. I know he's important. He's on the $1 bill or either the $100. No, those are Benjamins. So that's Benjamin Franklin. We see a Look, I'm going to stop displaying my ignorance, but I know George Washington was important, but did we have to name 2 places after him? And did they have to be as far away as possible? It's like there's a 3-hour time difference there. It's like, oh yeah, I've got a call with Washington. And it's like DC or state. Because if it's state, that's a lot more of a hassle because that's a 9-hour time difference. Anyway, you'll see that while this is, it's supposed to be a shorter trending video, it's got very long. What happens here is Callum will write me a script. I will read the script and Jem will sprinkle in some fine vintage memes or not.
No. We don't do that here.
I don't know what Jen sprinkles in. We're still finding our way. So basically what we're doing today, surprising stories of drug decriminalization and why they happened. It's hard to imagine, since most of us grew up with the just say no attitude drilled into us.
If you don't use drugs, you can just about be anything you want to be.
Throughout school, but in the not so distant past, the world was awash in legal drug use. In the 1920s, cocaine was just another tasty ingredient in your soda. Yeah, it was. And to the Victorians, a few hits of opium was just a nice way to unwind after a hard day of whipping orphans in coal mines. I mean, legit. I mean, it's like, yeah. Callum's making a joke about the past. But it's like, yeah, it was really shit. It was really shit. The past was the worst. You could actually buy a t-shirt to that effect at purchasethemerch.co. Woo! Now, it seems as if things are taking a turn back towards a general acceptance of recreational drugs, but with the added caveat of social responsibility. Scientists and lawmakers are determined to get it right this time by focusing on the potential benefits of drugs and legalization, which may have been under our noses all along. Although in the past, when they were like, yeah, cocaine's legal, opium's legal, it was always like, yeah, cocaine for, if you're feeling lethargic, it's great. They always came up with medical reasons. It wasn't just like, yeah, we love coke. Get a line in, son. It was just, it was always under the guise of some medical bullshit. The drug conversation is a messy, impassioned debate. Little wonder that it's birthed some entertaining news stories in recent years. Today we'll be looking at 3 tales of decriminalization to see how various places are going about it. Doing it the right way, doing it the wrong way, and doing it the Irish way. I have no idea how the Irish did it. I'm gonna guess, like, Portugal. Isn't everything basically legal in Portugal? I heard it was like a drug haven. Like, if you want heroin, you can get heroin. But I don't, you probably can't buy heroin from a store, right? Well, look, I'm not an expert. Let's jump in. Shrooms are now legal in Washington, D.C. For British stoners, you have to take a ferry to Amsterdam to enjoy some guilt-free THC. Look, no one's feeling guilty about smoking weed, Callum. People I might know might be feeling guilty about being criminals, but they're not feeling guilty about taking the... Look, okay, let's move on. American weed legalization seems like an impossible dream, but already 14 states have legalized recreational cannabis, and it looks like the rising tide is lifting a few boats as we speak. On March the 15th, Washington, D.C. woke up to a new world. It was on that day that D.C. Initiative 81 took effect, which effectively decriminalized magic mushrooms and a host of lesser-known psychedelics. This has been on the card since last November. That is remarkably soon. Someone just suggested last November that you should legalize mushrooms, and it's January, February. It's March, and you guys are like, yeah, cool. Okay. This has been on the cast since last November and somehow managed to run the gauntlet of a 30-day congressional review without being shot down. Speaking of coke, one-handed. I mean, a similar attempt to legalize cannabis in the district was shot down in 2014 by Republican Representative Andy Harris, allegedly, despite a public vote showing 70% support. I bet Andy was real popular after that. However, his threats to do the same this time never materialized. At least now Harris and his fellow conservative lawmakers in the Capitol can finally chill out and find out what all the fuss is about for themselves. Expect some wild scenes at Congress in the coming months. Can you imagine in Congress, they're like, guys, we're considering the legalization of magic mushrooms. Well, I think one thing is clear. If we're going to do this, we have to try it. That'd be epic. Now, I should add here that there is a key difference between decriminalization and legalization. The former means reducing or repealing legal sanctions against users, while the latter means making it A-OK to use and sell the substance. Keep this in mind so you don't use this video as a legal defense when you're off your face and try to scale the Lincoln Memorial.
I'm so half right now. I don't know what I'm doing.
So it's decriminalized. It's not really This is the problem. Like, you know, I said I read that article. I absolutely just read the headline and was like, fascinating. I'd like to learn more, but I'd like to get paid for it by making a video. So you can see, like, it's just decriminalized. And I live in Prague in the Czech Republic. All the shit is criminalized here. Like, you can carry whatever you want. You can have, like, a few grams. I don't know how much it is, but you can be carrying crack or meth or all of the really serious drugs that will f*** up your life. I mean, all drugs will No, they won't. No, they won't. This isn't the 80s or 60s or whenever don't drugs something was a thing. You're fine. But you can carry pretty much everything as long as you're not going to sell it. No one cares. It's all decriminalized, which is great. Because all that's happened in DC is that they've taken away some of the punishments previously associated with shrooms, mescaline, and ayahuasca. I know ayahuasca's really intense. Didn't that guy, was it Michael from Vsauce, who did ayahuasca in a video? It's like, dude. These drugs are now at the bottom of the police priority list, making it highly unlikely that small-time recreational users and growers will be punished for the little psycho-botanical hobby from now on. It isn't open season on shrooms just yet, but it is a step in this direction. I can't believe that there would actually be shops like... It used to be legal in Amsterdam. You could buy magic mushrooms in a shop. They made it illegal because I think people died. Surely they're not going to have, like, head shops selling magic mushrooms. That's going to be wild. You might be wondering why I'd bother decriminalizing psychedelic plants in the first place. Well, the initiative was spearheaded by Melissa Lavasani and her Plant Medicine Coalition. She claims to have first-hand experience of the legitimate therapeutical benefits of these plants. Yes, she does! Which helped her out of a severe bout of postnatal depression. She's quoted as saying, "I developed anxiety. I had panic attacks once a week. I was hearing voices. I was desperate for a solution. I would have tried anything because it was life or death for me." Now, I'm not recommending you go out picking fungi in the woods the next time you're feeling down. Don't do that. Don't do that unless you really know what you're doing, because you're going to get poisoned. I've seen that movie Into the Wild where he eats the wrong thing and he dies in a bus in the middle of nowhere. It's like, dude, that is not how you want to go. And that was based on a real story. Don't go picking weird things in the woods and eating them. But if these strange little plants have the potential to fix some pretty severe psychological problems, then it's probably best we lay off the moralizing and let the scientists take a proper look. Of course the scientists should be taking a look. Just like, I don't know, have a go. Why not? It's gotta be a good job, right? When I was when I was like a young adult, I would... Am I still a young adult or am I middle-aged? I'm 33. When does that happen? I used to test experimental drugs for money. None of them were ever this interesting. The most interesting one I got to take was like a sedative of some kind. And I was in hospital for like 2 weeks taking this experimental sedative. And I was just like, I was there with like 18 other people. We were super chilled out the whole time. It was great. It's like, what did you do today? I watched 17 seasons of The Simpsons. Yep. An Irish legal lapse initiated a 48-hour free-for-all. Oh no, that is amazing. From a potential medical miracle to a legal blunder for the ages. 1 week in March 2015, the city of Dublin braced itself for a sesh of epic proportions. And it does say sesh, not session, but ses. Sesh. S-E-S-H.
Sesh.
Is that, I feel like that's very British, but maybe it's American. It'd be like, yeah, come round to my house, we're gonna have a sesh. Which can mean like, you know, drugs or drinking. Come round my house, we're gonna have a drinking sesh, and then go out. Oh my god, I'm reminded of university so much right now. So many drinking sessions. I mean, what? I found out my parents watch Business Plays. Very light drinking. No recreational drug use, of course. Just as it did every single week prior. However, the clubs and pubs had reason to be especially prepared this time. That's because on Tuesday, the 10th of March, a loophole in the law threw open the floodgates by making a handful of Class A drugs legal for a 48-hour period. Oh my god, it's like the Purge, but for drugs. For the next 48 hours, all drugs shall be legal. That'd be epic. Basically, the Irish Court of Appeal ruled that a certain passage of the country's 1977 Misuse of Drugs Act was unconstitutional, effectively scrubbing it from the law. It just happened that the passage contains clauses which outlawed the possession of MDMA, ketamine, magic mushrooms, and even crystal meth. That's incredible. Just people, like, smoking crystal meth on the streets. The government quickly realised that they didn't have any backup in place and drafted up some emergency legislation to plug the gap, but they couldn't get this fully passed until 12 a.m. on Tuesday. This meant that in the interim, Ireland was being transported back to 1991 to relive the acid rave glory days one more time. Wait, in 1991? Was all this legal? I don't think so. After the blunder was noticed, the Department of Health somewhat counterintuitively issued a statement advertising the impending ketamine fest, saying, all substances controlled by means of government orders made under Section 2, subsection 2 of the cease to be controlled with immediate effect, and the possession ceases to be an offence. In other words, let the purge commence! I can't believe they actually did this. It is like the purge. Why would you announce this? Just shut the f*** up and no one will notice. Reporting from the front line for Vice magazine on that fateful Wednesday. Who else would be reporting on this other than Vice? Royce Kybird wrote of people falling over each other, beady-eyed, hugging the walls and each other, and guys in pairs chewing invisible bubblegum, clenching their fists a lot and shouting at each other. This is the most Vice thing I've ever read in my life. In other words, it was pretty much indistinguishable from a regular weekday in Dublin, just with a few less people going to jail. Before the revellers had gotten over their come-downs, the new Irish legislation kicked in and life went back to normal. Those magical 48 hours passed into after-party mythology, never to be repeated. Can you imagine if they found out, like with the purge, that it actually reduced the crimes from drugs, like related crimes, not the crimes of having the drugs themselves, for the rest of the year, and the Irish government, well, guess what? We're having drug purge! I'd like to see that. When I finally have a country, we'll do that. It'll be great. A Texan THC technicality, kind of decriminalised weed. I feel like this is going to be a bit of a letdown from the last one, Callum, because that I don't know what can top the absolute drug free-for-all in Ireland for 48 hours. Well, the news that the Irish like a bit of Class A's every now and again isn't exactly shocking. I believe Americans call those Schedule 1s. It's like, you know, the big boy drugs. Heroin, cocaine, fentanyl. There are some shocking corners of the world where the decriminalization of drugs is highly unexpected. Texas is surely one of them. The state is among the reddest in the entire USA, a famous fortress of conservative ideals. Although now I read that everyone from California, who's like super liberal and all that, is moving to Texas. I don't know why. Is it taxes, or is it that they don't like the government? What? Maybe it's the same thing. They're all moving to Texas, and then Texas is becoming like really blue now? I don't know. I saw a bumper sticker on like a Reddit post saying like, don't California my Texas or something. Who cares? Let's move on. Which made it all the more surprising when a story broke in 2019 suggesting that the Lone Star State had legalized weed just like those dirty devil worshippers in California. But all was not as it seems. The legal grey area which Texan stoners found themselves in was due to efforts to legalize hemp. If you're unfamiliar with hemp because you weren't raised by hippies, it's basically a variety of the cannabis plant which is used for making fabrics rather than eroding the fabric of good traditional values. The distinction between weed and hemp is a matter of THC, the psychoactive chemical in marijuana. Over 0.3% THC makes it the devil's lettuce, and anything less, it's just plain old harmless hemp. For illustration's sake, apparently the average percentage for recreational cannabis in Colorado is upwards of 15%. Texan lawmakers didn't get around to writing this little distinction into their legal code until 2019, prior to which they just went with the all cannabis bad approach. When they did end up legalizing hemp, this meant the change in the definition of marijuana, which the police and prosecutors just weren't prepared to deal with. The testing of hemp available across the state wasn't sensitive enough to detect the fine details in these percentages of a batch of seized cannabis. They'd be like, well, I guess there's only one way we can see where this is going to get people high. Break out the rolling papers. What's the super Texas name? I have no idea, like, Bruce? That doesn't feel right. Chad? Doesn't also feel right. What's a good cowboy name? I don't know, let's move on. Each county decided for itself how to handle the situation, with some of the biggest, such as Harris County, deciding to suspend prosecution for minor weed offences, throwing dozens of low-stakes cases out of court until proper testing technology could be provided. The moral of the story is that if you're planning on smoking weed in Texas, just make sure that your dealer is so bad that the machines don't even register his goods as actual drugs. But also, the whole episode only highlighted the fact that Texas isn't as averse to cannabis as you might expect. Just the year before, the Texas Tribune newspaper run a poll which displayed majority support for legalization in the state. As Heather Fazio from Texans for Responsible Marijuana Policy put it, prosecuting people for low-level marijuana isn't a good use of resources, nor is it worth the devastating human consequences that come with a drug conviction. I just feel like this is like one of those things of like, yeah, obviously, but we still have to point this out, that sending people to prison for weed, which will ruin their life and job prospects and all of that, is just a terrible idea. Just stop it. Stop it! Even so, even though many of the politicians are still high on their tough on drugs rhetoric, the people themselves aren't so interested in ruining teenagers' lives. They're just a little bit of weed. Wrap up. Ooh, we don't get these with Danny. Get excited. That wraps up our rapid-fire overview of decriminalization victories and blunders of the last 5 years. It's clear that all you stoners in the West are living in a golden age, even though we're all well aware how drugs can absolutely devastate lives and communities. Yeah, but not weed. How many people have you met whose life was devastated by weed? If anything, people I've met who do a lot of weed, it's like, oh, well, you're just less successful, less motivated, but your life definitely hasn't been ruined by weed. You clearly love it. Like, I wish I loved weed like you did, because my life is busy and stressful, whereas you just like playing Xbox all day. That sounds awesome! In another life, I would absolutely get super into weed, and just be so demotivated, and just get really good at, I don't know, what's one of those games I've never played that everyone gets super into, like StarCraft. The culture is starting to wake up to the fact that we may have thrown the baby out with the bathwater. To review, psychedelics might offer some life-saving treatments for mental illness. Decriminalizing weed can save police time and preserve the future of harmless recreational users. And ketamine, well, ketamine's still ketamine. Probably best to stay away from ketamine. Never done ketamine. I know it's called Special K. Isn't it a horse tranquilizer that makes people... Is it a hallucinogen? I don't even know. Look, I've got no interest in ketamine. We'll see soon enough whether this modern approach works, if and when President Biden follows through on his promise to decriminalize weed nationwide. Wow! Is he going to do that? That's epic! Meanwhile, the Brits will just have to make do with a tub of industrial glue and an empty crisp packet, as we've always done. Wait, we're just sniffing glue in the UK? Oh, that's depressing. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. And thank you for watching. I haven't murdered any homeless people lately. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. What else is brilliant is today's script written by Danny, added to by me, and of course, some fine vintage memes that have been sprinkled in by Sam. This is HR nightmares, which is something that I didn't have to deal with. I mean, look companies, take a lesson from your boy. Just lock everyone up in the basement and have them work for free. No problems. Absolutely zero problems. Locking people up in the basement to work for me is never going to come back to bite me. Thank you, boys! If you're wondering what's going on, welcome to Business Blaze. You're probably not, because everyone who watches this channel is already subscribed, and if you're not, you're a weird outlier, and nobody likes a weird outlier. So smash that subscribe button like your reputation depends on it. I used to know a guy called Bryn. I'm not sure if this dude's name is actually Bryn, B-R-Y-N, because I've never heard of that name, or whether Danny just had a typo and he missed out the A in Brian. Would there be an I in Brian? Is Brian spelled with a what? What is going on? I have no idea how to spell Brian. And he worked as a prison officer in Doncaster in the UK. My brother-in-law's from Doncaster. I've never been there. I know absolutely nothing. If you pointed at me a map and said, where is Doncaster? I'd be like, well, it's definitely north of Kent. And that's about as much as I would know. If it's not north of Kent, I'm sorry. But I always remember he used to drive up to Doncaster. He would drive up to Doncaster. So I'm guessing it's north of where I grew up. I always used to think he was the perfect fit for the role. He was a thoroughly fair and decent bloke, and he was never going to take shit from anyone. Yeah, but the problem is if you're a prison officer, and like, if a prisoner gives you shit, you can't just absolutely beat the out of them. It'd be like, what I want in my police officers, not people who don't take shit from anyone. That's not what I want, because then you're going to just have a wildly violent police force who end up murdering civilians. Oh, I see. Having said that, I often used to see him with cuts or bruises or a thick lip or a black eye, following what he described as a bad day at the office. Good lord. And although he was generally positive and upbeat, he occasionally let his guard slip and revealed that he wouldn't mind a job where he wasn't treated with utter contempt and threats of violence every day. Yeah, Jesus, being a prison guard has got to be brutal. I know the feeling. One day I bumped into... Oh, okay, Danny wrote his name here again as Bryn, so I'm guessing his name is actually Bryn. Do you think you got bullied by the prisoners for being called Bryn? Or like, hey, it's Brian without an A. Prisoners don't really bully, do they? They probably just spat in his face.
Did you see that bitch fucking spit in my motherfucking face?
Oh, and he seemed happy as a clam in butter sauce to tell me the surprise news that he'd left his job as a prison officer and he was now embarking on a new chapter in his life, working in human resources of a large corporation with a big office in Doncaster which boasted a really good coffee machine and significantly less incarcerated criminals. That is a very strange career path. It's like, what did you do previously? I was a prison guard, and now I'm in HR. I was chuffed for him, and it was nice to think that he wouldn't be coming back to his wife and kids all bruised and battered every night. After about 3 months, I saw him again, and he was still pretty chirpy, but I was shocked to discover that he'd quit his new job and had gone back to being a prison officer. Is this a real story, Danny? I never know with you. He reckoned that the regular threat of being spat on and punched by aggressive criminals was a breezy walk in the park compared to the walk in the yard, compared to the sheer relentless hatred he endured every day working in the human resources department. Is working in human resources that bad? I'm just going to call it HR from now on because it's easier. I don't know, I've not really had any interaction with HR in my life because I've never really had a proper job. I mean, I've had like part-time jobs, but not the sort of job where it's like you've got to sit down with HR. What did I do that was inappropriate?
Well, according to Miss Jensen, you said that she was a slave to her biological urges and called her an egg salad sandwich.
But I never thought it would be that bad. I would think that's quite an easy job. No offense to all the people who work in HR. Like, Simon is an absolute nightmare. I'm so sorry. As far as I know, he's still working in prisons today, dazed but happy. HR does appear to get a bad reputation from the very humans that the department is meant to be providing with resources. The department was once described by Fast magazine as at best a necessary evil and at worst a dark bureaucratic force that blindly enforces nonsensical rules, resists creativity, and impedes constructive change. I mean, okay, I until I read this, I was like, isn't HR a good thing? It like makes sure like that people are not being dicks to each other. Isn't that what they're for? But then I realized, wait, this could really quickly slip into like insane rules. Jenny, did you push in front of Karen at the coffee machine? Because Karen has lodged a formal complaint against you. You're like, what is going on? And yes, I did choose the name Karen on purpose, Karen. Maybe that's a bit harsh, but I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who work incredibly hard and do amazing things in HR. But I suppose the problem is that we only ever hear about HR when something's gone tits up. It's true that HR isn't meant to be your buddy, amongst many other things. Wait, aren't they supposed to, if you're not a dick, aren't they supposed to be your friends? Because they're supposed to protect you from other dicks. I mean, people who are dicks, not you get my meaning. Amongst many other things, the department gives him the challenging role of maximizing employee productivity while protecting the company from any issues or potential lawsuits cooked up by disgruntled staff. In that sense, HR isn't on the side of the workforce, and just as Bryn discovered, are unlikely to get invited down to bingo night at the Pig and Whistle. I feel like this is internal affairs, like for... In you know, every police documentary, they're like, oh, internal affairs are coming around. Bad news for us. They're like the cops of the cops. Everyone hates them, even though what they're trying to do is prevent like police from being criminals. I mean, because it's like the police. I'm not a criminal. The police are out there to protect me. Whenever I see the police, I'm like, have I done something bad? You know, just walking down the street. I'm wearing a mask. I'm wearing a mask. I don't have any drugs on me. We're all good. I haven't murdered any homeless people lately, but you generally don't hear about them when they're quietly doing their sterling work and ensuring that the wheels of the company are finely oiled. They only seem to get spotted and discussed after making a giant cock-up. Working for HR seems to be a thankless and unrewarding role which shares certain qualities with international super spies, proofreaders, football referees and security guards. What have you got against proofreaders, Danny? So it might be fun to finally redress the balance and give these people in HR the credit they deserve by running through some of the department's most gloriously smooth moments. Probably not that much fun though. Here are some of HR's biggest ever howlers. So proofreader, do you think a proofreader would be like, Danny, did you misspell the name Brian as Bryn? You're so dumb, Danny. It's Brian, isn't it? With an A and an I and a what? I don't know how to spell Brian. Danny hates proofreaders. Danny hates me. Last paycheck. During my long stint working at the Royal Bank of Scotland, I found myself in charge of putting together the weekly newsletter that was emailed to about 130 members of staff who worked in the same massive centre. God, you know you got a big company where you have separate newsletters for separate areas of your company. I don't even have one news. I do have a newsletter, but it's like for fans. And I never email people on it, and it costs me $100 a month. I have no idea why. MailChimp. It turns out to be a bit of a pain because I've been asked to do the job by the centre manager, but my immediate boss didn't approve and made sure that I never had any time in the office to put on my editor's cap. So I mostly did it in the evenings at home. Oh, that's so depressing. Oh, Danny, I'm sorry. But for several months, it seemed worth the effort, as the staff really seemed to enjoy what I was doing with it. I tried to inject a bit of fun and edgy humour into a previously dry and typically corporate newsletter, and it quadrupled in length under my tenure. Shocking! You should have seen the size of the introductions. These videos are like a half an hour, 40 minutes long, and people are always like, Simon, it's because you add your own bullshit. And I know this, but I still ask Danny, can you write the scripts to be about half the length? And he's like, nah, Simon, I know I keep saying I'll make them shorter. Here's 9 pages, bitch. And I'm like, Danny, you're going to have to speak with HR. And he's like, Simon, you just call me bitch. You're going to have to speak with HR. And I'm like, there is no HR. Please don't sue me, Daddy. Allegedly. I mean, that is something you could like, if this wasn't a comedy thing, and I called someone who worked for me a little bitch, I'm probably gonna get in trouble. Can I get in trouble even as a comedy thing? Maybe I'll cut it out. But I mean, despite like Danny and I's amicable, like, joking relationship on here, he isn't in the basement, and when I do send him emails, they are very professional. I mean, I use emojis, but I use emojis with my bank.
I'm a grown-ass man.
But one week, I apparently crossed the line. I wrote an introduction which completely ripped the piss out of the CEO of RBS, Fred Goodwin, and made him sound like a gibbering buffoon. You have to bear in mind that this happened in the year 2008 when Fred ended up drive the bank to the point of collapse and into a £45 billion rescue package. The guy was once knighted for services to the banking industry, and he would later walk away from RBS with a multi-million-pound pension pot as a reward for his remarkable efforts. I thought he was a fair target for criticism in the newsletter. He was, Danny. He definitely was. But as I dispatched the newsletter email late on a Friday afternoon, then set off to catch the train home, I had no idea that I'd left behind a trail of chaos as productivity suddenly ground to a halt at the bank. The centre manager instructed all the team leaders to gather their staff together and issue an instruction to delete the newsletter from their inboxes immediately without opening it. Whenever you get an email, it's like, disregard the previous email. The most immediate thing I'm doing is opening that previous email. I've had a few of these, like, awkward emails where it's like CC'd in the wrong person. And it's like, please disregard, please, I'm sorry. And most of the people are like, yeah, it happens, but I'm glad to know what you think of me. As soon as I got home, I received a stroppy telephone call from HR. He demanded that I return to the office immediately to officially unsend the email, although that was a waste of time, as it turns out the 2/3 of the staff had already deified the instructions and opened it anyway defied. Why did I read that as deified? I'm so dumb. Deified the instructions open anyway for a good laugh. Of course they would. It's only natural. Also, unsending emails. I mean, you can turn it on in Gmail, so it gives you a few seconds and you can click undo. But it's only a few seconds. But I remember this, like, on the last time I was on anything like a corporate email server was at school, and there was like internal mail within the school, so you could email people, you know, but there was a way to withdraw the email because it was all on their servers and stuff. But if I send my email and it goes out to everyone's like Gmail and Hotmail and does anyone use anything else other than Gmail? I say Hotmail, but does that even exist anymore? I can't pull that back. It's gone. It's out there. I was hauled over the coals for my misjudgment. I didn't get the sack, but I stepped down as the editor as it seemed a bit shitty that I'd been dragged into the office and giving a bollocking for something that I've been forced into doing in my own time anyway. Agreed. Still, spare a thought for poor Sir Fred, who later got stripped of his knighthood. Holy shit, they don't do that often, and you gotta have done something bad. And he spent the next decade in wealthy disgrace for his part in the credit crunch. Dickhead. Yeah, I mean, getting your knighthood taken away is like, that is bad. That is not a good time. But of all the employers I've ever had, RBS was the one with the strictest rules and policies. They even imposed a blanket ban on discussing your job or opinions of the company on social media. Not that they can really do anything about it if you're careful with your connections and your privacy settings. And it appears that the fashion retail giant, I wonder why they did that. I wonder why RBS would be like, don't discuss your opinions of the company outside. Because you know it doesn't do that. Like, I don't know, those companies that have amazing... What's that shoe company? Is it Zapatos or something? Or Zappos? There's a big shoe company which has a reputation for being apparently legendary. And they're probably like, yeah, please talk about your experiences working at our company. Because we're proud of making this a fantastic place to work. And the few people who have a bad time are going to be very much in minority. RBS are like, don't you dare talk about working here! I will f***ing end you!
Your language is entirely inappropriate, and I'm going to advise that you shut your mouth right now.
And it appears that the fashion retail giant Lacoste had a similar claustrophobic grip on their employees. In 2013, a Lacoste sales executive in New York named Wade Groom found himself in hot water when he dared to post a picture of his paycheck on Instagram. I'm not really sure why I'd do this. But he seemed quite aggrieved about the numbers on it. He captions the image with the words, "Ever since I was a kid, I thought it was completely insane we have to work all our lives." Okay. Well, you don't. You don't have to work until like 18. I mean, most people, I think. Or you have, like, paper rounds and stuff. But you're not an adult until you're 18. Some people delay that until, like, their 30s with ongoing education. And then you retire at, what, 65, 70? That's not your whole life. You get, like, 10 years when you're unhealthy and old and crooked. Like, not morally corrupt, crooked, like all like with your bones. When you're like old, so you get to go on cruises and this does sound like a bad deal. I'm sorry, Wade, you're right. What the going on? I still feel this way, especially when it's only enough to live in a third world apartment with everything. Well, dude, I get it, but you're also coming across as a bit of a dick. Because someone in the third world will probably see that paycheck and be like, dude, bro, that's what I make in a year, mate. One of his Instagram followers and presumably co-workers grasped on Wade by alerting HR manager at the cost of the post that Wade was promptly fired for violating confidentiality. Whose confidentiality? It's his paycheck. But it turns out it's actually a violation of the National Labour Relations Act to try and prevent employees from discussing how much they earn. Good! That sounds like a good law. The only confidential information on that paycheck related to Wade Groom himself, and he had every legal right to share a photograph of his own property, along with opinions which count as protected speech. Although it's certainly not clear if Wade got his job back, he did at least reach some sort of private settlement with Lacoste, which, by the sounds of it, may have turned out to be a better deal than going back to work for them. He could pick out whatever Toyota he wanted. OGBB! If he never returned, then Lacoste actually got rid of the top-performing sales associate in their flagship Manhattan store, as Wade was pulling in around $40,000 worth of sales during the most profitable weeks. Wait, Lacoste make clothing. Why do you need a sales... Like, he's not bringing it in. He just sells the Like, the stores bring it. If you're a car salesman, and you're getting people like, you should buy this car, sir, buy this car, it's the one for you. But I don't go into a Lacoste store, and I'll be like, okay, I want that polo shirt. And, I mean, Wade isn't responsible for my sale of that polo shirt. And the irony is that you can't even see any details on the zoomed out picture of the paycheck anyway. You can't even tell that it came from Lacoste. If HR had just left things alone, the picture would have been quickly forgotten by Wade's relatively small number of followers. By firing their best salesman and generating a wave of negative publicity, well done, HR.
You're fired! You're hired! You're fired!
Lacoste's bid to control the social media usage of their employee only led to the national exposure that they pay really wages to their top performers. I want to know how much it is, Danny. Lacoste paycheck fired. Come on, Google, don't let me down. Images. Oh yeah, it's still out there. See, and this is the thing, Lacoste, by doing this, I'm getting like exposure for this from like, this is from the 7th of August 2013. Bros, it's like 8 years later and I'm still talking about this. Wow, I mean, remember when iPhones used to look like that? It's some old school shit. Oh, come on, I can't see that. Okay, so Groom was the top earning sales associate, according to records, between his $15 per hour salary, which is, that's extremely reasonable. If you live in the third world, which let's call developing world, because we're not dicks, $15 per hour would be wildly good, obviously depending on which country. He made $1,500 a week, or $78,000 per year. Mate, you can shut the up. That is not bad. Look, spout off below, like, I think $78,000 a year is a pretty good salary. Maybe I'm smoking crack.
Exactly. Yes, I have smoked crack cocaine.
Weekend bonding. It's very rare that I've ever had to return my monthly salary to my employer on the grounds that I just felt like working for love rather than for money. Yeah, I'm very aware of this, Danny. I'm always like, don't you love doing this? And he's like, yeah, Simon, I do. I'm like, great, do I still have to pay you? And Danny's like, I can't eat off love. And I was like, Danny, have you not seen that movie Eat, Pray, Love? And he's like, Simon, that movie's got nothing to do with it. And I'm like, I know, Danny, I've never seen movies. And it's equally rare that my employer never turns around to me and asks if I would mind working for free. But this was a strategy that the Philadelphia-based lifestyle brand Urban Outfitters decided to adopt for a weekend in 2000. I've heard of this. In 2015. The company predicted a mad holiday rush on their shirts and realized they needed more manpower in the warehouse in Pennsylvania to get all of the orders shipped in time. I don't think I've heard of Urban Outfitters. I don't think I've never stepped in a Lacoste store. I've never stepped in an Urban Outfitters store. I don't even know if we have Urban Outfitters in Europe. I've never heard, I don't know what it looks like. The company predicted a mad holiday, blah, 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 blah. And in their warehouse in Pennsylvania, they needed to get all the orders shipped in time. Instead of, say, offering very welcome overtime hours to the warehouse workers, the HR department at Urban Outfitters had a better idea which could potentially save a few dollars. They sent out an email to their store workers asking if any of them fancied the idea of volunteering to help out in the warehouse over the weekends. That sounds illegal. That definitely sounds illegal. And then sold the whole concept as a team building exercise. This is some bullshit. Like, my wife used to work for, like, a company, and they'd go on, like, they'd have, like, team building weekends and shit, where they had to go away and, like, I don't know, run in obstacle courses or some bullshit like that. And my wife was always like, I hate this shit. And everyone I know is like, I hate this shit. So in other words, they were asking minimum wage staff to give up their weekends and work for free to up and rake tons of money for the company during a busy period, and on the flimsy pretext that they might bond in some deep and meaningful way, while the usual warehouse workers sat at home and felt grumpy about missing out on overtime pay. This sparked derision from the business media, but Urban Outfitters were quick to defend their strategy by highlighting the dedication and commitment of their wonderful staff. But they pointed out also that the invitation was only extended to their salaried workers who received a fixed amount every month, rather than hourly workers who would have been legally entitled to overtime pay for every extra hour they put in. It's like, yeah, what are you doing? Well, we're pointing out the legal technicality that makes this possible for us to rip you off. You dicks. Legal quibbles aside, I can't see much of a defence in that argument, as the salaried employees were still working overtime for nothing. It's just that they couldn't sue the company afterwards. Surprisingly, it seems that the team-building exercises prompted a big turnout, possibly on strength of the offer of a free lunch and a ride home. There were no repercussions for Urban Outfitters, as they technically hadn't broken any laws. There should be laws. There should be laws against this. Asking people to volunteer when you're the employer is what I would describe as like an abuse of power. If someone was paying me to make these videos, and they were like, Simon, mate, and they paid me like a salary or whatever, and they were like, Simon, you're gonna have to come in on Saturday and make a couple of videos for free, or we're gonna fire your ass, or we're not gonna fire you. It's gonna say something about your dedication to the company, isn't it? And I'll be like, yeah, I guess I'll come in. And I don't want to, and I'm not getting paid. And Saturday's when I get to spend time with my family. So, yeah, this is a dick move. There should be laws against that. What is going on? Get it together. Look, Joe Biden's president now. Can't we sort this out? And relax. He's a Democrat, right? They're less pro big business, isn't it? I don't know how it works in America. If I was like, someone's going to make Labour better for the little man, I'd be like, it's probably going to be the Democrats, right? I'm not saying that's what I believe. Anyway, this is good news for CEO Richard Hain, one of the richest men in Pennsylvania with a net worth of over $1 billion. A lesson in diversity. Over the years, I feel like I've attended hundreds of those bloody awful training courses or what. A lesson in diversity. Over the years, I feel like I've attended hundreds of these bloody awful training courses or workshops or staff events where the host bounces around in a ball of fizzy energy in a futile attempt to drum up some enthusiasm from bored attendees who are clearly only there on strict orders from a higher authority. One of the most cringeworthy moments is always the icebreaker, in which the attendees are often asked to stand up and introduce themselves with an interesting story. I haven't got any interesting stories, so I always struggled a bit with this. Once, for just a bit of a laugh, I stood up and introduced myself with, my name's Danny Salter, and I've been clean now for 12 days, 9 hours, and 27 minutes. I completely misjudged the room. The woman who was in next line got a much better reaction when she shared her funny anecdote at the time that she shot herself in the supermarket. Oh my god. I don't know what, like, okay, you gotta come up with an interesting story. I've never done these. It's like, what would I do? I don't even know. Come up with an interesting act. It's just so awkward. I feel like genuinely I've had a fairly interesting life, but I don't know what story I'll tell. I'll just be like, assuming this is like in the future, I'll be like, yeah, I once made loads of videos on the internet and people watched them. Someone next to me would be like, well, I ran a half marathon last weekend and raised some money for charity. That would get more cheers than my thing. And I'll be like, shit, I'm just bad at storytelling. But I can't say that I attended anything that turned out to be quite as much of a shit show as the Equality and Diversity Training course, which new staff from the Swansea-based Housing Association Pobble Group were forced to endure in 2018. One of the lucky attendees was Teresa Georges. Teresa is a hard to pronounce name anyway, and your surname is Georges, like George with an S on the end. Is that George? Oh, Christ. Who had picked up a job with the organisation as a cleaner in their Clarence Place hostel in Newport. It's worth noting at this point that Teresa was the only person of colour in the room. The trainer was a woman called Lisa Hearn, who apparently had 8 years of training experience under her belt, so she clearly knew what she was doing. Early on in the proceedings, she pulled out a flip chart and encouraged the attendees to shout out the most offensive and derogatory terms that they could possibly imagine so that she could write them down in the marker pen. 8 years... What? No. What are you doing, Lisa? The only way that'd be good if you're just doing it with like a bunch of incredibly PC people, it'd be like, naughty boy. To help get the ball rolling, she even came up with a few of her own, including 2 well-known racial slurs, which we don't need to repeat. One of which begins with N. Naughty boy. Oh, good lord. She didn't censor them or anything. She just wrote them up and down in big, bold letters and then went around the room asking every attendee to contribute their own. Some of the attendees weren't very imaginative, so they just cheerfully bellowed out the same words that Lisa had already written down, prompting the host to put another confirmative tick next to them. So for the next 10 minutes, Teresa Georges had to sit there and listen to the most shocking examples of racially charged insults echoing around the whole room. She felt a weight of expectation to come out of her own example of a racial slur when it was her turn to speak, but instead she came out with a rather lame cabbage, which must have just punctuated the jubilant mood a little bit. What is going on? This is the most uncomfortable thing I've ever heard of in my life, and I'm not her. If I was her, I'd be like, well, at least I'm gonna get rich, because somebody is getting sued. It's understandable that Teresa felt shocked and mortified by the whole experience. During the lunch break, she left the event and then went on unauthorized leave after filing a complaint with HR. But the response from HR was almost as appalling as the event itself. The complaint was rejected on the grounds that the discussion took place in a very controlled environment in which no racial harassment was present. Yo, when people are shouting, screaming racial slurs and they get it written up on a giant board by a bunch of white people, tell me again, what wasn't racial harassment, HR? Because, what the f***? Teresa appealed the decision, but it was upheld. Go to court, go to court, go to court. When Teresa took the complaint to an employment tribunal, the Pobble Group retaliated with an accusation that her perception of events may have been affected by the fact she was under investigation for completing a fraudulent timesheet. That is straight out of the playbook called deflection. But this was utterly dismissed by the tribunal, who ruled that the case violated the Equality Act of 2010 and that Teresa was placed into an intimidating, hostile, degrading, humiliating and offensive environment. Reports that Teresa later sought compensation from Pobble Group, but it's not clear how much, if anything, she was awarded. I would hope it's enough to make the company look again at who they get to run their equality and diversity courses and perhaps consider getting rid of the current sack of cabbages. But the not really appropriate. I hope she got a lot of money. Yahoo, you're fired, not.
You're fired. You're hired. You're fired.
2016 was I think I've heard of this. 2016 was a troublesome year for Yahoo as the web service giant faced dwindling profits and were rapidly losing market share to the likes of Google and Microsoft. 2016? That's 5 years ago! Did you mean 2006, Danny? When was the last time anyone did anything on Yahoo? But then CEO Marissa Mayer offered a few crumbs of comfort to employees who might be concerned about losing their jobs during an internal Friday FYI meeting at the company's HQ in Silicon Valley. Marissa reportedly announced that we won't be laying off any employees. There was then a short dramatic pause before she added playfully, this week. Dude, that is so cringe. This apparently inspired a bout of nervous giggling from the attendees who weren't quite sure if their CEO was having a bit of a laugh to lighten the mood or making a slightly discouraging promise.
I'm in danger!
Just a few weeks later, the 30 employees weren't giggling quite so much when their managers allegedly took them to one side and shot them. And immediately informed them that they'd been fired. A list of the lowest performing workers had been circulated to managers from HR, and there was an understanding that 30 names on the list were all due for the chop. Except, it wasn't allegedly a misunderstanding. Although the list was meant to highlight employees who were possibly needing a kick up the arse, it's reported that nobody was meant to be fired, leading to a slightly awkward follow-up conversation in which employees were told that they hadn't been fired after all. Oh no!
You're fired! You're hired! You're fired!
Yahoo, how can you fit so much cringe into one event? It's remarkable. It's a shame that the sackings didn't happen on April 1st, at least that would have given the managers something to work with. It's worth making clear that Yahoo has claimed that there is zero truth to this rumor, but the New York Post claims that to have spoken to a number of insiders who confirmed that the story was completely genuine. It gets worse though. Uh-oh. Yahoo, how are you going to fit in more cringe, allegedly? Just a few weeks later, the employees found out that they were all fired after all. No! When Yahoo announced that it was laying off 1,600 members of staff, about 15% of its total workforce, in a bid to get the company back on track, after posting a loss of $4.4 billion in the previous quarter. And this time, the employees weren't going to get a follow-up announcement that the company was only kidding. But at least Marissa kept true to her word that at that Friday FYI conference, nobody did get fired that week. Savage. She probably wouldn't even have minded too much if she had been the one getting the boot. There was talk at the time of Yahoo selling off its core business, which would have led to the termination of Marissa's contract and a golden handshake package. Well, wait for it. $55 million. However, she ended up hanging around until 2017 when she stepped down after 5 years in the role, during which time she'd earned about $239 million from running a company which had witnessed massive losses in revenue and a slashed and quite confused workforce. Suddenly, ex-Sir Fred Goodwin's pension pot doesn't seem quite so appalling in comparison. He's still a massive bellend though, and it's nice to finally be able to say that without fear of repercussion. Allegedly. I've got fear of repercussion, Danny. Allegedly a bellend. Also, Americans were asking, what is a bellend? I didn't realize this was just a British term. So I'm hereby proclaiming, as Urban Dictionary, look it up on Urban Dictionary, you'll see this is a UK thing, and there's a mission to get it spread across the pond. So from now on, dear Americans, I would encourage you, when there's someone you don't like, the appropriate word, it's sort of like douchebag. You can use bellend instead. You're welcome. Check it out on Urban Dictionary, and I encourage you to take a guess of what it is before you look it up. I might just take the phone off the hook for a while, though, in case I get a stroppy call from the Business Blaze HR department. Oh, ba-da-ba-boom. Thank you for watching. Go to lucy.co and use the promo code MEGAPROJECTS. That's not correct. What? Who are we blocking? Oh, just 12% of the world's trade. No, it's fine. We're getting right out of here. Activate the bowel thrusters! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Guys, this is another trending one. Not that my merch isn't trending. Google Trends, Business Blaze merch. Mwah! So this is a trending one. What I saw in the news was that a giant-ass boat got stuck in the Suez Canal. I know because I made a video on Geographics all about the Suez Canal that like 12% of the world's shipping, the entirety of the world's shipping, 12%, will go through the Suez Canal at some point en route to its destination. And right now, as of this recording, there is a giant-ass ship that is stuck in there. And it seems that the Egyptian government have a tiny little digger trying to dig it out, and they've got all these tugboats, and it's like this boat is not going anywhere. It weighs like 500,000 tons or something insane. So I thought what we could do is 4 tiny mistakes with catastrophic consequences, because a little bit of wind blew that boat off course and it got stuck. And so I thought we could talk about some similar things to that. Thank you, Callum, for putting this together. It's the Crack News team.
Is it crack? Is that what you smoke?
I will read Callum's scripts. Jen will add in some fine memes. I wonder if Jen knows what this is. Because I realise Sam definitely knows what this is. It's the Salt Bay dude, sprinkling salt on people's steaks.
I feel like a deer in the headlights of love.
Let's get some energy going. Mistakes are inevitable in my job. Oh, for f***'s sake, Callum. I told you! No mistakes! But when it comes to any consequences, not every career path is created equal. If I mess up, the worst that can happen is I get torn to pieces by a mob of vigilante fact-checkers. I can feel them circling like vultures right now, just waiting to strip the flesh from my bones. Oh my god, this is like my life. Other than the pronunciation checkers, it's like, yeah, you got this wrong. How did you not know that the T-49 tank was made in 1948 and not 1949? Even though it's called T-49 and it's a really easy mistake to make. My life, ladies and gentlemen. In the grand scheme of things, my reputation as an online word-writing man isn't a big deal, but there are plenty of jobs out there in which the stakes are much higher. As we speak, the crew of a container ship is currently holding up traffic in one of the most vital trade routes in the world. You've got to feel pretty bad about that, right? You're like, yeah, sorry guys, my bad. What? Who are we blocking? Oh, just 12% of the world's trade. No, it's fine. We're getting right out of here. Activate the bowel thrusters! Today we're diving into this story and some of the most expensive, catastrophic, monumental failures ever caused by minor human error. They're proof that one person really can make a difference. Sometimes we f*** up so bad that the reverberations of our idiocy are felt around the globe. Every time Callum writes me a script, he always it says mess up here as well. He always gives me like a more polite option. He does it on Casual Criminalist as well, which Callum also writes for. That's another channel of mine. You can check it if you want to. Don't feel obliged. Although I do think it's quite good. It gets very good reviews. It's also a podcast. What are we talking about? A single ship has brought 12% of global trade to a standstill. This Tuesday morning, it's a couple of days ago, as of this recording, a shipping container called the Ever Given, which is extremely confusing because pictures of it have a giant thing that says Evergreen on the side. But I did check it. It is called Ever Given, and they just decided to put a big evergreen on the side for I don't know why. I actually thought I was insane. And this is another thing. It'll say like, people will be like, Simon, the boat is clearly called Evergreen. Look at the picture of it and you're saying it wrong. I'm not okay. Relax. Prepare to enter the Suez Canal from the Red Sea side on a path from China to the Netherlands. Bird's eye charts show that the crew accidentally traced the shape of a juvenile doodle on the GPS tracking that fateful morning while waiting to enter. An omen of the monumental balls up to come. No, it didn't. Did it really? I got it on Snopes. Did the cargo ship draw a penis before getting stuck in the Suez Canal? Very clever subtitle. Some might classify getting stuck in the Suez Canal as a move. Mostly true. This is a genuine image showing the route of the Ever Given cargo ship as it waited to enter the Suez Canal. However, as of writing, there's no evidence that this ship intentionally took this route to make a funny GPS drawing. I mean, it did a picture of it. With giant balls. Wow. The end of the canal was around 7:30 local time. 10 minutes later, strong winds had spun the gigantic vessel around, causing it to run aground against the right-hand side of the canal. Images show the hulking ship, which has a capacity of 20,000 containers and runs around 1,300 feet, 400 meters in length. Good lord. Blocking the entire channel from end to end. That might not sound like such a big deal, but the 50-odd ships per day which pass through the Suez Canal account for a staggering 12% of global trade, or over $2 trillion per year. Oh my god, the amount of money that is just just being wasted every second is insane. The ramifications of this steering error on global trade will be absolutely immense. Oil prices spiked 4% in the first day, leaving the Saudis wondering why they didn't block the thing sooner. Legit though, legit, this is wild. We're currently heading into the third day with minimal progress made in unclogging. Yeah, because there's a picture of a tiny... Jen, you gotta show that image of that tiny digger just working on the huge ship. It's the most absurd thing I've ever seen. Currently a backlog of over 100 ships is waiting to get through, and that's only keep growing in the longer it takes to dislodge the boat. Egypt has deployed a crack team of guys in diggers to try and refloat it by digging away at the banks, with tugboats unsuccessfully attempting to spin it back into the right direction. With progress moving at a snail's pace, expect the price of random junk from China to keep on rising in the next few days. Stocks! Banks and brokers can't stop losing billions to typos. Wasn't there one where some giant bank accidentally sent like $500 million to someone, and then the courts were like,
"Hey, something wrong, it's popping." I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "No."
I'm sorry, but you can't get it back. You sent it. You clearly did. Wild. Blocking a hefty chunk of world trade for half a week is bad, but imagine accidentally losing billions of dollars in a single second. This actually is a ridiculously common thing among some of the world's biggest financial firms, whose employees are just as prone to so-called fat finger errors as the rest of us. One of the best examples happened in Japan in 2005. A firm called Mizuho Securities Co. was planning to offer shares in a Japanese recruitment firm on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. One unfortunate trader was tasked with listing a single share for about 610,000 yen, which was about $5,200 back then. But when he was inputting this trade into the system, he accidentally mixed up the boxes, offering 610,000 shares at 1 yen a piece. Oh my god. He just sold off tons of his shares in the company for basically nothing. Dude. Mizuho desperately tried to cancel the order 3 times, but the Tokyo Stock Exchange told him that there was nothing they could do. Once an order's an order, that's it. End of. Buyers had an absolute feeding frenzy on the bargain stocks, which would essentially net them a 610,000 multiple on their return on investment if they could sell the shares at the originally intended price. When the dust settled, that one employee had cost his company, good lord, $225 million, and put a 2% dent in the entire Nikkei 225 index. There's no coming back from that. But at least you won't be short a company on the unemployment line. There are dozens of examples of these kinds of catastrophic gaffes throughout the financial world. Again, in Tokyo in 2014, a trader on the stock exchange single-handedly cancelled $617 billion worth of scheduled trades just by pressing the wrong button. Oh my god, I'm so glad. Like, the worst thing I can do is accidentally upload the video without sound, or the video without the swearing filtered, or anything like that. It's generally, I always assume when I'm recording stuff that if I'm in front of the camera, it's gonna go out. So I'm generally I behave myself quite well in front of the camera. I might pick my nose occasionally, I might scratch my butt, but generally sometimes I'll let out a ripping fart. But generally, I'll be look, not that I'll be doing any, getting naked or some shit like that. But generally, I just assume if I'm in front of a camera, just for safety, just assume it's on. Just assume it's on. Don't get naked. 2 years earlier in England, a mysterious figure known as the London Whale copied and pasted spreadsheet data between 2 Excel documents. An issue with the formatting meant that their risk value models were way off, resulting in a $6.2 billion loss. Wowee! A metric misunderstanding cost NASA millions. It's fair to say that a lot of us don't have the highest faith in bankers in the first place, but surely we can trust scientists to pay attention to the fine details. Nope, they're human too. And humans are idiots. Consider the case of the Mars Climate Orbiter. Is this the one that they sent to Mars? And then it was they got there and it didn't work, and they're like, why doesn't it work? Oh yeah, the British guys were using centimeters, we were using inches. Whoops. But I believe NASA works in metric, right? NASA's got to work in metric. Come on. You're NASA. So, how far is it to Mars? 17,000 furlongs! What is going on? Consider the case of Mars Orbiter. In 1998, the robotic probe was launched on a mission to research the atmosphere of the Red Planet. It was a joint venture between NASA and aerospace contractor Lockheed Martin, who developed the thruster-force software that would keep the craft in orbit. But when the $193 million craft reached Mars, okay, maybe it wasn't NASA and an international person. It was NASA and a company. Maybe the company was where... Look, we're going to find out. Why am I trying to spoil it with my half knowledge? Try and be a big brain, Simon. Just try. I know it's difficult for you. But when the craft reached Mars, Mission Control unexpectedly lost the connection. It's thought that the Mars Climate Orbiter either entered the upper atmosphere at the wrong angle and broke apart, or just plowed onwards into the cold, dark void of space. NASA turned to Lockheed Martin to ask why their multi-million-dollar science project had just committed robotic suicide. It turned out that the probe was doomed from the outset. The team of contractors had used the Imperial measurements in their software, while NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory worked with the metric system. Yeah, it's half right. When it came time to initiate the thrusters, the craft's core software was fed the data in pounds without knowing to convert it, causing catastrophic failure in calculations. Oh, that is so awkward. Look, just stop using Imperial if you're doing science. Look, I understand the Imperial system in many ways. Like, I grew up on miles an hour and miles being a term of distance. But also, I definitely grew up on Celsius. But Fahrenheit, someone made a really good point to me that Fahrenheit as a scale kind of makes more sense than Celsius when you're talking about temperature in a room, because it's more granulated. So you can adjust a Fahrenheit thing more closely, whereas every Celsius thing we have is always 20.5, 21, 21.5, and it's like if we just have Fahrenheit it would just be a round number. But also it's very confusing. Look, come on. I'm not my grandma. We moved away from that a long time ago. Let there be a warning to anyone excited about the prospect of commercial spaceflight. Just one dumb little error and you'll be atomized in a fireball of rocket fuel, because this wasn't an isolated incident either. At the height of the space race in 1962, NASA's Mariner 1 was fired off into the endless beyond by a misplaced hyphen in the computer code, to the tune of $673 million in today's money. Oh my god, this video is just it could be titled the most money ever wasted by anyone ever, because good lord. Then in 2004, the Genesis mission smashed back down to Earth because someone installed a G-switch acceleration sensor the wrong way around.
All of a sudden, I was just minding my own business. BAM!
Suddenly, the idea of the Death Star being destroyed by a tiny design flaw doesn't seem so unrealistic after all. I have no idea what that means and never seen Star Wars. But I think, wasn't there an exhaust vent that he shot a bomb into, or who cares? A Georgian granny wiped out Armenia's internet. Last up, a tale of espionage from the ex-Soviet bloc. Oh, we love those. On the 28th of March 2011, an unlikely attacker managed to cripple the communications of the entire nation of Armenia with a single attack. Internet users around the region checked their routers in unison before discovering that the outage was the result of an aggressive foreign power. Where a security team was deployed to the site of the attack, which occurred near the capital city of Georgia, Tbilisi. When they got there, they didn't find a team of enemy commandos and hackers as might expected. The only person there was a 75-year-old granny innocently digging around for scrap copper. It turns out that while she was prodding around in the dirt, she'd inadvertently severed a vital fiber optic link, leaving 3.2 million people without internet for 5 hours.
Internet? Why you no let me sleep?
That seems like, when they talk about having a single point of failure, that seems remarkable that could actually happen. What did Callum say? Humans are stupid? I mean, yeah. Not the granny. She just was looking for copper. She's like, stupid fiber optics! Georgia provides about 90% of neighboring Armenia's internet, so the outage caused a hefty bit of economic damage. Parts of Georgia and Kazakhstan were also affected. After the saboteur was arrested. No, come on! A spokesman for the Georgian Interior Ministry had to go in front of the press and report that the outage had been caused by the accidental espionage of a pensioner. Initially dubbed the Spade Hacker, the guilty granny was later named as Aishtan Shakarian. While being interrogated in jail, she told the cops that she didn't even know what the internet was, never mind how to attack it.
What the heck's going on?
I don't know.
What'd you do?
Hey,
get out of here! What did you do, officer?
She's running an underground fight club in the nursing home.
Despite charges for damaging property, she was released on account of her age, free to continue her campaign of terror throughout the rest of her twilight years. She is then recruited by the CIA. Wrap up. There you have it. 4 reminders that no matter how bad you mess up, or up, as Callum has included, it could always be worse. Unless you're the guy who sold all those 1 yen shares. You're pretty much at rock bottom. Yeah, it'd be always for the rest of his life, it's nothing is going to be as bad as that time that I wiped out however many billions in value. Let's see whether the rescuers can finally unblock the Suez Canal and prevent that one little nautical mistake wreaking further havoc on the global economy. Either way, it's a reminder that every day the fate of the world depends on the split-second decisions of ordinary people. After today's marathon research binge into everyday human stupidity, that's a fact that I find absolutely terrifying. This has been an episode of Business Place. Thank you for watching. Come on, less smoking crack, more cracking a book,
Yo, 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 welcome back to another Business Blaze. I'm your boy, The Blaze. This is Bizarre Conspiracy Theories number 2, Dinosaurs from Another Dimension. Backstory on this one. I was so confident with the first video about conspiracy theories, I was like, Danny, this is going to be an absolute cracker. 1 million views. Easy. And I was like, okay, Danny, write me a second conspiracy theories one because it's gonna win. And it didn't. That original one did terribly and I have no idea why. If you want to go back and watch it, thank you. That would be amazing. Also, thank you for watching this one because apparently the last one didn't work very well. Dinosaurs from Another Dimension. What happens here is, oh my god, this is gonna get crazy. Danny will write me a script. I will read it. Sam will sprinkle in some fine vintage memes. I'm gonna tell you about a brand. This feels long. My conversation with Danny about making shorter scripts, it just never hits home, which is a place Danny Nets never gets to visit. I'm accountable of being locked up in my basement.
You're gonna be here a little longer, bro, right? Here's some joints and the guitar.
The oldest living person in the world today is the Japanese former noodle store owner, Kane Tanaka, who is still going strong at the ripe old age of 118. She apparently... I was like, his name's Kane. I was like, it's gotta be a dude. But it's Japan, they have different names. It could also be Kanye. She apparently puts her longevity down to family, sleep, hope, eating good food, and practicing maths, which is promising news for me, as I have the first 2 things going on in my life. Danny, did you just... I gotta go back. The first 2 things are family and sleep. The third thing is hope. But this makes me ponder over the thought that as Kane was born in the year 1903, there's no 1800 survivors. Everyone who was alive in the 19th century is now dead. As we will all be one day, except for me. I'm going to get myself cryogenically frozen, as we've discussed before at length. As she was born in 1903, there is nobody left alive on Earth who can declare with the absolute conviction of memory and experience that anything existed before then. Yeah, that's how we do history. I mean, I'm assuming that it did. Kane is... I'm just going to call her Kane, because it sounds cool. Kane is quite likely to remember parents and grandparents who were around before she was born. And if you look hard enough, there are scraps of evidence here and there which suggest that all kinds of crazy happening hundreds, thousands, and millions of years ago. But here's another thought. Kane is the sole surviving witness to the theory that 1903 ran through to 2021 in the expected sequential order. Danny, what are you talking about? What is going on today? Considering the long history of the human race, how can we be sure that mankind lived through the whole of the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar exactly as officially recorded without skipping bits or hiding bits? Is this the conspiracy theory where someone thinks that like hundreds of years were cut out from the calendar for no reason and the year is actually like 16 something? Come on, less smoking crack, more cracking a book. The German writer and historical revisionist things you don't want to be called as a writer, a revisionist. Dr. Heribert Illig is not so sure. He believes that the years 614 to 911 AD never actually happened. Danny, are we in the introduction or did we start a conspiracy theory? There's no subtitle. I'm so confused. We're on page 1, Danny. And that these fake 297 years were just quietly squeezed into the history books. Heribert first published the paper on the phantom time hypothesis in 1991. Well, what we believe to be 1991 anyway. By Heribert's calculations, it would be about 1694. Big brain. The very same year that famously saw Operation Desert Storm and the end of the Soviet Union and the release of Nevermind by Nirvana. Wow, a lot happened in 1993. Sorry, 1694. Hella blah 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 blah. Heribert also claims that Pope Sylvester II, Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, and Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII were all involved in the fabrication of nearly 300 years of history purely because they wanted to push the clocks forward to 1000 AD.
What you say?
This involved creating an entirely fictional timeline of events and characters, including Holy Roman Emperor Charlemagne, and it was Charlemagne is an accepted pronunciation. It's how I've always thought of it in my mind, and I looked it up. It says Charlemagne, also Charlemagne. Both are acceptable. One is more correct. My version. You're welcome. And it would turn out, but maybe he wasn't real, so it doesn't matter anyway. Who cares? And it would turn out to be bad news for Alfred the Great, who it seems now never existed at all. Quite why they'd go to such lengths to reach the year 1000 AD is a bit of a mystery. It's possible Otto III was keen for his reign to span the turn of a new millennium, as that sounded quite cool. Or more significantly, this is not strong enough motivation. Or more significantly, it's thought that the time Jesus was scheduled to make a return appearance to Earth was in the year 1000 AD in order to flog tickets for a lavish millennium anniversary tour, and so maybe they were trying to speed up the second coming by pushing the clocks forward. It's like, that's the same logic of being in English class when I'm 13 and being like, yeah, I'll just forward my watch half an hour and this will be over quicker. It never is. It doesn't work. It's not how things work, is it? Unless you got some sort of magical watch from like Harry Potter or like that, which you don't have. Do you? You just don't have that. Also, you remember that Harry Potter book where that Hermione kid, or however you say her name, Hermione. In my mind, it was Hermione until I saw the movies, and I was like, oh my god, it's Hermione. How about that, Hermione? I only saw the first movie, don't get excited. I was like, wait, you've got a device that allows you to go to more classes? You f***ing idiot. I'm going to steal that device to get out of going to classes. I'm not sure Jesus would have fallen for that old trick though. Just because you turn your calendar over to December whilst in the middle of June, you're not going to encourage an out-of-season visit from Santa. Also, who the f*** do that? June is so much better. The weather in June, mwah, it's now March. I'd happily be like, yeah, let's just skip forward 3 months. And the weather will be good. Because it snowed this morning. Why? Heribert, who it has to be said looks a bit like a traditional pantomime villain, clearly knew that he had his work cut out in persuading others to get on board with his phantom time theory. I think it was on Casual Criminalist, and Callum, who writes for that channel, said something like, he looks a bit like let's just say a pantomime villain. People are like, don't image shame. Don't image shame! And I'm like, oh god, there are so many things to keep up with now. Like, I don't know, is it acceptable to say that someone looks like a traditional pantomime villain, or am I going to get hashtag cancelled for that? Jesus, it's very confusing. It's very confusing. He opens his paper by asking readers to be patient and open to radical new ideas, because they might initially find his claims to be highly unconventional. No shit. But then he does go to pull together a few semi-credible, or at least semi-interesting reasons as to why these claims are true. For starters, all really happened between 614 and 911 AD. I mean, some stuff happens, but considering that history is packed with major significant events outside both ends of that time frame, this particular chunk of the Middle Ages does seem remarkably dull. Surely they had something. I mean, nowadays it seems like you look over the last 100 years, we were like, lots of went down. Lots of went down. I just always assumed that the entire of history was that interesting, but I guess maybe not. There's also a scarcity of archaeological finds that can be dated back to this period, which again is quite surprising considering the wealth of stuff that's been dug up and dated from much earlier periods. Heribert also highlights alleged mathematical discrepancies in the changeover from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which he claims don't add up. That gets quite complicated and involved, but in a nutshell, they do, and he points out that the Middle Ages was rife with forged documents from the church anyway, so he wouldn't put it past the holy men to falsify nearly 300 years of history while they were at it. However, not many proper historians would agree with Heribert's theory. While nothing much of note happened during this period, I myself had a fairly boring 2003, but I remain fairly convinced it happened. Yeah, there are years of life where it's like, what did I do that year? Like, I don't know, nothing much. I mean, nowadays, I feel like life moves a bit faster, because I'm like constantly making shit. Like, I want to know what happens in like 2019. I can, on that day, look, I clearly made a video. I was at work. Great. Archaeological evidence may be surprisingly scarce, but some unearthed artifacts do exist and have been accurately dated back to this period. The astronomical observations of the era fit in perfectly with what we know today, too. Dude, this sounds just like, I mean, yeah, okay, so there's some stuff being like, it was a bit boring. But I mean, someone's like, yeah, the stars were there and it all lines up and the calendars actually match. Aren't you just being like, well, I guess peer review, shut me down. Done. Moving on, like an intelligent, rational person. If this turned out to be extremely compelling and there's all of this evidence for it, and, nothing against it, and all the other historians were like, yeah, seems legit, I'm not going to hold on to the idea that all of this stuff did actually happen when it was just made up. It's just going to be on the weight of the evidence, isn't it? Which seems to have fallen far outside of your theory, mate. And it wouldn't make sense for the rest of the world to buy into the conspiracy, filling up their own history books with fictional leaders and events like, say, the rise and spread of Islam, particularly when there was no compelling motivation to begin with. Why would you like it? Well, Jesus is going to come back and it'd be cool. It's not a good enough reason. If I were making up my own conspiracy theory, I think I'd be more inclined to go with the idea that there was a secret, unrecorded chunk of history which got completely brushed under the carpet because it was so bloody awful that everyone decided to turn the clocks back a few hundred years and pretend that it never happened. That would be cooler and more interesting. But I'm sure there are other deranged minds who can come up with even balmier theories than that. So here's an additional helping of wacky but relatively harmless conspiracy theories in what I hope will go down in history as one of the most memorable Business Blaze videos of 1724. This is going to be confusing for future historians, and once this channel has been archived by the Library of Congress, I want to say. What's that big one where they take all the books and digital media in America? If it's really notable, which obviously this will be at some point.
Obviously. A large hadron collider opened the gateway to hell. Back in what we assumed to be 2008. Danny, stop it. It was 2008. No one is crazy like Halliburton or whatever his name was. The European Organization for Nuclear Research, more commonly known as CERN, finally finished building the mighty machine that would help blow up the universe. I'm always amazed by how, I remember that shit opening. It doesn't feel like that was 13 years ago. Jesus. Sitting deep. That was when I graduated university. Oh my god, I'm so old. Sitting deep in a tunnel near the borders of France and Switzerland, the largest machine in the world was given the slightly disappointing name of the Large Hadron Collider, when something like Megafuckatron would have been a bit more imaginative and exciting. I petition to rename CERN the Megafuckatron. I think we can do it, guys. Change.org. Also, speaking of being old, I was clearing out the kitchen this weekend. I mean, because that's an activity for old people. And I find these 2 candles in the drawer that say 32. And I'm like, why do we have these 2 candles? My kid is like, not going to be 2 until later in the year. And why did you get the 3? You're getting ahead of yourself, wife. And she's like, oh yeah, no, those were for your birthday last year. But it turns out you were 33. Which is weird because she's a year younger than me, so she should definitely... I mean, it's not that hard to track. The collaboration between 10,000 scientists and hundreds of universities and laboratories scattered across 100 countries was actually designed to further our knowledge of atomic particles by smashing them all together at close to the speed of light. And this, of course, led to the long-awaited proof in 2012 of the existence of the Higgs boson, or the God particle, which has been a crucial development in our understanding of physical matter. It's also been suggested that what CERN was really trying to do is summon God. Oh, good lord. What are we talking about? This makes the Phantom Time hypothesis seem positively reasonable. And not even one of the nicer ones. Depending on who you ask, they're either trying to summon the Celtic horned god of the underworld, Cernunnos, or the ominously named deity of Hinduism, Shiva the Destroyer. Or, if you ask Simon, they're trying to summon Harry Potter, another fictional character that you probably shouldn't believe in. And there are several clues that CERN carelessly left lying about for people to uncover. For example, they shamelessly put a giant statue of Shiva outside the center and named the entire organization off the first few letters of Cernunnos. Even the logo of the organization looks a bit like a 666, the number of the beast. Oh my god. All of these things are what we describe as reading too much into it, and coincidence. And have you been smoking too much crack instead of cracking books again? Don't do that. In their defense, CERN claims that the statue was a gift from India. Claims! Who believes that? Liars. Which is meant to represent life force, and the logo is meant to represent particle accelerators, while the name is the initials of the French pronunciation of the organization, Conseil Européen pour la Recherche Nucléaire, rather than a research to a shaggy-haired lord of the forest. Other out there theories include the assertion that the Hadron Collider was responsible for a string of natural disasters, including the Nepal earthquake of 2015. It wasn't! Stop it! And the chain of unexpected delays and setbacks that hampered the development of the machine throughout the noughties were actually the work of a time traveler who had been sent back in time to sabotage the machine in a bid to save the future. Well, they got the machine up and running, and, well, maybe the future is... Who knows, it's the future. Well, so far, 13 years in, we're doing okay. Are we, though? Shut down, son! Shut it down!
Daddy, chill.
But by far the most intriguing theory is that the discovery of the Higgs boson in 2012 would immediately have led to the end of the world, as we all got sucked into a black hole which would accidentally be created by the discovery. I remember that. I remember being like, please. So far, so good. Weirdly, this theory still persists today. It's been 13 years. How many black holes have you been sucked into? None. The idea is that the world really did end in 2012, it's just that we haven't realized it yet. It's believed by some that our consciousness shifted into an alternate reality or dimension in which some parts of history happened slightly differently, and this spawned the Mandela effect that we touched upon in the last video of bizarre theories. Maybe. Because these don't publish in order, because there's many reasons why they don't publish in order. Like, I did a video and mentioned the cauliflower steak, and people were like, what are you talking about? What's a cauliflower steak? Stop referencing cauliflower steak. And then the next video was the original reference to the cauliflower steak. People were like, I see. Nelson Mandela may have died in 2013 in this reality, but some people remember that he died in prison in the 1980s in the previous pre-Hadron reality. That's not No. Hilariously, some people claim this is why Donald Trump often appeared to misremember certain events in history. When he talked about the terrorist attacks in Sweden that never happened, or his vivid memory of TV news footage of thousands of Muslims in New Jersey celebrating in the streets in the wake of 9/11, he's actually remembering events from the world that he used to live in before the Hadron Collider led us all through a portal into hell. It's as good a reason as any. No, it's not. He's just misremembering. Human memory is fucking terrible. Like, we've discussed this before. There's that famous experiment that I'm sure I'm going to butcher, but like a scientist, he shows a bunch of people a picture and he asks them to describe the picture and remember as much as they can about the picture, a photograph. And every year he gets them together and he asks them, describe the photograph to me. It's in a sealed envelope, just describe it to me. 25 years go by or whatever, and they open, every year this happens, and 25 years later the scientist opens the envelope and he shows the participant the picture, and they are convinced that the picture has been changed, because every time they remember it, they're altering it very slightly, and over 25 years, it becomes a totally different picture, and they're convinced that the picture has changed, because human memory is terrible. And I imagine Donald Trump's is particularly bad. Although mankind failed in its bid to stop the construction of this fiendish world-destroying machine via flimsy lawsuits and protests, we could possibly have learned a thing or two from weasels. While the human race was pissing about with court cases, a brave weasel snuck into the Hadron Collider in 2016 and started chewing through the wires in the electrical transformers, causing a temporary power outage. An intelligent, time-traveling weasel, screamed the conspiracy theorists and Danny from the basement. The weasel didn't survive this shocking act of terrorism, but its stuffed body is now on display at the Rotterdam Natural History Museum, complete with scorched fur and feet, a beautiful tribute to the cute little creature that came closest to saving the universe. Prince Charles is a vampire. No, I mean, what? I don't like conspiracy theories, because they're all stupid. And I also don't care about the royal family, so this entry is going to be a write-off. The British royal family has often found itself the target of some of the weirder conspiracy theories. Over the years, it's been alleged that the entire royal family are shape-shifting lizards. Queen Elizabeth I was a man. Queen Elizabeth II is a devil-worshipping cannibal. King Edward VII's son was Jack the Ripper. Meghan Markle is a robot, and Prince Andrew is a massive, useless dickhead. Well, I mean that latter one. One of the strangest theories of all is that Prince Charles is a vampire. There's no such thing as vampires. They're not real. And the really bizarre thing about this is probably closer to the truth than any of the other theories discussed in this video. Because it turns out that Charlie Boy is actually a descendant of Dracula. Not Bram Stoker's fictional Dracula, of course. That'd be like me suggesting I'm a direct descendant of Pinocchio. That would be ridiculous. That would be so much more ridiculous than this. Not really. But I'm talking about the real Dracula, upon whom Bram Stoker is reported to have based his legendary vampiric villain. Vlad II Dracul, okay, was a 15th century ruler of Wallachia, the historical region which we now know as Romania. He had 4 sons, one of whom would be named Vlad III Dracula, the last word of which translates to son of Dracul. Oh my god! And it was this guy who would go on to become ruler of Wallachia while picking up the name Vlad the Impaler on account of the legend of him killing more than 100,000 Turkish warriors in battle. It was this guy who would later inspire Bram Stoker's classic novel. Prince Charles is a regular visitor to Transylvania, Romania, and even owns a nice bit of property over there. Well, he's mad rich and a royal. He probably owns property everywhere. He owns like half the UK. Sadly, it's a nice little rural farmhouse rather than a spooky castle, but I reckon there's probably still room to stash a few coffins and virgins down in the cellar if required. Holy shit, allegedly. Also, why is he stuffing virgins down there? What does that have to do with vampires?
You uncultured swine!
While the prince was filming a promotional video for the Romanian National Tourist Office in 2011, he made the startling revelation on camera that had been digging into his own genealogical records and discovered that his lineage could be traced back to Vlad IV, the half-brother of the badass impaling dude. You're Prince Charles, do you really need to look into your genealogical records? I feel there's like entire fields of study dedicated to that. He joked to viewers that Transylvania is in my blood, so I have a bit of a stake in the country. Oh, ba-da-bum-bum, Prince Charles, ba-da-bum-bum. This would have been a perfect time to open his mouth and show off a set of fake blood-spattered fangs while hissing into the camera, but I guess he's only allowed a limited amount of humorous moments in one day, and it already filled up his quota. Humorous moments. Prince Charles, you're so cringe. The vampire rumors have been further fulfilled by the fact that porphyria disease is known to run in the royal family's undead blood. This is an iron deficiency condition which makes your skin hypersensitive to sunlight, in much the same way that the fictional Dracula always found problematic to enjoy a fun day out at the beach. But while the medical records of the current royal family are obviously a private matter, we've not seen any clues that Prince Charles himself suffers from the condition. A bit of good news for the prince is that his intriguing bloodline has led to the offer of the honorary title Prince of Transylvania from Mercia Harbour, the mayor of Alba Lulia. In his rather strange letter to the Prince, the mayor wrote, "You have to admit the Prince of Wales and Prince of Transylvania sounds like a fantastic way to introduce yourself, in addition to being a great conversation starter. You're Prince Charles. You don't need conversation starters. Generally, people are having conversations with you, I don't imagine Prince Charles might be a lot of things, but I don't imagine he's got my conversation starters in my pocket. He's Prince Charles. Literally his job is talking to people about shit, I guess. I don't really know. What do people do? What does the royal family do? Who cares? Prince Charles doesn't appear to have accepted the invitation. I'm not sure he really needs a conversation starter anyway. Agreed. Even if he did, he could always just break the ice by bringing up the conspiracy theory that the suspiciously ginger Prince Harry is not really his son. That's probably something that he doesn't bring up. The dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Oh, good lord. I saw an interesting discussion a while ago, which, as is often the case online, quickly escalated into chaos and abuse. Some guy was explaining how he'd been attracted to the theory that aliens helped build some of the world's most ancient monuments, such as the Egyptian pyramids. It didn't take long for people to brand him a closet racist, and he was told he might as well go join the Ku Klux Klan and be done with it. Holy shit. Wait, what? That's intense. Up until that point, I hadn't been acutely aware that you were now a racist if you believed in such alien conspiracy theories. I can see some of the reasoning behind it, as many of these theories stem from the colonialist mindset.
You crazy son of a bitch, you dead.
The dark-skinned people from the ancient world, say Egyptians and Mayans and Incans, could never have been clever enough to build something that Europeans would have knocked up over a wet weekend. I don't think that one thing necessarily means the other there. And this does kind of take away the ownership of history from cultures that built them. But it seems a bit harsh to be branded a racist for believing in a theory involving aliens. I'm pretty sure that Stonehenge just attracts just as many extraterrestrial theories as the pyramids. It could just be the case that the theorists are considering that mankind was helped to create such epic monuments, and that they're not particularly thinking about race or skin color. The only ones doing so are the ones throwing up the racist thoughts. Yeah, maybe it's because I'm a racist, but I never really thought that the ancient aliens thing was a race issue. Clearly a very silly theory. Oh, just to be clear, I absolutely don't believe that the pyramids were built by aliens. Just to be clear. Obviously, we're capable of doing it because they were built by people. Why am I stating this? Why do I have to state this? Anyway, it's clearly a very silly theory, although there are many unanswered questions as to how exactly the pyramids were built by a civilization that hadn't got round to inventing the wheel or the pocket calculator. It seems a bit wild to just dismiss any notion that maybe they'd figured it out somehow and instead insist that they might have been helped by giant green men from outer space. It is insane. It's like, why don't we leap to the conclusion that they figured something out rather than now it was aliens? Besides, there's a much more sensible theory that doesn't involve aliens at all. The ancient Egyptians tamed dinosaurs, helped them out with some of the heavy lifting. Oh boy, your understanding of history is weak, if you believe that. Although so vastly wrong. Although people believe about, the dinosaurs and, is it 6,000 years old? What do the creationists believe? That the Earth was created 6,000 years ago. It's dinosaurs and humans. Didn't Sarah Palin, that politician who was running for president or whatever, didn't she believe that the dinosaurs and humans were alive at the same time? Didn't someone say that? Less smoking crack, more crack in a book, eh? Alright? Although it's more commonly believed that dinosaurs were wiped out 65 million years ago, a mad creationist guy, what a surprise, named Pastor Vince Fenech believed that some dinosaurs were still knocking around in 2500 BC, and the ancient Egyptians used them to transport heavy limestone blocks around.
What year is this?
It's the Viking Age.
That explains the Velociraptor.
And I said that the dinosaurs, they be the ones that build those pyramids.
Quite alarmingly, Pastor Vince Fenech was actually the director of a Maltese school. Oh, he's from Malta. I thought he was he sounds so American, creationist, dinosaurs, humans, same time. I'm he's got to be from the South. He's got to be one of these TV crazy pastors. And then he's got to get into if you believe in this, you got to tithe. You got to just give me 10% of your money and I'm going to buy a jet. But apparently he's not, in which this kind of stuff is taught as fact, along with other bold concepts as the universe being created in 4004 BC. Yes.
Okay.
His proof of the latter point is that man landed on the moon in 1969, and everyone was expecting the landing module to sink deep into a layer of dust, but it turned out that the layer was only a couple of inches deep, proving that the universe is far younger than some people oh my god. I just feel like I'm getting stupider reading this today. In fact, nobody was expecting the landing module to sink into a deep layer of dust, as the lack of atmosphere and reduced gravity means that dust is weightless and never properly settles as it would on Earth. The good news is that the Accelerated Christian Academy was closed down in 2012. Oh no! Not because of sporting crazy theories, but because it didn't have a single student enrolled that year. He needs to get on TV and start recruiting. But going back to the dinosaur theory, you might be forgiven for assuming that Pastor Vince just has watched too many episodes of the Flintstones. But he isn't the only one who believes that dinosaurs were lent a helping hand or foot in the construction of the pyramids. And one surprising supporter of the theory is, oh god, who's it going to be? Please don't be someone I know or like. A respectable figure in the field of Egyptology even helped dig up some supporting evidence. In 2013, Professor Nabir Ibn al-Samud led a team of archaeologists from the University of Cairo in the unearthing of a number of stone tablets and papyri. I guess that's the plural of papyrus. Can't we just say papyruses?
Nope.
Ancient documents made of the pith of the papyrus plants, which seem to back up this theory. I'm genuine. This guy's a professor of something, and he seems to be like a real scientist. I'm very curious how this goes. The documents are the earliest examples of papyruses ever found, and nobody is doubting their authenticity. But the weird hieroglyphs appear to have been written by some of the men who helped put together the Great Pyramid of Giza, and they mention how the beastly creatures were hired on cheap labor in the absence of the crane. The papyruses, okay? Papyruses describe the creature as tamed beasts of enormous size who eat of the Nile's grass, whose tails, when lashed, could kill an army of men, and whose necks could reach the sky. What? That's crazy. Professor Nabir Ibn al-Samud reckons that they're probably talking about a species of Brontosaurus, albeit a species of Brontosaurus which would be about 65 million years out of time. Of course, what is the explanation for this? Of course, we still don't know for sure exactly how the pyramids were built, but we don't even know for certain if the Egyptians were using wheels or not. The very recent discovery in 2020 of an ancient map with a 20% incline and post holes running down the sides has led to speculation that they used a two-way pulley system to haul the 2.3 million blocks into position. And it's not clear why those uncovered documents mention beastly creatures unless the writers were having a bit of a laugh. I mean, it's not a Brontosaurus, okay, because there's no other evidence backing that up, is there? So we got to assume, it's more likely to be a practical joke than an actual Brontosaurus, which went extinct a not insignificant 65 million years beforehand. Although the experts reckon that papyruses and stone tablets have been accurately dated, I can't help wondering if they were written a few generations later by people whose imagination became fired up by finds of dinosaur bones and fossils. It's quite possible that the ancient Egyptians came across whole dinosaur skeletons now and then and didn't really quite understand what they were, so they imagined them to be fabulous monsters such as dragons and griffins and leviathans, quite possibly sowing the seeds for much of mythical history along the way. Or maybe the Hadron Collider, oh god, here we go, messed up the universe so badly that history became all mashed up. And after the ancient Egyptians had finished riding on the backs of tame dinosaurs all day, they chilled out with a can or two of Heineken and posted pictures of their KFC supper on Instagram. Weird flex, but okay. But that would be ludicrous. With a bit of luck, the human race will eventually become wiser and more logical, and we'll have dropped all the crazy conspiracy theories by the time we get to the 19th century. Oh, callback to the original introduction, Danny, which just flowed in today's topic somehow. Thank you everybody for watching. Well, that's about it. Thank you for watching. Shut down, son! Shut it down!